Douluo's yellow ape. Douluo, you guys are all like monsters. It's so scary. But speed is weight. Have you ever been kicked to the speed of light? Biubiubiu. Regarding the setting of the six styles and six kings spear in the text, the six styles are a type of physical technique used by the Navy in the anime One Piece that surpasses human limits, consisting of six techniques: iron block, paper drawing, shave, moonwalk, storm leg, and finger gun. Iron block. By channeling strength into a well-trained body, it gains the hardness of iron, capable of withstanding bullets and blades. The downside is that one cannot move freely while using iron block. Originally powered by spiritual energy, it was changed to physical energy after obtaining the first soul ring. Paper drawing. By releasing all strength from the body, one can control their movements effortlessly, like painting on paper, evading attacks directed at oneself with precision. Originally powered by spiritual energy, it was changed to physical energy after obtaining the first soul ring. Shave. In an instant 36 seconds by rapidly stomping the ground dozens of times to create explosive reactive force for high-speed movement. It appears to enemies as if one has vanished. Originally powered by spiritual energy, it was changed to physical energy after obtaining the second soul ring. Moonwalk. Using strong foot strength to step on air, generating powerful levitation force, allowing one to walk in the air like on stairs, but cannot stay in the air for too long. Originally powered by spiritual energy, it was changed to physical energy after obtaining the second soul ring. Originally powered by spiritual energy, it was changed to physical energy after obtaining the third soul ring. Finger gun. Concentrating all body strength on the index finger, a hardened finger delivers a swift strike. The fingertip has the attack power of a bullet, easily penetrating the human body. Originally powered by spiritual energy, it was changed to physical energy after obtaining the third soul ring. The ultimate technique of the six styles, six king spear. The strongest physical technique of the six styles, used only by Lucci, can only be comprehended by those who have mastered the above six styles to perfection. It involves bringing both fists together to unleash an attack similar to a shockwave, with power several times out of the Sky Island's impact. Originally powered by spiritual energy, it was changed to physical energy after obtaining the third soul ring. Additionally, the author intended to write about the extended applications of the six styles, but considering that there would be too many and too varied extended techniques, which might blur the main focus, this setting was discarded. Moreover, it seems that the ordinary six king spear originally did not require charging, while only the maximum version of the six king spear needed charging, and the change-in setting was also to make the battles look better. Chapter 1. Stepping out of the holy soul village of numerous gods, please bookmark. On the Douluo continent, in the southwestern part of the Tiando Empire, in the Fasnuo province, lies Nodding City, home to the Holy Soul Village. In the early morning, when it was still dark and visibility was nearly zero, a 5- or 6-year-old child had already dressed himself and stepped out of his humble home that barely sheltered him from the wind and rain. Taking advantage of the night, he gathered firewood, lit a fire, added water, and measured rice, skillfully preparing breakfast for two while standing on a stool by the stove. Once everything was ready, he walked out of the house and strode towards the mountain top to begin his morning lessons. He returned from the mountain top only when the sky brightened, pouring the clear porridge from the pot into a bowl. His father was the only blacksmith in the village. Although he earned a decent income, due to his alcoholism, breakfast could only consist of this basic fare. After finishing breakfast, his father, reeking of alcohol, went back inside to sleep, while he continued to practice the Shantian gong that he had brought from his previous life. In the morning, Tang San took on 2 jobs, both involving the repair of farming tools. As noon approached, he climbed onto a wooden stool to prepare lunch for the two of them. In the afternoon, Tang's father lit the forge to start working, while Tang San retreated back into the house to continue practicing his internal skills. In the evening, after a long day of work, Tang's father took the earnings he made that day and went out to drink, leaving Tang San to fill his stomach with a meager portion of food. After dinner, Tang San finished his evening lessons, tidied up, and crawled into bed to fall into a deep sleep. Such days seemed to stretch on endlessly. However, Tang's father's nightlife was just beginning. In the small tavern of Holy Soul Village, Tang's father ordered a glass of cheap wheat beer and downed it in one gulp, just like those lazy men who did nothing but eat and wait too. The tavern owner, who was also the bartender, was engaged in lively conversation with several regulars. It's almost time for the awakening ceremony. My son will definitely become a soul master. Haha, boss, your martial soul is a wine barrel. What kind of martial soul will your son awaken? Isn't it just another wine barrel? What kind of training potential can a wine barrel have? Throwing a wine barrel at someone? Or can the barrel explode? Maybe drinking the wine from the barrel will increase strength. So, your son might actually turn out to be a decent food-type soul master. The regulars teased the familiar tavern owner with their banter. The tavern owner, unfazed, continued to smile. I don't ask for much as long as my son can cultivate and obtain a soul ring. That way, he can receive a gold soul coin subsidy every month. Haha, do you want to eat the free meals from the spirit hall until you die? What's so funny? Being able to eat free meals from the spirit hall is a skill too. After all these years in our village, not many people have even received a single gold soul coin from the spirit hall. The tavern owner laughed. Then when he inherits this little tavern, we won't have to worry about food and drink anymore. Tang's father hung his head low, and no one could see his expression, nor did anyone care to look. For years, he had always been like this, sitting in the corner of the tavern, drinking the cheapest wheat beer with a gloomy expression and not saying a word. Hey Tang Hao, your little San is 6 years old now. He should participate in this year's awakening ceremony. The tavern owner handed over a second glass of wheat beer. Speaking of which, after the martial soul awakens, you should also consider the child's future. Although being a blacksmith is a lowly position, at least you won't have to worry about food. Why not pass your blacksmith skills on little San? Yeah, Tang Hao, little San isn't like you, he doesn't drink. As long as he becomes a blacksmith, he won't have to worry about food, and he can save some money to marry a wife. A familiar patron chimed in. But little San is too thin with those skinny arms and legs. He probably can't even lift a forging hammer. You were fat, could you lift a forging hammer when you were 6? Besides, the money Tang Hao earns from blacksmithing is all spent on drinking. So how can Tang San possibly gain weight? That's true, hey. Tang Hao, little San is a good child, don't let him be delayed. What if he grows up and can't even swing a forging hammer? Although the village children looked down on Tang San due to his name and family, the adults in the village held him in high regard. After all, in everyone's eyes, Tang San was a good child. He had been cooking for his unreliable alcoholic father since he was 4 years old, and he was very polite and appropriate in his speech and actions. How could such a good child have such a father? Tang Hao remained silent, downing his drink again. He shoved the empty glass into the tavern owner's hand, waving his hand to signal for another drink. Tang Hao was quite strong, pushing the tavern owner back a step. With such strength, it's no wonder you'll be a blacksmith for life, the tavern owner muttered as he walked away. The tavern owner knew that Tang Hao was a man with a story, but what good was a story? He was living worse than them now, and to drink to his heart's content, he could only afford the cheapest, low-quality wheat beer, while his obedient son could only barely fill his stomach. The next day, during breakfast time, Dad, Tang San suddenly called out, "Can I use this piece of iron?" Tang Hao's gaze shifted to the raw iron. "Oh, is there iron essence in here?" He walked over to take a closer look, then turned to Tang San. "Do you want to be a blacksmith in the future?" Tang San nodded. "Dad, you're getting older in a few years. When I grow up a bit, please teach me how to make kitchenware, so I could take over your work." Tang Hao seemed a bit lost in thought, recalling what the tavern owner had said yesterday, murmuring being a blacksmith seems pretty good. Thus, Tang San began learning how to forge at tea lunchtime. The tavern owner, who had slept in late, finally got out of bed and sat at the dining table, watching his son dutifully hand him the chopsticks with satisfaction. People said Tang San was sensible, but in the tavern owner's view, his son's level of sensibility was no less than Tang San's. It was just that Tang San's filial piety was more pronounced due to having an alcoholic father. At the dining table, the tavern owner recounted what happened with Tang Hao yesterday to his son, who showed a strange smile. "Dad, everyone walks their own path. Why are you worrying about Tang Hao's family? Little San is sensible, he definitely won't starve. You should worry more about our son Zhang Yang." The tavern owner's wife interjected. "Mom and Dad, I'm full on going back to my room now." The child named Zhang Yang finished his meal, gathered the bones on the table into a bowl, and took them to the kitchen. "Oh, by the way, son, I left the book on your desk in your room. Did you see it?" The tavern owner suddenly remembered and said quickly, "I saw it, I've been reading it all morning." The son's voice came from the kitchen. The son returned to his room to read, and the couple exchanged satisfied smiles. With our son's eagerness to learn and his clever mind, even if heaven is blind, he He will definitely awaken soul power, the tavern owner said with a smile. Hurry up and eat your meal. If you eat so slowly, the tavern won't open for lunch. The tavern owner's wife scolded. The tuition and living expenses for the 6 years at the Primary Soul Master Academy will cost a lot. Have you saved enough? What's the problem? Isn't there a work-study student quota every year in our village? Tuition and accommodation fees are waived. The tavern owner said proudly that work-study student quota would save the family a lot of money. What about the Intermediate Soul Master Academy? Our son is so smart, isn't it enough to just attend the Primary Soul Master Academy? The Intermediate Soul Master Academy doesn't have a work-study student quota, so the tuition will be hundreds of gold soul coins a year. Can this broken tavern afford it? Indeed, Zhang's mother had no doubt that her obedient son could awaken soul power. In the room, Zhang Yang held a book, listening to the noises from outside, looking speechless. Did his parents not consider the possibility that he might not awaken his soul power? Moreover, even if he could awaken his soul power, the work-study student spot would definitely belong to Tang San, who had twin martial souls and innate full soul power. However, the martial soul that Tang San revealed was merely blue silvergrass. As long as his innate soul power was a bit higher and he had an attacking martial soul, then it was really uncertain whose spot the work-study student would be. If he really pushed Tang San out and became the work-study student, then he would be the one living in Dorm 7 with Xiao Wu. As for Tang San, he would either have to give up the path of a soul master based on the personalities of the Tang family father and son, Tang San would definitely pursue the path of a soul master. As for tuition, what a joke, he was Tang Hao. Even in such a fallen state, getting tuition for his son wouldn't be a problem at all, right? Besides, considering how much village chief Old Jack favored Tang San, and with Zhang Yang's family conditions being so much better than the Tang families, he really might not be able to compete for that work-study spot. Thinking of this, Zhang Yang couldn't help but scratch his head. Why was he thinking about snatching the protagonist's opportunities? Who gave him the audacity? It's not like those who travel through time are guaranteed to be the chosen ones of the world. Tang San was the chosen one because he was the author's favorite, and even the female lead was designed based on the author's wife's image. Is it wrong for him to covet someone else's wife? Speaking of which, the qualifications for crossing over really don't discriminate. He was just quietly working on the Chinese localization of One Piece in the studio, and suddenly, he crossed over? Moreover, even if he did cross over, shouldn't it be into the world of One Piece? What was going on with the world of Douluo continent? It had nothing to do with him at all. Thinking about the awakening ceremony that would be held in a few days, Zhang Yang felt unable to concentrate on anything. How about going to the blacksmith shop to get familiar with Hao Ian Duo and the future sea god? Chapter 2. The protagonist of the flow, ironclad Su Yuntao subscription requested. Zhang Yang and Tang San had a pretty good relationship, which was the result of Zhang Yang's deliberate efforts. After all, it is what it is. The child of destiny is living right at the village head. Wouldn't you also want to establish a good relationship with him? Little San, going out to play? Zhang Yang shouted loudly as he knocked on the door of the dilapidated blacksmith shop. Creak! The door was opened by Zhang Yang, and the sound of hammering metal suddenly rang out from inside. Zhang Yang peeked through the crack of the door and saw the slender Tang San, dressed in a single layer of clothing, with a forging apron tied around his waist, holding a forging hammer in both hands, working hard on a glowing red iron ingot in front of him. Hey, little San, you really started learning blacksmithing? Zhang Yang curiously assessed Tang San, who was following in his father's footsteps. Following in my father's footsteps, what's wrong with that? Tang San continued his work, each strike filled with a sense of power. There's nothing wrong with that, but have you ever seen a blacksmith who can be blown down by a gust of wind? Zhang Yang walked over to Tang San's side and patted him on the shoulder. You're too thin. I don't feel that way, Tang San replied, striking the iron ingot again, sending sparks flying and startling Zhang Yang beside him. Wow, born with great strength, Zhang Yang exclaimed in surprise. Why didn't I notice this before? We're friends. I don't need to use so much strength on you, Tang San said as he swung the hammer again. Zhang Yang nodded. Thank goodness we're friends. By the way, little San, in a few days, it's the awakening ceremony. What do you think your martial soul will be? Martial soul? Is there any saying about this? Tang San paused his hammering. Of course, no martial soul appears out of nowhere. Generally speaking, they are inherited from parents Zhang Yang crossed his arms. For example, if my dad's martial soul is a wine barrel, then mine is very likely to be a wine barrel too. Of course, it could also be a hoe, just like my mom. Oh, Tang Xin nodded. This knowledge wasn't particularly secretive. It was all in books. Zhang Yang didn't have much concern in sharing it. It was just that Tang San had no way to access this knowledge, which allowed Zhang Yang to show off a bit in front of him. So, little San, you can ask Uncle Tang what his martial soul is. Zhang Yang raised his eyebrows. Tang San took Zhang Yang's words to heart. However, martial souls can also mutate. For example, it's like a mule. Zhang Yang continued. Do you understand what I mean? A mule is hardier than a horse, can endure harsh feeding, is resistant to illness, has strong adaptability, great pulling power, and a longer lifespan than horses and donkeys. Tang Sin nodded. So, does that mean a mutated martial soul is a good thing? How could it be? Zhang Yang get. Mutated martial souls also have directions of mutation. While advantageous mutations can be powerful, they are rare exceptions. Most mutated martial souls are destined for disadvantageous mutations. I see, Tang Sin nodded. Zhang Yang understood a lot and could explain it in a very simple way, which was why Tang San was willing to befriend him. Generally speaking, the probability of tool martial souls and beast martial souls mutating is extremely low because even if martial souls can mutate in mysterious ways, it's unlikely they could forcefully combine a sickle and a hammer with an animal to mutate. Tang Sin listened to Zhang Yang's explanation while continuing his work, putting the iron ingot into the furnace and vigorously pulling the bellows. The two of them chatted by the blazing furnace for a short, when suddenly a tall figure appeared behind them. Haven't you made dinner? Tang Hao's voice was tired and his tone unfriendly. Dad, the rice has been on the stove for a while now. I'll go serve it for you. Tang Sin quickly put down the bellows and ran to prepare lunch. Soon, the father and son of the Tang family had their lunch on the table. A pot of rice, a plate of wild vegetables, and a plate of pickles. Nothing more. Little San, even if you have natural strength, you can't eat this every day. It's not good for your future physical development. Zhang Yang frowned. I think this is fine, and even if I eat this every day, I still have the strength to swing the hammer. Tang San replied, without changing his expression. Just keep pretending, Zhang Yang scoffed, glancing at the indifferent Tang Hao. Uncle Tang, what is your martial soul? Children shouldn't pry into others' business. Aren't you going home for dinner? Tang Hao avoided the topic and instead told Zhang Yang to leave. My parents have to open the shop at noon, so our lunch is always early. Zhang Yang smiled and ignored Tang Hao's remark, continuing to ask Uncle Tang, in a few days, I'm going to participate in the awakening ceremony, and little San should be participating too. Momo, Tang Hao not that? Then Uncle Tang, what do you think little San will be? Can he inherit your martial soul? Tang Hao looked coldly at the shameless boy in front of him, then glanced at the attentive Tang San beside him. After thinking for a moment, he finally said, it will be a hammer. Oh, so it's a hammer, Zhang Yang nodded, a look of realization on his face. No wonder Uncle Tang's blacksmithing skills are so excellent. As he spoke, Zhang Yang excitedly patted Tang San on the shoulder. Little San, that's great. Once you inherit Uncle's martial soul, it will be much easier for you to forge. Tang San nodded. He knew this well. The martial soul plays a much larger role compared to real objects. And even an ordinary person without any soul power would find it much easier to use their martial soul than to use physical tools. However, Tang Sin glanced at his father, silently pondering. Since it's a hammer, why has he never seen his father use one? Time passed day by day. Because he was learning blacksmithing, Tang San felt very fulfilled. On the other hand, Zhang Yang had recently become listless and had noticeably lost weight, even eating less. Zhang Yang's parents were somewhat at a loss upon seeing this situation. They even thought Zhang Yang was sick and even called a doctor to diagnose him. However, all of this actually stemmed from Zhang Yang's anxiety. The world of martial souls was simply too cruel. Not to mention that becoming a soul master would mean a lifetime of fighting and killing. Just the requirements to become a soul master were unacceptable to Zhang Yang. He was not a child of destiny like Tang San. His parents did not possess innate soul power and had no value for cultivation. As their child, Zhang Yang was very likely to be eliminated right from this starting point. Compared to the college entrance examination system of his previous life, this world rule, where one could be directly eliminated without even the chance to try hard, was far too cruel. If he really couldn't cultivate, Then his future was easy to imagine. With these thoughts in mind, the day of the awakening ceremony arrived. On this day, Zhang Yang wore brand new clothes, enjoyed very delicious meals, and was sent to the village's martial soul hall by his parents, who were also dressed neatly. Zhang Yang knew without thinking why they were dressed so formally. Wasn't it because they believed he would definitely awaken soul power? At that time, it would be better to dress decently and prepare to accept the envious gazes and flattery from the surrounding villagers. The martial soul hall in Shanghan village was just a larger wooden house, and inside the hall stood a stranger. This person was brought by the village chief, old Jack. Given the village chief's attitude towards this young man, it was likely that he was sent by the martial soul hall to help Zhang Yang and the others awaken. Before long, old Jack, who had just left, hurriedly brought Tang San over. "Little San, you finally made it," Zhang Yang greeted Tang San. "Respected battle soul master, I hope to trouble you this time," village chief old Jack said respectfully to the young man. Old village chief Jack left the spirit hall, taking the gate of the spirit hall with him, along with 9 children including Zhang Yang, who were ready to begin their spirit power awakening under Su Yuntao's arrangement. "Children, stand in a line." Zhang Yang and Tang San stood at the far left of the line. The young man smiled and said, "My name is Su Yuntao, a level 26 great spirit master, and I will be your guide. Now, I will awaken your spirits one by one. Remember, no matter what happens, do not be afraid." As he spoke, Su Yuntao opened his bag on the nearby table and took out 2 items, 6 black round stones and a shining blue crystal ball. Su Yuntao arranged the 6 black stones on the ground in a hexagon shape and then signaled for the first child on the right to stand in the middle. "Don't be afraid. Close your eyes and feel carefully." As he spoke, Su Yuntao's eyes suddenly brightened. In the astonished gazes of the children, he shouted, "Lone wolf, possess!" Gray fur rapidly grew all over Su Yuntao's body. His eyes turned a ghostly green, his muscles quickly bulged, and 2 soul rings, 1 white and 1 yellow, rose beneath his feet. All the children were very scared, but Zhang Yang, while frightened, was more surprised. "Lone wolf? Is this the spirit of Master Su Yuntao that is famous all over the world? To be able to transform into this form. The spirits in this world are indeed a peculiar existence." While watching Su Yuntao awaken the spirits of other children, Tang San whispered to Zhang Yang, "Zhang Yang, you've been under too much pressure lately. You look more haggard today than yesterday." Tang San had sharp eyes and immediately saw Zhang Yang's worn-out expression. "Xiao San, you don't understand. If I can't awaken my spirit power, what will my future be like?" Zhang Yang patted Xiao San's shoulder. "This world is too cruel for a commoner like me. I'm also a commoner." Tang San frowned, sensing a change in Zhang Yang's attitude, as if a chasm had formed between them. "But Uncle Tang's spirit is a hammer. It has real offensive power." Zhang Yang shook his head in frustration. "And my father's spirit is just a wine barrel. What use is a wine barrel? How much spirit power can it produce?" As the two talked, the spirits of the 7 people in front had already been awakened, including scythes, hoes, and blue silvergrass. But none of them possessed even half a level of spirit power. These people had already been eliminated. Next, just as Tang San was about to step forward, he was pulled back by Zhang Yang. "Xiao San, I'll go first." Saying this, Zhang Yang bravely took a big step forward, standing in the center of the awakening array in front of Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao was already feeling a bit fatigued, but he was still prepared to help all 9 children complete the awakening process. As Su Yuntao infused his spirit power, a pale golden light began to shine. Zhang Yang felt as if he was in a warm world, a warm aura slowly permeating into his body, giving him an indescribable comfort. Then, under the influence of this warm aura, a phantom chain shattered, and all the warm energies quickly gathered behind Zhang Yang. Then, under everyone's gaze, a man 3 meters tall, dressed in a yellow and white striped suit with a white naval justice cloak draped over his shoulders, quietly appeared behind the 1 meter too small figure of Zhang Yang. This man's aura was particularly striking. Just standing there exuded a vibe of clocking in for work, slacking off, and positively being a lazy fish after work. Zhang Yang also wanted to see what his spirit looked like, so he turned around, only to be stunned. "Yellow ape? My spirit is actually the yellow ape? Could it be that I really am the protagonist?" Chapter 3. Don't ask, just know it's brotherhood. Seeking subscription. Su Yuntao was stunned. After so many years of working on awakening martial souls, it was his first time encountering such a martial soul. Moreover, even in the entire martial soul world, there probably wasn't a second martial soul like this. The human-shaped martial soul was clearly not a weapon martial soul. But if it were to be classified as a beast martial soul, its awakened form was not the common beast martial soul possession type. Furthermore, the martial soul world had never awakened a human martial soul. Even the closest to a human martial soul, Ghost Dogame, existed in a possession form as a beast martial soul. How could it be like Zhang Yang, who was not only human but also had such distinct characteristics? Especially that crooked mouth, which was simply unique. Of course, with Su Yuntao's status, there was no way for him to learn about Qian Rinchue's six-winged angel martial soul. It turned out to be a mutated beast martial soul. Su Yuntao exclaimed. He believed this crooked-mouthed human martial soul should be classified as a type of mutated beast martial soul. Su Yuntao now had a great interest in this child named Zhang Yang. Although he hadn't personally awakened a mutated martial soul, there were many records about mutated martial souls in the Martial Soul Hall. One of the points regarding mutated martial souls was that success or failure depended on innate soul power. Mutated martial souls had few successes and many failures. And what determined this was the innate soul power level of the awakener. A high innate soul power indicated a favorable mutation, while a low soul power indicated an unfavorable mutation. So, retract your martial soul and place your hand on the crystal ball. Let me see if you have soul power. Su Yuntao extended the crystal ball with his right hand. When the yellow ape appeared behind Zhang Yang felt an absolute sense of control over the tall man behind him. When he thought about returning, the yellow ape obediently transformed into yellow dots and disappeared into the air. With the awakening of the yellow ape as his martial soul, Zhang Yang was in high spirits and brimming with confidence. Indeed, traversers are all children of the plains. So what if Tang San is the author's beloved son? I'm not any worse. Holding such a thought, Zhang Yang confidently extended his right hand toward the crystal ball. As his hand rested on the crystal ball, Zhang Yang could clearly feel a peculiar energy gathering through his right hand into the crystal ball. Look, the crystal ball is glowing, so bright and dazzling. A little boy shouted loudly. The 7 children before Zhang Yang had failed to make the crystal ball glow, but Zhang Yang managed to make it emit such glaring light, which was enough to prove the crystal ball wasn't broken. My God, it's actually full innate soul power. The green light once again emanated from Su Yuntao, and the crystal ball bounced off Zhang Yang's palm. At this moment, his gaze toward the boy in front of him became even stranger, as if he were looking at a monster. Master Su Yuntao, what is full innate soul power? Tang Sen asked curiously. Full innate soul power refers to the highest soul power a soul master can achieve at the time of martial soul awakening. Su Yuntao explained seriously. The amount of innate soul power determines the starting level of a soul master's cultivation. The higher the innate soul power, the faster the postnatal cultivation speed. Moreover, soul masters with full innate soul power will have an immense advantage in future training compared to ordinary people. After all, when I awakened my martial soul, my innate soul power was only level 2. Full innate soul power must be terrifying. Su Yuntao squatted down to look at Zhang Yang, his expression serious. Little guy, would you like to join the Martial Soul Hall? At this moment, Zhang Yang was still so excited about his full innate soul power that he forgot himself. But upon hearing Su Yuntao's words, he immediately calmed down. The Martial Soul Hall? Waiting to be crushed to death by Tang San? The Martial Soul Hall has only a few years left to live. Joining the Martial Soul Hall at this time is no different from seeking death. Of course, Zhang Yang would never say this to Su Yuntao. He simply shook his head. I don't want to. Why? Su Yuntao asked in surprise. Little guy, don't you know that as long as you join the Martial Soul Hall, you one need to pay a single cent? All learning and living expenses will be covered by the Martial Soul Hall, and there will be powerful soul masters to help you hunt the soul beasts most suitable for you to obtain the best soul rings. Such an advantage is far greater than any academy or sect. Su Yuntao knew that the families of the children in the village were not wealthy, so he approached the matter from a very clever angle. directly attacking Zhang Yang from a financial perspective. If it were an ordinary village child, they would probably agree at this point, but Zhang Yang was not a child. He knew very well what the outcome of joining the martial soul hall would be. Therefore, Zhang Yang firmly rejected Su Yuntao. Then I can't join even more. Why? Su Yuntao was taken aback. I'm the son of the tavern owner. My father taught me a saying since I was young. There are no free lunches in the sky. Zhang Yang looked at Su Yuntao. So, I will not join the martial soul hall. Su Yuntao frowned. He didn't know Zhang Yang. So he simply thought this was a child who didn't understand and was just casually quoting something his father had said. Therefore, he decided to bypass Zhang Yang and communicate directly with Zhang Yang's parents about this matter. He believed that his parents wouldn't be foolish enough to refuse him. With this determination, Su Yuntao no longer hesitated, letting Zhang Yang leave, and began to awaken Tang San's martial soul. Then, Su Yuntao was once again struck by the second full innate soul power. Su Yuntao felt regret over the combination of Tang San's full innate soul power and blue silvergrass, but with the precedent set. He didn't have time to chat idly with Tang San, so he put away his eating utensils and stepped out of the martial soul hall. Zhang Yang, congratulations on your full innate soul power mutated beast martial soul. Tang San stepped forward to congratulate him. You too, full innate soul power. Zhang Yang patted Tang San's shoulder with a smile. But my martial soul is a useless martial soul, with no attack power, no defense, and no supportive abilities. Tang San shook his head with a smile. The 3-no attribute was Su Yuntao's evaluation of blue silvergrass, and regarding his second martial soul, Tang San decided to keep it hidden from Zhang Yang. Although Zhang Yang had been his companion for many years, and their relationship was good, out of habitual caution, Tang San still chose to conceal it from Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang naturally knew what Tang San was hiding from him, but he understood. Didn't Zhang Yang also keep the ability of the crooked-mouthed fruit user behind him a secret from Tang San? Surface brothers. The usually well-behaved and understanding Zhang Yang had his first major argument with his parents. So much so that the couple even thought about tying Zhang Yang up and sending him to the martial soul hall. Zhang Yang didn't blame them because, from an ordinary person's perspective, the martial soul hall was indeed the best place for talented students like them. If he hadn't seen the script, he would have certainly followed Su Yuntao without a second thought. But there are no ifs in this world. Zhang Yang ran away from home. Of course, Zhang Yang didn't go far. He simply walked from the end of the village to the front and hid in Tang San's house. As for why he ran away from home, it was because Zhang Yang was afraid his parents would really tie him up and send him to the martial soul hall. Zhang Yang left a note at home, saying he would be away for 2 days to let them calm down. So you just hit my house? Tang San was speechless. Yes. Do you really want to see me tied up and sent to the martial soul hall by my parents? Xiao San, we are brothers with full innate soul power from Holy Soul Village. Our brotherhood is deep. You can't refuse me. Zhang Yang wore a pitiful expression that left Tang San speechless. What a strange combination name. Tang San complained. I just came up with it. How cool. Zhang Yang grinned and said, come on, shout with me. The innate full soul power duo of Sacred Soul Village. Hey, the name of your duo seems different the first time and the second time, Tang San said, looking speechless. Well, I just came up with it. It's inevitable to mispronounce it, Zhang Yang replied. But are you really not planning to go to the spirit hall? Tang San asked curiously. I remember you told me that it is the highest hall for soul cultivation in the whole continent, and didn't Master Su Yuntao say he would waive all your fees? As you mentioned before, Soul Master Academies are divided into 3 levels, primary, intermediate, and advanced, and the tuition fees are rising. Since you have innate full soul power, you naturally need to go through all 3 levels of academies. Even with your family's financial situation, it wouldn't be possible to afford all the costs, right? Of course, my family only has a small tavern as income, so there isn't that much money to indulge me, Zhang Yang nodded. Then you. Tang San was puzzled. Because I firmly believe that what is free is the most expensive, Zhang Yang patted Tang San's shoulder and said, Little San, there's something you must remember. All the gifts of fate have already been secretly priced. Go to what spirit hall? This sense of freedom, isn't it fragrant? Upon hearing this, Tang Hao, who was forging iron nearby, paused his movements. All the gifts of fate have already been secretly priced. Tang Hao couldn't help but think of his own first half of life. He was born in the Haotian sect, possessed the world's strongest weapon spirit and talent, and encountered the woman destined for him. All of this was fate's gift to him. However, later on, due to a yin's identity as a 100,000-year soul beast, they were hunted by the spirit hall, and Yin sacrificed her life to protect him. Because of his background from the Haotian sect, the sect closed its gates and retreated to preserve its lineage, while various small forces separated, leaving the Haotian sect in a decline. The once spirited Haotian Douluo had also become a drunken blacksmith. Indeed, these seemingly free gifts had already been secretly priced. Chapter for the Navy's 6 styles has 7 moves. Isn't this common knowledge? Seeking subscription, therefore I decided to go to the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy to study, and from there, I will take my first step in my Soul Master career. Xiao-san, let's go to the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy together to study. Zhang Yang patted Tang-san's shoulder. After all, you have innate full soul power. You can't waste your talent. I might not be able to go. Tang-san hesitated for a long time and shook his head. Huh? Why? Zhang Yang looked at Tang-san in surprise. It can't be that Su Yuntao urged you to join the Spirit Hall, and you agreed, right? That's not it. Tang-san shook his head. Then why? Zhang Yang looked at Tang-san and then at Tang Hao, frowning in confusion. Uncle Tang, it can't be that you don't want Xiao-san to go, right? No, it's not, Dad. Tang-san shook his head. It's that I don't want to go myself. Tang-san definitely wants to become a soul master. Saying this is purely to take Tang Hao out of the equation. Xiao-san, are you stupid? Why don't you go? Zhang Yang looked at him with a look of frustration. That's a soul master, the most noble profession on Douluo continent. Moreover, not to mention the distance. Let's talk about the soul master subsidies issued by the Spirit Hall for registered soul masters. A soul master gets 1 gold soul coin per month. A great soul master gets 10 per month. And a soul venerable level gets 100 gold soul coins per month. Think about it. How much do you earn in a year as a blacksmith? Now you only need to become a soul master to easily earn that much money and live a wealthy life. Even if you are afraid of the killings in the soul master life, you can pretend to enroll, get the first soul ring, and withdraw after meeting the subsidy requirements. After all, you have innate full soul power. If all goes well, you could finish it in 10 or 8 days. Just think, even if you stay at the soul master stage for your whole life and live to 70, that's 63 years, 756 months, and just by receiving subsidies, you would collect 756 gold soul coins. Spending 10 days to earn 756 gold soul coins. Where can you find such a good deal? Moreover, Xiao-san, do you really want to stay in this small village of Shenghan for your whole life? Like Uncle Tang, making kitchenware for a living every day? Tang Hao, what our parents couldn't achieve, we should do. What our parents couldn't walk, we should walk. I heard that our village has a work-study student quota. If you want to go find the village chief. My family can still support my tuition at the Junior Soul Master Academy. After Zhang Yang finished speaking, he stepped out the door. Tang-san came back to his senses. Zhang Yang, where are you going? Just going out for a walk. Wait until you've thought it through. During lunch, Tang Hao appeared very silent, and his appetite seemed to have decreased significantly compared to usual. His gaze occasionally fell on Tang-san, as if he was hesitating about something. After lunch, Tang-san habitually prepared to clean up the dishes but was stopped by Tang Hao. Let's clean up later. Xiao-san, I ask you, do you want to become a soul master? Tang-san was taken aback for a moment and looked at Tang Hao. He didn't want to deceive his father, and after hesitating for a moment, he nodded. Tang Hao sighed, looking even older. You will ultimately have to choose this path. He only said this one sentence before returning to his room. Zhang Yang successfully persuaded his parents, no longer mentioning the Spirit Hall, and also convinced them to pay for his tuition to the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. Although the annual expenses for self-funded study were indeed a significant burden for the family, there was no way around it, as there was only one quota in the village, and his rival was Tang-san. Although Tang-san's martial soul was blue silvergrass, which his parents had criticized for a long time, he indeed had innate full soul power, and the Tang family's financial condition was poorer and needed the work-study student quota even more. Moreover, the one with the decision-making power, Old Jack, was very fond of Tang-san. After scolding for a long time behind closed doors, his parents reluctantly accepted this fact. There are still 3 months left before the academy enrollment deadline, and Zhang Yang, who had obtained the yellow ape martial soul, naturally couldn't wait for these 3 months. He was already eager to see what the top combat power from the One Piece world could bring him. Zhang Yang quickly advanced along the rugged mountain path, his goal being the place where Tang San practiced his morning exercises every day. Strangely enough, before awakening his martial soul, Zhang Yang was just an ordinary child. Apart from being a bit smarter, everything else was the same as normal children. However, once Zhang Yang awakened his innate, full soul power, everything changed. Now, he ran to the top of the mountain without even panting, as if it were an easy task. The martial soul world is indeed miraculous. Upon reaching the top, Zhang Yang looked around and, seeing no one, hurriedly summoned his martial soul. As Zhang Yang activated the soul power within him, the 3-meter-tall yellow ape silently appeared behind him. The martial soul has no thoughts. It's not an exaggeration to say it's a lifeless object. Even the yellow ape, which exudes a lazy aura, is currently just a soulless humanoid martial soul. However, Zhang Yang firmly believed that as a unique humanoid martial soul and a character from the One Piece world, the yellow ape would surely bring him benefits that other martial souls could not provide. Of course, upon reflection, Zhang Yang's firm belief was actually baseless. Where did this belief come from? Naturally, it was derived from the inherited confidence of a traverser. However, after Zhang Yang's in-depth exploration of his martial soul, he really found some clues. For example, yellow ape possess. Zhang Yang shouted loudly and immediately activated his soul power to flow in the way he discovered. Thus, the yellow ape behind Zhang Yang immediately transformed into light spots and merged into his body. At the same time, Zhang Yang's body underwent an astonishing transformation. The originally 2-meter-tall little guy suddenly grew taller, reaching 4 meters, and his previously flat upper body became robust. His body felt filled with power. After the possession, Zhang Yang moved his body and felt that his clothes were a bit tight, making it a little hard for him to breathe. Taking off his shirt and letting out a sigh of relief, Zhang Yang suddenly remembered something and quickly reached for his face, fearing that his face would also turn into that of the yellow ape after the martial soul possessed him. Fortunately, his skin was still smooth, his face was still round, and his mouth wasn't crooked. Zhang Yang activated his soul power to probe his entire body, wanting to see what enhancements he had gained after the possession of the yellow ape. First, the simplest aspect, Zhang Yang's strength, speed, explosive power, stamina, and endurance had all significantly increased. However, these were all within Zhang Yang's expectations, as a 2-meter-tall little guy was naturally not comparable to a 4-meter-tall fitness guy. Continuing the in-depth exploration, Zhang Yang suddenly discovered that within his body, there were unexpectedly 7 specific soul power circulation pathways. Strange, what is this? Could it also be an ability that comes with the possession? Zhang Yang, holding a practical attitude, injected soul power into one of the pathways that extended to the index finger of his right arm, and then Zhang Yang's body suddenly moved instinctively. His originally drooping right arm suddenly lifted, and then his index finger straightened, muscles tensed, blood flow accelerated, and in the next moment, with a sound of poof, Zhang Yang's index finger easily pierced through a hard rock as if it were tofu. This familiar move, this powerful force, as a member of the One Piece translation group, Zhang Yang was certainly not unfamiliar with it. Wasn't this the Navy's 6 styles finger gun? Could it be that these 7 soul power circuits are the operational methods of the Navy's 6 styles? A single finger gun consumed about 1/10 of Zhang Yang's soul power. However, considering that Zhang Yang's soul power was weak at the moment and the finger gun's power was so strong, this level of consumption was still acceptable. So, are the other circuits just the remaining techniques of the Navy's 6 styles? To resolve his doubts, Zhang Yang concentrated his soul power and tried out the remaining 6 circuits one by one, and indeed found this to be the case. Navy's 6 styles combined with the 6 Kings gun. No wonder the Navy's 6 styles has 7 circuits. In One Piece, the release of the 6 styles consumes the user's physical strength, but in this world, it has transformed into soul power. Moreover, depending on the technique, the consumption of the 6 styles varies. The 6 Kings gun, which has the highest consumption, drained half of Zhang Yang's soul power with just one fierce attack. And that was only the minimum level that the 6 Kings gun could release. If Zhang Yang were to infuse more soul power, the power would significantly increase. Similarly, the Gale Foot and Finger gun have a minimum consumption of 1/10. The more soul power infused, the greater the power. Of course, the Gale Foot reflects in the attack range, while the Finger gun reflects in the penetration ability. As for the Moonwalk and Shave, they have a fixed consumption, requiring a set amount of soul power each time they are released, but it is not much, about 1/20. The Iron Block and Paper Drawing, on the other hand, are continuous abilities that consume soul power continuously after use until Zhang Yang actively ends the ability. Among them, Paper Drawing is similar to Shave, with a fixed consumption, while Iron Block is similar to Gale Foot, becoming harder the more soul power is infused. Of course, the current consumption may seem high, but it is only in comparison to Zhang Yang's meager amount of soul power. Once Zhang Yang's soul power increases, the consumption will naturally decrease. After consuming a considerable amount of soul power, Zhang Yang decided to head home. Although this trip up the mountain destroyed a tree while experimenting with the 6 Kings gun and Gale Foot, he gained the Navy's 6 styles and enhanced his initial self-defense abilities, which was quite a bargain. Chapter 5. Enthusiastic Citizen Mr. Yu, seeking subscription during this period. The connection between Zhang Yang and Tang Sen seemed to have become a bit distant. Of course, this had nothing to do with the work-study student quota. It was purely because neither of them had the time. Tang Sen was learning blacksmithing with his father, preparing to forge his first set of hidden weapons. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang was continuously practicing the 6 forms at the mountaintop. As a modern person born and raised in a society governed by the rule of law, Zhang Yang had never engaged in fights, not even in schoolyard brawls, and fearing injury. He chose to focus on deepening his skills in paper drawing, a defensive technique. After comparing the Navy's 6 forms from the world of One Piece with the Navy's 6 forms from the Spirit Soul world, Zhang Yang had a bold idea. He wondered if he could transform the 6 forms, which were activated using soul power, into a version that used physical strength instead. Zhang Yang believed his idea was correct. After all, the 6 forms were originally techniques that relied on physical strength. So why should they require soul power in this world? Isn't soul skill appealing enough? Therefore, Zhang Yang devoted nearly all his soul power to the research of the paper drawing skill during this time. He embodied Kizuru, using soul power to activate the paper drawing technique, and carefully observed the changes in the flow of soul power within the circuit, attempting to simulate it using physical strength. The difficulties were evident. After awakening his martial soul, soul power had become a controllable energy that Zhang Yang could manipulate with ease. However, physical strength remained a vague concept at this point, only capable of being passively consumed and uncontrollable. Having been a Muggle for over 20 years, Zhang Yang could not progress as rapidly as the Child of Destiny. After 3 months of training, he still hadn't taken the first step, but he was not discouraged. He was confident that if he could capture a moment of inspiration, the subsequent progress in mastering the other 6 forms would be rapid. After all, mastering one method would lead to mastering all methods. Today, after having breakfast, Zhang Yang unusually did not go to the mountaintop to continue his training because he was going to school. His father tidied himself up, changed into new clothes, harnessed the already clean carriage, and took Zhang Yang to the village entrance. His father had arranged to meet with old Jack, the village chief, here. Just in time. Your little Zhang Yang is also going to school, saving me some trouble, old Jack remarked. Time waits for no one. Back in the day, I could make 2 trips to Notting City in a day. Indeed, who in Holy Soul Village doesn't he know about the village chief's past glory? Zhang Yang's father responded with a smile. After giving Tang San a few simple reminders, the village chief let him get into the carriage. As the carriage moved forward, Tang San and Zhang Yang waved goodbye to old Jack. This was Tang San's first time attending school in his 2 lives, and he was very curious about the school in the Spirit Soul world. Therefore, throughout the journey, Tang San kept chatting with Zhang Yang about the Soul Master Academy, asking many questions regarding it. Zhang Yang felt a bit of pressure, although the Junior Soul Master Academy was briefly mentioned in the original work. He had bought many books related to it, so he knew quite a bit. The two of them flipped through the books and discussed their contents. Although the journey was tedious, they were quite engaged and enjoyed themselves. Seeing the strong enthusiasm for learning from the two kids, Zhang Yang's father felt very gratified. He was even more convinced that his son would become an outstanding soul master. The carriage was much faster than walking, and by around 10 a.m., they had arrived at the foot of Notting City. Zhang Yang had previously visited Notting City with his father for supplies, and he noted that its geographical location was close to the imperial border with solid city walls, though everything else was quite ordinary. After passing through the security check at the city gate, the carriage smoothly entered Notting City. After a few twists and turns, they soon arrived at the Notting Junior Soulmaster Academy. The academy's main gate was arched 20 meters wide and 10 meters high, built from hard rock, with an iron gate made of high-quality fine iron below. The sight of so much fine iron made Tang San drool. The carriage stopped at the school gate, and Zhang Yang and Tang San got off one after another to grab their luggage. As a parent, Zhang Yang's father naturally approached the gatekeeper to negotiate. However, due to Tang San's work-study identity, Zhang Yang's father faced some difficulties. Unlike the village chief Old Jack's handling, Zhang Yang's father, having run a tavern for many years, understood what this young man meant. After obtaining the certificate issued by the Spirit Hall from Tang San, Zhang Yang's father took out 10 copper soul coins from his pocket and handed them to the gatekeeper. For a gatekeeper like this, 10 copper soul coins were more than enough. It was akin to slipping a pack of cigarettes. Although the gatekeeper mocked Tang San for his bizarre combination of innate full soul power and waste martial soul, the three of them successfully entered the academy gate. At that moment, Zhang Yang suddenly felt a bit anxious, wondering, strange, where's the guiding spirit? Master? Why haven't I seen the master? Zhang Yang forgot that in the original work, Tang San and Old Jack walked to Notting City, and they arrived at the academy in the afternoon. It was still morning now, so how could they encounter the master like in the original story? Of course, the power of world line correction is invincible. And Zhang Yang soon deeply realized this. Zhang Yang's father, who was unfamiliar with the academy, naturally looked for a middle-aged man walking by to ask, "Hello, teacher. We are from Holy Soul Village. Where should we go to handle the procedures for work-study students?" The teacher, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, had short black hair parted to the side and looked quite ordinary with a medium build. After pondering Zhang Yang's father's question for a moment, he looked at Zhang Yang and Tang San standing behind him, and then glanced at the thick stack of books they were holding. Although their family wasn't wealthy, they were very eager to learn. This was the initial impression Zhang Yang and Tang San left on the teacher. Two such studious kids. He wondered what their martial souls were like. Thinking of this, the teacher looked at Zhang Yang's father. "Do you have a certificate from the Spirit Hall?" Of course. Zhang Yang's father quickly handed the certificate he had to the teacher. "Innate full soul power? Blue silver grass?" The teacher muttered, his gaze scanning Zhang Yang and Tang San. Perhaps sensing that the teacher was about to comment on their peculiar pairing, Zhang Yang mischievously nudged Tang San with a shoulder. As a result, Tang San suddenly felt as if the middle-aged teacher could see right through him, as if all his inner secrets had been laid bare. "I understand now. This child will be entrusted to me." The teacher nodded and beckoned for Tang San to come over. "Then I'll trouble you." Zhang Yang's father indicated for Tang San to go over since someone was taking care of it. "Thank you for bringing me here, Uncle Zhang." Tang San first thanked Zhang Yang's father, then handed the books he was holding to him before walking up to the teacher. It turned out that these books did not belong to this child. The teacher realized this and turned his gaze back to Zhang Yang. Tang San was all set, but his own son still had no placement. Following the principle of not bothering two masters for one matter, Zhang Yang's father asked the teacher again, "Could I trouble you once more? Where do self-funded students register?" "Oh." The teacher blinked and then looked at Zhang Yang, who was holding a stack of books. "Is he also a new student this year? Where's his Spirit Hall certificate?" "Let me see it," the teacher inquired. Essentially, this was just the teacher satisfying his curiosity. But in Zhang Yang's father's eyes, it was rather a bit of a realization. The management at Notting Junior Academy was indeed strict. Without the Spirit Hall certificate, it would be nearly impossible to proceed. Thinking this, Zhang Yang's father also took out Zhang Yang's spirit hall certificate from his pocket and handed it over. Another innate full soul power, or mutated martial soul. The teacher's eyes widened. What kind of village is this? How could two students with innate full soul power appear in just 1 year? Moreover, one has a dual martial soul, and the other has a mutated martial soul. Zhang Yang also experienced the feeling of being stripped bare and seen through, just like Tang San did earlier. Let him come with me, the teacher said. I really appreciate it. Zhang's father quickly thanked him. After expressing his gratitude to the teacher, Zhang's father turned to Zhang Yang, carefully instructed him, and then stuffed a burlap pouch into Zhang Yang's arms, tightening his clothes firmly. This pouch contained Zhang Yang's tuition and living expenses for the year, so it had to be handled with care. Zhang's father left, looking back 3 times, while Tang San took the stack of books from Zhang Yang and followed the teacher deeper into the academy. Along the way, the teacher asked Zhang Yang and Tang San many questions about Holy Soul Village, including the situation of other children participating in the awakening ceremony this year. Teacher, when can we first obtain our soul ring as first-year students? Tang San asked, feeling that the breakthrough point of Xiantian Gong was related to the soul ring, making him somewhat impatient. When the school officially starts, the academy will arrange for a teacher to take you to obtain your soul ring, the teacher replied. Will you be the one to take us, teacher? Tang San inquired, feeling that this teacher had strength due to the earlier experience of being seen through. He asked this question. Me? I'm not a teacher at the academy, just a guest here who comes for food and drink. The teacher shook his head. Hearing this, Zhang Yang stumbled. Wait a minute, why does that sound so familiar? Not a teacher? How should I address you then? Tang San asked curiously. Everyone calls me Master. You can call me Master just like everyone else. I've even forgotten my own name. The proof from the Spirit Hall says your name is Tang San, right? Tang San. You must understand, the meanings of master and teacher are worlds apart, so don't get it wrong in the future. Unless, the master's eyes sparkled with intense light. Unless you truly wish for me to be your teacher. What a coincidence to meet like this. At this moment, Zhang Yang couldn't help but slap his thigh and shout, the child of destiny is indeed terrifying. Chapter 6, I advise you to be kind, seeking subscription, because twin martial souls can truly be said to be the chosen ones. The master demonstrated his true abilities to Tang San to ensure he had such a talented disciple. Lightly, he pointed out that Tang San was a twin martial soul. When the master revealed Tang San's secret, he didn't mind that Zhang Yang was nearby, probably thinking that Zhang Yang was also in the know. Looking at Tang San, his left wrist slightly raised, it seemed that the sleeve arrow at his wrist was already prepared for activation. After all, Zhang Yang was just a childhood friend from the same village, sharing similar temperaments and a bond formed from playing together since they were young. So knowing about it was no issue. However, the master was different. To Tang San at this moment, he was just a stranger they had met for the first time. If Tang San hadn't maintained a degree of calmness, the master might have already been lost. Facing Tang San's vigilance, the master was unbothered and instead revealed a look of approval. He then spoke at length, honestly sharing his deductions with Tang San. Seeing that the person in front of him was so knowledgeable, Tang San knew he had found the right teacher. Tang San took a step back, creating distance between himself and the master, and then knelt down on both knees, respectfully bowing 3 times to the master. This time, it left the master stunned. What are you doing? Teacher, Tang San respectfully called out, please accept me as your disciple. Then, the master saw Zhang Yang quickly put down the book in his hands and deeply bow to him. Teacher, please also accept me as your disciple. The master looked at Tang San, then at Zhang Yang, confused. You want to become my disciple too? Your knowledge is so profound, I naturally wouldn't want to miss out. Teacher, please accept me as well. The master thought for a moment and felt that accepting Zhang Yang as a student wouldn't be a bad idea. After all, he had a variant beast martial soul with full innate soul power. Although not as rare as a twin martial soul, it was still not something easily obtained and had great potential for development. Moreover, this child was so diligent and eager to learn. The master extended his hand to help the more ceremonious Tang San up and said to both of them, all right, from today on, you are both my students. Thank you, teacher. Zhang Yang bowed again to the master. The master smiled with satisfaction and said to Tang San, "You silly boy. Why do you need to bow your head when becoming a disciple? Don't you know this is a gesture reserved for bowing to kings and parents? A simple bow is enough." Tang San, being from ancient times, didn't feel that his etiquette was excessive and instead firmly stated, "Once a teacher, always a father. You should receive my bow." The master was moved as he looked at Tang San. "Once a teacher, always a father, good, good. It seems I truly haven't made the wrong choice." Zhang Yang, watching the fatherly affection between the two, thought to himself, "Am I being treated differently for this bow? That's not acceptable." So, Zhang Yang deliberately raised his voice to draw their attention. "Wow, Xiao San, what you said makes so much sense. I also want to bow to the teacher." Saying this, Zhang Yang quickly knelt down and in the blink of an eye, bowed 3 times to the master. To speak frankly, with the master's level of knowledge, how much could he help himself avoid detours? Considering the coldness and cruelty of the martial soul world, this was no less than a life-saving grace. Was bowing 3 times excessive? Thinking this way, Zhang Yang felt much more at ease after bowing 3 times. After registering, Tang San was assigned to Dormitory 7, where all the work-study students from the entire grade lived together, while Zhang Yang stayed in Dormitory 1 for first-year newcomers. Without Tang San to share the burden, holding a large stack of books that blocked his vision, Zhang Yang could only walk sideways into Dormitory 1 like a crab. The door to Dormitory 1 was open, and inside, more than 26-year-olds of both genders were gathered in small groups, chatting and laughing. Seeing Zhang Yang walk into the dormitory like a crab, everyone burst into laughter, especially a few students with bad temperaments who began to mimic Zhang Yang's movements in a comical manner. Children are naturally mischievous, speaking and acting without restraint. And many of the naughty kids from common families had already been spoiled for 3 months after awakening their soul power, making their bad behavior predictable. Considering this, Zhang Yang already knew what he was going to do next. Amid the laughter of more than 20 children, Zhang Yang continued to move his crab-like steps toward the trio with the worst temperaments. He put down the books in his arms and took off his backpack, easily squinting his eyes at the 3 children. Feeling provoked, one of the chubby boys with dark skin and a round figure bared his teeth at Zhang Yang. "What are you looking at? Looking for a fight? Since you jumped out first, then it's you." Zhang Yang thought to himself as his body moved. The chubby boy only felt a flash before that crab had already arrived in front of him, and in the next instant, he was sent flying backward. First, he was kicked in the stomach, then his back slammed hard against the wall, and finally, he fell to the ground. The chubby boy was stunned for a second, and then his subsequent actions completely surprised Zhang Yang. Wah. The chubby boy actually started crying, and it was the kind of loud wailing mixed with tears and snot. Wah? The explosive temper of Zhang Yang, who struck out without warning, and the tremendous force that kicked the chubby boy, the big fat boy in the eyes of the children, sent all the kids in the room gasping in shock, especially since he had made the chubby boy cry. Crying? Seeing the chubby boy wailing loudly, Zhang Yang, after putting his foot down, walked over with a fierce look. Then came a flurry of punches and kicks, using only the strength of a child, during which Zhang Yang kept saying concerned words like, "I made you cry. Do you dare to cry again?" So, the naturally level 3 soul power boy with the wild boar martial soul was forcibly made to stop crying by Zhang Yang. After that, the fierce reputation of Zhang Yang as the child who could stop a kid's night cries spread throughout the nodding Junior Soulmaster Academy. Dormitory 1 was a large room of over 300 square meters, with 50 large beds and no desks or stools. So personal belongings could only be placed on or under the beds. Fortunately, the beds were large, and the 6-year-old children were small. So even if everything was piled at the head of the bed, there was still plenty of space to sleep. After tidying up his things and changing into a white school uniform, it was almost lunchtime, so Zhang Yang went to find Tang San in Dormitory 7. When Zhang Yang arrived at the door of Dormitory 7, he happened to catch Tang San and the other 10 work-study students from Dormitory 7 pushing the door open, preparing to go out for lunch. Among them was a pretty girl with scorpion braids that hung past her waist. Zhang Yang. Tang San greeted Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang came back to his senses. Xiao San, have you finished tidying up? Let's go eat together. I want to eat with my roommates. What about your roommates? Tang San didn't want to stand out and instead looked at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang smiled casually. I just made one cry. They don't even dare to talk to me now, let alone eat together. Forget it. If you're going to eat, take me along. I don't even know where the cafeteria is. Since Tang San had just been in a couple of fights, he didn't think there was anything wrong with Zhang Yang making his roommate cry. Instead, he found Zhang Yang's suggestion quite good. After all, compared to being treated to a meal by Wang Sheng, Tang San felt more at ease eating Zhang Yang's meal. So, to allow Zhang Yang to eat with Dormitory 7, Tang San introduced Zhang Yang to his roommates. Everyone, this is Zhang Yang, my friend from the same village. Hello everyone, since we're all friends of Tang San, that makes us friends too. Zhang Yang smiled and waved at the work-study students. Since we're all friends, let's eat together for lunch. I'll treat you all. How about that? Compared to these work-study students, Zhang Yang was still somewhat well off. Zhang Yang knew that if he wanted to build a good relationship with the working-study students as a self-funded student, he had to spend some money. Moreover, Zhang Yang was aware that in a few days, he and Tang San would be able to obtain their first spirit ring and receive subsidies from the spirit hall as spirit masters. Therefore, Zhang Yang was quite generous at that moment. When the working-study students heard that Zhang Yang was willing to treat them, their expressions brightened considerably. These people were not just after a free meal. They felt that since Zhang Yang was willing to spend money to treat everyone, it at least indicated his willingness to build a good relationship with them. There was a natural barrier between self-funded students and working-study students. And to think that two casual sentences could bridge that gap without any real action was simply wishful thinking. The working-study students exchanged glances and nodded at each other. Thus, a group of people happily headed to the cafeteria. Along the way, everyone introduced themselves, and Zhang Yang nodded seriously, though he didn't actually remember any names. However, Zhang Yang wasn't worried. After all, he would be in this school for 6 years, so he would eventually remember everyone. On the other hand, he did remember Xiao Wu very clearly, as she had just defeated Tang San and had become the sister of Dormitory 7. The cafeteria was large enough to accommodate all 300 teachers and students at the same time on the first floor, and there was also a second-floor small stir-fry cafeteria built around the atrium area of the first floor. Just a few steps into the cafeteria, the working-study students were met with ridicule from the self-funded students on the second floor. And Tang San's unwillingness to easily provoke trouble was mocked by Xiao Wu as being cowardly. At that moment, Tang San's keen eyes suddenly spotted the master at the entrance of the cafeteria, and he quickly pulled Zhang Yang over to greet him. "Teacher, you came to eat too?" The master nodded. "Yes. Have you both packed your things?" Tang San replied. "Thank you for the betting, teacher." Zhang Yang widened his eyes upon hearing this. "Teacher, you already sent betting to Tang San? I was going to take him out to buy a set later." "No need. I've already sent someone to deliver it to Tang San. You should keep the money your father gave you for yourself," the master said, patting both of their shoulders. "Come on, let's go to the second floor for a meal. After we eat, I'll take you to my place to get acquainted." "No need, teacher. I promised to treat Tang San and his roommates to a meal," Zhang Yang said with a smile, shaking his head and putting a hand on Tang San's shoulder. "I'm treating them out of respect for Tang San, so they should return the favor to him." The master nodded in agreement. "Yes, that's right. Interpersonal relationships do require some strategy. Zhang Yang, you understand this at such a young age. You must have been influenced a lot by your father." Zhang Yang hurriedly nodded to cover up the fact that he understood social tactics, because he had crossed over. "Yes, teacher, I have been clever since childhood. So my father taught me these things early on." "Well, Zhang Yang, you're only 6 years old now, and the oldest students in the academy are only 12, so their thoughts are relatively simple. Therefore, you only need to be sincere to make many friends," the master advised, concerned that Zhang Yang's overly sophisticated tactics might overpower his peers. "I understand now, teacher. I will work hard to do that." Zhang Yang nodded. The master nodded. "All right. You may go." Chapter 7. Your crooked mouth martial soul is quite unique. As soon as master ascended to the second floor, the former dorm leader Wang Sheng of 7th dorm approached. "Do you know master?" Tang San nodded and said, "He is my teacher." Wang Sheng looked strange and said, "No way. You apprenticed under master? His strength isn't that impressive. In our academy, master is just a guest elder." It said he stayed in the academy because of his good relationship with the dean. To put it bluntly, he's just living off others. I've heard that Master is nearly 50 and still hasn't broken through to the Great Soul Master level, with his martial soul only at level 29. He probably won't be able to break through in his lifetime. Tang San raised his head, looking seriously at Wang Sheng. If you don't want to spar with me again, please don't casually evaluate my teacher. This is the first time, and I hope it will be the last. Zhang Yang said, I think we should go eat by ourselves. Okay, wait for me. Zhang Yang nodded and took out a silver soul coin from his pocket, slapping it onto Wang Sheng's hand. What is this? Wang Sheng looked at the silver soul coin in surprise. It's for your lunch. Even though you casually evaluated my teacher, I promise to treat you to a meal first. I don't want people to talk behind my back, saying that a disciple of Master is someone who goes back on their word. My teacher can't afford to lose face. After saying that, Zhang Yang put his arm around Tang San's shoulder and swaggered away. Wang Sheng said, somewhat annoyed, what a mystery. These two kids must be crazy. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San's departing figure and felt inexplicably that his small stature seemed a bit taller. After walking a few steps, Zhang Yang whispered to Tang San, although I don't know what the cafeteria's price level is like, but for 10 people to eat, 50 copper soul coins should be enough. When you return to the dorm later, if they don't give you the leftover money, it means this group of people is not trustworthy. You don't have to use your own money to test my roommates. Tang San was somewhat moved. 50 copper soul coins isn't a small amount for you. It's fine. Once we get our first soul ring, we could get a subsidy of 1 gold soul coin from the Spear Hall every month. 50 copper soul coins is just a small matter. Tang San said seriously, I will pay you back that 1 silver soul coin. Zhang Yang patted Tang San's shoulder. As long as you're happy. By the way, what is your second martial soul? Can you summon it for me to take a look? After finishing their meal in the cafeteria, Zhang Yang and Tang San did not leave, but sat near the stairs on the second floor, chatting while waiting for Master to come down from the second floor. After waiting for about half an hour, Master finally came down, accompanied by a middle-aged man of similar age. The middle-aged man wore a long robe, looking more handsome than Master, with a slightly protruding chin and a gentle smile on his face. Let's go. Xiao San, Zhang Yang, Master called to his 2 disciples. The middle-aged man smiled and said, Is this your new disciple? Master nodded. The middle-aged man patted Master's shoulder. Well then, I wish you success. I'm leaving now. After saying that, he glanced at Zhang Yang and Tang San before heading in another direction. Master's residence was in a small room at the corner of the top floor of the dormitory. Not very large, only about 30 square meters. The room's interior was simple, with a bookshelf occupying 2 walls filled with various books, which caught the attention of Zhang Yang and Tang San. Master sat down behind the desk. Xiao San, you are 6 years old this year, with innate full soul power and twin martial souls. Release your other martial soul, and let me have a look. Tang San nodded, raised his left hand, and a black light surged out, condensing again into a not-so-large hammer. Zhang Yang curiously looked at the hammer in Tang San's left hand, thinking, is this the Haotian hammer? Due to 3 months of training, Tang San had made considerable progress in physical strength and could barely hold the hammer without feeling too much burden now. Seeing the hammer in Tang San's hand, Master suddenly stood up from his seat with an extremely excited look in his eyes. He stared intently at the hammer, murmuring, Dang San, Su Nam Dang. Okay, you can put your martial soul away now. Don't easily reveal it in front of others. Without my permission, never attach a soul ring to this martial soul in the future. You must remember this. Tang San looked at his teacher in surprise. My dad told me the same thing. Why can't I attach a soul ring to this martial soul? Master's excitement gradually faded as he asked, what does your father do? Tang San replied, he's the village blacksmith. A blacksmith? Master's gaze became strange. Sighing and shaking his head, a blacksmith and a hammer are indeed a perfect match. It's not yet time to tell you. You just need to remember that not allowing you to use this martial soul and attach a soul ring is only for your future considerations. You must keep this in mind. With his father saying so and his teacher saying the same, Tang San's trust in Master increased a bit. I will. Zhang Yang, you describe your mutated beast martial soul to me as well. Master turned to Zhang Yang again. I'd rather release the martial soul so you can observe it personally, Master. Zhang Yang nodded and then activated his soul power, causing the yellow ape to appear behind him again. The height of Master's dormitory was not low, over 3 meters. Just enough for the yellow ape to maintain a standing posture. This martial soul of yours. Master looked up, carefully examining the yellow ape and quickly making an analysis. Although it is a beast martial soul, it can be released like a weapon martial soul. And it is also a humanoid martial soul that has never appeared among beast martial souls. The details are so clear that it is very likely a real person who once existed, perhaps one of Zhang Yang's ancestors. Zhang Yang couldn't help but feel speechless upon hearing this. He didn't want the yellow ape to be an ancestor. And besides, teacher, the details you just mentioned refer to the yellow ape's crooked mouth, right? Zhang Yang, can your martial soul launch an attack directly? Master asked. Zhang Yang shook his head. No, but I can let the martial soul possess me. What? You can perform martial soul possession? Master frowned upon hearing this. You can let the martial soul possess you without a soul ring? Is this the special trait of this humanoid martial soul? Master thought for a moment and said, show me the possession. Okay. Zhang Yang agreed. Zhang Yang took off his outer school uniform that was not elastic enough, leaving only a hurdle vest. Then activated his soul power and shouted, martial soul, possess. The yellow ape behind him transformed into light points and merged into Zhang Yang's body. And Zhang Yang turned into a well-built youth standing at 5 meters tall. 3 months had passed, and Zhang Yang had grown a little taller. So his height also increased a bit after possession. Well, just like beast martial soul possession, and because it is a humanoid martial soul, he still looks like a normal human after possession. Master nodded. Zhang Yang, how much does your attributes increase after possession? All attributes increase a lot, but Master, I can't describe it very specifically. Zhang Yang said somewhat regretfully. Master shook his head, it's fine. Aside from the enhancement in physical fitness, does the humanoid martial soul have any other special aspects? Since it is likely someone who once existed, would it bring any benefits to the martial soul awakener after becoming a martial soul? Master thought this way. Master, considering this aspect, did not surprise Zhang Yang at all. After all, he was Master, an invincible existence in martial soul theory. Therefore, regarding this question, Zhang Yang was already prepared with a standard answer. Yes. Zhang Yang said without any hesitation, there are 7 martial skills that can be activated using soul power. 7 martial skills activated by the soul power? Master was taken aback. Tang Sen was also extremely surprised. Zhang Yang nodded. Yes, teacher. These 7 types of martial arts include 3 attack types, 2 defense types, and 2 displacement types. Zhang Yang then explained in detail the specifics of the Navy 6 styles and the 6 Kings spear, demonstrating the finger gun, iron block paper drawing, and moon cloth inside the room, and showcasing the shave in the corridor. After this demonstration, both the Master and Tang San were left astonished, unable to close their mouths. Zhang Yang's finger gun created a smooth hole in the Master's solid wood desk. The evasion ability of the paper drawing prevented Tang San from even touching the corner of Zhang Yang's clothes during his probing attack. The defensive capability of the iron block meant that Tang San's full force, soul-powered strike could not harm Zhang Yang. The incredible speed of the shave matched Tang San's ghost shadow perplexing steps. The moon cloth, which allowed Zhang Yang to remain suspended in the air for a long time, left both the Master and Tang San in awe. Developing such martial arts without leaving any traces in history, this Soul Master Senior truly is an extraordinary genius. Since these skills are activated by soul power, the Master naturally regarded Huang Yuan as someone from the world of martial souls. There's also the possibility that this Soul Master Senior was a level 70 soul sage in life, and these 7 martial techniques are his soul skills. No, that's not right. The styles of these 7 martial arts are not unified. They don't seem to be soul skills centered around a single martial soul, and there are no skills similar to the true form of a martial soul. They might not be soul skills at all. That said, this senior is indeed a martial arts genius beyond this world. The Master sighed. Zhang Yang fully agreed with the Master's assessment. When it comes to slacking off at work, Huang Yuan is definitely a top-tier genius in that regard. Chapter 8. The bird that sticks its head out gets shot. Happy New Year. Subscribe requested on the 3rd day at noon. The Master and his 3 disciples arrived at the outskirts of the soul-hunting Forest S Market. Yesterday, the Master had planned out the direction for Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul's soul ring creation. as well as Tang San's future team positioning. Since Zhang Yang's yellow ape martial soul was too peculiar, the master conservatively decided that Zhang Yang's first soul skill would be an offensive one, thus tentatively designating him as a strong attack-type battle soul master. Although they were out to hunt soul beasts, academic lessons could not be neglected. Along the way, the master taught Zhang Yang and Tang San a great deal about martial soul knowledge, and even conducted a review before bedtime. It seemed that the academic tasks were even heavier than they were at school. Upon arriving at the soul hunting forest, they passed through the scattered soul masters waiting to form teams and the overpriced stalls selling goods, before being stopped by a group of soldiers. After checking the master's third-level command token, the three finally entered the soul hunting forest. "Come out, Luo Sanpao." The master summoned his mutated martial soul, Luo Sanpao, to lead the way. Meanwhile, he took the opportunity to explain the knowledge of mutated martial souls and the skills of San Pao to Zhang Yang and Tang San. San Pao had a keen sense of smell, capable of detecting the traces and strengths of soul beasts. Although it had become weaker due to mutation, it also consumed very little soul power, allowing the master to keep it released for extended periods. The master took out a gorgeous short sword from his storage soul guide and handed it to Tang San. "Little San, take this. You need to deal the final blow to the soul beast yourself." "Yes, master." Tang San nodded, receiving the short sword and finding a convenient place to store it. On the way here, the master had not given Tang San the 24-bridge moonlit night, as there was only one belt but two disciples. Until he found someone who particularly needed this soul guide, the master would not show favoritism. As for Zhang Yang, he could rely on the soul power skills brought by his martial soul. His soul power skills already possessed formidable attack power, so during this soul beast hunt, he might even act as the main force. Zhang Yang patted his chest proudly. "Of course, master." "Well, a strong attack-type battle soul master must have this fearless courage." The master nodded in satisfaction. "But you must also remember that the foundation of this courage is that you must have a calm mind." Zhang Yang nodded. "Yes, master." "All right, let us set off." The master, like a lively practical lesson, utilized Luo Sanpao's sharp sense of smell to detect even the hidden soul beasts. Perhaps because most of these soul beasts were of the 10-year level, their attack desire was not strong. The master introduced the names, characteristics, and identification methods of these soul beasts one by one. Along the way, both Zhang Yang and Tang San earnestly accepted the master's teachings. After all, this knowledge was related to their future lives, so even though both had high talents, they dared not let their minds wander. After all, a genius who dies young cannot be considered a genius. Looking up at the sky, the master said, "It seems we will have to stay in the soul hunting forest tonight. Let's find a camping spot." Acquiring soul rings is inherently a task that requires patience as it relates to your future. Soul rings cannot be compromised. You must patiently search for soul beasts that suit your martial souls and align with your future development direction. The three found a depression to use as a campsite. They did not light a fire, but instead ate some dry rations in the dark, resting against a large tree. During their rest, Luo Sanpao kept watch nearby, while the master took the opportunity to assess the knowledge the two had learned during the day. Zhang Yang and Tang San made some minor mistakes in their answers, which the master corrected one by one. Amidst the sounds of insects and birds in the soul hunting forest and the roars of wild beasts, the three were immersed in a joyful learning atmosphere. Just then, Luo Sanpao suddenly called out, "The martial soul and host are one," and the master immediately sensed something. Springing up to look in a certain direction, while Zhang Yang and Tang San quickly got into a defensive stance. At this moment, the sky had completely darkened, and in the dim light, over a dozen ghostly green dots were approaching them. 6 wolf-type soul beasts about 1.6 meters long, were entirely iron gray, but their eyes were ghostly green. They were a pack of 10-year-old ghost wolves. The master's voice was somewhat low, but not the least bit panicked. "Little San, don't move here." Zhang Yang immediately perked up. "Master." As a strong attack-type battle soul master, he naturally had to learn close combat. Although he had not yet obtained his first soul ring, his soul power had already reached level 10, and he had 7 powerful soul power skills at his disposal. So defeating these 6 ghost wolves wouldn't be difficult. However, there were a few points he needed to pay attention to. First, even when hunting a rabbit, one must use full strength. Although I said during the day not to kill indiscriminately with your current strength and zero combat experience. Holding back in battle is equivalent to seeking death. Second, remember, this is the soul hunting forest. Danger lurks around at all times. Therefore, you cannot exhaust all your soul power in this battle. Retreat if your soul power drops below 2/3. Yes, master. Zhang Yang nodded and immediately summoned his martial soul. The 5-meter-tall, robust youth cautiously approached the ghost wolf pack, his focus heightened to the extreme, always keeping an eye on their movements. He noticed one of the 3 prey had strayed from the pack, and it was the least threatening one, while the leading wolf among the 6 was excitedly scratching the ground with its claws. Wolves are cooperative hunters. Even a small pack of 6 must have a leader, and this leader must be the strongest in the pack, the one issuing commands. Zhang Yang maintained a defensive stance, constantly monitoring the movements of the opposing wolf pack. Meanwhile, the master, while on guard, did not forget to impart knowledge to Tang San. Little San, pay attention to the battlefield. You will be comrades fighting side by side in the future, people you can trust with each other's backs. As a future control-type battle soul master, you must seriously understand your teammates' attack methods to formulate appropriate battle plans. Yes, master. Tang San nodded. Zhang Yang was very clever now. He understood the principle of capturing the leader first. Since the wolf pack had a leader, Zhang Yang was trying hard to distinguish which one was the leader. The method to identify the leader was actually quite simple. The command for the pack's attack would definitely be given by the leader. So you just have to keep an eye on the pack and see which wolf howled before the pack launched their attack. Of course, if there was no howl, the wolf that attacked first would also definitely be the leader. At that moment, the ghost wolf positioned slightly left of center howled, and then the 6 wolves formed a half encirclement, simultaneously attacking the center where Zhang Yang stood. That's it. Zhang Yang's gaze sharpened, his soul power circulating within him, and with a whoosh, he appeared over 10 meters away, drastically closing the distance to the leader wolf. Zhang Yang's movement also caused a flaw in the wolves' encirclement plan, forcing the other 5 wolves to change direction and continue charging toward Zhang Yang. After confirming the position of the leader wolf, Zhang Yang quickly closed the distance to it. His objectives were roughly twofold. First, to disrupt the wolves' encirclement attack plan. The drastic change in distance between Zhang Yang and the 6 wolves meant that their encirclement plan had to fail. The attacks from the 6 wolves could not arrive at the same time, thus reducing Zhang Yang's defensive pressure significantly. Second, was to close the distance to the leader wolf. The charge of the pack before attacking was not only to shorten the distance, but also to gather momentum for the attack. The head wolf is running insufficiently. Its momentum lacking, and its attack damage will weaken. Moreover, due to the hasty strike, the damage is further reduced. As the master said, because of the sudden closeness between the two, the head wolf's biting attack, which was supposed to gather momentum, had to be executed in haste, leading to a significant decrease in damage. However, even so, Zhang Yang would not be foolish enough to engage in close contact with the wolf. Instead, he instantly performed paper drawing, effortlessly evading the attack of the nether wolf like a piece of paper fluttering in the wind. While sidestepping the nether wolf's bite, Zhang Yang seized the opportunity to instantly release the paper drawing form, rapidly channeling his soul power into another circuit. Gale Kick. A transparent arc slash that distorted the air suddenly struck under the nether wolf's crotch with Zhang Yang's kicking leg. Sizzle, like a rag doll being torn apart. The head nether wolf was directly split in half from between its legs to the left shoulder next to its neck. Its hard hip bone and shoulder joint sliced cleanly in two, and even the harder wolf skull was almost split in half. Crash! The wolf's corpse fell heavily to the ground, its organs spilling everywhere. Subsequently, a white light circle radiating with soul power slowly emerged from the wolf's corpse. The head wolf was killed in an instant, and the remaining nether wolves hurriedly fled in all directions. Master, Zhang Yang released his martial soul possession, took the clothes from Tang San's hands, and looked at the master with excitement. Being so calm in your first battle, Zhang Yang, you did very well, the master said as he took a shovel from the soul guide device and quickly dug a small but deep pit in the ground. then pushed the nearly split wolf corpse into the pit, sprinkling some realgar powder to cover the bloody smell before burying it. Seeing the master digging a grave for the wolf, Zhang Yang was somewhat puzzled. "Master, what are you doing? The injuries caused by your gale kick are too severe. The entire nether wolf has been split in half, and such a strong bloody smell cannot be covered by realgar powder alone. It must be buried." After burying the wolf's corpse, the master put away the shovel and signaled Zhang Yang and Tang San to follow closely. "The bloody smell here is too strong. We need to find another place to rest," Zhang Yang asked in confusion. "Then, Master, since we are leaving, why do we still need to bury the wolf's corpse?" The master explained, "Because after burying it, the bloody smell will have no source and will gradually fade. If we do not bury the wolf's corpse, the bloody smell will only become stronger and will eventually attract powerful soul beasts." Oh, Zhang Yang understood. Chapter 9. Isn't this a coincidence? Seeking subscription, unfortunately. The soul-hunting forest is inherently dangerous, and it's even more perilous at night. Before the three of them could find a new resting place, Luo Sanpao, who was clearing the way ahead, emitted a cautious sound. "Moo!" Suddenly, a deep, muffled bellow of a cow echoed from the right front of the three. "Zhang Yang, Xiao San, be alert." The master immediately stopped, reaching back to shield Zhang Yang and Tang San behind him, allowing Luo Sanpao to advance and investigate. However, before Luo Sanpao could move forward, a loud thud of a heavy object hitting the ground followed, along with a faint, sweet, tea-like odor carried by the wind. Having come from the Tang sect and being proficient in poison techniques, Tang San's nose twitched, and he instinctively blurted out, "There's poison." The master waved his right hand, placing both of his soul rings onto Luo Sanpao, cautiously looking towards the direction of the cow's bellow. This night was unexpectedly turbulent. Zhang Yang felt something was off. "Master, are there poisonous cow-type soul beasts?" "No," the master replied firmly. "Cow-type soul beasts are all power-type and defense-type. They absolutely cannot be poisonous." After saying this, the master suddenly had a flash of insight. Could it be that a cow-type soul beast is fighting against some poison-type soul beast? At this moment, Luo Sanpao's investigation yielded results, and the three of them learned that a century-old iron horn cow was battling a century-old mandala snake. From the intensity of their fight, it seemed to be a life-and-death struggle. However, strange, the iron horn cow is a herbivore, and snake-type soul beasts do not attack larger soul beasts than themselves. Why do they have such deep-seated hatred for each other? Nevertheless, the iron horn cow and the mandala snake are indeed very suitable for Zhang Yang and Tang San. The master was unaware that the feud between the two was largely related to the plant soul beast, the snake vine flower. The snake vine flower, a weak plant-type soul beast, relies on its resemblance to the mandala snake as a means of survival, disguising itself as a mandala snake to scare off herbivorous soul beasts. Additionally, the mandala snake sheds its skin every century, making it particularly vulnerable at that time. This mandala snake was very clever. It hid beside a snake vine flower during its 400-year skin shedding, pretending to be a snake vine flower to avoid attacks from its natural enemies. However, fate was not on the mandala snake's side, although it successfully avoided attacks from its enemies while in a weakened state after shedding. It was still bitten hard by the herbivorous iron horn cow. The iron horn cow was also quite frustrated. It was eating what it thought was the weak soul snake vine flower, yet it tasted meat. How disgusting. Thus, a deep-seated grudge formed between them. The mandala snake, having recovered from its weakened state, simply nursed its wounds before seeking revenge on the iron horn cow. Of course, the master was too excited to care about these details at the moment. He happily exclaimed, "Xiao San, Zhang Yang, you have a chance at soul rings. The mandala snake and iron horn cow are perfect for you. It would be even better if their ages are suitable. The mandala snake's body is incredibly resilient and has poison, which is just right to help Xiao San become a control-type battle soul master. Meanwhile, the soul skills provided by the iron horn cow's soul ring are related to attack and power, perfectly aligning with Zhang Yang's strong attack route. Moreover, they are currently engaged in a fierce battle. If we seize the right moment, we can definitely profit as bystanders." Wow, what a coincidence. God, what luck is this? Zhang Yang laughed heartily. However, Tang San beside him seemed quite puzzled, but Master, my martial soul is a plant, and this mandala snake is a beast-type soul beast. Can I make it my soul ring? Won't there be a conflict? Seeing Tang San raise this question, the master confidently explained his theory of martial soul mimicry, one of the 10 core competencies in the realm of martial souls, assuring Tang San that absorbing the mandala snake's soul ring would indeed be fine. Then, with fervor in his eyes, the master asked Tang San, Xiao San, would you like to give it a try? Although I have absolute confidence in theory, no one has ever attempted it. Tang San naturally agreed, as the master was his teacher, and helping the master improve his research was both his mission and obligation as a disciple. Having made up his mind to be a bystander, the master then detailed the weaknesses and attack patterns of the two beasts to Zhang Yang and Tang San, before seriously focusing on the battlefield changes. Of course, the darkness made it impossible for Zhang Yang and the master to see clearly what was happening, so they could only judge by sound. A strong mooing sound indicated that the iron horn cow had the upper hand, while a weak sound suggested that the iron horn cow was in trouble. And the hissing of the mandala snake followed the same logic. Only Tang San could use the purple extreme demon eye to closely monitor the situation in the arena. The mandala snake, having the courage to seek revenge, certainly would not engage in a battle without confidence. Although the iron horn cow was not much weaker in age, its powerful horns were a threat, but its defensive capabilities were not particularly commendable. Additionally, the mandala snake, measuring 4 meters in length, moved swiftly close to the ground and was highly poisonous, so, as long as it avoided the iron horn cow's trampling attacks, it would have no problem killing an iron horn cow. Indeed, animal senses are sharp, and this revenge battle was nearing its conclusion. Moo! The iron horn cow's mooing was weak and gave off a sense of life fading away. Master, Tang San, using the purple extreme demon eye, reminded. However, the master had already guessed that the battle was approaching its end without needing Tang San's reminder. Martial soul possess. Zhang Yang completed the possession at the fastest speed. His clothes ripped apart, becoming quite disheveled. Tang San drew the dagger the master had given him to help Zhang Yang tear his clothes, preventing any interference with Zhang Yang's agility during the battle. Zhang Yang, the iron horn cow, is on its last legs. You must kill it before the mandala snake poisons it. Then quickly support me in attacking the mandala snake. But remember, do not kill it. Leave its life for Xiao San. Xiao San, do not get too close to the battlefield. Be sure to protect yourself. Recall what I just mentioned about its weaknesses. Based on the battlefield situation, the master swiftly devised a strategy, then handed out masks to each person before giving a light shout. Go! The 3 immediately sprang into action. The master, at level 29, was the fastest, with his second soul ring quickly illuminating as he soared into the air above Luo Sanpao. Sanpao, charge at it! The master shouted. The master's first soul skill, Thunder Shock, was an area attack, but he couldn't use it for fear of affecting the nearby iron horn cow. His second soul skill was Hypnosis. Although it didn't cause damage, this toxin would have little effect on the already poisonous mandala snake. Therefore, the master, who was the first to enter the battlefield, did not release his soul skills, but instead used normal attacks to restrain the mandala snake and buy time for Zhang Yang. Logically speaking, given the mandala snake's speed, Sanpao shouldn't have been able to hit it at all. But unfortunately, it had just finished a fierce battle, was mentally exhausted, had consumed a lot of soul power, and had sustained injuries that were not too severe. Additionally, being caught off guard, it was directly collided into by Luo Sanpao, causing its snake head to tilt to the side. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Yang quickly rushed to the iron horn cow, which was already lying on the ground. The iron horn cow's horns were icy to the touch and much harder than steel. If struck by its running horns, it would surely sustain severe injuries. However, at this moment, it was already at death's door from the mandala snake's neurotoxin, unable to even open its eyes. Zhang Yang's fingers aimed at the iron horn cow's eyes, and he used his finger gun to suddenly stab down, directly ending the iron horn cow's life. Shortly after, a yellow soul ring emerged from the corpse of the iron horn cow. Having obtained the soul ring of the iron horn bull, Zhang Yang did not dare to delay for even a moment. He quickly pulled down his mask and shouted loudly, "Teacher, I got the soul ring of the iron horn bull." "Very good. The master waved his hand, and the first soul ring rapidly rose from beneath his feet, flying towards Luo Sanpao, who was dodging the attack of the mandala snake. With a thunderous sound, Luo Sanpao's eyes suddenly brightened, and the yellow halo surrounding him transformed into a light screen. His round body suddenly sprang up, astonishingly climbing to a height of 5 meters. He adjusted his position in mid-air, and with a thunderous roar, a deafening explosion occurred. Accompanied by that roar, a yellow light shield was suddenly released, covering the entire mandala snake with the force of a thunderbolt. A massive snake body was lifted off the ground and flung far away. At this moment, the master also saw the length of the mandala snake, 4 meters long, with a cultivation of 400 years. Under normal circumstances, the master would never have any thoughts about a 400-year-old mandala snake. After all, his soul power was only at level 29, and his martial soul was not particularly strong, making it impossible for him to defeat this mandala snake. However, the mandala snake had just finished a fierce battle, was mentally exhausted, had greatly depleted its soul power, and had sustained several minor injuries. Coupled with Zhang Yang's powerful soul skills, there was indeed a chance for a fight. As the mandala snake was thrown away, Zhang Yang quickly joined the battlefield. "Teacher, I want to use the Six King Spear. I need your help." Taking advantage of the brief moment when the mandala snake was thrown away, Zhang Yang hurriedly called out to the master. Upon hearing this, the master pondered, Six Kings Spear? Although Zhang Yang had not demonstrated the Six Kings Spear to the master, he had described its specific performance and nature in detail. Therefore, the master, who was skilled in theory, immediately began to think about how to cooperate with the Six Kings Spear. The master's mind was quick, and he soon understood Zhang Yang's intention. "You want me to use the Thunderstrike soul skill to throw the mandala snake?" However, he continued, "But Zhang Yang, I'm not sure I can accurately throw the mandala snake to your fist. Your Six King Spear has a short charging time, but the soul beast is thrown away extremely quickly. There won't be enough time to find the right position before charging, and it would be a matter of luck whether the soul beast would hit. Moreover, once your Six King Spear starts charging, it cannot be cancelled, right?" The master frowned. "This approach is too risky." "But teacher, the Gale Foot and the Pointed Spear are not very suitable for the mandala snake. Although they can ensure a hit, the damage might be very low. The mandala snake is slippery and extremely tough, with its weak points only being its mouth and eyes, which are well protected." Thinking about this, the applicability of the Gale Foot was greatly reduced. The Pointed Spear, which had outstanding penetrating ability, could be effective, but the snake was 4 meters long, with a body diameter of only 15 to 30 centimeters. Hitting the mouth and eyes of such a slender mandala snake accurately would be quite challenging. As for the Six Kings Spear, it was a powerful attack released in the form of shockwaves. The mandala snake's body defense would weaken the power of the shockwave very little, making it look like the best choice, but it required preparation time to release. Zhang Yang was serious. "It's better to lose a finger than to lose all 10. We can take this gamble. Using the Six King Spear might bring about a miracle." Chapter 10, the previously invincible one had stopped thinking. Although Zhang Yang said this, the master still hesitated. At that moment, Tang San, who was responsible for self-protection behind Zhang Yang, suddenly spoke up. "Teacher, Zhang Yang is right. Although the mandala snake is not in good condition, we currently have no means to deal fatal damage to it aside from Zhang Yang's Six Kings gun. If we don't take this gamble, not only will we not be able to kill the mandala snake, but with it interfering, Zhang Yang won't be able to absorb the Iron Horn Bull's spirit ring either." Tang San's words awakened the master, but what ultimately solidified the master's decision was his own past experiences. Spirit masters are people who walk the line between life and death, betting their lives for a brighter future. Wasn't the master himself like that in the past? It seemed he had been corroded by the comfortable life at the academy. "All right then." The master finally nodded in agreement and quickly arranged the tactics. "Zhang Yang, I will successively release my second and first soul skills. Hypnosis will slow down the mandala snake's speed, and then my thundershock will fling the mandala snake towards you." Zhang Yang patted his chest and assured, "Just wait and see, teacher." At that moment, Ro Sanpao suddenly hummed. Everyone heard a sharp hissing sound and the rustling of grass. "It's coming." The master waved his hand, and the second soul ring flew towards Ro Sanpao. The fart acted like smoke, putting Ro Sanpao into a hypnotic sleep. Zhang Yang concentrated all his attention, ready to use shave to adjust his position at any moment. Behind Zhang Yang, Tang San held a dagger in his right hand while his left hand was in a claw shape, ready with crane catching dragon. And his ghost shadow phantom steps was also poised to strike. As long as the master flung the mandala snake this way, Tang San's crane catching dragon would strike fiercely, pulling the snake's head towards Zhang Yang's fists. Receiving the second soul ring, Ro Sanpao spiraled in the air, and with a puff, a burst of yellow gas erupted from its chubby rear, filling the air. Hissing into the yellow mist, the mandala snake inevitably inhaled a lot of the smoke, and its speed slowed down a bit. After all, it wasn't in good condition at the moment. The sound of farting was like thunder as Ro Sanpao unleashed its mighty thunder shock fart. The area attack was unavoidable for the mandala snake, which was flung away again. Fortunately, the angle at which the mandala snake was flung was just right, heading straight towards Zhang Yang and Tang San. The mandala snake was fast, reaching Zhang Yang in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Tang San's crane catching dragon immediately launched, an inexplicable attraction pulling the mandala snake's head towards Zhang Yang's fists. Just as the mandala snake's head came right in front of Zhang Yang's fists, the spirit power Zhang Yang had been accumulating finally reached its explosive point. Six King's gun. In that instant, a powerful shockwave erupted from between Zhang Yang's fists, and the attack power of the shockwave hit the mandala snake's head squarely. Bang! The mandala snake, flying halfway, was sent flying back at an even faster speed. It hit. Retracting the Six King's gun posture, Zhang Yang used shave to chase after the mandala snake. Tang San reacted quickly too, gripping the dagger and hurriedly following behind Zhang Yang. Finding the mandala snake that had fallen to the ground, Zhang Yang wasted no time, gripping the snake's mouth tightly with both hands and then unleashed the iron block technique. Tang San, who arrived shortly after, kept moving, piercing the dagger precisely into the mandala snake's brain from its eyelid. Hiss! Even the most resilient centipede dies, but does not stiffen, having landed a hit. Tang San and Zhang Yang immediately retreated, leaving the dagger lodged in the mandala snake's eye. In the next moment, the mandala snake's body began to thrash violently. In an instant, the ground was filled with flying sand and stones, and wherever its hard body swept by, shrubs and small trees were left in tatters, like they had been ravaged by a tornado. The hissing sound of the mandala snake before death now sounded muffled and tragic. Seeing the mandala snake's movements becoming increasingly sluggish, Zhang Yang knew it was already in Tang San's grasp. So he looked at the master. "Teacher, I'm going to absorb the spirit ring." The master nodded. "Go ahead. The 380-year iron horn bowl is very suitable for you. Remember what I said. Hold your breath, concentrate, and focus on your martial soul." Zhang Yang nodded. "Yes, teacher." Then, Zhang Yang sat cross-legged next to the iron horn bowl, activating his martial soul. As the yellow ape appeared behind Zhang Yang, the iron horn bull's yellow soul ring slowly flew towards him. As the century-old soul ring approached, Zhang Yang felt an unprecedented powerful pressure. Even his bones made slight cracking sounds under this pressure. Soon, the yellow halo reached above the yellow ape's head, then suddenly landed at the feet of the yellow ape. Zhang Yang felt as if magma was pouring down from above. A scorching energy wildly surged in, and a violent heat flow instantly rushed into his body, causing him to tremble violently. The spirit power within him seemed to be ignited by this magma, rapidly expanding while also surging back and forth inside him. Just as Zhang Yang felt like his body was about to burn, he suddenly realized that the temperature was no longer unbearably hot. The spirit power continued to expand, but had calmed down significantly. It no longer rampaged through his body like a runaway wild horse, but flowed along a fixed circuit. At this moment, the circuit was very narrow, and the ever-expanding spirit power moved with great difficulty. But through careful perception, Zhang Yang found that as the spirit power flowed, the circuit was being gradually widened. Meanwhile, at various points in the circuit, countless tiny branches as fine as hair existed, with sporadic spirit power flowing through these branches, like rivers flowing into the sea, slowly entering the circuit. They differed in quality, energy, and attributes, but the moment they left the branches and entered the circuit, they became indistinguishable from Zhang Yang's spirit power. Could this be the essence of cultivating spirit power? Zhang Yang, who was born with full spirit power, had never cultivated spirit power before, so it was only now that he understood these things. Zhang Yang continued to cultivate. However, gradually, the spirit power within him no longer expanded, and the widening of the circuit, as well as the increase of spirit power, slowed to a barely noticeable degree. Zhang Yang knew that absorbing his spirit ring had entered its final stage. Before long, Zhang Yang finished absorbing the spirit ring and opened his eyes. Looking around, he found that Tang San was also sitting cross-legged in front of the long-dead mandala snake, diligently absorbing the spirit ring. The master, meanwhile, held a dagger, guarding the two with Ro San Pao. Zhang Yang hurriedly shouted, "Teacher!" The master, who was on alert, was startled and quickly looked at Zhang Yang running towards him. When Zhang Yang reached the master, he was met with a barrage of questions. "Zhang Yang, how do you feel after absorbing your first spirit ring? What is your soul skill? Has your mutated martial soul changed at all?" Facing the master's rapid-fire questioning, Zhang Yang could only respond slowly. Teacher, I feel great. My strength has increased. My speed has quickened. My spirit power has increased. And my mind has become more agile." The master nodded. After a spirit master absorbs a spirit ring, they will definitely receive an overall boost in attributes from the spirit ring. This is normal for both weapon and beast martial souls. Well, as for my first soul skill and my mutated beast martial soul, I haven't had time to explore yet. After all, teacher, it's too hard for you to guard us both alone. Hearing Zhang Yang say this, the master, who had been single for 15 years, suddenly felt warm inside. It's fine. We're at the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest. The chances of encountering powerful soul beasts with over 100 years of cultivation are really low. All right, let's not talk about that anymore. Hurry up and release your martial soul to see what changes it has. Okay. Zhang Yang nodded and quickly urged his soul power to summon the yellow ape. The yellow ape looked the same as before, still the same height, with its mouth still crooked, showing no changes at all. However, the yellow soul rings beneath its feet were quite fitting for it, all being yellow. Let me see what my first soul skill will be. Saying this, Zhang Yang activated his soul power, intending to release his first soul skill, but strange, I can't activate it? Feeling unable to control his first soul ring, Zhang Yang was a bit stunned. What? Can't activate it? What's going on? Hearing Zhang Yang's mumbling, the master became anxious. Seeing the master's urgency, Zhang Yang quickly reassured him. "Teacher, don't worry. It might be because I haven't activated my martial soul yet. I'll activate it now and try again." Upon hearing this, the master realized he had been a bit hasty and nodded. Martial soul, activate. The sturdy Zhang Yang, who was 1.6 meters tall, clenched his fists and excitedly said to the master, "Master, my strength has increased a lot. 3 times, 5 times, no, even stronger." "Huh, let me see what my first soul skill is." The master laughed happily. As expected of a top-level mutated beast martial soul. Just adding a 100-year soul ring can give such a significant power boost to Zhang Yang. I wonder what Zhang Yang's first soul skill will be. Strength? That's really exciting. The master thought this as he looked at Zhang Yang, who was experiencing his first soul skill with a pleased expression. However, at this moment, Zhang Yang was actually in a state of confusion inside. What? My first soul skill is actually elementalization. It's not the power boost the teacher guessed, but elementalization? Is it that unbeatable natural system, the elementalization that can't be harmed by armed color hockey and sea stone? So, does this world have armed color hockey? If there is no armed color hockey, then am I invincible? Oh my, it turns out I am the child of destiny. However, just as the Navy's 6 powers can be activated using soul power, perhaps elementalization might also be countered by certain powers in this world. No, I can't set an invincible flag for myself. After all, the last invincible one has stopped thinking. So calm down. Calm down. Just be a bit arrogant for a while. It should be fine. After a fierce internal struggle, Zhang Yang slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was the master's expectant gaze. The master excitedly urged, "Zhang Yang, what is your first soul skill? Quickly use it so I can see." "Okay, teacher, I'll show you what an invincible first soul skill looks like." Zhang Yang displayed his dominance. Chapter 11. My surname is Zhang. Arrogant Zhang. Seeking subscription O? Invincible? Upon hearing this, the master became more interested in Zhang Yang's first soul skill. Although children have limited experience and are somewhat naive, the fact that he dared to call himself invincible meant that this first soul skill must have some extraordinary qualities. First soul skill, elementalization. The first soul ring beneath Zhang Yang's feet suddenly flashed with light, and he seemed to glow with a yellow light along with the soul ring. The master was momentarily stunned by the name of the soul skill. Elementalization? Strange. How could the iron-horned bull spirit beast provide such a peculiar ability to a soul master? Could it be related to Zhang Yang's mutated beast spirit? However, since he had not yet seen the specific effects of the soul skill, the master did not immediately ask questions, but quietly watched as Zhang Yang continued to demonstrate. After the yellow light flashed, Zhang Yang smiled and reached out to the master. Teacher, could you lend me your dagger for a moment? After receiving the master's dagger, Zhang Yang gave the master a precautionary warning. Teacher, no matter what you see next, please don't be surprised. Everything is within my control. The master chuckled in disbelief. Ha, you little rascal. What kind of storms haven't I seen? Will I be scared by first soul skill? Then, you better watch closely. With a playful smile on his face, Zhang Yang turned his wrist, thrusting the dagger inward, and then stabbed it straight into his own heart. Zhang Yang's movements were fierce, the 12-inch dagger fully piercing into his body, with the tip even protruding from his back. What? Seeing the scene, the master's heart skipped a beat, instinctively reaching out to grab Zhang Yang's arm to stop him from pushing the dagger in any deeper. But now, what was the use of stopping? The entire dagger had already sunk in, and it could not go any deeper. With a dagger sticking out of his chest, Zhang Yang appeared surprisingly calm, using his other hand to reassuringly pat the master's hand, smiling. Teacher, see? Me perfectly fine. This. The master looked at Zhang Yang, who appeared monstrous at the moment, and exclaimed in surprise. Is this your first soul skill? Elementalization? Yes, teacher. Please continue to watch. Zhang Yang nodded, and with his right hand gripping the dagger, he forcefully pulled it sideways from his chest down to his abdomen, and then the master looked speechless as he watched Zhang Yang control the dagger embedded in his body to draw a figure 8 on his torso. Realizing why Zhang Yang called this soul skill invincible, if it were anyone else, they would have probably died 800 times by now. All right, just take the dagger out. I'm feeling dizzy watching this, the master said helplessly. Oh, Zhang Yang nodded, pulled out the dagger, and then released the spirit possession state. Seeing Zhang Yang return to normal, the master's expression improved significantly. Indeed, very invincible, but how long can this soul skill last? Regarding this question, Zhang Yang estimated and said, if I don't use my 7 soul power martial skills, conservatively speaking, it can last about 30 minutes. 30 minutes? The master looked incredulous. How is that possible? Such an invincible skill can last that long? I don't know, teacher. Zhang Yang shrugged, but this soul skill indeed consumes very little. 30 minutes is just a conservative estimate. Once my soul power level increases, lasting 3 to 5 hours won't be a problem. The master felt a bit dazed. This skill was simply ridiculously powerful. Also, the master suddenly recalled his previous doubts. Such a soul skill could not possibly be granted by the iron-horned bull soul ring. Could it be that the true source of this soul skill is Zhang Yang's mutated beast spirit? What kind of existence is this mutated beast spirit? The master looked bewildered. Because it was the first time absorbing a soul ring, Zhang Yang took 3 hours while Tang San, wanting to experience the benefits of the Xiantian skill breakthrough, took even longer, spending 7 hours. He was cultivating quite happily, while the master, who was guarding Tang San, was extremely anxious. After all, Tang San was practicing the theory of spirit manifestation for him, absorbing the soul ring of an animal spirit with a plant-based spirit. Although the master believed his theory was absolutely correct, what if something went wrong? Wouldn't he be endangering this rare talent with dual martial spirits? Thus, the master was very tense. It wasn't until dawn when Tang San finished his training and opened his eyes that the master let out a long breath. Consistent with the original story, the master's theory was confirmed. Tang San's blue-silver grass spirit gained the toughness and paralyzing toxin of the mandala snake. Originally, the significant enhancement of the blue-silver grass spirit and the successful breakthrough of the Xiantian skill made Tang San very excited. But when he saw Zhang Yang demonstrating his soul skill, he quickly calmed down. Watching the lively Zhang Yang riding the character Zhang on his chest with the dagger, Tang San deeply realized that he was still very weak and had no qualification to be proud. Both of them had obtained a 100-year soul ring, and this trip to the soul hunting forest was a complete success. After a night without rest, the master decided to return immediately. Standing in front of the gate of the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, a feeling of being worlds apart surged in Zhang Yang and Tang San's hearts. In these 3 days, both brothers had obtained their first soul rings, their soul power had increased by 3 levels, and they could now cultivate, leaving them feeling somewhat unfamiliar with their former selves. All right, I'll head back to school first. You two can go to the Soul Hall located in the center of Nodding City to undergo Soul Master Assessment. One is to test your soul power situation, and the other is to officially register at the Soul Hall, so you can receive your monthly subsidy. Xiao San, you no longer need to continue being a work-study student. Yes, teacher. Zhang Yang and Tang San nodded in agreement. After visiting the Soul Hall, due to the fact that they were only 6 years old and both reached level 13 soul power, Zhang Yang and Tang San were almost attained by Matthew of the Soul Hall. However, despite this, Tang San still told Matthew about how his plant spirit absorbed an animal soul ring. Walking back to the academy, Zhang Yang tossed the Soul Hall badge in his hand. Looking dissatisfied, if it weren't for this monthly golden soul coin subsidy, I would want to tear down this broken Soul Hall right now. I have refused the Soul Hall so many times, yet they still cling to me like a stubborn plaster. Tang San chuckled. There's no way around it. You're a top mutated beast spirit with full innate soul power. They naturally don't want to give you up. Compared to your talent that took 100 years to reach 3, what does my mutated beast spirit count as? Zhang Yang Lao get. You should be thankful that the Soul Hall didn't delve deeper when they heard your first soul ring was from the Iron Horn Bowl. If they knew your first soul ring was so extraordinary, you would have really been detained. If they knew you had dual martial spirits, you definitely wouldn't have gone away either. After a bout of mutual flattery, Tang San suddenly asked Zhang Yang a question. Zhang Yang, why do you think Dad and the teacher don't let me let the hammer absorb a soul ring? You don't understand this? So foolish. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow proudly at the response. Right now, your soul power is level 13. If you were to give the hammer a first soul ring, what would a maximum year limit be? The maximum absorption year limit of a soul ring is proportional to the physical quality of the soul master. At level 13, it should be less than a 500-year yellow soul ring. Zhang Yang nodet. Then asked Tang San a second question. What if a level 40 you were to give the hammer a soul ring? At level 40, it should be 5000 years. At this point, if Tang San still doesn't understand, then he really is just wasting his brain. Zhang Yang, are you saying? Seeing Tang San's voice so loud, Zhang Yang quickly covered his mouth with his hand, looked around, and when he saw no one paying attention, he leaned in close to Tang San's ear and whispered mysteriously, Uncle Tang and the teacher want to turn you into a monster with a soul ring of 100,000 years. Tang San really didn't see that the teacher had such ambitions and expectations for him. Moreover, Tang San suddenly felt uneasy in his heart. The teacher's theoretical achievements and martial souls are indeed unmatched, so it's not surprising that he would have such thoughts. But why would Dad have such an idea? He really isn't just an ordinary drunken blacksmith. Seeing Tang San lost in thought, Zhang Yang leaned in again and whispered, Xiao San, your future is limitless. Remember, a small failure can ruin a grand plan, so you must not secretly attach a soul ring to your hammer. Tang San nodded firmly. To be honest, he was also looking forward to what kind of power a soul ring of 100,000 years would bring to his martial soul. Just as they were about to reach the academy, suddenly, Tang San heard a familiar sound. His footsteps unconsciously stopped. Zing-dang, zing-dang, zing-dang. It was the sound of forging. Tang San suddenly became excited. Thus, from that day on, Tang San had a new part-time job. Every morning, Tang Sin would take advantage of the early sunrise to practice his purple extreme magic eyes, then clean the garden south of the playground, attend classes as usual in the morning, work at the blacksmith shop in the afternoon, listen to the master's teachings in the evening, and practice the Shintian Gong at night. Every day, he felt particularly fulfilled. Zhang Yang, on the other hand, was much more relaxed than Tang San. At least he still had time to do some things. One noon after class, Zhang Yang was ordering food on the second floor of the cafeteria when he suddenly heard a few older students who looked about 11 or 12 years old happily chatting nearby. The center of this small group was a senior student called Xiao Laoda, who was tall and upright. Although he still had a youthful face, he could be considered handsome. However, the arrogance on his face ruined the overall impression. At this moment, Xiao Laoda was boasting grandly under the flattery of his little brothers. That Wang Sheng guy can't even beat Lu Long. What is so special about beating him? That little girl who doesn't know her place needs to be taught a lesson. When I win tomorrow, I'll make all the work-study students my pets. The little brothers nearby understood how to flatter him. Yes, Xiao Laoda is one of the few geniuses among the sixth graders in our academy who has reached the soul master level. He is the boss of all students in our school, and that little girl from the work-study program definitely can't match him. Ha ha! While they were laughing, Zhang Yang was so angry that he almost flipped the table. He strode over to them and single-handedly grabbed Xiao Laoda by the neck, lifting him off the ground, while harshly saying, "Who do you think you are?" Xiao Laoda was startled by this sudden lift and trembled all over, while the little brother next to him reacted quickly. "Who are you? Do you have the guts to lay hands on Xiao Laoda?" "Me?" Zhang Yang easily held Xiao Laoda up with one hand, while with the other hand, he grabbed this little brother by the collar and pulled him closer, speaking mockingly. "Want to know who I am?" At this point, Zhang Yang turned to look at Xiao Laoda, his tone filled with mockery. "My surname is Zhang. The arrogant Zhang. From now on, I'll be your boss, Zhang." Xiao Laoda's face was turning red, but he still forced out a sentence between clenched teeth. "What kind of skill is a sneak attack? If you have the guts, let us fight head-on." Zhang Yang scoffed. "You're almost being choked to death by me, and you still don't understand the gap in our strength?" Xiao Laoda was right. This was a sneak attack, and if you have the ability, fight Xiao Laoda properly. The little brother stood up for Xiao Laoda. "Fine, after we finish eating, don't leave. Let us meet in the small forest." Chapter 12. How to become a top student, seeking subscription as for the fight in the small woods. Apart from Xiao Laoda's small group and Zhang Yang, no one else knew about it, as it all happened too suddenly. Zhang Yang ate quickly, and by the time he finished and stood up, Xiao Laoda's group was still eating heartily. Zhang Yang, lacking the patience to wait around, walked over to Xiao Laoda and gave him a shove while he was drinking soup, shouting, "Why are you eating so slowly? Are you even a man? Haven't you eaten in days?" Xiao Laoda, who was about to dive face first into his soup, was taken aback. His father was the city lord, and he had never experienced such humiliation. He slammed the table and stood up angrily. "You little brat, wait for me. If I don't beat you to death today, I won't be Xiao Laoda." After that, Xiao Laoda called his underlings to head to the small woods. With Xiao Laoda and his group in the front, Zhang Yang followed behind with his hands in his pockets. They exited the school cafeteria, walked past the back playground, and went through the school's back gate until they finally reached the small woods where the fight was set to happen. In the small woods, both sides took their positions. One side had 6 or 7 upper grade students, all looking about 11 or 12 years old, while the other side had only a 6-year-old little kid. This was a battle between soul masters, and there was no fairness to speak of. Xiao Laoda looked down on the little kid, saying, "Kid, I don't know if you're possessed by a ghost or if you've got the guts of a bear, but how dare you take action against me? Of course, I don't care about that. I just want to know how you plan to die later. Enough chit-chat. Let us get to the fighting. Show your martial soul." Zhang Yang scoffed, uninterested. "You. Fine." Xiao Laoda laughed in anger. "Xiao Qinyu, 6th grade student, martial soul, wolf. Level 11. One Ring Soul Master." After saying that, Xiao Qinyu activated his martial soul, gray fur sprouting all over his body, his eyes turning green, and his nails becoming long and sharp. At the same time, a white soul ring appeared beneath his feet. Zhang Yang, 1st grade student, martial soul, yellow monkey. Level 13, One Ring Soul Master. Zhang Yang, having taken off his school uniform, also activated his martial soul. At this point, he no longer needed to first summon the yellow monkey before activating. The direct activation had the same effect. The 3-meter-tall, 6-year-old little kid instantly transformed into a 6-meter-tall sturdy teenager. And a yellow 100-year soul ring also appeared beneath his feet. Level 13 soul power, 100-year soul ring, and he is still a first grader? The upper grade students were all stunned, looking at each other in disbelief. This guy is way too much of a genius. Looking at Zhang Yang, Xiao Qinyu couldn't help but feel anxious. A genius like this, with a first soul ring being a 100-year one, must have an extraordinary background. Xiao Qinyu's father, the city lord of Nodding City, had warned him repeatedly that some powerful families in this world must not be offended. They were even more terrifying than the imperial family. The royal family still had to consider face, but those big families didn't care at all. Angering them would bring about disaster. Unconsciously, Xiao Qinyu's tone became slightly polite. This battle is just for sparring. Zhang Yang, what do you think? Cut the crap. Who has the time to spar with you? Zhang Yang replied decisively. Whoever wins will be the boss of the entire academy. All right, Xiao Qinyu agreed straightforwardly. Whoever's fist is bigger will be the boss. The world of soul masters is that simple and brutal. Let us begin. Before his words fell, Xiao Qinyu lunged forward, covering the distance between them in 2 steps. With his wolf martial soul, he had a strong advantage in pouncing. Both the sharpness of the wolf's claws and the biting of its fangs were attacks that wolves excelled at. In midair, Xiao Qinyu saw the 100-year soul ring beneath Zhang Yang's feet flicker, realizing that Zhang Yang had already released his first soul skill, and his heart immediately filled with caution. With that thought, Xiao Qinyu had already pounced close to Zhang Yang, his sharp wolf claws viciously slashing toward Zhang Yang. The power of a one-ring beast martial soul master was immense. Xiao Qinyu's wolf claws had previously been able to easily crush stones. But unfortunately for him, he encountered Zhang Yang, who had activated his first soul skill. Xiao Qinyu's attack seemed to land directly in the air. His claws made no contact with Zhang Yang. It looked as if they had pierced through Zhang Yang's chest. The upper grade students were shocked at this scene. No one expected that this arrogant first grader would be unable to put up any decent resistance and would be directly pierced through the chest by Xiao Laoda's wolf claws. It seemed like in the next moment, Zhang Yang's chest would gush blood, and some timid onlookers couldn't bear to watch what would happen next. However, unexpectedly, despite having his chest pierced by the claws, Zhang Yang still wore a relaxed smile. He moved slightly, raised his right foot to kick Xiao Laoda's supporting right leg away, and with his right hand, grabbed the back of Xiao Laoda's head and exerted force. With a loud thud, Xiao Laoda was slammed to the ground by Zhang Yang. Not satisfied with just that, Zhang Yang took advantage of the momentum and delivered a kick to Xiao Laoda's soft ribs, sending him flying. With a bang, Xiao Laoda flew 3 meters like a soccer ball and landed on his back. Before he could react, Zhang Yang had already mounted him and began to unleash a flurry of punches. Just like that, Xiao Qinyu, whose face had puffed up, lost the duel. The 6th grade students could only bow and respectfully call him Boss Zhang. Zhang Yang nodded in satisfaction, patting Xiao Qinyu's shoulder, which looked as if a fat pig's martial soul had possessed him. From now on, I am your boss, and I'll make sure you can walk around the academy with confidence. Xiao Qinyu covered his face, speechless, thinking to himself, what do I need you for? My dad is the city lord. I was already walking around the academy with confidence before you came along. However, after thinking it over, Xiao Qinyu approached Zhang Yang and said, Boss, the working students are going to fight us tomorrow. What do you think? Huh? Zhang Yang was taken aback by Xiao Qinyu's words. Fight the working students? Why? The big sister of the working students, the CG, came to provoke us directly. We're just passively responding, Xiao Qinyu explained with open hands, feeling helpless. Ordinary students had always looked down on working students, and there had been friction between the two sides. She probably wanted to establish her authority among the working students by provoking us right after becoming the big sister. Is that so? Zhang Yang scratched his head. He had long forgotten such minor plot details, as he had already been in this world for 6 years. And it had been many years since he had seen anything in his previous world. Boss, you're also a first grade student. You should know Xiao Wu, right? Xiao Qinyu asked. We have classes together every morning, of course, I know her, Zhang Yang nodded and thought for a moment. It's fine. I'll go tomorrow too. Who told me I'm your boss? Thank you, boss. Xiao Qinyu bowed gratefully with the upper grade students, then stepped forward and asked, Boss, are you hungry? How about I take you to the best restaurant in Nodding City for a big meal? Zhang Yang looked at him with an expression as if to say, Are you a pig? How can you eat so much? I just finished eating, and you want to eat again? Have you really not eaten in days? Didn't we get pulled here before we finished eating? Xiao Qinyu chuckled awkwardly, not just me. They haven't eaten enough either. His underlings laughed sheepishly. Zhang Yang waved his hand. All right, you guys go eat. There's no reason for a boss to take advantage of his underlings. Boss, we're your underlings. Treating you to a meal is what we should do. One of the flattering underlings said. Didn't you hear? Your boss is full. Zhang Yang waved his hand. All right, back to the academy. As a result, many teachers and students in the academy saw the school bully Xiao Qinyu and his close friends frantically trying to please a little girl who was only 3 meters tall while returning to the academy. In the afternoon, the news that a first-year student defeated Xiao Qinyu to become the new boss of the academy had already spread throughout the school. In the evening, Tang San, who had just finished class with a master, said goodbye to Zhang Yang at the dormitory staircase and returned to dormitory 7 with his notebook. Upon entering the dormitory, Tang San suddenly noticed that his roommates were not practicing but were gathered in front of Xiao Wu's bed discussing something. Hey, Xiao San, you're back. Upon seeing Tang San, Xiao Wu quickly greeted him with excitement. What's going on? Tang San walked into the crowd holding his notebook, sitting cross-legged on the bed. Xiao Wu patted Tang San's shoulder and asked, Xiao San, I remember that among the first-year students, only your junior is called Zhang Yang, right? Zhang Yang was born 2 months earlier than Tang San, so he always called him Xiao San. However, since Tang San became a disciple 5 seconds earlier than Zhang Yang, he was considered the senior in their sect. Of course, Xiao Wu, you've been in class for so many days, and you still haven't remembered your classmates' names? Tang San replied with an expression that suggested she already knew the answer. Xiao Wu ignored Tang San's remark and continued asking, Do you know he is now the boss of all the students in the school? Huh? What? Tang San was taken aback by her words. He defeated the 6th-year boss Xiao today at noon and became the leader of all ordinary students in the school. Wang Sheng explained to Tang San. You might not know, but the 6th-year boss Xiao is an 11th-level battle spear master. Tang San nodded in understanding, and then, according to the rumors from the 6th year, tomorrow Zhang Yang will also go to help boss Xiao. Xiao Wu added. Xiao San, you are Zhang Yang Sr., so you know his strength best. Therefore, you will be responsible for him in tomorrow's duel. Tang San was aware of the duel, as the incident of Xiao Wu challenging him had already spread in the school. Am I responsible for Zhang Yang? Tang San thought for a moment and nodded. All right. Seeing Tang San agree, Wang Sheng felt a bit uneasy, as Zhang Yang had defeated Xiao Qinyu. So he asked, Tang San, are you so sure you can defeat Zhang Yang? He has even beaten boss Xiao. To this, Tang San firmly replied with 2 words, no way. Chapter 13. The Adorable Bunny. Seeking subscription what? Wang Sheng was speechless. Why did you agree so readily if you can't beat him? Tang San shrugged. I don't see a glimmer of hope for victory. So of course I agreed easily. Huh. Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng's expression turned grim. Is Zhang Yang really that strong? In Wang Sheng's impression, Zhang Yang was just an ordinary little guy. Well, his first soul skill is very strong. It's practically unbeatable in battles among low-level soul masters. Just thinking of Zhang Yang's unbeatable first soul skill and its terrifying duration made Tang San's eyelids twitch. So, Xiao San, quickly tell us what Zhang Yang's first soul skill is and why it is unbeatable. Xiao Wu sat cross-legged on the bed, radiating a big sister vibe. I can't say that. Tang San shook his head. Each person's soul skill is a private matter, and I can't disclose it without Zhang Yang's permission. Then we can only rely on hard power. The work-study students looked regretful, but none had the right to say that Tang San was wrong. Then, Xiao San, we don't need you to reveal Zhang Yang's first soul skill. Just tell me what to pay attention to when fighting him. How about that? Xiao Wu planned to take a roundabout approach. Okay. This doesn't count as revealing privacy. Tang San nodded. Considering Xiao Wu's agility in attack, he advised her, if you can prevent Zhang Yang from using his martial soul and soul skills, then you'll have a high chance of winning. Not using martial souls and soul skills, competing in physical fitness? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu immediately seemed to have found treasure and began discussing it with her little brothers. The next day at noon, Xiao Wu hummed as she approached Zhang Yang, dragging Tang San to the predetermined battlefield. Soon after, over 20 upperclassmen surrounded Zhang Yang and arrived at the location as well. Zhang Yang, this duel has nothing to do with you. Stay out of it. Xiao Wu took the initiative to attack, preparing to drive away her biggest threat, Zhang Yang. Who says it has nothing to do with me? Amidst the crowd of tall upperclassmen, the 1.2-meter tall Zhang Yang stood out. In this decisive battle, whoever wins becomes the boss of the academy. Do you think you can disregard me, the current boss? So, are you looking for a fight then? Xiao Wu stomped her foot in anger, playfully scolding. If you can beat me, I'm looking for a fight. If you can't, I'm defending my dignity. So there is no point in talking. Let's just fight. Zhang Yang waved his hand, looking indifferent. Then, since you insist on crashing our agreed duel, you have to follow our rules. Wang Sheng said seriously beside them. What rules do you have? Zhang Yang asked curiously. In this battle, using martial souls, soul power, and soul skills is not allowed. A hint of cunning appeared in Xiao Wu's eyes. Tang San was speechless beside them. You discussed this for an entire night and came up with just this? Tang San thought they would come up with some schemes, but they ended up being so straightforward. Where did this little girl come from? She doesn't understand anything about rules? Zhang Yang scoffed. A battle between soul masters where nothing can be used? What is the point? It's a waste of time. I'm leaving to eat. Indeed, even in the bloody and cruel city of slaughter, soul masters are allowed to use their martial souls. The challenger should have the awareness of a challenger and follow our rules. Xiao Wu said firmly. So, who the challenger is needs to be made clear. ISNT at your work study students who are looking for trouble with 6th graders? ISNT at you, Xiao Wu, who wants to challenge my position as the academy boss. Zhang Yang crosses arms. If you lack strength and want to resort to schemes, even if you gain the position of academy boss through this fight, can you earn everyone's respect? The academy boss is a position that speaks with strength. How ridiculous. You, Xiao Wu winked at Zhang Yang, her finger trembling with anger. Fine, we'll let strength speak for itself. One-on-one, a duel. Whoever wins is the academy boss. And the loser has to serve the winner for a month. Oh, all right. Zhang Yang nodded with interest, accepting a bet he was sure to win. Then, start. Before the onlookers could react, Xiao Wu had already charged in front of Zhang Yang. Xiao Wu wanted to catch Zhang Yang off guard. So not only did she call out to start quickly, but she also secretly closed the distance between them beforehand. Indeed, due to Xiao Wu's sneak attack, Zhang Yang couldn't activate his martial soul in time, but that didn't mean he was powerless. What Xiao Wu didn't know was that after obtaining the first soul ring, Zhang Yang's defensive skills of iron block and paper drawing had turned into physical skills that didn't consume soul power, making them particularly quick to activate. In this situation, Zhang Yang found it quite reasonable. After all, his first soul skill, elementalization, is a perfect defensive skill that consumes very little soul power. If paper drawing and iron block didn't change to consume physical strength, Zhang Yang would be foolish to use them. Thus, the Huang Yuan martial soul allowed these two skills to become physical techniques that consumed stamina. In this way, paper drawing and iron block had a slight advantage over elementalization, making them not entirely worthless. After Xiao Wu wrapped her scorpion braid around Zhang Yang's neck, she took advantage of her body's agility to climb up onto Zhang Yang's shoulders, entangling his neck with her legs. Then, Xiao Wu leaned back, her palms on the ground, her soft legs coiling around Zhang Yang's neck as if she intended to throw him out. Tang San's eyes widened. He recognized this move. Xiao Wu had thrown him like this a few days ago. However, what Xiao Wu didn't expect was that Zhang Yang's hands had somehow grabbed her ankles and held on tightly. Then, iron block. Zhang Yang's body suddenly became extremely stiff, and his hands gripped Xiao Wu's ankles tightly. Xiao Wu noticed Zhang Yang's change, but it was too late. As Xiao Wu tried to throw Zhang Yang, she too was pulled down with him, crashing on the ground. This scene shocked everyone present, especially Xiao Qinyu, who never expected Xiao Wu to be so strong, and that his new boss would be defeated so quickly. However, as Zhang Yang successfully got back up, the upperclassmen all breathed a sigh of relief. Iron Block had increased Zhang Yang's defense several times, so this throw didn't cause him any harm. After releasing the Iron Block skill, Zhang Yang hurriedly got up from the ground, stretched his neck, felt okay, and nodded in satisfaction. This was Zhang Yang's first time using Iron Block in actual combat, and it seemed the effect was pretty good. Seeing Xiao Wu get up and still wanting to rush at him, Zhang Yang couldn't help but smile. Would he really trip over the same stone twice? Martial Soul, Possession. Zhang Yang's school uniform suddenly burst open, and a 1.3-meter-tall little guy transformed into a muscular youth over 1.6 meters tall, his muscles bulging, with a striking yellow soul ring beneath his feet. Seeing this scene, Tang San could only sigh and shake his head. It's over. Upon seeing Zhang Yang complete his martial soul possession, Xiao Wu remembered Tang San had said before that his first soul skill was very strong and practically unbeatable in battles among low-level soul masters, and she couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Thus, Xiao Wu also released her martial soul. A red light illuminated Xiao Wu, and under this faint red glow, her eyes turned red, her ears gradually elongated, and soft white fur stood up on the sides of her head. Her figure seemed to have grown a bit taller, and a soft wedding atmosphere surrounded her body, rippling gently. The soul ring rising beneath her feet was actually the same as Zhang Yang's, a yellow 100-year soul ring. Oh, released her martial soul? Seeing this, Zhang Yang smiled. Zhang Yang, a first-year student, martial soul, yellow ape, 13th level 1-ring battle soul master. My name is Xiao Wu, a first-year work-study student, martial soul, rabbit, 12th level 1-ring battle soul master. Oh. Zhang Yang nodded. Rabbits are great. I really like rabbits. Like spicy rabbit heads. 5 spice rabbit heads. Muttering to himself, Zhang Yang drooled cruelly. You! Xiao Wu exclaimed in excitement. How can you be like this? Rabbits are so cute. Yes, rabbits are so cute. Sprinkled with chili powder and grilled. It must be very. Why are you sneak attacking again? Zhang Yang was interrupted mid-sentence by Xiao Wu rushing forward. Xiao Wu had no intention of holding back anymore. She wanted to use the 8 to make this cruel person understand that rabbits are adorable and cannot be eaten. Her scorpion braid wrapped around Zhang Yang's neck, and with a bend and step, she arrived behind him, her right foot pressing against Zhang Yang's lower back. The first soul skill, waist bow, activated. She leaned her neck back and thrust her foot forward, intending to throw Zhang Yang into the air. As long as Zhang Yang was thrown into the air, he wouldn't be able to dodge the 8. Xiao Wu's plan was good, but Zhang Yang's first soul skill activated at that moment. First soul skill, elementalization. Then, in front of everyone, Xiao Wu's braid and right foot suddenly penetrated Zhang Yang's body, the braid whipping back behind her, while the right foot passed through Zhang Yang's body. The beautiful pink long boots revealing gray soles at Zhang Yang's abdomen. The loss of target caused Xiao Wu to be a bit stunned, but at this moment, she was in a brief state of stiffness, having exhausted her old strength and not yet having new strength. So she could only watch as Zhang Yang stepped back to her side, reaching out towards her braid. Several 6th-year students who had witnessed how Zhang Yang had fatally beaten Xiao Chun, you couldn't bear to watch what happened next, and helplessly turned their heads away. Zhang Yang placed his right hand at the base of Xiao Wu's braid, while his left foot side kicked her supporting leg, and then, bang! The crowd couldn't help but cover their faces. That really hurts. Pressing down on Xiao Wu's head, who was now lying on the ground and no longer struggling, Zhang Yang raised his left hand, extended his index finger, and then suddenly jabbed down. Finger gun. The crowd only heard a poof sound as Zhang Yang's index finger pierced the ground beside Xiao Wu, leaving a dark hole. I win. The Academy's current situation remains unchanged. And remember to serve me tea and water for the next month. Standing up, Zhang Yang lightly said to Xiao Wu, who was on the ground and no longer struggling, and released the martial soul possession. Putting on the coat that Xiao Chanyu had taken off, Zhang Yang waved to his younger brothers and said, "Let us go." More than 20 younger brothers lined up like swallows, surrounding Zhang Yang as they headed toward the school. "Boss, from now on we can freely command the work-study students," Xiao Chunyu said as he approached Zhang Yang. I said, "The Academy's current situation remains unchanged." Zhang Yang shook his head. This year's work-study students, besides Xiao Wu, my senior brother Tang San, is also a powerful battle soul master. Without me, you wouldn't be able to handle the work-study students. So, know your place. Zhang Yang adjusted his coat, feeling uncomfortable with the emptiness inside. Go buy me a school uniform and deliver it to the cafeteria. Boss, I booked a table with good food on the second floor of the cafeteria. Xiao Chen, you flattered. Then let's, oh right. Suddenly I want to eat rabbit heads. Have someone buy a portion outside the school. Yes, boss. Chapter 14. Sorry, our store only has one room left. Seeking subscription. 6 years have passed, and Zhang Yang, Tang San, and Xiao Wu successfully graduated from the Notting Junior Soulmaster Academy. During these 6 years, there were many laughs and joys, as well as many unforgettable, profound memories. Among them, the most impressive to Zhang Yang was that he had completely lost the last memory of the novel Douluo. After all, this was a novel he finished during his first year of junior high, and it has been 24 years since then. Even a celestial being wouldn't remember the content of a web novel from 24 years ago. 6 years later, the 1.3-meter-tall Zhang Yang had now grown to over 1.7 meters, looking nothing like a 12-year-old boy. However, seeing that Tang San was also 1.7 meters tall now, Zhang Yang didn't feel anything was amiss. After waving goodbye to his parents, Zhang Yang, along with Tang San and Xiao Wu, set off for the Barak Kingdom, Soto City. The master recommended the Shrek Academy, which is just outside Soto City. Although the master only recommended Zhang Yang and Tang San to this academy, Xiao Wu didn't want to separate from Tang San, so she came along as well. The three of them set out from Notting City, heading southeast for more than 10 days, and finally arrived at Soto City 2 days before the academy enrollment. Since they had already arrived in Soto City, Shrek Academy was not far away, so the three, having relaxed, decided to find a hotel to rest for a while. Anything could wait until tomorrow. Following the flow of people, it wasn't long before Xiao Wu discovered a very unique hotel. The hotel was styled like a blooming rose, giving a refreshing impression, and its name was quite fitting for the theme, called Rose Hotel. Rose Hotel, Xiao San, Zhang Yang, let's stay here. Xiao Wu pointed. Zhang Yang crossed his arms. Whatever. Tang San had no objections either, so the three of them walked into the hotel together. Sensing the faint scent of roses, the three arrived at the front desk. The outward-facing Tang San spoke, "Please give us 2 rooms." The front desk staff looked at Zhang Yang, then at Tang San, and finally at Xiao Wu. A playful look in their eyes. "I'm sorry, sir, but we only have 1 room left." 1 room? Zhang Yang furrowed his brows and knocked on the front desk. "Kid, who are you fooling? Hurry up and find out if there are any canceled reservations. I don't want to sleep in the same room with them." "Hey, Zhang, what do you mean? Am I such an eyesore that it would be a disgrace for you to sleep in the same room with me?" Xiao Wu jumped up and glared at Zhang Yang. "No, Boss Zhang, I just don't feel comfortable sharing a room with someone who serves tea and water." Zhang Yang reached out to hold down the jumping Xiao Wu, causing Tang San to show a faint smile. "Oh, reservation." The newly hired front desk staff realized after hearing Zhang Yang's words that they hadn't paid attention to the reservation situation. After reviewing the reservation information again, the front desk staff showed a bitter smile. Indeed, there was only 1 room left. Looking up, the front desk staff helplessly said to Zhang Yang, "I'm sorry, sir, but there are no records of room cancellations. We really only have 1 room left." Zhang Yang couldn't help but facepalm. "Damn it, why did I even remind you? But don't worry, everyone, our rooms are quite spacious, and it's completely fine for 3 people to sleep in 1 room. Forget it. Let's book this 1 room." Xiao Wu instructed the front desk to handle the paperwork, and then said to Zhang Yang and Tang San, "1 room is fine. After all, we will all be cultivating at night. It seems we have no choice." Tang San nodded. They were all used to replacing sleep with cultivation. After all, they were all extraordinary talents, and under the master's guidance, they understood the principle that the early bird catches the worm. At that moment, the hotel manager, who had just entered the lobby from behind, seemed to glide smoothly past Zhang Yang and the others, quickly approaching the 3 who had just entered the hotel. "Dai Xiao, you're here. The Red Ocean is still waiting for you. It's on the 3rd floor inside. I'll take you there." The hotel manager, wearing a 3-layer swimming ring, bowed and bent down politely to this young man named Dai. Tang San glanced at him curiously and discovered that this Dai actually had heterochromia. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang and Xiao Wu were focused on something else. They realized he was a twin. Oh, man. Xiao Wu pouted, internally despising this blonde, big pig trotter. It was obvious that Dai had heard Xiao Wu's mutterings, but after spending time with his twin sister, he had heard similar comments many times. So Xiao Wu's words did not cause any ripples, and the two groups headed upstairs. Actually, when Zhang Yang saw the hotel name, he had already sensed something, and the room's decoration confirmed his guess. It was indeed a couple's hotel. Zhang Yang rubbed his cheeks, trying to erase the embarrassment on his face. Xiao Wu had a heart-shaped big bed in the inner room, while Zhang Yang and Tang San sat cross-legged on the sofa, making do for the night. After breakfast, seeing that Zhang Yang and Tang San were preparing to cultivate all day again, Xiao Wu hurriedly intervened, saying, Tang San, don't just stay in the room. Come out and play with me, okay? Tang San looked at Xiao Wu and smiled indulgently. I'm not like you. You have extraordinary talent, and your strength continues to improve without much cultivation. We can only be the early birds, but you need to balance work and rest. Haven't you cultivated all night? You should take a break now. Xiao Wu pouted and pleaded, tugging at Tang San's arm. Well, Tang San glanced at Zhang Yang and then back at Xiao Wu, feeling a bit tempted. I think Xiao Wu is right. Balance is important. However, I'm not going. In these 2 months of vacation, I've already fallen behind you guys by a large margin. In these 2 months of vacation, due to his parents' reasons, Zhang Yang could only find time to cultivate at night, and in the end he found that he had fallen behind Tang San by a whole level. Now, at level 28. All right, Tang San nodded. Due to the Xiantian skill, Tang San's cultivation speed was much faster than Zhang Yang's. Even though he had to work every afternoon, his soul power level would not fall behind Zhang Yang. During these 2 months of vacation, Tang San had ample time to cultivate every day, while Zhang Yang could only cultivate at night, which naturally led to a gap in progress. Although Zhang Yang didn't say it, both Tang San and Xiao Wu had noticed his hard work in recent days. Xiao Wu smiled and said, Zhang Yang, what are you afraid of? Your soul skills are so unbeatable. Even if you fall behind us by 3 or 5 levels, the two of us together wouldn't be your match. But after all, they're just low-level soul skills. Once we reach higher levels, the effectiveness of low-level soul skills won't be that significant. Zhang Yang shook his head, aware of the need to remain vigilant. Xiao Wu dragged Tang San out for shopping, while Zhang Yang continued to cultivate cross-legged. As Zhang Yang was being trained as a strong attack-type battle spirit master by the master, his second soul ring was still planned to be a power-type soul skill, so the soul beast they hunted was the powerful gorilla, which had attack power not inferior to that of an ordinary 1,000-year soul beast. For this, the master even brought along his friend, the principal of Nodding Academy, to hunt soul beasts for Zhang Yang and Tang San. However, Huang Yuan expressed a different opinion about Zhang Yang's soul skills. Thus, Zhang Yang's second soul skill changed from the power-type soul skill that the powerful gorilla soul beast would definitely drop to the flash physique. When Zhang Yang activated this second soul skill, he could move at the speed of light like Huang Yuan from the comics, possessing a powerful soul skill that could flash hundreds of meters in a single blink. That's why Xiao Wu said that your soul skills are so unbeatable. To summarize the first stage, Huang Yuan's first soul skill is a defensive skill, the elementalization of a shining fruit, and the second soul skill is a movement-type skill, the speed of light movement ability of a shining fruit. Consequently, Zhang Yang finally realized that his Huang Yuan martial spirit aims to transform him into a shining fruit ability user through 9 soul skills. Therefore, his first soul skill can only be used for defense, and his second soul skill can only be used for movement. It is estimated that by the time he obtains his 3rd or 4th soul skills, he will have that handsome attacking ability like a normal shining fruit user. Thinking about his soul power already being at level 28, Zhang Yang felt that this handsome attacking ability was not far from him. At noon, still immersed in cultivation, Zhang Yang suddenly heard a loud bang, as if the entire hotel shook. When he opened his eyes again, he found that the pink-toned room was covered in a layer of gold. What's going on? Zhang Yang frowned it, looking at the excited Tang San and the confused Xiao Wu. Tang San didn't answer. Zhang Yang, Xiao Wu, quickly help me gather these gold particles together. Don't let a single one slip away. Saying this, Tang San took the lead, using his control ability to absorb the golden particles into his hands. Zhang Yang frowned. Stop messing around. Although he said this, he, like Xiao Wu, lay on the ground, controlling the wrist-mounted soul guide to collect the golden particles on the floor, his speed not slower than Tang San's. This bracelet-shaped storage soul guide was a gift from the master to Zhang Yang, possessing 2 jade stones, with a total storage space of 14 cubic units. Although it couldn't hold as many items as the 24 Bridges Moonlit Night, its value was no less than that. The master asked Zhang Yang to name this bracelet as well. Zhang Yang thought for a moment. How about 2 tigers run fast? The master fell silent for a long time. Xiao-san, why don't you help Zhang Yang come up with a name? Tang San thought for a moment. Frosty leaves redder than February flowers. Ah! Zhang Yang instantly associated it with the previous sentence, shook his head, and asked, any other options? The copper sparrow locks the 2 chiaos in spring? Zhang Yang was momentarily stunned by this. Why lock the 2 chiaos? Was it because the agave girl was too tempting? The master wondered. Sounds like there's a story behind that. Tang San suddenly realized and quickly pretended to be clueless, explaining to the master that he had seen this phrase in some book and didn't know its specific meaning. Regardless of the story, the name of the bracelet was set like this. There were simply too many golden light spots in the room. Before Zhang Yang and Tang San could collect even 1/10 of them, a rapid knocking sound came from the door. The 3 of them in the room jolted, and Zhang Yang signaled Tang San to hurry up while he went out to deal with the visitor. He opened the door a crack and looked at the visitor, raising an eyebrow. The visitor was someone Zhang Yang recognized. He had seen him in the hotel lobby yesterday, the young man who liked to play games with the twins. Dai Mubai. At this moment, Dai Mubai's mood was obviously not good. He was wearing his clothes haphazardly, and it seemed like Tang San's earlier strike had interrupted his good time. Seeing someone open the door, Dai Mubai's anger was directed at Zhang Yang. What is wrong with you 3? Making noise next door. This is a couple's hotel, not a blacksmith shop. You mean that sound just now? It wasn't us. We don't even know where it came from. Zhang Yang feigned confusion, intending to brush off the uninvited guest. Nonsense. I'm right next door. That hammering sounded just like it was right next to my ear. If it wasn't you guys, then where else could it come from? Dai Mubai pressed his hand against the door, tried to force his way in. Zhang Yang obviously would let Dai Mubai have his way. He pushed against the door with his right hand while using his knee to brace against it, not only preventing Dai Mubai from pushing the door open, but actually causing the door to close tighter. Oh, didn't T see that coming? You're quite strong. Dai Mubai said in surprise, looking at Zhang Yang. Dai Mubai, with a soul power of level 37, after 3 soul ring baptisms, and a powerful martial spirit of the white tiger. Didn't he expect to be outmatched in strength by a boy who looked significantly younger than him? Zhang Yang shrugged and said helplessly, I can't just let you barge in like this. Come on, let's have a match. Dai Mubai, filled with competitive spirit, took a few steps back to the center of the corridor. Zhang Yang hesitated, having been the leader for so long. He was already tired of these meaningless contests. At that moment, a well-dressed fat man hurriedly ran over from the stairs. It was the manager of the 3-layer swimming ring hotel from yesterday. Seeing Dai Mubai's current attire, the quick-witted hotel manager immediately understood the key point and hurriedly approached to flatter him. Young Master Dai, I apologize for disturbing your rest. We will quickly investigate the source of that loud noise just now and give you an explanation. No need, Manager Wang, just stand aside. Later, all losses will be counted on me. Dai Mubai waved his hand, asking Manager Wang to step aside and assumed a fighting stance against Zhang Yang. Young Master Dai, let's talk it out, let's talk it out. No need to fight, no need to fight, Manager Wang said anxiously, beads of sweat rolling down his face. Step aside. Dai Mubai waved his hand, looking at Zhang Yang. Come on. Zhang Yang, feeling helpless, realized that a fight was inevitable. Chapter 15 Dai Mubai, seeking subscription White Tiger. Possession. Because he had suffered a small loss in the previous power struggle, Dai Mubai immediately activated his martial soul, intending to show Zhang Yang some real strength. Dai Mubai's muscles swelled dramatically, stretching his clothes. His golden hair turned black and white, and a king's pattern emerged on his forehead. His hands increased several times in size, quickly sprouting white fur, and his fingers transformed into 10 sharp claws, each about 8 inches long. Below him, 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings rotated in the best ratio, and the pressure from his 37th level soul power hit Zhang Yang like a tidal wave. Dai Mubai, Martial Soul, White Tiger, 37th level Battle Soul Master. Please give me guidance. Dai Mubai announced his martial soul and level, formally challenging Zhang Yang. Yellow 8 Possession. 12-year-old Zhang Yang, after activating his martial soul, maintained the previous aura of a Terminator. His height surged from 1.7 meters to 2.1 meters, muscles bulging. The whole person instantly grew, not just a circle. 2 yellow soul rings floated up and down, and his 28th level soul power formed a wall, greatly alleviating the pressure Dai Mubai exerted on Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, Martial Soul, Yellow 8, 28th level Battle Soul Master. Please give me guidance. With soul power below 30. Having not yet undergone the 3rd soul ring baptism, but his strength is not weaker than mine at all. It seems this kid's Yellow 8 martial soul is strength-oriented. Dai Mubai thought to himself, let's begin. Zhang Yang's 1st and 2nd soul rings lit up simultaneously, and by the time he spoke, he was already in an invincible position. Dai Mubai moved, possessing his martial soul. He burst forth with powerful strength, covering the 5-meter distance between them in an instant, arriving right in front of Zhang Yang. 10 sharp claws shot out simultaneously, aiming at Zhang Yang's body. If caught, he would undoubtedly be left with 10 holes. Faced with such a perilous situation, Zhang Yang remained calm, as usual, not dodging or avoiding, reaching out to touch Dai Mubai's tiger head. If you're going to be so arrogant, don't blame me. Seeing Zhang Yang act so arrogantly in the face of an opponent whose soul power and rings surpass his own, Dai Mubai felt insulted and decided to teach Zhang Yang a lesson. Saying this, he couldn't help but increase the strength in his hands. If Dai Mubai had known any students from the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy and talked about the unchanging Zhang Yang from the academy for 6 years, he would have known that any attack against Zhang Yang was ineffective. However, Dai Mubai did not know this. Therefore, as Dai Mubai's claws pierced into Zhang Yang's abdomen without any resistance, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Thoughts that many who had sparred with Zhang Yang had experienced. Oh no. At the same time, Zhang Yang's hands clamped down on Dai Mubai's head like a vice. Then Zhang Yang abruptly raised his knee, preparing to compare which was harder, Dai Mubai's nose or his knee. Dai Mubai's reaction was incredibly quick. The moment he realized his attack had gone wrong, his 1st soul ring suddenly lit up, forming a white light shield, intending to repel Zhang Yang away from him. White Tiger Body Shield. Attack power, defense power, strength increased by 50. However, the White Tiger Body Shield could repel ordinary people, but could not repel the elementalized Zhang Yang. The ring of light that embodied Dai Mubai's hope of escaping surged out. Yet Zhang Yang's form remained unchanged, and the force of a knee strike continued unabated. Bang! Dai Mubai felt a sharp pain in his nose, his head forced upward. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yang delivered a kick to his stomach, sending him flying 6 or 7 meters away. In midair, Dai Mubai forcibly stabilized his stance to ensure his feet landed without embarrassing himself in front of Manager Wang. However, the next moment a flash of yellow light appeared, and Dai Mubai felt a blur in front of him as Zhang Yang had already appeared right before him. Simultaneously bowing and punching, a finger suddenly poking towards Dai Mubai's chest. Although Dai Mubai was not very familiar with Zhang Yang, seeing the fierce approach, he unhesitatingly activated his 3rd soul skill. Boom! The soul power surged violently, and Dai Mubai's already bulging muscles became even more exaggerated, black stripes appearing on his skin. Resembling real tiger stripes, his tiger paws growing larger, his whole body enveloped in golden light, exuding dominance. White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Within half an hour, resistance to abnormal states is increased, attack power, defense power, strength increased by 100. With the 3rd soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, and the 1st soul skill, White Tiger Body Shield, combined with his strong physical quality and profound soul power for defense. Although Zhang Yang's finger spear pushed Dai Mubai back repeatedly, it ultimately failed to injure him. Of course, this was also related to Zhang Yang not exerting a large amount of soul power to enhance the attack power of the finger spear. After witnessing Zhang Yang's bizarre 1st soul skill, the imposing Dai Mubai took a deep look at Zhang Yang and decisively released his martial soul possession. 37th level against 28th level, and he even used a third soul skill. In this spar, I lost. The now normal Dai Mubai readily acknowledged his defeat. Polite. I also benefited greatly from this spar. Zhang Yang casually returned the compliment, as saying flattering words didn't cost anything. Dai Mubai said, "Your soul skill is very strange. It not only allows you to become intangible and evade attacks, but can also catch opponents off guard. Although I don't know the duration and limitations of this soul skill, it is indeed very powerful." Zhang Yang nodded. "Thank you. Dai Mubai. I think we'll meet again soon. When you get to Shrek Academy, if anyone troubles you, mention my name, Evil-Eyed White Tiger Dai Mubai." With that, Dai Mubai returned to his room under the watch of the curious twin sisters, while Manager Wang, after being distracted by the duel, forgot the purpose of his visit and hurriedly left after greeting Zhang Yang. Back in the room, Zhang Yang briefly recounted the earlier events to Tang San, and upon hearing how arrogant Dai Mubai was, Xiao Wu immediately sarcastically remarked, "This person is really inexplicable. At first glance, he is not a good person. Little San, Zhang Yang, even when we get to Shrek Academy, let us not have anything to do with him." "Why?" Tang San asked in confusion. Being able to calmly admit that he is inferior to others shows that this person is not bad. Xiao Wu retorted, "Not bad? I see it as nothing but wrong. You tell me, he brought 2 girls to the hotel to open a room. What could he possibly be up to?" Tang San frowned. "Xiao Wu, I find that you understand more and more. And you? Hearing what I said, you understood, little San. It seems you understand quite a bit too." Xiao Wu glared fiercely at Tang San. Nearby, Zhang Yang joked, "Compared to you two, I'm as pure as a little white flower. I can't understand a word of what you're saying. Get lost." Early the next morning, the 3 left the Rose Hotel, where they had stayed for 2 days, heading towards their destination as described by the master, exiting Soto City from his South City gate. The 3 moved at a brisk pace, and although Xiao Wu was all over Tang San during the journey, after walking 3 or 4 kilometers, a dilapidated small village gradually came into view. This was a small village with about 100 households, smaller than the scale of Holy Soul Village. The village was surrounded by a wooden fence, seemingly to guard against wild beasts. At the entrance of the village, a crowd seemed to be gathered, and it was unclear what had happened. "What happened? Let's go take a look." Xiao Wu, bursting with curiosity, pulled Tang San towards the gathering crowd, while Zhang Yang leisurely followed behind. As they approached, the 3 realized that among the crowded people, many were children around their age, accompanied by their parents. At the center of the crowd was a wooden table, behind which sat an old man in his 60s. Not far behind him was a dilapidated wooden archway with the words Shrek Academy written on it. "Are you kidding me? Is this really the Shrek Academy that Master mentioned?" Xiao Wu, Zhang Yang, and Tang San exchanged glances. Zhang Yang frowned and said, "Xiao San, is this really what the teacher meant by Shrek Academy? You must be mistaken. The teacher mentioned another academy, not Shrek. I'm sure I didn't remember it wrong." Tang San shook his head. "Let's take a look first. Maybe this is just the registration area, and the actual academy is elsewhere." While the 3 were questioning their lives, the old man behind the table calmly faced the angry parents. "Mubai, someone wants a refund for the registration fee. Handle it." Thus, Dai Mubai, who used to play games with the twins in Soto City, appeared as an enforcer, and the imposing sight of his 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings scared the father and son who wanted their refund away. With their departure, the crowd of onlookers dispersed significantly. These children were all over 12 years old and did not meet the academy's enrollment requirements. Tang San and Xiao Wu continued to pay attention to the enrollment situation at Shrek Academy, while Zhang Yang's attention was drawn to a little girl in a plain white dress. This girl was very pretty, but what was even more eye-catching was the noble aura she exuded in her every movement. The aura of nobility needs to be cultivated, even with a terrible personality. It cannot hide the inherent nobility. Zhang Yang could tell that this girl must come from an extraordinary background. Before long, a large number of onlookers left again, and Zhang Yang did not pay attention to the specific reason. Instead, the remaining boys and their parents all carried a hint of pride. Indeed, according to Shrek Academy's rules, students must be under 13 years old and have a soul power of at least level 21. Such students would be regarded as talented youths wherever they went. And talented youths are rarely unarrogant. The three slowly formed a line, and Zhang Yang's gaze wandered around. Soon, he spotted a cold-faced but attractive girl on the way they came. Although he could not remember the plot of Douluo continent, Zhang Yang was certain that such a distinctive character would not be an inconspicuous passerby. After a few people ahead of them were tested and led into the academy by Mu Bai, it was now the turn for Zhang Yang and the other two to be tested. The three registered. Tang San took out 30 gold soul coins from his soul guide and placed them into the wooden box for the registration fee. And the three of them extended their hands one after another. Both Zhang Yang and Xiao Wu had their bone age tests done smoothly. But Tang San's hands could not be assessed due to his practice of the Xianyu hands. The academy teacher could only determine his bone age through his leg bones. The blue-silver grass martial soul can reach level 21. Indeed, he's a little monster. Mu Bai, take them inside. The academy teacher waved his hand, signaling the three to quickly step aside. Here we go. I knew you would pass smoothly. Mu Bai patted Zhang Yang's shoulder, acting like a leader. But his gaze was still wandering at the academy entrance. What are you looking at? The three of them followed Mu Bai's gaze, and soon the hot-looking beauty caught Zhang Yang's attention. Xiao Wu said irritably, "What are you looking at? Are you trying to cause trouble for that girl?" Mu Bai frowned and said, "What do you know? I sense that the aura from that girl is very similar to mine. Not only is it similar, but there's also a complementary feeling. In martial souls, encountering a complementary martial soul is extremely difficult. However, once found, if they join forces, the strength of their own martial souls will increase exponentially. This is known as the martial soul fusion technique." Xiao Wu laughed out loud and said, "So, that means her martial soul should be a tigress?" Mu Bai showed a hint of embarrassment and said, "That's possible." After bringing Zhang Yang and the others to the testing area for the second round, arranging them in line, Mu Bai hurriedly left. As for his purpose, it was naturally to see his tigress. Xiao Wu scoffed, "Huh, man." Zhang Yang, hearing this, said unhappily, "Hey, Xiao Wu, don't generalize. That is Mu Bai's personal behavior. It has nothing to do with all men." Tang San nodded. He indeed had the right to speak on this matter. The pure and noble Tang San was not just talk. "All right," Xiao Wu nodded and corrected herself. "Ha, Mu Bai." Zhang Yang. Chapter 16. How to Lose with Dragon Rider. Not long after, Mu Bai returned, followed by the mother tiger in Xiao Wu's mouth. The first thing Mu Bai did upon reappearing was to stop Tang San from eating Oscar's sausage. When Tang San quietly murmured Oscar's spell to Zhang Yang and Xiao Wu instantly blushed, while Zhang Yang wore a helpless expression. Food system soul masters must match different soul spells to change their martial souls, and indeed, such a lewd soul spell is quite rare. This Shrek Academy really resembles a monster academy, with not a single normal person in sight. The second round of the test is to assess soul power. If the soul power exceeds level 25, then the subsequent martial soul quality assessment in the second round and the third round's application test of one's martial soul can be skipped, directly entering the fourth round's practical test. Mu Bai patted Zhang Yang's shoulder, signaling him to follow, and then led Zhang Yang to teacher Xiao Exen, who was responsible for the test, and whispered a few words. Teacher Xiao Exen, martial soul. Candy Bean, level 71, soul saint. One of the top 5 food system soul masters on the continent. Upon hearing Mu Bai's words, teacher Xiao Exen nodded and said, "All right, you can take them directly to the fourth round." Hearing teacher Xiao Exen say this, a male examinee asked, "Teacher, what's going on? Why can he skip to the fourth round while we have to pass each round?" Teacher Xiao Exen calmly replied, "If your soul power also exceeds level 25, then you can directly proceed to the fourth round without wasting time here. But your tested soul power is only level 21, so you must pass each round one by one." "Oh, so the second round test is like this?" Zhang Yang suddenly understood. Level 25? He reached that level a year ago. Mu Bai took a crystal ball from teacher Xiao Exen's desk and handed it to Zhang Yang, saying, "Zhang Yang, let them see your level." Taking the crystal ball, Zhang Yang smiled and injected his soul power into it. In an instant, the crystal ball burst in a brilliant white light. with a strong radiance almost filling every corner of the crystal ball. Level 28 and close to level 29. Not bad. The plump teacher, Xiao Xin, nodded in satisfaction. How is this possible? The surrounding examinees were shocked. We're all 12 years old. How can anyone have such high soul power? Zhang Yang didn't care about these people's feelings at all, desperately attracting attention. Meanwhile, Tang San and Xiao Wu, not knowing when they had come to Zhang Yang's side, took turns testing the crystal ball. All surpassed Zhang Yang with an even brighter light of level 29. 3 consecutive peers exceeding level 25 made the faces of the onlookers turn red. At this moment, a noble girl in the middle of the line suddenly spoke. Teacher, I think I should also be able to skip the second and third rounds. Thus, the 4th peer exceeding level 25 appeared. Teacher Xiao Xian's smile grew even wider. Before the examinees could recover from the shocking displays, another even stronger light appeared, belonging to Dai Mubai's mother tiger. Haha, monsters come every year, but this year is especially plentiful. This year, 5 little monsters appeared. Good. It seems that I can get a raise this year. Mubai, take them to the 4th round. Oh, is there any other little monster with soul power exceeding level 25? Let me be happy a bit more. The examinees all wore a dark expression, and even Dai Mubai's face became somewhat stiff. There are already 5. Teacher Xiao Xin, you should be content. You should know that when I enrolled, my soul power was just barely level 25, slightly lower than the weakest among these 5. Seeing no 6th person step forward, Dai Mubai led the 5 exempt students towards the 4th round's exam site. Perhaps because Dai Mubai thought these little monsters could pass the 4th round. He talked a lot about the academy with Zhang Yang and the others on the way. The 4th round's exam site was not large, only about 200 square meters. In this open space, a middle-aged man in his 50s, resembling a low wall, was sitting on a chair, dozing off. Teacher Zhao, Dai Mubai walked up respectfully and said, I brought people for the 4th round assessment. Oh. The dozing middle-aged man opened his hazy eyes and looked at the 5 examinees with mild surprise. There are actually 5 people who passed the 3rd round test? Teacher Zhao, they are all exempt students with soul power over level 25, Dai Mubai replied. Teacher Zhao's eyes lit up. Oh, I didn't expect so many little monsters this year. It seems I will have a prosperous year. Zhang Yang knew that Shrek Academy, which could only operate in the countryside, wouldn't have a very good economic condition. But he didn't expect it to be so dire that receiving 5 students would count as a prosperous year. I am Zhao Wujia, the supervisor of the 4th round. You can call me Teacher Zhao. The exam for the 4th round is very simple. I will give you an incense sticks time to get to know each other. Formulate tactics, and then you 5 will work together to withstand my attacks for 1 incense sticks time. As long as 1 person can hold on until the end, you all pass. This. Dai Mubai looked troubled. Teacher Zhao, this isn't very good. What's wrong with that? The dean is not here. I'm the highest authority in the academy, and what I say goes. Mubai, tell them about my strength characteristics. After finishing, who knows where Zhao Wujia pulled out an incense stick from, lit it with a snap of his fingers, and inserted it into the ground without any tremor. Zhao Wujia resumed his nap, while Dai Mubai gathered the 5 people with a serious expression and whispered, This is troublesome. Xiao Wu curiously asked, Is Teacher Zhao very strong? Teacher Zhao is a 76th level battle soul saint with the martial soul of the great strength diamond bear. His overall strength is second only to the dean. Dai Mubai spoke rapidly. Xiao Wu couldn't believe it, huh? But he looks much younger than the 6-ringed soul emperor at the door. You're only 12 years old, and you're almost level 30, right? In the world of soul masters, age has never represented anything. Dai Mubai shot her a sideways glance. All right, we can discuss this later. Let's first study Teacher Zhao's strength characteristics. Zhang Yang thought to himself, at such a time, do they still have time to chat about these trivial matters? Dai Mubai briefly summarized Zhao Wujia's strength characteristics and then looked at everyone. You should introduce yourselves now, stating your martial souls and abilities and see how to cooperate to survive this exam. Tang San nodded and took the lead to introduce his name and martial soul, with the others following suit. Zhang Yang then learned that the noble girl was named Ning Rongrong from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and the mother tiger was named Zhu Zhuqing, with a martial soul of the nether spirit cat. When it was Zhang Yang's turn, he said seriously, Zhang Yang. Beast Martial Soul Yellow Ape. Level 28 Assault System Soul Master. Tang San, recalling Zhang Yang's first and second soul skills invincibility, quickly asked Dai Mubai, "Are you sure Teacher Zhao doesn't have any soul skills that can silence or dispel enemy soul skills?" After extensive research, the master concluded that the only weakness of elementalization, which ignores physical attacks and energy shocks, should be the effects of silence and dispelling the opponent's soul skills. Of course, the result of this research didn't make much difference, whose soul skills aren't afraid of being silenced or dispelled. Tang San considered that if Zhao Wujie didn't have such soul skills, then they would definitely win this battle. Of course, Dai Mubai nodded firmly. All of Teacher Zhao's soul skills are focused on attack power and defense types. I can confirm that. Then that's good. Tang San breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, looking at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, remember to control your soul power reserve. If we accidentally lose, then everything will depend on you. Yes, Zhang Yang, you are our strongest support, Xiao Wu said happily, patting Zhang Yang's shoulder. Don't worry. I guarantee you will be able to enroll smoothly, Zhang Yang replied confidently, patting his chest. How could I lose? Even the Flying Dragon Knight was defeated. What? Do you have a guaranteed winning strategy? Oh. Dai Mubai suddenly realized your soul skills can actually work against Soul Sage level enemies? Who knows? Soul Sages are not cabbages. I haven't fought against one before, Zhang Yang chuckled. But don't worry, even without soul skills, my strength is not inferior to an ordinary level 30 Battle Soul Master. Facing the four who were playing riddles, the noble girl Ning Rongrong, very polite, did not delve deeper, but said seriously, even if we have a guaranteed winning strategy, we should still show our own strength. Ning Rongrong was right. Tang San nodded. I am a control-type Battle Soul Master, responsible for restraining Teacher Zhao's attacks. Ning Rongrong will assist the four of us, while Zhang Yang and Xiao Wu will alternate as the main attackers to divert attention, and Zhu Zhuqing will launch flanking attacks. After chatting for a little while and briefly arranging the tactics, the incense lit by Zhao Wujie had burned out. Teacher, we can start now? Dai Mubai nodded to Zhao Wujie and quickly stepped aside to watch. Although this was an unequal battle, he would not miss the opportunity to learn from seeing Zhao Wujie's attack, as he was also a power-type soul master. Zhao Wujie stood up again, clasping his hands together, and moved his wrists. A series of bone-cracking sounds that made one's teeth ache echoed, and the invisible pressure immediately increased a bit more. Zhao Wujie conjured another stick of incense in his hand. Before he could light it, Ning Rongrong had already taken the lead. The seven treasures turned out with glazed light. Her body spun in place for a round, and dazzling colorful light burst forth from her body. At the point where the colorful light converged, a colorful treasure pagoda, over a foot tall, had already appeared in the palm of Ning Rongrong's right hand. The treasure shone, exuding nobility, and Ning Rongrong wore a smile, looking ethereal. Two circles of yellow soul rings rose from beneath her feet, quietly swirling around her. The seven treasures have a name. The first is Strength. The first soul ring rose, enveloping the colorful treasure pagoda, and under Ning Rongrong's left hand's direction, three beams of colorful light simultaneously shot out, each enveloping Zhang Yang and the other three. Instantly, a warm energy surged into their bodies, and the four felt as if they were filled with power. Even the soul power within them seemed to boil and surge upward. Zhao Wujie looked at Ning Rongrong in surprise. Wow, there is actually a member of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile clan among this year's candidates. Not bad, not bad. Old Ghost Flander must be thrilled this time. As he spoke, the incense in his hand was already lit, casually thrown to the ground. The seven treasures have a name. The second is Speed. Again, three beams of colorful light floated out, and Ning Rongrong's second soul ring also activated. The lightness of her body made Zhang Yang feel as if his own body had lost weight, silently admiring the seven treasures glazed tile pagoda, truly worthy of its reputation as the top auxiliary martial soul. Both speed and strength increased by 30%, making him feel a significant boost in power. Zhang Yang and Xiao Wu rushed out together. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie also moved immediately. Chapter 17, Shutan, subscription requested. Zhao Wujia's thoughts were very clear. He wanted to eliminate the sole masters of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School as soon as possible. This was the Master's teaching to Zhang Yang and Tang San, and it was also the consensus of all soul masters on the continent. Zhao Wujia intended to use his powerful soul power to interrupt Ning Rongrong's support effects. But Zhang Yang and Xiao Wu naturally would not let him have his way. With a swift move, Zhang Yang kicked out two transparent arcs of distorted air towards Zhao Wujia from a distance, one after the other. Interesting, Zhao Wujia chuckled, continuing to release his area attack. His immense soul power surged out instantly, shimmering with a yellowish light, colliding with the two air-cutting attacks, which then disappeared quietly like spring rain. Without the attachment of a martial soul, and without using soul skills, Zhao Wujia relied solely on his formidable soul power to defend against Zhang Yang's two attacks. Zhang Yang's expression turned serious. A level 76 soul sage is indeed terrifying. At the same time as the air-cutting attacks were neutralized, Zhao Wujia's soul power shockwave, which could reach Ning Rongrong, also struck. Tang San reacted quickly, wrapping a black vine around Ning Rongrong's waist and jumping away to avoid Zhao Wujia's attack. The moment they dodged Zhao Wujia's attack, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing charged towards him, seeing the two delicate young girls rushing at him. The level 76, Zhao Wujia, confidently stood with his hands behind his back, adopting a posture that suggested he would allow them to attack. During the charge, Xiao Wu quickly activated her martial soul, stepping firmly on Zhao Wujia's shoulders, while Tang San's blue-silver grass entangled Zhao Wujia's legs, injecting a powerful paralyzing toxin. Then, Xiao Wu pulled back while Tang San yanked forward, causing Zhao Wujia, who arrogantly hadn't even released his martial soul, to lose his balance in an instant. Xiao Wu and Tang San, working in perfect harmony, aimed to slam Zhao Wujia's head into the ground. However, Zhao Wujia was a level 76 battle soul sage, particularly strong, and in just a moment, he steadied himself, causing their combined efforts to fail. But just then, Zhao Wujia felt a blur before his eyes as a tall, strong figure appeared in front of him, Zhang Yang, who had just kicked twice. At this moment, Zhang Yang had his arms slightly bent, his fists together, aimed at Zhao Wujia's determined face, taking a deep breath. Zhao Wujia thought the boy was a bit foolish. How could he use such an obvious charging attack in front of the enemy? He was still lacking my guidance, Zhao thought. With that in mind, Zhao Wujia extended his fist, as large as a cooking pot, and struck toward Zhang Yang's chest. But this time, Zhao Wujia had miscalculated. Zhang Yang was not foolish. If he hadn't activated his first soul skill, how could he stand so boldly in front of Zhao Wujia charging up? Facing Zhang Yang's elementalization, Zhao Wujia's fist naturally swung empty. It turned out to be a nullification effect soul skill. Upon realizing this, Zhao Wujia sensed something was off. With Tang San's blue-silver grass restraining him from a distance, and Xiao Wu's waist bow limiting him, how could a temporarily immune person charge up for so long targeting his face? It must be a soul skill with immense attack power. With this thought, Zhao Wujia let out a low roar, and his body suddenly expanded. His already formidable muscles swelled nearly twice in size, and he shot up a meter in height, while 7 soul rings rose simultaneously. A series of crisp sounds rang out behind Zhao Wujia as Zhu Zhuqing's sharp nail struck but found no purchase against him. 6 king spears. A powerful shockwave erupted from Zhang Yang's fists, striking solidly against Zhao Wujia's chest. Of course, the 6 king spears were originally aimed at Zhao Wujia's head, but with Zhao Wujia's body suddenly towering a meter higher after activating his martial soul, the attack struck his abdomen instead. However, because the shockwave from the 6 king spears belonged to a penetrating attack, even after being reduced by Zhao Wujia's immense soul power and strong physical defense, the shockwave still affected his internal organs. But the effect? Zhao Wujia merely raised an eyebrow. This was the greatest damage Zhang Yang had inflicted on him. The power of a soul sage after activating their martial soul was indeed terrifying. Retreat, Tang San shouted, and the blue-silver grass instantly wrapped around Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, using clever strength to pull them back to his side. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang, still at the forefront, took a stance, and unleashed his vigorous soul power, a sharp momentum erupting from him. Finger Spear. This was the strongest finger spear Zhang Yang had ever unleashed, condensing 70% of his level 28 soul power, with its penetrative enhancement capable of piercing through iron ingots. Interesting. Zhao Wujia sensed a threat from Zhang Yang's fingertips, and his first soul ring lit up, a strong golden light bursting forth almost instantly, scattering the grass and stones within a few meters. Yet, Zhang Yang remained steady. This little monster's soul skill is quite impressive, Zhao Wujia thought to himself, and in the next moment, Zhang Yang's fingertip jabbed into Zhao Wujia's chest. Such a straightforward attack. Do you really think you can hurt someone? Zhao Wujia said, swinging his large hand towards Zhang Yang's arm. If Zhao Wujia's strike landed, Zhang Yang's arm would be unusable for at least 10 days, but unfortunately, Zhao Wujia couldn't hit him. Seeing his palm seemingly pass through Zhang Yang's arm as if through an illusion, Zhao Wujia was stunned. Damn it, little monster, your soul skill can be reused so quickly? Even for someone like Zhao Wujia, who had traveled far and wide, he didn't believe that a nullification-type soul skill would be a low-cost state skill, which is why he thought Zhang Yang had activated it again. Thus, Zhao Wujia completely lost the chance to evade the attack and took Zhang Yang's finger spear head-on. Everyone heard a pop, and when they looked again, they saw a deep, finger-length wound on Zhao Wujia's rock-solid chest. Having struck successfully, Zhang Yang did not greedily pursue further attacks, vanishing from Zhao Wujia's view in an instant. Of course, due to the irreducibility of his first soul skill, it would have mattered much even if Zhang Yang had been greedy. However, Zhang Yang needed to reserve enough soul power to maintain his first soul skill for a brief moment, so he didn't have the strength to attack again. After all, breaking through a level 76 soul sage's defense wasn't easy. The high-powered 6 King Spears and the high-powered Finger Spear had consumed 80% of Zhang Yang's soul power. Wiping a trace of blood from his chest, Zhao Wujia grumbled, "It seems like my 80-year-old mother has fallen. I guess I can't take it easy with you kids." "Give it up, teacher Zhao," Tang San said from a distance. "Without silence or dispel-type soul skills, you have no way to handle Zhang Yang. We've won this 4th round of the exam." Indeed, that was the case, and Super Wujia felt somewhat deflated. As a soul sage, he was unable to deal with a kid under level 30. It was truly frustrating. However, Zhao Wujia looked at the incense on the ground, which was still less than half, then at Zhang Yang, and finally at the 4 still in a defensive posture, revealing a mischievous smile. Seeing Zhao Wujia's mischievous smile, Tang San and the others suddenly felt a chill. Ha ha ha. The 2. 5 Mita ta Zhao Wuya Laukit Hatili. Indeed, according to my rules, you have won this 4th round of the exam. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. Facing a soul sage was indeed quite stressful. However, because of Zhao Wujia's earlier mischievous smile, Tang Xin felt a sense of foreboding. However, the hearts of the 4 people rose again. The incense was still less than half burnt, so now, Zhao, the Deputy Dean of Shrek Academy, will give you your first lesson. This lesson is called Fight Until the Last Moment. The 4 immediately became vigilant again. What does fight until the last moment mean? It's clearly a personal vendetta disguised as teaching. The same thought flashed through everyone's mind. Thus, for the remaining half of the incense time, except for Zhang Yang, who was out of reach, and Ning Rongrong from the support system, the other 3 all suffered a good beating from Zhao Wujia, who raised the banner of righteousness. Among them, as a boy, Tang San's situation was the most tragic. While he didn't suffer any serious injuries, he couldn't escape the pain of skin and flesh. With his body covered in bruises, the scene was extremely tragic. However, Zhao Wujia was quite measured in his actions. At least everyone still looked normal. So comfortable. So comfortable. Zhao Wujia clapped his hands in satisfaction. With a look of delight, Dai Mu Bai. Go arrange for them to move into the dormitory and come back early to continue overseeing the 4th exam. Yes, teacher Zhao. Dai Mu Bai nodded, walked up to the seriously injured Zhu Zhuqing, picked her up, and took her to the girls' dormitory. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang, who had been watching the show until the end, approached Ning Rongrong. Zhang Yang asked with concern, "Rongrong, how are you? Are you okay?" "Thank you, but my injuries are not serious." Ning Rongrong shook her head and struggled to stand up. Yes, indeed, it's not serious. But Zhang Yang knew that a good girl is afraid of being entangled by a boy, and without any embarrassment, he picked up Ning Rongrong in a princess carry and followed Dai Mu by. Seeing Zhang Yang forget his friends for the sake of girl, Xiao Wu was not happy. Hey, Zhang Yang, where are you going? Didn't you see that Xiao San is so badly injured? Just because the injury is serious doesn't mean one can't meditate to recover. Didn't you see that there are support-type comrades who need my help more? What you strong attack and control types pretending to be weak for? Zhang Yang retorted, showing no sign of their years of friendship. Actually, I can walk by myself. Ning Rongrong nodded, her voice weak. Zhang Yang forcefully replied, No, you can't. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mu Bai. During the latter half of the battle, you shouldn't have stood by. Up ahead, in Dai Mu Bai's arms, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but say. All the battle spirit masters looked so miserable, and it's no wonder that the usually cold Zhu Zhuqing had some opinions. But I have to ensure the final victory. Zhang Yang countered. At that time, Teacher Zhao was our enemy. Can you take the enemy's words seriously? If that so-called Yuan was just a lie to deceive us into lowering our guard, what should we do? Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing is very beautiful, has a great figure, and her talent is outstanding, but it's clear that her thinking hasn't turned around yet. Don't be so naive in the future, Zhu Zhuqing Jr. Chapter 18, the first lesson of the new semester, seeking subscription. After sending Ning Rongrong back to the girls' dormitory, Zhang Yang hurriedly returned to the examination venue of the fourth round, carrying Tang San and supporting Xiao Wu, working hard to settle them down. The dormitory was shared by two people, with Dai Mu Bai and Ma Hongjun in one room, and Tang San paired with Oscar, who sold sausages. So Zhang Yang was fortunate to have a dormitory all to himself. After settling down at noon, Zhang Yang entered a state of cultivation like Tang San and the others. But while they were healing, Zhang Yang was recovering his soul power. Once his soul power was fully restored, Zhang Yang noticed that it was still early, so he began his daily soul power training. He didn't expect that when he opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. Stretching lazily and hearing his bones crackle like firecrackers, Zhang Yang smiled comfortably and said, Indeed, after a great battle, there must be a breakthrough. Level 29, this feels great. Following the information given by Dai Mu Bai yesterday, Zhang Yang found the school cafeteria, which had average quality but large portions. As soon as he entered the cafeteria, he spotted two beautiful figures. Rongrong, Zhuqing, good morning, Zhang Yang said as he sat down opposite Ning Rongrong with a tray in hand, greeting the two beauties. The two nodded, good morning. Due to the strength Zhang Yang displayed yesterday, both of them had a good attitude towards him. Although Zhu Zhuqing was cold in personality, Ning Rongrong was quite talkative, and soon the cafeteria was filled with laughter. Not long after, Dai Mu Bai, Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and Xiao Wu all walked into the cafeteria. Excluding Oscar, who was still asleep, all the Shrek Academy students had gathered. Seeing that all the new students had arrived, Dai Mu Bai, as the senior, was the first to speak. Let me introduce you. This fat guy is another student in our academy, named Ma Hongjun. His martial spirit is the Phoenix. Ma Hongjun said, Boss Dai, I heard that the new students made teacher Zhao suffer a bit yesterday. Who is it? Dai Mu Bai replied, It's this one, Zhang Yang. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Zhang Yang greeted Ma Hongjun. Zhang Yang, martial spirit yellow ape, level 29 battle soul master. Ma Hongjun was surprised. Level 29 can make teacher Zhao suffer. He is a level 76 soul sage. My soul skills are quite special, Zhang Yang explained briefly, knowing that without witnessing it firsthand, no one would believe such an incomprehensible skill existed. Oh, I see, Ma Hongjun realized. Everyone enjoyed their breakfast, but after some eye contact with Dai Mu Bai, Ma Hongjun regrettably discovered that the three new girls seemed to be already reserved. He lamented about being late. Why was I so unlucky yesterday to be assigned to help in the third round? Ma Hongjun thought, although Zhu Zhuqing finished her breakfast and left early. The remaining six continued to chat happily until they heard the sound of iron clanging. Dai Mu Bai quickly stood up and said, That's the bell calling us from Adine. Fatty, take them directly to the playground. I'll go get Zhuqing. After saying that, he quickly left the cafeteria. Watching his departing figure, Ma, Hong Jun mumbled. Boss Dai seems to have changed a bit. I've never seen him care so much about a woman before. Ning Rongrong giggled and said, How old are you? Still talking about women? Ma Hongjun snorted proudly. Although I'm not that old, I've had my share of women. Let's go. The dean doesn't like people being late. As he said this, Ma Hongjun seemed to shiver, clearly recalling past experiences. When the five of them arrived at the playground, Oscar, still groggy, had also arrived, munching on a sausage he had made himself. Soon after, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing also arrived, and the 8 Shrek Academy students finally met. Looking at the 3 youthful and distinctive new girls, Oscar felt that not shaving today was a regrettable decision. When Shrek Academy's dean, Flinder, walked over from a distance, Tang San and Xiao Wu were visibly startled, recognizing him as the shifty merchant who sold the metal plates. Flinder approached the 8 students and stopped. His unique, somewhat magnetic hoarse voice echoed. This year is quite good. We have 5 more little monsters joining us. I am Flinder, the Dean of Shrek Academy, and I welcome your arrival on behalf of the Academy. Later, each of you will pay 100 gold coins to Teacher Li, who is in charge of finances. Then, Oscar and Ning Rongrong, being support soul masters, were assigned to run laps, while the other battle soul masters were instructed to recover their state in preparation for the first lesson in the evening. After that, Tang San was called away by Dean Flinder. Seeing Tang San's figure disappear around the corner behind Flinder, Xiao Wu nervously approached Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, do you think Tang San being called by the Dean means he will face consequences later? Uncle Sausage said the Dean holds grudges. Zhang Yang shook his head and replied, Not necessarily. Besides, the teacher has a letter to give to Dean Flinder. It seems the teacher and Dean Flinder must be old acquaintances. Although I don't know how the Dean recognized Tang San. Xiao Wu suddenly understood. Oh, I see. I'm going to pay tuition. Are you going? Xiao Wu shook her head. All my money is with Tang San. I have to wait for him to come back. Zhang Yang nodded. Oh, then I'll go first. After paying the tuition, Zhang Yang returned to his dormitory, adjusted his state, and entered a state of cultivation again. To not fall behind Tang San, he had to sacrifice a lot of rest time and train hard. That evening, Zhang Yang and the others were taken by Flinder to Soto City, where everyone's first lesson was about to begin at the Soto City Great Soul Arena. Soul power and soul rings cannot fully represent a soul master's true strength. Only battle can prove everything. Your task is to obtain at least a silver battle soul badge before graduation. Do you understand? Flinder glanced outside at the sky. It's about time. Let's head over. I'll explain the rest to you when we get there. The Soto Great Soul Arena was oval-shaped, reaching a height of 120 meters, divided into a main battle arena and 24 sub-battle arenas, capable of accommodating 60,000 spectators, including 100 VIP boxes. This place was not only for soul masters to spar and communicate, but also for various forces to showcase their strength. Upon entering the Great Soul Arena, the first thing they saw was a massive stone tablet engraved with countless names. Flinder told Zhang Yang that these names were of those who had died in soul battles. Registering for a soul battle here was straightforward. One only needed to fill out a form including name, age, birthplace, and martial spirit to receive the initial Iron Battle Soul Badge. Of course, registration also required each person to pay 10 gold coins as a fee. Additionally, there was a soul power test similar to that of the Spirit Hall to determine each person's level. Dai Mubai informed everyone that every time they came to participate in a soul battle, they had to undergo a soul power test to determine their opponents. Among them, Zhang Yang was most interested in the content regarding gold soul coins. Winning an Iron Battle Soul match could earn 10 gold coins as a prize, while losing would yield no reward. Furthermore, any match had a bookmaker setting the odds, with fluctuations, and winners had to pay a certain amount of fees to the bookmaker. Can the competing soul masters place bets too? Zhang Yang asked with interest, thinking that with his unique abilities, this was practically free money. It's just restricted to oneself. Dai Mubai understood Zhang Yang's meaning. If you want to place a bet, I can help you. Of course I want to bet. This money is practically free. Boss Dai, please help me. Zhang Yang hurriedly took out 300 gold soul coins and handed them to Dai Mubai. Zhang Yang had never worked part-time outside of school. The 300 gold soul coins were the savings he had accumulated over 6 years from the Spirit Hall subsidies. After deducting the small change, this was already all his possessions. This was nothing to worry about. Dai Mubai shook his head and reminded him, I say, Zhang Yang, although your abilities are unparalleled, you can't become reliant on them. If you encounter a soul skill with silence or dispelling properties, it would be disastrous. Even if the Dean didn't say anything today, I'm sure he will impose restrictions on your soul skills in the future. You need to prepare early so you aren't caught off guard later. Hearing what Dai Mubai said, Zhang Yang grinned mischievously. Of course I know, but the Dean hasn't imposed any restrictions yet, has he? It's better to earn a bit first. As he spoke, Zhang Yang's 1v1 soul duel was about to begin. He patted Dai Mubai on the shoulder and quickly ran off. Dai Mubai sighed helplessly as he shook the pouch of coins in his hand. Next to him, Tang Xin laughed and said, Boss Dai, Xiao Wu and I are going to register for a 2v2 combination. See you later. With that, Tang Xin was pulled away by Xiao Wu, leaving the 1v1 duel area. The 1v1 duel arena had a fighting platform that was about 20 meters wide, sufficient for most soul masters to battle. On the platform stood a middle-aged man in a tailcoat, who cleared his throat and announced loudly, Next, we will have the first match of our 12 duel arenas. A one-on-one soul duel. The contestants will be two great soul masters. They are the Battle Soul Master Zhang Yang, who possesses the Beast Martial Soul, the Yellow Ape, against the Weapon Soul Master Lin Shuai, who has a Weapon Martial Soul, the Iron Rod, and has won 5 consecutive matches. Will Lin Shuai, the Great Soul Master, continue his glory and achieve a 6-game winning streak to earn the consecutive win points reward? Or will the newcomer Battle Soul Master Zhang Yang emerge victorious? Let's wait and see. Now, please welcome the two great soul masters to the stage. The audience in the stands was somewhat sparse in cheers, but there were still quite a few people shouting Lin Shuai's name, while the others seemed disinterested. A man's figure soon appeared on the duel platform. With his strong build, iron-like arms, and large hands like fans, he was indeed skilled in using long weapons. On the other side, the proportionate but unremarkable Zhang Yang also stepped onto the duel platform slowly. The match begins. Martial Soul possess. At the very start of the battle, Zhang Yang released his martial soul. His opponent, Lin Shuai, was also releasing his Iron Rod Weapon Martial Soul while charging toward Zhang Yang. The distance between them was 10 meters, which, at the speed of a great soul master, was just a matter of a second. In the blink of an eye, Lin Shuai charged right in front of Zhang Yang, raising the dark iron rod high, with the first soul ring embedded in it glowing instantly. First soul skill, Thunderous Might. As the soul ring lit up, not only the iron rod martial soul, but also Lin Shuai himself was suddenly enveloped in a layer of red light. Then, the iron rod in Lin Shuai's hands came crashing down. Bang! Zhang Yang mystically dodged this head-on strike. The iron rod whistled through the air and slammed down onto the duel platform, creating a small pit in the ground and causing stones to fly. There were no additional attack effects. The first soul skill of this Weapon Soul Master should be a power enhancement type soul skill, Zhang Yang thought to himself. Chapter 19. Who isn't a baby? Seeking subscription, with a swing that missed, Lin Shuai showed no signs of panic. Instead, he pivoted on his left foot and executed a beautiful arc with his right foot, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Zhang Yang's neck. Zhang Yang, noticing this, quickly raised his left arm to protect his neck while using his right hand to support himself, simultaneously activating the Iron Block skill. Bang! Lin Shuai's leather boot struck Zhang Yang's forearm, producing a deep thud. Zhang Yang remained unscathed, not even shifting an inch. It's my turn, Zhang Yang smiled slightly. As the Iron Block skill ended, Zhang Yang swiftly grabbed Lin Shuai's returning ankle with his left hand and reached forward with his right to seize his calf. He then stepped back and twisted his body, forcefully slamming Lin Shuai into the Battle Soul platform. Bang! Lin Shuai was thrown hard onto the platform, the impact causing his body to bounce slightly. Releasing Lin Shuai's right leg, Zhang Yang tensed his toe muscles, channeling his soul power, and delivered a powerful kick directly to Lin Shuai's abdomen. Although Lin Shuai managed to raise his martial soul iron rod in time to block it, his body was in midair, and the force of the kick sent him flying 6 or 7 meters away. Fortunately, Lin Shuai was able to touch down with his iron rod, stopping himself just at the edge of the Battle Soul platform. Looking up at Zhang Yang, Lin Shuai's eyes were filled with caution. After their brief exchange, he realized that this newcomer, who had just registered and had no battle record, possessed a soul power significantly higher than his own, a true overachiever. Unlike Lin Shuai, Zhang Yang was already preparing to end the match. I need to finish quickly. I might catch the other members' matches, he thought. Resolute, Zhang Yang unleashed a series of gale kicks, sending twisting arcs of air slicing towards Lin Shuai. Ding! Ding 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 ding. Lin Shuai poured all his soul power into his iron rod, striking against the gale kicks. Although he looked somewhat disheveled and had to step back a few paces, he indeed managed to hold his ground. It's my turn, Zhang Yang declared. For his second soul skill, he prepared a charge strike. Lin Shuai's second century soul ring lit up, enveloping his iron rod in a red glow. The charge strike would significantly enhance the attack power of Lin Shuai's martial soul, and it was common for similarly ranked soul masters to suffer broken bones when struck by the iron rod. Lin Shuai's strategy was sound, as this power-focused approach had already earned him 5 consecutive victories. However, his thoughts were interrupted by a loud announcement from the Battle Soul Arena's host. Out of bounds. Lin Shuai has been forced out of the arena by Master Zhang Yang. I declare Master Zhang Yang the winner. Record: 1 win, 0 losses. Lin Shuai's record stands at 15 wins, 4 losses. Master Zhang Yang, please proceed to register your points after leaving the stage. Due to the time spent battling Lin Shuai, by the time Zhang Yang completed his registration and found the others from the academy, Xiao Wu's match had already ended, and Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing's battle was nearing its conclusion. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing tied up by Tang San like a dumpling, Zhang Yang sighed helplessly. This kind of straightforward arena battle is inherently unfair for agility-type attackers. Otherwise, Zhu Zhuqing could have held on a little longer. What could Dai Mubai say? He could only sigh in resignation. Zhang Yang's bet of 300 gold soul coins had yielded roughly 50 gold soul coins in return. And with the additional 10 gold soul coins from his victory, his assets had increased by 1/5. The twofold return rate left Zhang Yang astonished. Indeed, in the Douluo continent, industries related to soul masters generate wealth quickly. This realization sparked Zhang Yang's interest in participating in 2v2 battles. However, with Ning Rongrong absent, he decided against it. Next up was Tang San and Xiao Wu's 2v2 match against the Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger brothers from the blacksmith shop. This battle was intense and made Tang San understand that even the power-type fighters, who were generally countered by control-type abilities, could unleash remarkable damage when pushed to the brink. The brothers' second soul skill, a last-ditch effort, was astonishing, featuring a slight tracking effect. If it weren't for the exquisite techniques of Xian Yu's hands and the control crane capturing Dragon, Tang San would have surely sustained serious injuries. Subsequently, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjuan's 1v1 match also resulted in victory, and everyone returned joyfully. As they left the Battle Soul arena, Ma Hongjun needed to address a fiery problem and pulled Dai Mubai along. Dai Mubai felt embarrassed, thinking, "Fatty, you troublemaker. Didn't you see me trying to look good in front of Zhu Zhuqing?" Due to Fatty's few careless words, he revealed Dai Mubai's past romantic escapades, causing Zhu Zhuqing to become displeased and the team's atmosphere to drop to a freezing point. To make matters worse, an irked Dai Mubai unexpectedly ran into Ning Rongrong, who had returned to her true nature at the academy gate. Ning Rongrong seemed to have regained her composure, with a gentle smile gracing her beautiful face. Sitting on a large stone at the academy entrance, she swung her legs, appearing to be in deep thought. Oscar's expression was somewhat grim. His brows furrowed as he occasionally stole glances at Ning Rongrong, his eyes revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. Zhu Zhuqing acted as if she didn't see the two and directly walked into the academy, heading towards her dorm without looking back. Dai Mubai frowned, feeling an even stronger chill in his gaze. "What are you doing here?" Dai Mubai's eyes glinted ominously as he coldly asked. Ning Rongrong jumped down from the stone. "Of course, I was waiting for you guys. Why did you come back so late?" "Where are the Dean and Fatty?" Dai Mubai coldly replied. "They had something to do." "Have you made up your mind? Stay or leave?" Ning Rongrong answered without hesitation. "Of course I'm staying. How could I leave such a fun place?" "What S with that expression? Are you a zombie? Did you get humiliated by Zhu Zhuqing?" "Huh, It's funny that Oscar said you were a master of love. Yet you can't even deal with a little girl. Ning Rongrong, having shed all pretense, was exceptionally sharp-witted. Having been intelligent since childhood, she could read a lot from Dai Mubai's expression and openly teased him. Dai Mubai's eyes shone with cold light. Ning Rongrong, don't provoke my patience. This is Shrek Academy, not your home. Others may fear your seven-treasure glazed tile school, but I, Dai Mubai, do not. If you anger me, I'll make you pay. Ning Rongrong giggled. I'm so scared. You. Dai Mubai could no longer contain his anger. His strong aura surged, and his soul power erupted at level 37, causing Ning Rongrong to be sent flying almost instantaneously. Swish! A figure flashed, and Zhang Yang caught Ning Rongrong, carrying her back 7 or 8 meters before perfectly dissipating the impact, stabilizing their stance. After steadying himself, Zhang Yang quickly raised his hand towards Dai Mubai, saying, Boss Dai, we're all classmates, let it go. At this moment, Tang Sen rushed close to Dai Mubai, pressing down on his right hand, his intentions clear. Ning Rongrong had never suffered such humiliation in her life, and she hadn't expected Dai Mubai would truly dare to strike her. Although she wasn't seriously harmed, the pain radiating through her body reminded her that everything was real. Tears welled up in her eyes as she glared at Dai Mubai, unable to speak. Seeing Zhang Yang and Tang Sen pleading for Ning Rongrong, Dai Mubai slowly exhaled, retracting his soul power. Fine, Zhang Yang, Xiao San. I'll let her go this time for your sake. During Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing's 1v1 match, Dai Mubai had previously asked Tang San to go easy, so he had to honor this favor. As for Zhang Yang, a person of great strength naturally commands respect from others. Dai Mubai coldly shot a glance at Ning Rongrong and said, Remember, this is not your home. Don't provoke me again. Otherwise, I don't care what your identity is. After saying this, he strode into the academy. Zhang Yang. Ning Rongrong wiped away her tears and suddenly shouted at Zhang Yang behind her, Help me kill him. Huh? Zhang Yang looked at the angry Ning Rongrong with confusion and suddenly reached out to touch her forehead. Ning Rongrong only felt Zhang Yang's palm touch and then separate. And then she heard him mumble, Strange, it's not burning. Did I hurt my brain just now? Beside them, Xiao Wu and Tang San burst into laughter. Zhang Yang. Ning Rongrong naturally understood the implication of Zhang Yang's words and shouted angrily. Didn't you say you liked me? Why are you unwilling to help me? To be precise, I only like the you that is disguised. Zhang Yang released his arm that was around Ning Rongrong's waist and pushed her back a bit. Didn't your family tell you how unlikable your personality is? I'm not a masochist. Why would I want to suffer? If you continue to hold on to that high and mighty attitude and remain this way, I advise you to go home. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has plenty of people who can help you. Why do you have to be disliked here? This is an academy, and we're just classmates you've known for a day. No one will spoil you. Saying this, Zhang Yang looked at the others. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Oscar, let's go. Everyone nodded and walked into the academy, leaving Ning Rongrong there, feeling wronged and in tears. On the way, Zhang Yang placed his hand on Oscar's shoulder and smiled. It seems like you took quite a bit of pressure from Ning Rongrong today. That young lady has a temper that can't be cured, Oscar nodded. Zhang Yang sighed. She was really good at disguising herself before. Everyone was fooled by her. What a good girl with background, appearance, temperament, personality, and talent, almost a perfect existence. It's precisely because she is almost perfect that everyone gets blinded. Everyone knows there are no perfect people in this world, yet they still unconsciously pursue perfection. Oscar spoke philosophically. Actually, support-type soul masters aren't really suitable for me. But who told me I fell in love with Ning Rongrong at first sight? Xiao Wu teased. It's more like you were attracted by her looks, Uncle Sausage. Tang Sen tugged at Xiao Wu's arm. Xiao Wu. Well, support-type soul masters really aren't suitable for you. Zhang Yang nodded. You're a food-type soul master. It's better to find a battle soul master as a girlfriend so someone can protect you. Yeah, support-type soul masters are indeed too weak, Oscar nodded. Even someone as strong as Teacher Xiao Xin, a rank 70 soul sage, is powerless against battle soul masters. Xiao Wu curiously asked, by the way, will Ning Rongrong leave the academy? If she really leaves like this, then she is not Ning Rongrong. Oscar shook his head. Coming from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, being called a genius since childhood, and having been proud for so many years, how could she leave so dejectedly? Just wait. Tomorrow might be quite entertaining. Zhang Yang Zhuklet, Xiao Wu disdainfully said. Zhang Yang, you're really shameless. Zhang Yang quickly retorted, you're too kind, too kind. Recently, the wild rabbit population has exploded and rabbit meat has become much cheaper, so I can't compare to you. You're the real shameless one. Xiao Wu angrily exclaimed, Zhang Yang, I'm going to fight you. Chapter 20. Can this be considered causing trouble? Seeking subscription. The chapter title should be Accumulating Practical Experience can't be considered causing trouble. Can soul masters accumulate practical experience be considered causing trouble? The next morning, everyone gathered, and Dai Mubai still had a serious expression, while Ning Rongrong looked haggard. Oscar, whose dreams were shattered yesterday, did not appear on the playground at all. Dean Flandre thought Oscar was just sleeping in, but little did he know, due to his shattered dreams, he actually benefited from misfortune and successfully advanced to level 30, entering the Soul Master stage. Dean Flandre was very pleased. The cultivation difficulty for food system Soul Masters is the highest among all Soul Masters. So being able to become a food system Soul Master at the age of 14 means this child has a bright future ahead. Today was the second class and also an adaptive training session, where the task was to eat at least one of Oscar's martial soul sausages. After Oscar's soul power broke through level 30, the effectiveness of his martial soul sausage became significantly stronger. Tang San, who sustained minor injuries during the soul fight yesterday, found that eating one sausage completely healed him. Although the soul abilities might be a bit sneaky, the effects were indeed solid. No wonder Dean Flandre said that Oscar's sausage martial soul is the strongest food system martial soul. Tang San and Zhang Yang whispered to each other. Almost having not slept all night, Ning Rongrong seemed to have a fire brewing in her heart. She was the first to step forward and complete the training, which was quite surprising given her change in attitude. All right, today's class ends here. Now, each of you should prepare well. Tomorrow morning, Teacher Zhao Wujia will lead you to the Stardow Forest to help Oscar obtain his third soul ring. Remember, this is not just about Oscar. It's also a training experience for all of you. Before encountering a 1,000-year soul beast, Teacher Zhao will not easily intervene. Everything relies on you. Now dismissed. They were to set off for the Stardow Forest tomorrow, so Zhang Yang decided to head to Soto City now to prepare some supplies. It is essential to replenish supplies before a major battle. This is what the master taught Zhang Yang and Tang San. Using his second soul skill, Flash, Zhang Yang arrived at Soto City, which was about 3 or 4 kilometers from the academy, in less than a minute. Obtaining a soul ring is not a simple task. Finding a suitable soul beast is often a matter of luck, and spending 3 to 5 days, or even a week, is quite normal. With this in mind, Zhang Yang bought enough dry rations for 10 people to last 10 days at the food store. After packing these rations into his soul guide device, he also bought a large quantity of cured meat and various fruits to store in his soul guide. That wasn't all. At the grocery store, Zhang Yang purchased dozens of water bags that could hold 3 liters of water, filled them with drinking water, and bought about 10 tightly sealed barrels to fill with clean water to put into his soul guide. He then bought a large bag of snake-repelling powder, a bundle of sturdy rope, and several sets of change of clothes. This was the shopping list passed down by the master. During the last purchase, Zhang Yang had even bought 30 pounds of white radishes for Luo Sanpao. However, since the master was not around, the white radishes on the list could be crossed off. After completing the shopping list, it was time to return to the academy. In fact, Zhang Yang was still thinking about going to the Soto City Great Soul Arena for a 1v1 match to earn 10 gold soul coins. However, the arena wouldn't open until the evening, and Zhang Yang couldn't wait in the city until then. I'll come back in the evening, Zhang Yang thought. At noon, during lunch, Tang San sat next to Zhang Yang and asked, do you want to go to Soto City this afternoon to prepare some supplies? I've already been to Soto City after class. Here's the list, Zhang Yang said, pulling the list from his pocket and handing it to Tang San. I didn't prepare detoxification potions or recovery potions. Oscar's first and second soul rings can perfectly solve that problem. Besides that, see if there's anything else we need. I'll go again in the evening. Tang San replied, no need, I can buy anything that's missing. Zhang Yang shook his head, it's fine. Anyway, I'm going to the Great Soul Arena to fight tonight, so it's on the way. Oh, let me take a look. Tang San took the list, quickly scanned it, and found that it was generally similar to his own list, except in quantity, Zhang Yang had prepared significantly more. Why did you buy so much water? Tang Sen asked curiously. Little San, times have changed. Zhang Yang helplessly patted Tang San's shoulder. This time, our team has 3 delicate young ladies. Even if we can't take a shower, washing our faces and rinsing our mouths are essential. Hearing this, Tang Sen glanced at Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, and nodded, I understand. Shaking his head, Zhang Yang put away his list, cleaned up his bowl and chopsticks, and left the cafeteria. Watching Zhang Yang's departing figure, Tang Sen shook his head. Zhang Yang still eats so fast. The next morning, when everyone finished breakfast and gathered on the playground, they found Zhao Wujia already waiting for them. Seeing Zhao Wujia, the students were somewhat taken aback, wanting to laugh but not daring to. Zhao Wujia indeed looked a bit disheveled. There were at least 3 bruises on his face that hadn't faded, especially the panda eye look from his left eye, which was truly amusing. Of course, while it was funny, it also surprised Zhang Yang and the others. How could Zhao Wujia end up like this? With his strength as a level 76 soul sage, coupled with the defense of the great strength king bear, who could injure him? What are you looking at? You bunch of little brats? Are you itching for fight? Hearing the words little brats, Xiao Wu clearly became a bit unhappy and muttered, Why not call us little bear blind? Zhao Wujia glared. Xiao Wu, what did you just say? Tang Sen instinctively stepped in front of her, waving to signal her not to provoke Zhao Wujia, his protective feelings evident. Seeing Tang San, Zhao Wujia's expression revealed a hint of embarrassment. He didn't pursue Xiao Wu's jab and snorted. All right, everyone, let's south hit the road. Mubai, you lead the team. Dai Mubai nodded, and his expression immediately became serious as he addressed the others. The Stardow Forest is not a place to mess around. There are many soul beasts inside, and they are very aggressive, having no good feelings towards us humans. Everyone must be cautious. Zhang Yang, lead the way at the front. Oscar and Ning Rongrong, stay in the middle. Tang San, you stand in front of them, and Fatty and Xiao Wu, you 2 take the left and right flanks. I'll be at the back with Zhu Zhuqing. During the journey, they needed to practice their formation, and only by entering the forest could they maneuver freely. Stay alert at all times. Let us go. Leaving the academy and forming up, the group began to run forward. As the leading teacher, Zhao Wujia lagged far behind the students. Thanks to Oscar's sausages restoring everyone's stamina, the formation held up well, and Oscar's status among the group became even more important. In contrast, Ning Rongrong, another support soul master, remained silent throughout the journey, not using her 7-treasure glazed tile to assist anyone, merely accepting the protection of the formation and the support from Oscar's sausages. She seemed like a financier hiring a hunting team. Along the way, Zhang Yang hinted to Ning Rongrong numerous times with his eyes, urging her to use her martial soul to assist everyone and actively integrate into the group. But unexpectedly, Ning Rongrong remained unresponsive, as if she were made of wood. The sulking girl was really hard to understand. Shrek Academy was less than 500 kilometers away from the Stardow Forest. When everyone finished their first day of travel and stopped at a small town, they were already less than 100 kilometers from the Stardow Forest. Zhao Wujia led everyone to choose a relatively ordinary hotel. The food and accommodation costs were to be covered by themselves. After dinner, they should rest early as they would set off early the next morning. After saying this, Zhao Wujia went upstairs to rest in a single room, guided by the hotel staff. At the front desk of the hotel, after some discussion, the group of 8 decided to book 2 triple rooms and 1 double room. The girls stayed in 1 triple room, the seniors stayed in another triple room, and Zhang Yang and Tang San, who were fellow disciples, shared the double room. After receiving the room keys, they found a corner table in the hotel restaurant, preparing to finish dinner before going upstairs. Finally, they could eat. After a whole day of sausages, I was about to vomit. Ma Hongjun sighed as he leaned on the table. His physique was the roundest among the 8, consuming the most during the journey and eating the most sausages. All right, fatty, I'll treat you tonight. Just order whatever you want, said Dai Mubai, who subsidized the most among the group, nonchalantly. This meal is to welcome Zhang Yang and the others. Fatty laughed heartily, his chubby round face quivering with joy. Great. Don't worry, Boss Dai, I want you hold back. Fatty ordered over a dozen dishes, including cold dishes, hot dishes, meat, and vegetables. While waiting for the dishes to be served, Zhang Yang and Ma Hongjun worked hard to liven up the atmosphere at the table, finally easing the tension. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing were still angry with each other. Ning Rongrong looked preoccupied, and Oscar was also in a low mood because of what happened the night before. It took quite some effort for Zhang Yang and Ma Hongjun to warm up the atmosphere at the table. Just then, a group of people suddenly walked in from outside. This group was also from an academy, led by a middle-aged teacher with a team of male and female students, all wearing the same light blue Soul Master robes, with a mark of a higher academy on their left shoulders. Perhaps because they were students from a higher Soul Master academy. This group exuded an air of arrogance in their speech and demeanor, and their style of conduct was much more ostentatious than that of the Shrek Academy group. That girl looks pretty good, Boss Dai. They should be from Tsanghui Academy, Fatty said, his small eyes fixed on the only girl in the group of 8, sparkling with interest. Dai Mubai pouted, just a small Tsanghui Academy, nothing impressive. Zhang Yang, neither Fatty nor Dai Mubai intentionally lowered their voices. The leading teacher from Tsanghui Academy naturally heard this, frowned, and looked over. When he saw that the table of Shrek Academy was just a bunch of kids, his expression immediately turned sour. Oscar, sitting beside Tang San, chuckled softly. Looks like there's a good show to watch. Tang San looked at him in confusion. What good show? Oscar whispered, this is also part of our training. Dean Flanders said that a soul master who doesn't dare to cause trouble isn't a good soul master. As the saying goes, those who don't dare to cause trouble are mediocre. Moreover, provoking Soul Master Academy people is the safest. It's just fighting at most. Zhang Yang. What a logical genius. Chapter 21, it seems we haven't gone far. Subscription request. Tsanghui Academy found a place to sit down. And under the direction of the leading teacher, the strongest student was sent out to cause trouble. Unfortunately, everyone was a 1,000-year-old fox spirit. The tricks of strange tales from a Chinese studio didn't work here. The student who tried to provoke was knocked away by Dai Mubai with a slap. And not only was he sent flying, but he also spat out a mouthful of blood, suffering serious internal injuries. Sorry, I miscalculated. Dai Mubai stretched lazily, his face filled with contempt and disdain that he couldn't even be bothered to hide. This expression made even his own people feel like he deserved a beating. The remaining students of Tsanghui Academy couldn't hold back anymore, and under the order of their leading teacher, they rushed in with fists and kicks. Unfortunately, a group of level 25 Soul Masters couldn't even get close to Shrek's dining table and were knocked down by Xiao Wu in one encounter. The teacher from Tsanghui Academy was both angry and frustrated and slammed the table while shouting, "Fools, use your martial souls." With this command, the students of Tsanghui Academy simultaneously released their martial souls, and the yellow and white soul rings shone brightly, overshadowing the hotel lights. Zhang Yang glanced around and found that all the student soul rings were neatly arranged in a configuration of one white and one yellow. How pathetic. Seeing that the opponents were getting serious, Zhang Yang, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun immediately stood in front of the girls. Fighting is something that should be done by men. Looking at the opponents releasing their martial souls, Dai Mubai's disdainful gaze intensified. So this is what the so-called disciples of a high-level Soul Master Academy look like? 10-year soul rings? Brothers, show them our soul rings. Zhang Yang and the others moved in unison. The dazzling yellow and white colors of the hotel were suppressed by an even stronger yellow light. All 4 of them had the best soul ring configurations, with a total of 800-year soul rings, while Dai Mubai had a dazzling purple 1,000-year soul ring. The teacher from Tsanghui Academy was stunned. These 4 boys, looking no older than 14 or 15, already possessed such strength. What kind of powerful force was behind this lineup? Guessing this in his heart, the teacher from Tsanghui Academy asked, I am Yi Zhiqiu, the director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Tsanghui Academy. May I ask, which sector are you from? The fat boy proudly replied, we are from Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy? Yi Zhiqiu murmured, I've never heard of it. Dai Mubai snorted coldly. That's because you're ignorant. Seeing that they were not from a significant background, Yi Zhiqiu's desire for revenge on behalf of his students grew. Xiangui possess. With a martial soul possessed, Yi Zhiqiu's limbs shrank by a third. His back bulged with green turtle shell armor, and black light flickered all over his body. With 5 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple, swirling around him. The ordinary people in the restaurant gasped in surprise, fully demonstrating the respect ordinary people at the bottom of Douluo continent had for a Soul King-level powerhouse. The green on his head was so vibrant. It seemed he hadn't gone far, probably just 10 minutes ago. Ma Hongjuan's strange remarks caused everyone on the scene to burst into laughter. "You little brat, you're looking for death." Yi Zhiqiu was furious and was about to make a move. Dai Mubai's expression became serious. He looked around and signaled everyone that it was time to show their true skills. Seeing this, Tang Xin slowly placed his hands on the 24-bridge Mingyuan Knight at his waist, preparing to use a hidden weapon to greet this Soul King. The atmosphere was tense, and a fight was about to break out, but suddenly the hotel owner rushed out and pleaded, "Dear Soul Masters, please don't fight in my little shop. It can't withstand such turmoil." Yi Zhiqiu understood the principle of not harming innocent bystanders, so after a cold snort, he stepped outside to wait. Seeing Yi Zhiqiu and the people from Tsanghue Academy walk outside, Zhang Yang and the others quickly gathered together for a battle meeting. Zhang Yang said, "Xian Gui is a defensive-type soul beast, so Yi Zhiqiu must be a defensive soul master. His attack power isn't strong. However, even so, ordinary attacks soul skills, under the enhancement of powerful soul power, can still have considerable attack power. We must be careful." Tang San quickly arranged the tactics. In this battle, Zhang Yang, Mu Bai, and Zhu Qing will be responsible for close-range main attacks, using speed to distract and dodge his attacks while looking for his weaknesses. I will be behind the 3 of you to control the field and limit him. Xian Gui belongs to water, and the fat boy belongs to fire. Although water restrains fire, the fat boy's flames are rather evil, so it should barely create a mutual restraint effect. Thus, he will attack him from the outside. With Oscar's sausages supporting, there shouldn't be a problem in terms of duration. Xiao Wu's soul skills are more skill-based, and 1T deal much damage against a defensive soul master like him. So you will be responsible for supporting the strong attack soul masters, filling in the gaps, and helping us deliver Oscar's sausages. Tang San's arrangement was very reasonable, but he happened to overlook one person. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brows and glared at Tang San. "Tang San, what about me?" Everyone immediately looked at Ning Rongrong with strange expressions. Tang San was taken aback. The reason he hadn't included Ning Rongrong in the lineup was that he was afraid she would have a counterproductive effect after witnessing her fierce temperament. After thinking for a moment, Tang San said, "Your martial soul is special. Just adapt as needed." Ning Rongrong's teeth were nearly clenched to bits upon hearing this. With the strength of the 7 treasure, glazed tile, pagoda, martial soul, she had never imagined she would be excluded from the battle system one day. At this moment, Zhang Yang spoke up. "How about this, Rongrong? You will be responsible for increasing the strength of me, Zhu Qing, and Mu Bai. Of course, since your martial soul attracts too much hatred, you need to be careful to hide yourself at the beginning, observe the battlefield situation, and pay attention to the timing of your assistance." Little San, what do you think? Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, everyone's gaze shifted from Ning Rongrong to Zhang Yang, then to Tang San. This kind of thing, if said lightly, was just a suggestion for tactics, but if said heavily, it was challenging the authority of the tactician. However, given the relationship between Zhang Yang and Tang San, this was naturally just a small matter. Tang San nodded. Since Zhang Yang spoke, it meant he was vouching for Ning Rongrong. With Zhang Yang around, Tang San was willing to trust Ning Rongrong once. With the tactics set, everyone walked outside together. No one thought about avoiding the battle, as challenging powerful opponents was very beneficial for improving one's own strength. Ning Rongrong was at the back of the group, but after walking a few steps, she heard Zhang Yang's voice beside her. "Use this battle to prove to everyone that you are an indispensable part of Shrek." Ning Rongrong looked up and saw Zhang Yang's broad back. Ning Rongrong's eyes gradually turned red. Outside the town, Yi Zhiqiu coldly said to the 8 people in front of him, "I will give you another chance. It's not too late to admit your mistake now. Less nonsense. Let us fight." Before Dai Mubai finished speaking, he took the lead and made a move. His second soul ring shone brightly, and a round light bullet erupted from his mouth. With Dai Mubai taking the first move, Zhang Yang and Zhu Qing suddenly dashed out, rushing towards Yi Zhiqiu's sides. Tang Xin pressed one hand to the ground and dozens of vine-like blue-silver grasses rapidly spread toward Yi Zhiqiu. Ma Hongjuan's first soul ring lit up, and a purple-red phoenix fire line erupted. Facing the successive attacks, Yi Zhiqiu's black light surged, and with an angry roar, his first and second soul rings lit up simultaneously. The first soul ring, Xian Gui's protection, enhanced the defense of his turtle shell, while the second soul ring, Xian Shui's seal, used ultra-low temperatures to restrict the opponent's attacks. With the enhancement from the first soul skill on the turtle shell's defense, and the huge soul power gap between the two, Dai Mubai's second soul skill had no effect at all. The fastest Zhang Yang was already close to Yi Zhiqiu, but at that moment, a water-like black light swept past Zhang Yang's body. At the same time, Zhang Yang felt an intense chill accompanied by a dark light rushing towards him. Even with all his soul power activated, it was difficult to fend off this pervasive cold. Zhu Zhuqing, who had come closer to Yi Zhiqiu, felt the same sensation. Luckily, at that moment, Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix Fire Line arrived. Although the power of the Phoenix Fire Line had been significantly reduced by the Xian Shui ice, it helped Zhang Yang, Zhu Zhuqing, and Dai Mubai, who stepped forward to dispel a control skill. Moreover, thanks to the peculiar nature of the fat guy's flames, the purplish-red fire directly adhered to the tortoise shell and began to burn continuously. While it couldn't penetrate the back of the shell, it was enough to throw Yi Zhiqiu into a fluster. Noticing the intense heat on his back, Yi Zhiqiu was startled. His third spirit ring lit up, and a mist of water sprayed from his mouth, covering the phoenix fire on his back. The fat guy's flames extinguished, and the pervasive cold once again surged in. Tang San's blue-silver grass, which had approached Yi Zhiqiu, was also forced to retract. Zhu Zhuqing's cat paw struck the tortoise shell, and she quickly ascended using the momentum. After all, it was a Soul King's limiting skill. The momentary dispelling caused Zhu Zhuqing's right paw to become frozen, forcing her to retreat and let Xiao Wu step forward. At this moment, however, Zhang Yang was enveloped in a colorful light, and a warm energy surged into him from his limbs, filling his whole body with power. Ning Rongrong's power amplification took effect. Yi Zhiqiu quickly spotted the noble martial spirits behind Tang San and couldn't help but be shocked. Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda? Are you from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? It was in this instant that Zhang Yang and Dai Mubai seized Yi Zhiqiu's momentary distraction, thinking to themselves that it was a great opportunity. Zhang Yang, positioned behind Yi Zhiqiu, clasped his fists together and pushed forward, beginning to charge the Six Kings Spear. Dai Mubai, in front of Yi Zhiqiu, activated his third spirit ring, initiating the White Tiger Diamond transformation, enveloping himself in golden light, which was then instantly covered by the amplification light from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Yi Zhiqiu chose to defend against the more powerful Dai Mubai, turning around to let his hardback shell collide with Dai Mubai's third spirit skill, the White Tiger Diamond transformation. Bang! After the White Tiger's protective barrier amplified his own strength and attack power by 50, the White Tiger Diamond transformation further amplified his own strength and attack power by 100. Combined with Ning Rongrong's overall 30 power increase, Dai Mubai's strength and attack power had become terrifyingly powerful. Moreover, with the resistance boost from the unusual state of the White Tiger Diamond transformation, his ability to withstand the surrounding cold environment was also greatly enhanced. With a couple of muffled groans, Yi Zhiqiu felt a surge of blood energy within him, staggering forward 4 or 5 steps, just in time to collide with the oddly positioned Zhang Yang. 60% soul power amplification, Six Kings Spear. Bang! The powerful shockwave generated from Zhang Yang's fist sent the staggered and off-balance Yi Zhiqiu flying. A Six Kings Spear with a 10 amplification from a level 28 soul power could make the intact level 76 Battle Spirit Saint Zhao Wujia twitch at the corner of his eye. So, how much damage could a Six Kings Spear with a 60 amplification from a level 29 soul power cause to a level 50 defensive Battle Spirit King with surging blood energy? Uffed! Yi Zhiqiu, who crashed face first into the Six Kings Spear, felt a dizziness in his brain and could no longer suppress the boiling blood energy within him, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Beautiful! Oscar, who had been idly watching from the back, and Ma Hongjun in front jumped and celebrated. In the shadows, Zhao Wujia also revealed a satisfied smile, softly exclaiming, "Good kid." Seeing the Six Kings spear perform remarkably, Zhang Yang couldn't help but marvel, attacking the opponent through the tortoise shell's defense. Penetrating attack. How terrifying. Chapter 22, After the Great Battle. There will be gains. Seeking subscription. The 8 members of Shrek displayed commendable performances in their battle against a level 50 defensive Soul King. Zhang Yang, who exerted the most effort, and Dai Mu Bai, need no further mention. Ning Rongrong's timing in providing support was also quite good. Ma Hongjun, with his fire abilities, countered an ordinary water attribute skill of the enemy, weakening one of their restricting abilities and giving the main attackers a chance. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu contributed less in this battle, but that was not a major issue. Zhu Zhuqing's soul power was too low, and since agility attack types generally do not have an advantage against defensive soul masters, this was not her fault. Although Xiao Wu is a strong attack-type soul master, her focus on technique made it normal for her to struggle against the turtle soul master. Tang San and Oscar did not play any active roles in the battle, but Tang San was the strategist, and Oscar's value lay in prolonged combat, so they shouldn't be judged uniformly. Furthermore, it is already quite impressive that they didn't fall into disadvantage while fighting against a level 50 soul master. Not to mention, they even made the Soul King vomit blood. It's important to note that the oldest among them is only 15 years old. Thinking of this, as the Xian Gui Soul King got up and his 5th soul ring lit up, Zhao Wujia suddenly appeared in front of Yi Zhiqiu. And with a surge of soul power, he slapped the Soul King, sending him flying 10 meters away, crashing hard to the ground. After a day of travel, he still had the energy to cause trouble. Everyone, go back and sleep. Zhao Wujia, looking nonchalant after slapping the Soul King away, called for the little monsters to follow him back to the hotel. Walking in the front, Zhao Wujia clenched his fist and muttered softly, "It feels really good to not use my martial soul to hit someone." No wonder. Yi Ziyu, who was slapped and coughed up blood and was somewhat out of breath, knew that he had kicked a steel plate this time. To be able to injure him, who was using his 5th soul skill without using a martial soul, was definitely not something a Soul King or even a Soul Emperor could achieve. Thinking of this, Yi Zhiqiu couldn't help but shiver and resentfully glanced at the direction where the Shrek Academy people had left before leading his students away in defeat. Back at the hotel, Zhao Wujia simply left a message that they would rest for a day in the hotel and depart the next morning before returning to his room to rest. Zhao Wujia knew very well that the battle had drained Zhang Yang and Dai Mu Bai significantly, and they needed time to digest the fight, so he decided to stay an extra day in the small town. Although they had an extra day off, everyone was too preoccupied to be excited. They quickly ate something to fill their stomachs and went back to their rooms to cultivate. After a night, everyone gathered in the hotel restaurant for breakfast. But when Dai Mu Bai looked around, he found only 7 people present and curiously asked Tang San, "Little San, where's Zhang Yang?" "Zhang Yang is in meditation. He hadn't woken up when I came out," Tang San replied. Upon hearing this, the other 6, excluding Oscar, suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. If everyone remembered correctly, Tang San had said the same thing when Oscar broke through level 30 yesterday morning. By noon, Zhang Yang was still in meditation. His deep meditation lasted an unusually long time. Even Zhao Wujia hurried over upon hearing the news, and after asking Tang San about it, he left with the assurance to wait until Zhang Yang woke up before setting off. During this time, some classmates came to check on the situation, with Ning Rongrong visiting 3 times. Zhang Yang's meditation continued until after dinner. When Tang San returned to his room and was about to enter meditation, he suddenly heard Zhang Yang's excited cheers ringing in his ears. "Ha ha ha, level 30. A genius like me." Tang San opened his eyes in surprise and found Zhang Yang standing there with his hands on his hips, laughing loudly in embarrassment. "Zhang Yang, you broke through to level 30? Tang San asked in astonishment. "Didn't you just break through to level 29 a few days ago?" "Yeah." Zhang Yang nodded excitedly. "It might be because of yesterday's battle. My cultivation speed has increased dramatically after entering meditation, so I quickly broke through to level 30. "I see, congratulations." Tang San nodded in understanding. In yesterday's battle, Tang San had not faced Yi Zhiqiu directly, making almost no contributions, and his soul power consumption was very low. So he naturally had no battle insights. Patting Tang San's shoulder, Zhang Yang comforted him. Weapon martial souls are indeed harder to cultivate than beast martial souls. So don't take it too seriously. Besides, you reached level 29 quite early, so breaking through to level 30 will happen soon. Yeah. Tang San smiled at Zhang Yang's encouragement and then said with concern, "You should go eat something. You haven't eaten 2 meals and must be starving by now." Zhang Yang laughed. "Yeah, I feel like I can't stand it anymore. Ha ha ha, I need to eat a lot." With that, Zhang Yang strode out of the room. After watching Zhang Yang's figure disappear at the door, Tang San closed his eyes and began to cultivate using the Xian Tian Gong. Zhang Yang, after leaving his room, did not head directly to the restaurant, but first came to the girl's room and knocked on the door. Creak. The door opened, and Xiao Wu's charming figure appeared before Zhang Yang. It was indeed Xiao Wu who opened the door. Zhang Yang thought to himself. Having known Xiao Wu for so many years, Zhang Yang had never seen her work hard in cultivation, yet her soul power continued to rise steadily. He could only marvel at how soul beasts could really do as they pleased. Seeing it was Zhang Yang at the door, Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. "Zhang Yang, you finished meditating?" "Yeah, I gained a lot from the battle against the Xian Gui Soul King, and I took the opportunity to break through the level 30 barrier. So my meditation took a bit longer," Zhang Yang explained briefly. Just then, Zhang Yang's gaze passed over Xiao Wu and landed on Ning Rongrong, who had just appeared. "Level 30, Xiao Wu exclaimed. "Zhang Yang, you're still under 13 this year, and you're already level 30? Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Ning Rongrong looked at Zhang Yang in astonishment, and Zhu Zhuqing, who had come with Ning Rongrong, also wore a surprised expression. "If you cultivate hard, you could definitely reach level 30 earlier than me," Zhang Yang smiled. "Since you've already broken through to level 30, we can help you obtain a soul ring when we enter the Star Dough Forest tomorrow," Ning Rongrong said with a smile. "Yeah, that indeed saves everyone a lot of trouble." Zhang Yang smiled back at Ning Rongrong and then turned to Xiao Wu. "Xiao Wu, if you have a conscience, you should hurry and break through while we're still near the Star Dough Forest. Running back and forth is tiring. Are you looking for a fight? I'm level 29, and I'm happy." Xiao Wu jumped in anger at Zhang Yang's words. Zhang Yang chuckled. "All right, if you want to fight, let's do it. I'll let you use 2 hands and 1 leg." Hearing this, Xiao Wu shouted in exasperation. "If you have the guts, let us not use soul skills and just rely on soul power to fight." Xiao Wu knew how unbeatable Zhang Yang's soul skills were. Enemies standing undefeated were truly irritating. Having succeeded in their daily banter, Zhang Yang happily walked away, waving his sleeve without taking a cloud with him. Zhang Yang then knocked on Dai Mubai and the others' rooms, shared his situation, and after receiving a round of compliments, he went to Zhao Wujia's room. Upon learning that Zhang Yang had broken through to level 30, Zhao Wujia was very pleased, as Zhang Yang's strength at level 29 was already quite impressive. It was foreseeable that after obtaining his 3rd soul ring, his strength would improve even further. However, just thinking about obtaining the 3rd soul ring for Zhang Yang made Zhao Wujia's head ache. With such a powerful martial soul, the choice of soul skills has become a headache. Even with the same years of experience, a suitable soul skill can enhance a soul master's strength. Thinking of how stunning Zhang Yang's first 2 soul skills were, Zhao Wujia suddenly felt a bit flustered. Zhao Wujia was worried that his decision might affect the child's future development. Seeing Zhao Wujia's troubled expression, Zhang Yang seemed to see the master from a few years ago. Zhang Yang smiled and comforted Zhao Wujia. "Teacher Zhao, you don't have to worry. My mutated martial soul is very special and will automatically adjust my 3rd soul skill." "What do you mean?" Zhao Wujia didn't quite understand. "Teacher Zhao, my 1st soul skill is elementalization, which is a very incomprehensible skill. But can you imagine that this soul ring comes from an iron horn bull?" "What?" Zhao Wujia seemed to have heard the most absurd thing in the world. "A soul ring from an iron horn bull?" "That's right." Zhang Yang nodded and continued. "The soul ring that allows me to move at super high speed comes from a powerful gorilla soul beast." This, Zhao Wujia was speechless. It's incredible that such a martial soul exists in the world. Unlike Ma Hongjun, who has a fire with attachment properties. The teacher believes that the uniqueness of my mutated martial soul lies in its distinctive soul skill mutation, Zhang Yang explained. Your teacher is? Zhao Wujia asked curiously. Zhang Yang proudly said, people call the teacher the master. Zhao Wujia was shocked. It's actually the master? Zhang Yang, you are actually a disciple of the master? Zhang Yang nodded. It is indeed a great fortune for me and Tang San to be able to apprentice under the teacher. Tang San too. No wonder his blue-silver grass martial soul can be cultivated to such a level. Upon hearing that Tang San was also a disciple of the master, Zhao Wujia's regard for him increased a bit more. With the number one powerhouse, the Haotian Duo, as his father, the number one theoretical martial soul master as his teacher, plus Tang San's twin martial souls, Tang San is bound to achieve remarkable accomplishments in the future. Not wanting to think about this anymore, Zhao Wujia asked again, does the master have any instructions regarding your third soul ring? My first soul skill is defensive, the second is speed-oriented. So the teacher speculates that my third soul skill, after mutation, should be an attack-type soul skill. The teacher plans for me to hunt a non-toxic, strength-based ape soul beast. This way, even if the soul skill mutation fails, I can still obtain a strength-related soul skill. Moreover, ape-type soul beasts have a high compatibility with humanoid martial souls, so the risk is relatively low. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujia nodded. The master truly is a master. He can study some principles even for such a strange, mutated martial soul. All right, go notify the others. We'll set off tomorrow morning. Yes, Teacher Zhao. Chapter 23. Being a fisherman can really be addictive. Seeking subscription. Seeking subscription the next morning, as dawn broke, Zhao Wuji used his booming voice to wake everyone up. After a groggy breakfast, they set off and finally arrived at the Stardow Forest just as the sun began to rise. No one knew how long the Stardow Forest had existed. The ocean-like greenery, towering trees that were no less than 20 meters high, and the dense canopy that blocked out the sun were enough to showcase its ancient history. As they rushed into the forest, the temperature suddenly dropped a few degrees, and the air was filled with the refreshing scent of moisture and earth, lifting everyone's spirits. Zhao Wuji looked sternly at the 8 students in front of him. Listen carefully. The Stardow Forest is not like the places where the country raises soul beasts. The soul beasts here are extremely dangerous. You may face attacks from soul beasts that are thousands, even tens of thousands of years old at any moment. Therefore, once we enter the forest, none of you should stray more than 20 meters from my side. Ning Rong Rong, Oscar, you two need to stick close to me. Without my command, no one is allowed to attack soul beasts recklessly. Do you understand? Understood. After receiving the recovery sausages and detox sausages distributed by Oscar, the group huddled together and slowly made their way deeper into the Stardow Forest. Zhang Yang and Dai Mubai stood at the front, with Tang San and Xiao Wu in the middle, while Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing protected Oscar and Ning Rongrong in the center, with Zhao Wuji personally covering the rear. The terrain of the Stardow Forest was complex, with lush vegetation and no clear paths, so Dai Mubai, who had tiger claws, naturally took on the task of clearing the way. Although Dai Mubai was strong and wealthy, his academic performance was average, and he could only be considered a qualified tool. Fortunately, Zhang Yang, who was taught by a master, was beside him, occasionally giving quiet guidance, which made Dai Mubai feel that his empty brain was filled with a lot more information. After an hour of entering the Stardow Forest, Zhao Wuji ordered a short break. Dai Mubai used his tiger claws to clear an area of about 100 square meters, and Zhang Yang distributed water to everyone. After drinking some water, they leaned against the trees to rest for a while. Zhang Yang, you and Xiao San really know soul beasts well. You can name all sorts of soul beasts. With so much diverse knowledge, I really don't know how you learned it. Zhang Yang smiled. We have a great teacher. Zhao Wuji, who knew the inside story, smiled. A master with unbeatable theories was more than just a good teacher. Oscar and Dai Mubai began to meditate to recover their soul power. As the two responsible for clearing the way and supplying had consumed a lot of soul power after advancing for an hour. To find a suitable 1,000-year soul beast for Oscar, merely circling the outskirts of the Stardow Forest wouldn't work. This area was dominated by 10-year and 100-year soul beasts. To select an appropriate 1,000-year soul ring for Oscar, they would have to venture deeper. Therefore, it was essential to maintain their best condition. Xiao Wu leaned against Tang San's shoulder, appearing listless, as if she had something on her mind. Tang San had tried to ask her about it, but Xiao Wu always said she was fine. She had been so cheerful and bouncy when they first entered the forest. After resting for about half an hour, the most perceptive Tang San and the strongest Zhao Wuji almost simultaneously heard something approaching. Zhao Wuji shouted loudly, "Everyone get up! Something is coming close." Dai Mu Bai, who was recovering his soul power, jumped up instantly, blocking Oscar, while Zhang Yang reacted just as quickly, stepping aside to shield Ning Rongrong. Everyone immediately released their martial spirits. Zhao Wuji ordered, "Zhu Zhuqing, go take a look and be careful." Zhu Zhuqing did not speak, her figure leaping up, quickly reaching a vantage point with a good view. Soon, her cold voice came from the tree. "It seems to be a flying snake, but it can't fly high. It can only fly forward at about 3 meters above the ground. It has a fleshy crown on its head, which looks bigger than its head. It is bright red like blood, and its tail is quite special, shaped like a fan." Zhao Wuji's eyes lit up. It's a phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. This old beast is quite rare. The fleshy crown on its head has many wonderful effects. "Oscar, you're in luck. But I don't know how many years old this one is. Zhu Zhuqing, keep an eye on its direction. Report to me immediately if anything changes." "Yes." Its flying movements are very unsteady, swaying left and right, as if it has been seriously injured. "It's flying toward us." No, it suddenly dashed north, making a sharp turn, and even fell to the ground. A gorilla soul beast appeared from the side, chasing after the snake. Zhu Zhuqing's series of reports made Zhao Wuji's eyes brighten. "Gorilla soul beast? What are its characteristics?" Zhu Zhuqing quickly replied, "It has black fur all over, extremely long arms, and a muscular build, looking very powerful. It's a mighty gorilla." Zhang Yang's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "Zhuqing, estimate the height of the mighty gorilla and the body length and wing color of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake." The mighty gorilla was about 2 meters tall, while moving, estimated to be 3 to 4 meters tall, and the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake was 6 to 8 meters long with pale red wings. The mighty gorilla is between 1,500 to 2,000 years old, and the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake is between 1,300 to 1,800 years old. Zhang Yang and Tang San's eyes sparkled simultaneously. Gorilla-type soul beasts would not conflict with my humanoid martial spirit, and the strength-type mighty gorilla is perfect for my third soul ring. As long as its age does not exceed 1,760 years, then it's definitely the one for me. The phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake is a rare, non-venomous snake soul beast with relatively simple attack methods, only capable of constricting and suffocating, but it is extremely fast. It is not strong, and it is rare for one to exceed 1,000 years. If Oscar obtains this soul ring, then his third soul skill should relate to speed, making it a suitable choice for him. Zhang Yang looked at Zhao Wuji. "Teacher Zhao, we must seize this opportunity. The mighty gorilla is incredibly strong. A 1,500-year-old mighty gorilla's strength could even rival that of an ordinary 3,000-year soul beast. If it were just the 8 of Shrek, they definitely wouldn't be able to handle it. But they have Zhao Wuji with them. Then let us go for those two." Zhao Wuji nodded. Everyone set off. "Don't let them escape." "Yes." Everyone responded and set off, following the sound they had just heard. Their figures darted between the trees in pursuit, while Zhao Wuji quickly arranged a battle plan. "I will intercept the mighty gorilla. As for that phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, it will be up to you 8 to deal with it." You all heard what Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing said. It is not very strong. Its attack method is constriction and suffocation, and it is also seriously injured. If you can't handle such a soul beast, then be prepared to accept my special training when we return. "Yes." Hearing the words, special training, everyone hurriedly quickened their pace. In just 3 minutes, they caught up with the mighty gorilla and the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. However, at this time, the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake was not in good condition. Its pale red wings had been torn off by the mighty gorilla, and it had multiple fractures all over along with more than a dozen wounds caused by sharp weapons. Some of these wounds had caused it significant damage. Its fleshy crown, which stored nutrients for escape, was now quite wilted, and it seemed to be on its last breath. Even if the mighty gorilla spared it now, it wouldn't survive the day. Zhao Wuji, infused with the spirit of the mighty Vajra bear, activated his 4th soul skill, positioning and tracking, locking onto the mighty gorilla as he suddenly leaped into the air, instantly arriving in front of the mighty gorilla. The powerful gorilla, with a phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake clutched in its mouth, suddenly saw a human with a strong aura appear before it and immediately let out a roar. Swinging a massive paw, when it comes to strength, Zhao Wujia has only ever backed down once, but he wouldn't even spare a glance at this gorilla, which had less than 2,000 years of cultivation. Zhao Wujia's first soul ring ability, the unmoved King Kong body, activated, and the century-old soul skill directly jolted the gorilla back 2 steps. The phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake on the ground almost choked to death from Zhao Wujia's AoE attack. At this moment, the gorilla was so frightened by Zhao Wujia that it turned to flee, but Zhao Wujia delivered a powerful uppercut that knocked it unconscious. As for Zhang Yang and the others who arrived later, they could only silently applaud Zhao Wujia. Strong, invincible. A rank 78, battle spirit saint wanting to subdue a gorilla with less than 2,000 years of cultivation was just child's play. Knocking it out with 1 punch was perfectly normal. All right, Oscar, hurry up and get to work, lest the night drags on and dreams multiply. Zhao Wujia, maintaining his martial spirit possession state, held the gorilla and urged Oscar. Yes, teacher. Oscar took the long dagger handed to him by Zhang Yang and excitedly ran towards the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. At this moment, Zhao Wujia was on high alert, looking towards the direction from which the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake had come. The snake had already sustained severe injuries by the time it was discovered. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been unable to escape even from the gorilla's ambush. Moreover, had it not been attacked and severely injured, the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake wouldn't have fled to the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, where Zhang Yang and the others encountered it. Speaking of which, Oscar had indeed taken a big advantage. Just as Oscar was about to deliver a fatal blow to the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, a hoarse voice suddenly shouted, "Stop!" Immediately, 2 figures leapt out from the direction where the snake had flown in. They appeared before everyone. One was an elderly woman, appearing to be around 60 or 70 years old, with neatly arranged white hair. Despite her age, she looked remarkably sprightly, with a face that, though lined with wrinkles, was as rosy as a baby's, and her eyes sparkled with vitality. She held a 3-meter-long snake-headed cane in her right hand, and 6 soul rings moved rhythmically around her. Though her body showed no change, she should be a rank 60 tool spirit emperor. Beside her was a beautiful girl, seemingly around 16 or 17, clad in a purple-fitted outfit that showcased her well-proportioned figure, holding a 2-meter-long snake-headed cane, with 2 century-old soul rings moving rhythmically around her. Everyone's first reaction was that the victim had come to seek revenge, but upon seeing that the old woman was only a rank 60 tool spirit emperor, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the protective Zhao Wujia was right beside them. Chapter 24. The Son of Destiny is truly unreasonable when the old woman saw Zhao Wujia's 7 soul rings pulsating, 3 of which were even 10,000-year soul rings. Her heart sank, knowing that the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake was unlikely to be recovered today. The snake-headed staff, level 60 soul emperor. It turned out to be Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang. Upon seeing the obvious identity marker on the old woman, Zhang Yang frowned. Although Zhang Yang had completely forgotten the original story of Douluo, he had still learned a lot under the master's guidance. Long Gong Meng Shu and Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang were a very famous couple in the Soul Master world. Long Gong's dragon-headed staff and Snake Lady's snake-headed staff could unleash a very domineering martial soul fusion technique. Unless one reached the titled Douluo level, it was hard to resist. The master had a deep understanding of martial soul fusion techniques due to the golden iron triangle from years ago. When he taught Zhang Yang and Tang San about martial soul fusion techniques, he also mentioned the detailed information about the dominant dragon snake. Teacher Zhao. She might be the Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang from the dominant dragon snake, Zhang Yang whispered to Zhao Wujia. Sure enough, because Zhang Yang was the master's disciple and had such a thought, Zhao Wujia directly acknowledged Zhang Yang's guess. However, the dominant dragon-snake duo was known for being inseparable. If Snake Lady was here, Dragon Gong would surely not be far away. If they launched a surprise attack, Zhang Yang was not worried about himself, but the old woman would definitely not be able to stay safe. If Snake Lady ran away, the dominant dragon snake would definitely pursue her. This was a bit troublesome. Thoughts of killing and looting quickly flashed through his mind. Zhao Wujia clasped his hands and said, "Are you the senior snake lady from the dominant dragon snake? I dare not call myself a senior. I am indeed Chao Tianxiang, but I have yet to inquire about your esteemed name." Soul Saint Zhao Wujia, the snake lady replied. Chao Tianxiang's expression shifted slightly. I wonder where such a young soul saint came from. It turns out to be the famous, immovable king in the soul master world. While she spoke, Chao Tianxiang's heart sank again. It was rumored that Zhao Wujia acted solely based on his preferences, and most of his deeds were violent and malicious. Without Long Gong present, the soul rings of the phoenix tail coxcomb snake were likely to be lost. That's just a bad reputation. Zhao Wujia smiled and said, I have been living in seclusion at the academy for a long time. This time I came to the Douluo forest just to help 2 students obtain soul rings. I didn't expect to run into this powerful gorilla hunting the phoenix tail coxcomb snake. Chao Tianxiang glanced at the unconscious powerful gorilla and realized it was also a 1,000-year level soul beast. And how coincidental is that after I caught these 2 soul beasts, I discovered they were just right for my 2 students. What? Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang was greatly surprised. With her insight, she could see that the oldest child among the group was only about the same age as her granddaughter. But to her surprise, 2 of these children had already reached the 30th level of soul power. She never expected that Zhao Wujia would have 2 such talented young people under his wing. Which 2 are they? Snake Lady first looked at the oldest Dai Mubai, then at the 2, 1 meter tall Zhang Yang next to Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia revealed a smile like a smiling tiger. What's wrong? Sister Chao, don't you believe it? Come on, Zhang Yang, Oscar, tell Senior Chao your current soul power levels. Stepping forward, Zhang Yang respectfully said to Snake Lady, Senior Chao Tianxiang, I am Zhang Yang. My martial soul is the yellow ape, 30-level second ring battle master. The yellow ape? Chao Tianxiang thought to herself. It might be a type of yellow-haired ape soul beast. It seems this powerful gorilla was prepared for him. Oscar followed suit. Senior Chao Tianxiang, I am Oscar. My martial soul is Sausage, a 30-level second ring food system battle master. What? It's this kid? And he's a food system? Chao Tianxiang was shocked and immediately looked at Oscar with new eyes. Chao Tianxiang looked at Oscar kindly and asked, Young man, are you really a food system soul master? Which sect do you come from? Oscar shook his head and said, I don't belong to any sect. The principal said that my martial soul mutated to become this way. No sect. Chao Tianxiang immediately had thoughts of poaching. If she could recruit such a talented food system soul master to assist her granddaughter, wouldn't that be perfect? Just as Chao Tianxiang was calculating in her mind, Tang San suddenly spoke up. Senior Chao Tianxiang, please forgive me for being presumptuous. But the phoenix tail coxcomb snake is left with only a final breath. If we don't decide its ownership soon, this soul ring will be wasted. Chao Tianxiang's thoughts of poaching were interrupted by Tang San's words. She struck the ground with her staff. Her tone unfriendly. This phoenix tail coxcomb snake was discovered by me first, so it naturally belongs to me. From yesterday to today, I have intercepted this soul beast twice, and my snake staff has left over a dozen wounds on it, several of which even severely injured it. If it weren't for its excellent escape skills, how could there be such a mess? But Senior, if it weren't for Teacher Zhao's timely arrival, stopping the powerful gorilla, this phoenix tail coxcomb snake would have long been devoured by that gorilla. This point, Chao Tianxiang had to admit, the phoenix tail coxcomb snake's wings were violently torn off, and its wings were still hanging at the powerful gorilla's mouth. If Zhao Wujia had made a move, the phoenix tail coxcomb snake would not have ended up like this. The soul beasts in the Douluo forest were indeed unowned. Whoever killed them would claim them. The phoenix tail coxcomb snake escaping from the senior's hands twice and finally falling into our hands was fate. Senior, it will be better to recognize reality. Oof. Snake Lady struck the ground with her snake staff, slightly angry. What a sharp-tongued boy. Fine, since this muddled account can't be settled. Let's do it according to the rules of the soul master world. Let's use strength to speak and decide the ownership of this soul ring. If I still lose, I will leave without a word. Upon hearing this, Tang San immediately turned to signal Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia nodded. Since Sister Chao said so, then let's decide this way. However, Oscar is a food system soul master and cannot participate. So, Sister Chow, I will choose a student to replace Oscar in the match. What do you think? That's natural, Snake Lady nodded. Hearing Snake Lady agree, Tang San immediately volunteered. Teacher, let me step in for Oscar. I only have 29 levels. So it won't be considered taking advantage. Snake Lady's heart was somewhat numb. One talented individual after another emerged. Did Zhao Wujia really go to a monster concentration camp to be a teacher? Senior Snake Lady, what do you think? Zhao Wujia smiled and said, My student is a battle master with a martial soul blue silvergrass, and his soul power is only 29 levels, meeting the conditions to participate. All right, Snake Lady nodded. If he still can't defeat a soul master one level lower than him, then I have nothing to say. Thus, Tang San and Meng Iran stood facing each other, while the others slowly stepped back to give them space to fight. My name is Tang San, and my martial soul is blue silvergrass. I'm a 29-level second ring battle master. The girl coldly replied, I am Meng Iran, and my martial soul is the snake staff. I'm a 30-level second ring battle master. Though she claimed not to take advantage, in reality, Tang San had a significant advantage in this match. Tang San, as a control system, naturally countered the strong attack system of Meng Iran. Sure enough, the battle started, and within 10 seconds, Meng Iran was bound into a dumpling by Tang San's blue silvergrass. However, Meng Iran's 2 yellow soul rings were not just for show. Her second soul ring lit up, and her body immediately twisted as if it had no bones. Then she drilled out from the blue silvergrass's restraints. After escaping the binding of the blue silvergrass, Meng Iran's first soul ring lit up, and the snake head of her staff suddenly shot out a venomous tongue blade over 2 feet long, instantly stabbing towards Tang San. This is a battle that requires quick resolution. So Tang San had to use the Xianyu hand technique to grab Meng Iran's poisonous tongue blade and compete with her in soul power. As a result, Meng Iran, who was at the 30th level of soul power but had used one more second soul ring technique than Tang San, ended up losing to Tang San, who was only at the 29th level of soul power. Although the soul power confrontation is a very dangerous duel, the intricacies of it can only be understood by the parties involved. However, to outsiders, it seems a bit confusing. How did she lose? Why did she lose? Meng Iran coughed up blood and looked weak, while Tang San was not much better off. After eating a recovery sausage, he quickly sat cross-legged to recover his soul power. The members of Shrek quickly surrounded Tang San to protect him. Zhao Wujia then smiled as he approached Snake Lady. Sister, what do you say? Snake Lady replied calmly, willing to bet, willing to lose. Losing is losing. The 1,000-year phoenix tail, coxcomb snake, is yours now. I will remember today's events. Zhao Wujia seemed to not understand Snake Lady's threat and turned to Oscar with a wink. Hey brat, hurry up. Seeing Oscar already starting to absorb the soul ring, Meng Iran looked unwillingly at her grandmother. Grandma, you have to stand up for me. Snake Lady frowned slightly and said, Let us go, we have lost. We will talk when we find your grandfather. Her gaze then turned to Zhao Wujia. The unmoved king, the green mountains remain unchanged, the waters flow long. We will meet again. Snake Lady took Meng Iran and left, but Zhao Wujia did not let down his guard. He waved to Zhang Yang, signaling him to hurry up and kill the powerful gorilla at his feet to absorb the soul ring. Quickly absorb the soul ring. We need to leave here as soon as possible. Knowing that Zhao Wujia was always on guard against the Dragon King, who was uncertain of his whereabouts. Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. Without any delay, he shot a finger gun that pierced the powerful gorilla's brain, killing it completely. After moving the powerful gorilla's corpse near Oscar, Zhang Yang also sat cross-legged and began to absorb the powerful gorilla's purple soul ring. Dai Mubai and the others guarded Tang San, while Zhao Wujia protected Zhang Yang and Oscar, and everyone remained alert, not daring to relax for a moment. Similar to the previous 2 experiences of absorbing soul rings, the molten-like soul power poured into Zhang Yang's body, causing his internal soul power to begin to swell and then rapidly surge in a circulating loop. As the soul power surged, the loop continuously widened, allowing for more and more soul power to be contained. Gradually, the soul power stopped swelling, and the circulation speed returned to normal. Before long, Zhang opened his eyes. After completing the absorption of the soul ring, Zhang opened his eyes to find everyone surrounding Tang San, happily celebrating something. Even Zhao Wujie beside him had a cheerful expression. "You're awake," Zhao Wujie said with a smile. "Yes, Teacher Zhao," Zhang nodded. Hearing the commotion, Ma Hongjun joyfully said, "Hey, Zhang, you're awake?" Then, Ma Hongjun quickly approached Zhang with a sly smile. "Zhang, I have some bad news, and I don't know how to tell you." Zhang asked in confusion. "Bad news?" With that sneaky smile, what bad news could it be? "Of course, it's bad news for you," Ma Hongjun patted Zhang shoulder, speaking in a comforting tone. "Do you remember when you broke through to level 30 yesterday? We said you broke the academy record and became the youngest soul master?" Zhang nodded. Of course I remember. Is this what you call bad news?" "This is definitely bad news. Just now, Tang San also broke through to level 30. Ma Hongjun said with a smile. "You broke through to level 30 a day earlier than Tang San, but Tang San was born a few months after you. So, technically, he is the youngest soul master in the academy." Zhang suddenly understood and then felt a myriad of emotions. The child of destiny really is unreasonable in every aspect. Just look at this talent, strong like a monster. Chapter 25. Erming, acknowledging kin, seeking subscription. Ma Hongjun curiously asked, "By the way, Zhang, what is your third soul skill?" Zhao Wujie, who was nearby, also perked up his ears to listen. Zhang replied calmly, "My third soul ring skill is called Light Speed Body Technique, which increases my physical attack power. However, this skill requires me to activate my first and second soul ring skills to use it." "Huh? Soul ring skills can be related like this?" Ma Hongjun was puzzled. "It might be because of the mutation of my martial soul," Zhang shrugged. "You also have a mutated martial soul. So you know that mutated martial souls are prone to these kinds of quirks." Ma Hongjun nodded in deep agreement, as the issue of his evil fire had been troubling him. In reality, Zhang mind was far from as calm as he appeared. What does light speed body technique mean? It would be easier to understand if it were renamed to light speed kick. Light speed kick, a kicking technique executed at the speed of light and one of Kizaru's signature skills. The power of light speed kick is not necessarily world-destroying, but because it is so cool, it became Kizaru's signature move. Especially when paired with the line, "Speed is weight." Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? It's simply explosive in coolness, directly making the Pika Pika no Mi the coolest ability in One Piece. Zhang decided that whenever he used light speed kick in the future, he would also dramatically accompany it with that line. As for why light speed kick requires both the elementalization and light speed body techniques as prerequisites, Zhang had guessed it. By activating light speed body, Zhang kicking speed could reach the speed of light. By activating elementalization, Zhang could avoid the reactive force caused by the light speed kick. Of course, the third soul ring skill, light speed body technique, is not just about light speed kick. To be precise, light speed body technique is a collection of all physical attacks executed at the speed of light. So as long as Zhang is willing, he can also execute bizarre techniques like light speed uppercut, light speed elbow strike, and light speed headbutt. In any case, Zhang strength had definitely improved significantly. Moreover, with the acquisition of his third soul ring, all 6 styles no longer consumed soul power to activate. After all, with such a powerful attack skill as light speed kick, Zhang estimated that he wouldn't need to use soul power for those 3 moves anymore. If they didn't switch to consuming physical strength, they would really be discarded. After Ma Hongjun, others also came to inquire about Zhang third soul ring skill. Zhang answered them one by one, and learned that Oscar's third soul ring skill was a flying mushroom sausage that allowed one to fly quickly for a minute. However, this sausage was not very useful to Zhang because the speed of the flying sausage couldn't compare to his light speed movement. And he could also use moonstep for flying. However, since eating the mushroom sausage for flight didn't consume his own soul power and physical strength, it was fine to have it occasionally, so Zhang still praised Oscar's third soul skill. Since Tang San had broken through to the soul master level, everyone still needed to stay in the Star Dough Forest for a while to help Tang San hunt for soul rings. Having experienced a lot today, it was not suitable to continue acting, so Zhao Wujie decided to call it a day, not exploring further. and planned to start hunting for Tang San's soul rings after everyone adjusted their conditions tomorrow. However, due to concerns that Snake Lady would come looking for trouble after dealing with the dragon sect, Zhao Wujie directly led the Shrek group to relocate and cover their traces. That night, everyone huddled together in training. Early the next morning, when Tang San returned to the ground after cultivating his purple extreme magic eye from the treetops, he found Zhang Yang holding a water pouch to help Ning Rongrong wash her face. As the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, it was probably Ning Rongrong's first time washing her face this way, without a wash basin and various skincare products. She could only let Zhang Yang slowly pour water into her hands while spreading her feet apart in a crouch position to prevent wetting her clothes and shoes. Fortunately, Ning Rongrong also knew that one couldn't be too picky in the Stardew Forest, so having cool, clean water to refresh herself still brought a bright smile to her face. During breakfast, Xiao Wu discreetly leaned closer to Tang San and whispered, "I didn't expect Zhang Yang to be quite skilled at flirting. He clearly had such a big quarrel just a few days ago." Tang San felt that there was no appropriate way to respond to this topic, so he could only silently eat the dry rations and vegetables in his hands. Looking over at Zhang Yang, who was thoughtfully handing Ning Rongrong a clean piece of fruit, and then at Tang San, who was eating dry rations and carrots, Xiao Wu pouted and stopped talking. Although she also had a carrot in her hand, it wasn't the one Tang San handed over, so it didn't have the same flavor. As for the soul beasts available for Tang San's third soul ring, the master had long prepared a variety of common types. As long as the age and cultivation level were appropriate, Tang San would definitely not hold back. However, the strange thing was that after 2 days of searching in the Stardew Forest, they still hadn't found a suitable soul beast. Could it be that soul beasts also have rest days? Should we wait until weekdays to come? If it weren't for the fear of the Overlord Dragon Snake, Little Sand Soul Beast would probably have already been settled, instead of having to circle around the outskirts of the Stardew Forest like now. Zhao Wujie sighed helplessly. That night, after finishing dinner, everyone returned to their tents to continue training. Zhang Yang and Ning Rongrong subconsciously sat together and began to cultivate earnestly. However, before Zhang Yang could complete a cycle of soul power operation, Zhao Wujie's deep and powerful voice suddenly rang in their ears. "Everyone, get out of the tent. Quickly." Hearing Zhao Wujie's warning, everyone rushed out of the tent and gathered beside Zhao Wujie, who had transformed into a powerful diamond bear. "Teacher Zhao, what's wrong?" Dai Mubai asked. Zhao Wujie did not answer his question. "Everyone, stand behind me. If anything happens, do not worry about me. Just leave here immediately and get out of the Stardew Forest first." Mubai, Zhang Yang, the responsibility of protecting everyone will fall to you when I'm not here. Everyone was puzzled by Zhao Wujie's tense demeanor. But at that moment, in the direction Zhao Wujie was looking, 2 towering trees suddenly began to slowly part, and a massive shadow silently emerged from there. When everyone saw the true form of this shadow, they couldn't help but hold their breath. Titan Great Ape. Tang San's voice trembled. The Titan Great Ape resembled a hybrid between a gorilla and a monkey, crouching at 7 meters tall and standing at least 15 meters. Its strong muscles bulged like small hills, as hard as granite. This terrifying creature could rival 10,000-year-old beasts at the century level, being nearly perfect in terms of strength, speed, attack, and defense with no flaws. The Titan Great Ape in front of them was at least a 10,000-year level existence. Tang San's mind raced through various pieces of information about the Titan Great Ape. He couldn't understand why such a powerful creature would appear here, especially since this was the outskirts of the Stardew Forest. "Respected King of the Forest, we mean no offense. If this is your territory, we are willing to leave immediately," Zhao Wujie said solemnly. The Titan Great Ape could understand human speech, but it ignored the goodwill in Zhao Wujie's words and silently took a step forward. That step caused everyone's tense nerves to snap. "Run!" Zhao Wujie shouted loudly. With his first, second, third, fifth, and fourth soul rings lighting up simultaneously, Zhao Wujie soared into the sky with a powerful stance, fully activating the Diamond Bear Palm, not hesitating to expend soul power as he struck at the Titan Great Ape. However, no one heeded Zhao Wujie's words. "Zhang Yang, cover everyone and run," Dai Mubai said. directly unleashing his third spirit ring ability, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, his whole body instantly transforming into a second stage, with blood-red eyes revealing a bloodthirsty light. His 10 razor-sharp tiger claws struck towards the forelimbs of the Titan Great Ape that was supporting its body. Xiao San, protect Rong Rong and Oscar, Zhang Yang said, his height instantly increasing to 2 meters 1, with 3 spirit rings of 2 yellow and 1 purple lighting up simultaneously. He instantly transformed into a streak of yellow light and appeared next to Dai Mubai in the next moment. I want to help them. Ning Rongrong knew that at this moment, they needed her help the most. So, Ning Rongrong immediately released her 7-treasure glazed tile with 2 spirit rings lighting up simultaneously. 6 beams of light shooting out at the same time, enveloping Zhao Wujia, Dai Mubai, and Zhang Yang. Since Ning Rongrong did not leave, naturally, the others would not leave either. Tang San released his blue silvergrass, preparing to control the forelimb of the Titan Great Ape. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing quickly climbed up the tree, ready to launch an attack from above. Ma Hongjun spewed a wave of phoenix flame at the lower body of the Titan Great Ape, intending to make it understand what fire in the groin meant. Oscar quickly produced mushroom sausage, preparing escape tools for everyone. The power of the 7-treasure glazed tile lies in its ability to amplify regardless of the Soul Master's level. The amplification for Zhang Yang and Dai Mubai was 30, and for Zhao Wujia, who was at level 76, it was also 30. With the power amplification, Zhao Wujia instantly unleashed an attack power only a Soul Do-level powerhouse could have, striking directly at the top of the Titan Great Ape's head. Almost simultaneously, the attacks from Zhang Yang and Dai Mubai also struck the forelimb of the Titan Great Ape. For the first time using a lightspeed kick, Zhang Yang instantly felt that this kick was the most powerful attack he had executed in all these years. However, to his astonishment, after being struck on the head by Zhao Wujia's powerful palm, the Titan Great Ape merely tilted its head back slightly, and the attacks from Zhang Yang and Dai Mubai did not even move the Titan Great Ape's arm by a fraction. Subsequently, the Titan Great Ape erupted with a thunderous roar. A black wave of energy directly swept over all the unprepared individuals under the cover of night. Except for the elementalized Zhang Yang, everyone else was instantly thrown away. This was not over. The Titan Great Ape, disturbed during its visit, charged directly at the toppled crowd. No, Zhao Wujia shouted angrily. He was blown away by the wave of energy above the Titan Great Ape's head and was now powerless to help. Seeing the Titan Great Ape's mountain-like body coming at them, everyone felt a suffocating sense of pressure. However, at that moment, some still managed to hold on and move. Tang Xin used his blue silvergrass to instantly wrap around Xiao Wu's waist, then swung her in a circular arc like a chain ball, flinging her away from the Titan Great Ape. While flinging Xiao Wu away, Tang Xin kicked Ma Hongjun in the abdomen, sending him out of the Titan Great Ape's attack range. As for himself, he barely managed to escape after saving 2 people. Dai Mubai lunged towards Zhu Zhuqing, then with a swipe of his tiger paw, directly smashed a deep pit into the ground and then dove into the pit with Zhu Zhuqing. Zhang Yang almost reacted simultaneously with Dai Mubai, but at this time, he was not blown away by the wave of energy. As the Titan Great Ape lunged forward, his position was actually safe. Nevertheless, Zhang Yang still resolutely charged towards the Titan Great Ape's attack range. Chapter 26. The start of the chant, subscription needed. This chapter is slightly toxic and can be skipped. The reason Zhang Yang rushed back into danger was simple. Ning Rongrong and Oscar were still there. Support-type Soul Masters lack offensive power, and when danger strikes, they're the ones who feel the least secure. If they're willing to team up with you and venture into perilous places, it means they're truly entrusting their lives to you. One must not betray the trust of support-type Soul Masters. The teachings of Master echoed in his ears as Zhang Yang transformed into a beam of light, instantly appearing beside Ning Rongrong, wrapping an arm around her waist while kicking Oscar away. In fact, whether Zhang Yang kicked or not was inconsequential. He could have easily taken both of them out of danger with one arm around each. However, at that moment, Zhang Yang really wanted to give Oscar a good kick. Damn it, you started making flying intestines the moment the Titan Giant Ape showed up, and now you have a whole bunch of them in your hands. Why don't you eat one for your own safety? But Zhang Yang knew that Oscar's body was not sturdy, so he didn't kick too hard. He merely sent him flying into the air and quickly tucked him under his arm, swiftly escaping the Titan giant ape's attack range. The crouching posture of the Titan giant ape was only 7 meters high, and its attack range was not so vast as to be hopeless. Therefore, Zhang Yang easily took the two support-type soul masters to a safe spot behind the Titan giant ape. Rongrong, are you okay? Zhang Yang let go of Oscar and looked at Ning Rongrong in his arms. Ning Rongrong shook her head. I'm fine. Just when Zhang Yang wanted to say something else, Tang San's furious shout rang out. Don't let go of Xiao Wu. Turning back, Zhao Wujin had already released his 7th soul ring, transforming into a 5-meter-tall brown bear. The Titan giant ape grabbed Xiao Wu with one hand, closing its eyes to block Tang San's more than 10 hidden weapons, while swinging its other hand to fend off Zhao Wujin's powerful strike. Roar! Another wave of black energy surged forward, directly blowing Tang San away, crashing hard against a large tree. No! Xiao Wu's scream was barely audible as the Titan giant ape leaped over 100 meters into the air. Xiao Wu has been taken away. Ningronggrong efkleimet. Zhang Yang's brow furrowed instantly. Zhang Yang knew that Xiao Wu was a rabbit transformed from a 100,000-year-old soul beast, but he was unclear about her connection to the Titan giant ape. After all, it had been 24 years since he last read the original text, and he had forgotten all the plot details. To save or not to save, Zhang Yang's mind was in turmoil. If they were a team of soul masters hunting the Titan giant ape, and only one person was captured, they definitely wouldn't go to rescue her, and would even feel a sense of relief for being alive. However, they were just a group of students. A group of students filled with youthful passion. Zhang Yang was not young, but he possessed the life-saving skill of elementalization, allowing him to retreat unscathed even in the most dangerous situations. Therefore, while Tang San was secretly getting Oscar ready with flying mushroom intestines, Zhang Yang's figure flashed, and he appeared 100 meters away from the group. Teacher Zhao, I'm going to chase. Zhang Yang's voice drifted back, but he was already out of sight, moving so fast that Ning Rongrong didn't even have time to amplify him with her martial soul. The Titan giant ape moved similarly to a normal gorilla, but with its immense strength, each leap covered a distance of over 100 meters. However, such speed could shake off Zhao Wujin, but could not shake off Zhang Yang, who had activated his luminous physique. In just a few minutes, Zhang Yang heard the Titan giant ape's low roar and saw countless soul beasts fleeing in panic. Realizing something was wrong, Zhang Yang began to stealthily approach the direction from which the Titan giant ape's sound came. Soon, he spotted the Titan giant ape and saw Xiao Wu sitting cross-legged beside it. At that moment, a faint red glow surrounded Xiao Wu, and 2 yellow soul rings pulsated above and below her, with the phantom of her martial soul, the Jade Rabbit, appearing behind her. The Titan giant ape lay beside Xiao Wu, gazing at her with a hint of longing in its enormous eyes. Zhang Yang was familiar with this scene. It was clearly a version of Xiao Wu cultivating while Tang San protected her. So Xiao Wu knows the Titan giant ape, Zhang Yang thought. Before he could show a relieved smile, a massive figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his view. With a body the size of a small mountain and muscles bulging like hills, this immense creature was, of course, the Titan giant ape. When the Titan giant ape discovered that Zhang Yang was one of the humans who entered the forest with Xiao Wu, it became murderous. It might have realized that Xiao Wu was a transformed soul beast, and that person had to die. Wait! Zhang Yang quickly raised both hands to signal the Titan giant ape to stop. I'm Xiao Wu's friend. I mean no harm. The Titan giant ape would not listen to Zhang Yang's explanation, unable to use its airwaves, because Xiao Wu was right behind it. The Titan giant ape raised its right palm and slapped down. Boom! The fierce slap created a 3-meter-deep crater in the ground. But Zhang Yang's figure had long since vanished without a trace. However, the Titan giant ape was so powerful that it could naturally sense whether Zhang Yang was dead or alive. The Titan giant ape turned its head and indeed found Zhang Yang standing less than a meter away from Xiao Wu, exaggeratedly wiping the sweat from its forehead. The Titan giant ape was extremely angry. This was the first time it experienced the feeling of being threatened. There's a saying that goes, When mosquito lands on your body, you realize that violence cannot solve problems. Grasping the Titan giant ape's vital point, Zhang Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sit down. Don't be polite. Just treat this as your own home. Said your grandpa. The Titan giant ape panted heavily, its breathing deep and low. Zhang Yang sat cross-legged on the ground, very relaxed, and said, "My name is Zhang Yang. I'm 12 years old. I live in the Holy Soul village in the southwest of the Heavendo Empire, and I don't have a girlfriend." The Titan giant ape's lantern-like eyes widened. "I study at Shrek Academy, and I train every day to improve my strength. I'm not one to play around, and I've only gambled once. I always charge to the front in battles, creating the best output environment for my classmates. I prepare the supplies my classmates need. I've even prepared many carrots that Xiao Wu likes, with almost no omissions. In the mornings, I wake up and provide clean water for my classmates to wash up, helping them shake off the fatigue and sluggishness of a night of cultivation to welcome the next day. Everyone thanks me for these things." Roar. The Titan giant ape growled lowly, confused by what this man was saying. "I'm explaining to you that I'm someone who values teamwork and my classmates, not fixated on profit, not entangled in personal desires, and I don't want to be talked about behind my back by my classmates. This is my attitude towards my classmates, and I know we are not in a life and death stance. However, even if we do end up fighting, I can still escape from you." Roar. The Titan giant ape felt that Zhang Yang's last sentence was a provocation. In other words, the king of the forest. "Since you want to harm Xiao Wu, there is no reason for you to harm me." Roar. The Titan giant ape did not understand why Zhang Yang was so confident. "Big brother Zhang," Xiao Wu called him that before. After an epic chant from Zhang Yang, the Titan giant ape temporarily calmed down. After all, this was a crucial moment for Xiao Wu to obtain her third soul ring. And it was he entirely sure it could kill this person without harming Xiao Wu. Time passed second by second, and the red glow surrounding Xiao Wu gradually revealed a layer of purple light. The purple light transformed into specks of starlight, coalescing into shape, and it was clearly a 1,000-year soul ring. As the soul ring landed on Xiao Wu, her appearance instantly matured a lot, and the childishness on her face diminished. The phantom of the jade rabbit behind her solidified a bit. Before long, Xiao Wu opened her eyes. Roar. Seeing Xiao Wu open her eyes, the Titan giant ape let out a low growl. Hearing the Titan giant ape's growl, Xiao Wu's body immediately stiffened. The 100,000-year soul beast, now in human form, could understand soul beast language. The Titan giant ape was saying, "Your identity seems to be exposed, Xiao Wu. Should we kill him?" Xiao Wu stiffly turned her head and saw Zhang Yang propping his chin with one hand, looking at her with a smile. "Zhang Yang." Xiao Wu's voice trembled a bit. How could Zhang Yang appear here? Has her identity really been exposed? Should she deny it? Or tell the truth? If she hides it, will she be able to coexist peacefully with the Titan giant ape? She wondered if such a flimsy excuse could fool Zhang Yang. If she told the truth, how would Zhang Yang view her? Would he tell Tang San? What would Tang San's reaction be upon finding out? Although she didn't fully understand. They had been classmates for 6 years, and she was the beloved younger sister of his best friend, so he would keep her secret. Zhang Yang stood up with both hands on the ground. "I've been chasing for a long time. I must go back. What about you?" Hearing this, Xiao Wu let out a sigh of relief. After 6 years of acquaintance, Zhang Yang's character was still reliable. However, Xiao Wu then felt a bit confused. Tang San would probably be rushing over to find you now. Given his feelings for you, he would definitely want to see you alive or dead. Even if he was forced to be persuaded to go back, he would eventually stir up chaos in the Stardow Forest. Xiao Wu naturally didn't want to part with Tang San, but because of Zhang Yang, she was now very hesitant. Zhang Yang thought for a moment and said, "If you need to fabricate a lie, you can tell me, and I will cooperate with you. If not, I will tell everyone that I didn't catch up with the Titan giant ape, and after searching for a long time, I had to return empty-handed. I will go back." Xiao Wu made up her mind. After transforming into a 100,000-year soul beast, she needed to sense human breath to cultivate and improve. But even if it wasn't for her own cultivation, she had to go back for Tang San. "Then let us go back together. Of course, you need to prepare an excuse for escaping from the Titan giant ape in advance. I can only provide cover for you." Roar. Hearing that Xiao Wu wanted to leave with this man, The Titan giant ape let out an unhappy roar. Ming. Xiao Wu looked at the Titan giant ape. I'm going back with Zhang Yang to find our companions, and you must remember what I said before. Next time you sense my breath, observe from a distance first. Don't act rashly, and don't harm my companions. Roar. The Titan giant ape nodded its large head up and down. All right, Zhang Yang, let us go. After Xiao Wu finished speaking, she leaped onto a branch and rushed back in the direction they came from. On the way, Xiao Wu thought of an excuse to deal with her companions and soon found Tang San, Zhao Wujin, and others about 3 to 4 kilometers away from the camp. At this moment, Tang San was sitting cross-legged in front of a giant spider soul beast that was 1.5 meters long and had 3-meter-long legs, desperately absorbing its soul ring. A faint reddish mist with a bloody smell floated around him, and his expression showed that he was in extreme pain. Xiao Wu, you're not dead? Seeing Xiao Wu suddenly appear, Oscar was immediately stunned, and this not-so-pleasant remark slipped out. Soon after, Zhang Yang's figure appeared as well. Zhang Yang. Ning Rongrong showed a relieved expression. It's great that you and Xiao Wu are fine. Uncle Big Sausage, are you really looking forward to my death? What happened? This mist. Oh my God, what happened to Tang San? Seeing Tang San's grim expression, Xiao Wu's heart tightened. Don't disturb him. He is absorbing the third soul ring. Zhao Wujin hurriedly stopped Xiao Wu. 1,000-year-old human-faced demon spider? It is indeed one of the soul beasts planned by the teacher. But didn't the teacher advise Tang San against choosing such a soul beast? The energy of this soul beast's soul ring is too domineering, and the age is uncertain due to insufficient data. Zhang Yang frowned. Xiao Wu's heartache was beyond words. The human-faced demon spider that Tang San was absorbing was a soul beast of the 2,000-year level, and its legs exceeding 3 meters were assigned. But the teacher had researched that the age of the third soul ring absorption was only around 1,700 years. The uncertain age was the biggest problem. But fortunately, Tang San's physical quality was outstanding. Although the process was very difficult, he should be able to withstand this soul ring. Zhang Yang crossed his arms and analyzed. The teacher's research found that having twin martial souls greatly enhances the physical quality of soul masters, especially since one of Tang San's martial souls is the Haotian hammer. Everyone was very curious about how Xiao Wu had safely escaped from the Titan giant ape, and they all started to ask questions. However, Xiao Wu had already thought of an excuse on the way here, and with Zhang Yang helping her, she easily managed to fool everyone. They didn't dig deeper, which made Xiao Wu breathe a sigh of relief. However, thinking that she needed to give Zhang Yang an answer, Xiao Wu felt a bit of a headache again. Chapter 27. Looking back suddenly, the master is in the flickering lights as the child of destiny. Tang San naturally would not be defeated by the mere 2,000-year soul rings. Not only did he successfully absorb them, but he also obtained the extremely precious external soul bone, the 8 spider lances. Seeing Xiao Wu return safely, Tang San excitedly rushed forward and hugged her tightly, tears glistening in his eyes. As Tang San's emotions gradually stabilized, everyone curiously asked him how he managed to kill the man-faced demon spider. Thus, Tang San showcased the Zhuge divine crossbow to everyone and explained his hidden weapon techniques that surpassed Yingming's. The overwhelming power of the Zhuge divine crossbow, the mysterious hidden weapon techniques, and the novel concept of hidden weapons. All of these left a deep impression on everyone who was encountering hidden weapons for the first time. Faced with such a powerful weapon, Oscar was the first to show a serious expression. As a food system soul master, he had no combat power himself, so he was particularly eager for the formidable Zhuge divine crossbow. Fortunately, since Tang San had decided to show the Zhuge divine crossbow to everyone, he naturally would not refuse their desire for it and agreed to provide a set to everyone at cost price. Once back at the academy, everyone's tense nerves finally relaxed, and fatigue washed over them. Just as everyone was preparing to go back and rest well, Ning Rongrong called out to Tang San, wanted to talk to him privately. It turned out that after witnessing the power of the Zhuge divine crossbow, Ning Rongrong suddenly had the idea of ordering a batch of Zhuge divine crossbows for the members of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School for self-defense. With the Zhuge divine crossbow, the clan members would have an additional means of self-protection. After all, Even with the protection of affiliated disciples, it is still not as good as having the power in their own hands, especially since there have been incidents of disciples betraying the sect and abducting direct descendants. The effectiveness of hidden weapons like the Juga divine crossbow lies in the hidden aspect. If this matter spreads and the enemies are alerted, then even if the sect's disciples are equipped with the Juga divine crossbow, it would be useless. This matter concerns the safety of the sect's direct descendants, which is why Ning Rongrong wanted to discuss it with Tang San alone, and even Zhang Yang and Xiao Wu could not eavesdrop. Tang San felt somewhat troubled because the production of the Juga divine crossbow was very difficult. However, he did not give a definitive answer, but decided to think it over and give Ning Rongrong a response later. Upon receiving such an answer, Ning Rongrong visibly relaxed, smiled slightly, and began to tease Tang San. "Oh dear, I need to think about how to explain this to Xiao Wu. I can't let her get jealous." Hearing this, Tang San chuckled and replied, "It's not just Xiao Wu. You also need to consider how to explain it to Zhang Yang." Ning Rongrong's face flushed. "I have nothing to do with Zhang Yang. Is there a need to explain to him?" Tang San laughed. "How wouldn't he know about that? Even if Zhang Yang trusts me, he must be wondering about this right now. He might be sulking in the dormitory." "Let him sulk. I'm leaving now," Ning Rongrong said, not waiting for Tang San's response before running off. Tang San smiled as he noticed she was not heading towards the girls' dormitory. On the way back, Tang San heard Zhang Yang repeatedly mentioning the 10 gold soul coins prize for winning the battle at the Great Soul Arena. So he was sure that Ning Rongrong would return empty-handed after seeking out Zhang Yang. However, Tang San did not tell Ning Rongrong the truth, and instead let her make a wasted trip since she had teased him and Xiao Wu. As expected, after knocking on the door without success, Ning Rongrong learned from Oscar that Zhang Yang had not even returned to the dormitory after coming back to the academy. He had just eaten a recovery sausage and then headed to Soto City. After revealing her true nature, Ning Rongrong had caused Oscar to lose hope in her. Although Ning Rongrong's character had improved significantly in recent days, Zhang Yang had already taken the lead. Oscar felt regretful, but understood that this matter had to be turned over. After arriving in Soto City, Zhang Yang still had some time, so he first went to the Spirit Hall to re-register his rank and received a stipend of 100 gold soul coins at the Soul Master level. Since it was his first time undergoing soul power testing and receiving subsidies in Soto City, Zhang Yang was once again approached by the Spirit Hall for recruitment. Zhang Yang felt that the Soul Masters affiliated with the Spirit Hall seemed to have something akin to performance metrics and liked to recruit talented Soul Masters into the Spirit Hall. After shaking off the Spirit Hall's recruitment, Zhang Yang's assets skyrocketed, so he found a restaurant to feast on a big meal, then leisurely drank 2 cups of tea. When he felt the time was about right, he finally entered the Soto City Great Soul Arena. At the registration counter, Zhang Yang followed the procedure and presented his Iron Battle Soul badge, then tested his soul power and entered the battle ranking phase. Having just absorbed the soul ring, Zhang Yang's current soul power was at level 31, and he needed to participate in battles at the Soul Master level. The registrars had even advised Zhang Yang, as it was easy to imagine that his opponent would definitely be at level 38 or 39 as a Battle Soul Master. The odds of winning against a level 38 or 39 opponent with level 31 soul power were obvious. Zhang Yang was not worried about losing. He only wanted to shed a tear for the gamblers who were about to bet against him. What a pity it was that if Dai Mubai were there, he could have made a fortune. The audience for battles at the Soul Master level was evidently much larger than that for battles at the Great Soul Master level. Willing to spend a little more on tickets to watch more exciting matches, the audience was very enthusiastic. Before long, it was Zhang Yang's turn to take the stage. His opponent was a level 38 Battle Soul Master with a Leopard Spirit. Based on the Spirit's characteristics, he should be a sensitive attack-type Soul Master with considerable strength. Although strong attacks counter sensitive attacks, the level 38 soul power held an absolute advantage over the level 31 soul power. If it were anyone else, a level 31 soul master would have no chance of winning. The opponent, having transformed into a leopard, had sharp claws like knives, covered in short yellow-brown fur, with 3 soul rings of yellow and purple pulsating around him. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Zhang Yang, fiercely swinging his right claw, intending to test Zhang Yang's capabilities. At this moment, Zhang Yang had already activated the first and second soul ring abilities. He didn't need to dodge the attack at all. However, out of mindset to conceal his strength, Zhang Yang still activated paper drawing. When paper drawing was activated, Zhang Yang resembled a piece of white paper drifting in the air, unaffected by any force, swaying with the wind generated by the opponent's attacks. The Leopard Battle Soul Master unleashed a series of over 10 attacks, yet not even the corner of Zhang Yang's clothes was touched. Seeing that Zhang Yang could easily evade his entire set of combos, the leopard realized that this battle would not be easily concluded. With a leap, the Leopard Battle Soul Master's third soul ring lit up, and his body instantly radiated a yellow glow, soaring into the air and pouncing down at Zhang Yang with great force. The claws of the Leopard Battle Soul Master, enveloped in yellow light, were so sharp they even reflected light. If it were any other soul master, being struck by such a claw would surely leave multiple deep gashes, and a weaker soul master could even suffer broken bones. However, Zhang Yang would naturally not be hit by such a straightforward attack. With a push of his feet against the ground, Zhang Yang instantly shifted more than 10 meters away. Bang! The Leopard Battle Soul Master's powerful strike smashed a small pit into the specially designed battle platform. For a non-strong attack-type Soul Master to create a pit in the battle platform, it was evident that his strength was indeed extraordinary among sensitive attack-type Soul Masters. Seeing that his pounce missed, the Leopard Battle Soul Master immediately turned around to face Zhang Yang again, activating his first and second soul rings simultaneously. Swish! At that moment, the Leopard Battle Soul Master's speed suddenly increased by more than double, appearing in front of Zhang Yang in the blink of an eye, and then launching into a series of claw strikes. The enhancements from the Leopard Battle Soul Master's first and second soul ring abilities not only increased his movement speed, but also boosted his attack speed and power. Zhang Yang could clearly feel an increase of nearly 30 compared to before. However, Zhang Yang still easily dodged using paper drawing. After a long time of fruitless attacks, the Cheetah's Spirit Master became somewhat anxious. The Cheetah's stamina was already low, and as someone who inherited this trait by using the cheetah as a martial spirit, he could attack quickly like lightning, but could not sustain it. He needed to think of a way. The Cheetah's Spirit Master quickly retreated, panting and taunting. "Kid, do you only know how to dodge? Did you obtain your 3 soul rings by making soul beasts exhaust themselves like this?" The audience in the stands also expressed their dissatisfaction. Zhang Yang laughed upon hearing this. "You want me to attack?" "Sure." Since he had already figured out his opponent's soul skills and understood the attacking patterns, dragging this battle on would be meaningless. So, he decided to end this soul battle quickly. With this thought, all 3 of Zhang Yang's soul rings lit up simultaneously, and he instantly transformed into a beam of yellow light, appearing right in front of the Cheetah's Spirit Master in the next moment. The Cheetah Spirit Master didn't even catch Zhang Yang's movement before he was suddenly right in front of him, and his heart raced with alarm. Standing right in front of the Cheetah Spirit Master, Zhang Yang smiled slightly and said, "Speed is weight. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" Seeing Zhang Yang still daring to talk back in front of him, the Cheetah Spirit Master, still under the enhancement of his first and second soul ring skills, fiercely swung his claws at him. However, his vicious claw only grasped at emptiness. Then, a long leg, glowing yellow, swept at the Cheetah Spirit Master's waist at the speed of light. Bang! The Cheetah Spirit Master was sent flying horizontally out of the soul battle arena, crashing hard against the wall. With his opponent kicked out of the arena, Zhang Yang naturally won the match, and the Cheetah Spirit Master was immediately treated by a healing Spirit Master off the stage. Since it was a competitive battle, Zhang Yang controlled his strength. Although the Cheetah Spirit Master flew quite far, the impact wasn't that great. With a healing Spirit Master-esque treatment, he would be fine in 3 to 5 days. After registering his points and collecting his prize, Zhang Yang went straight back to school. He didn't plan to train today and decided to have a good sleep. After all, he had traveled hundreds of miles during the day, and despite having Oscar's recovery sausage, he felt mentally exhausted. Being in a constant state of tension could have a negative effect on training, and necessary rest could actually enhance the effects of his usual practice. This was a method of balancing work and rest that the master had taught Zhang Yang and Tang San. Upon returning to school, Zhang Yang pushed open his door and saw a thin figure sitting at his desk, seriously reading a book. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the thin figure turned around, and it was none other than the master. Zhang Yang exclaimed in surprise, "Teacher, when did you arrive?" Chapter 28. I'll take you to a fun place. Subscription request. The master unexpectedly arrived at Shrek Academy without making a sound, which made Zhang Yang extremely delighted. He had been there for a few days, just in time for you to go to the Stardow Forest. The master habitually patted Zhang Yang on the head and sighed. I didn't expect you to break through to level 30 so quickly. You and Xiao San have given me a great surprise. I didn't expect it either. Level 29 felt like a natural progression, but this breakthrough to level 30 has me a bit confused. Zhang Yang scratched his head. I fought a Soul King, and then I broke through to level 30. That's quite impressive. Which level 29 Soul Master can make a Soul King spit blood? The master remarked. It seems your mutated martial soul still has many secrets waiting to be discovered. I can only rely on you. Master, Zhang Yang flattered him a bit. You. The master chuckled and shook his head before asking, where have you been? Why did you come back to the dormitory so late? The master's parental concern made Zhang Yang feel very pleased. I went to Soto City to collect my allowance from the Spirit Hall, and then I fought a soul battle at the Great Soul Arena. The master nodded. Sit down and tell me about the battle process. Zhang Yang sat on the bed and carefully described today's soul battle to the master. After listening to Zhang Yang's description, the master nodded. You're consciously training your combat ability, which is good. Although your first soul skill is unsolvable, you must not become dependent on it. Yes, master. That's what I was thinking too. Zhang Yang nodded. The master smiled slightly, very satisfied with his disciple. Okay, let us go outside the academy. Let me see your third soul skill. Zhang Yang and the master quietly went to a small grove outside Shrek Academy without disturbing Tang San. The master stood aside, and Zhang Yang took off his shirt, activating his martial soul. His height instantly increased to 2 meters too, and his physique became much more robust. After absorbing the third soul ring, my body's quality after martial soul possession has improved comprehensively, with a significant increase, more than doubling. Zhang Yang explained. The master smiled in satisfaction. No wonder you have a top-level beast martial soul. If this continues, perhaps you will easily surpass the limit age for absorbing soul rings in the future. That would be great, Zhang Yang said with a smile. As he spoke, Zhang Yang's 3 soul rings lit up simultaneously. With a thought, his right leg rapidly emitted a yellow glow. And then the master was taken aback as Zhang Yang kicked a tree with a diameter of 0.5 meter and broke it directly. Boom! The massive tree fell to the ground with a crash, breaking several other branches and causing the stump to tilt to one side, uprooting countless roots and creating numerous depressions in the surrounding ground. The master approached to examine the tree's broken surface, gently touching the fracture. He marveled, what incredible destructive power. After listening to Zhang Yang's thoughts on a lightspeed kick, the master then asked, your third soul ring skill is called flashing body technique. I understand the meaning of flashing, but what about body technique? Is there another form of expression? Yes, master, Zhang Yang nodded, then demonstrated the lightspeed palm strike and lightspeed elbow strike on the fallen tree trunk, splitting it into several sections. Well, in that case, your third soul ring skill is less of an attack skill and more of a state soul skill that enhances the attack power of body techniques. The master pointed out the essence in one sentence. Yes, master, that's how I introduced it to my teammates, Zhang Yang nodded. In Zhang Yang's understanding, the essence of the lightspeed kick was simply an extremely powerful kick. It was just that its power was so great and visually impressive that it became a signature skill of Kizuru. The master patted Zhang Yang on the head, his tone gentle. All right, let us go back. You've been on the road all day. Don't practice today. Get some sleep to refresh your spirit. Yes, master. Zhang Yang nodded. That night, Zhang Yang finally had a good sleep after a long time. If it weren't for the class bell waking him up, he would have surely slept until noon. After hurriedly getting dressed, Zhang Yang finally arrived at the playground before Dean Flanders. After taming his wild hair, he asked Oscar to get him a sausage to ease his hunger. Today, the academy seemed particularly lively. Not only were the dean and vice dean present, but even the 3 other teachers who usually kept a low profile were willing to show their faces to the students. All right, everyone is here. I have a few announcements to make, Flanders said as he walked in front of the 8 students, his serious gaze sweeping over them one by one. First, let me introduce the teachers of the academy to the 5 new students. This is teacher Li Yusong, martial soul, dragon pattern stick, level 63 soul emperor. This is teacher Lu Qibin, martial soul, star chess, level 66 soul emperor. This is teacher Xiao Xin, martial soul, jelly bean, level 71 soul sage. Teacher Xiao is one of the top 5 food system soul masters that I know of. A food system soul sage? Zhang Yang and the other newcomers were shocked. If Flanders, Zhao Wujia, Li Yusong, and Lu Qibin were willing to stay here to teach students for other reasons, then teacher Xiao Xin's presence at Shrek Academy was a true embodiment of boundless love. Not to mention giving up the treatment of worship level for major sects. Choosing to stay in this small Shrek Academy willingly in poverty could not simply be explained by a desire for a peaceful life. There is great love in the world, and Zhang Yang was almost moved to tears. Finally, let me introduce this one in detail. Flanders took the master by the shoulder and introduced him passionately. He is the one who researched and derived the top 10 martial soul competitive strengths. Recognized as the strongest in martial soul theory, the wisest soul master, and also the teacher of Tang San and Zhang Yang, Mr. Yu Xiaojing. From now on, you can call him master. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yang couldn't wait to applaud for the master. Of course, if everyone clapped, Zhang Yang would cheer as well. It felt like his class teacher was receiving an award at a school assembly in his previous life. Upon learning that this thin and serious-looking man was actually the teacher of Zhang Yang and Tang San, a sense of respect naturally arose among everyone. After all, how could a teacher who could teach such outstanding disciples as Zhang Yang and Tang San not be exceptional? After introducing the master, Flanders said a few more words and then handed the time over to the master. At this moment, the master's expression was quite stiff and his speech was very concise, stating only 2 things. First, all future teaching plans for the students would come from him. Second, no one could miss breakfast tomorrow. Zhang Yang felt that the master's words were directed at him. He regretted a bit. Why did he get criticized for missing just one breakfast? Today was a day off, and Ma Hongjun wanted to go to Soto City to resolve his evil fire problem and shop around. So he looked for someone to accompany him. Tang San had to prepare the Zhuge divine crossbow for everyone, so he was going to Soto City to consult a blacksmith, coincidentally traveling with Ma Hongjun. Zhang Yang, who had just returned from Soto City yesterday, expressed no interest. He wanted to ask the master for some study materials to enrich his mind. However, the eager Zhang Yang ran into a wall with the master today. Since the new phase of training was starting tomorrow, the master wanted Zhang Yang to rest well for the day. The master's words were straightforward. Even if Zhang Yang went back to the dormitory to sleep in, he was not allowed to practice or study today. With a face full of regret, Zhang Yang left the master's room, heading back to the dormitory to prepare for another nap. However, this nap ultimately didn't happen as Ning Rongrong came to find him to go shopping in Soto City. Zhang Yang really hates shopping with girls, but if it's Ning Rongrong, he can tolerate it. After all, Ning Rongrong is a little rich girl who actually buys things when she shops. What annoys boys when shopping with girls isn't carrying bags or swiping cards, but rather the time wasted when they walk around without buying anything. Zhang Yang and Ning Rongrong strolled through Soto City, occasionally entering a clothing store, and after about 10 minutes, they walked out with several pieces of clothing packed into their soul guide. Then they entered another clothing store. Zhang Yang had never been to a girl's dormitory and didn't know if there was a wardrobe as big as a wall in there. But he believed that even if there was such a large wardrobe, it probably couldn't hold all the clothes Ning Rongrong bought today. Ning Rongrong was very happy shopping today, and Zhang Yang was happy just to have spent the day. After dinner in Soto City, Zhang Yang suggested taking Ning Rongrong to a thrilling, exciting, and fun place. Where? Ning Rongrong asked with great interest. Just follow me. Here it is. Thrilling, exciting, and fun, the Soto City Great Soul Arena. When it came to the Great Soul Arena, Ning Rongrong noticed that Zhang Yang's eyes were sparkling. Could it be that Zhang Yang had a passion for soul battles? Ning Rongrong speculated. Although she didn't understand Zhang Yang's strange hobby, she still followed him inside. After shopping in clothing stores for a while, it wasn't bad to change things up with a visit to the Great Soul Arena. Once inside the arena, Ning Rongrong finally understood why Zhang Yang's eyes were sparkling. "Here, S my money. Remember to bet on my victory," Zhang Yang said seriously, handing all his possessions to Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong looked at Zhang Yang's back as he headed to the rest area, speechless for a long time. Before long, Zhang Yang's opponent was determined to be a 39th level weapon spirit soul master. In terms of odds, Zhang Yang, who was at level 31 with a record of only 3 wins and 0 losses, was not trusted by the Great Soul Arena and the audience, resulting in very high odds for his victory, with many betting on his opponent. After all, there was an 8-level gap in soul power between the two. Watching the bustling crowd of bettors, Ning Rongrong suddenly revealed her signature little witch smile. When she reached the betting counter, Ning Rongrong took out a shiny golden card and handed it to the staff, saying, "I want to bet 10,000 gold soul coins on Zhang Yang to win." "What did you say? How much?" The staff was taken aback and hurriedly asked. Such a large bet had never been seen in an ordinary soul master battle. Ning Rongrong waved her hand, signaling the staff to hurry, and shouted, "I want to bet 10,000 gold soul coins on Zhang Yang to win. Hurry up and process it." Hearing her words, the people nearby who were preparing to bet began to discuss among themselves. Such a large bet. It seems there's some insider information. Should we also place a bet? I think there's a chance we can place a bet. After all, it's 10,000 gold soul coins. No one will want to throw away such a large sum of money. At the same time, a few people were eyeing Ning Rongrong with ill intent. When the Great Soul Arena really issued a betting slip to Ning Rongrong and immediately adjusted Zhang Yang's odds, the surrounding bystanders realized that if they didn't act quickly, it would be too late, and they all rushed to place their bets. The staff at the Great Soul Arena busily took bets from the audience, and Zhang Yang's odds were adjusted again and again, dropping from 1 to 1. 2 after Ning Rongrong's bet to a minimum of 1 to 0. 1. Seeing the situation unfold just as she expected, Ning Rongrong queued up again, and when Zhang Yang's odds reached 1 to 0, 1 and couldn't go any lower, she placed Zhang Yang's money on the bet, holding Zhang Yang's betting slip to fan herself. The mischievous Ning Rongrong couldn't help but giggle. Chapter 29. Holding Hands. Not afraid of slipping while walking. Seeking subscription, Zhang Yang's opponent in this battle of soul was a scissors-type martial soul, equipped with 300-year soul rings. A scissors-type martial soul can reach level 39, so the opponent could be considered a genius. Although he was older, it was still quite possible for him to break through level 50 and reach the Soul King level within his lifetime. When encountering such a rare and unusual weapon soul opponent, Zhang Yang naturally wouldn't end the fight too quickly. Instead, he engaged in a prolonged battle using the Navy's 6 styles, during which he encountered several life-threatening situations. Ultimately, he concluded the fight with a well-placed finger spear attack from a dead angle. Losing was not an option, especially since he had wagered all his assets on his own victory. Losing would mean a significant loss. After the match, he recorded his points for wins, 0 losses, totaling 4 points, and he also received a bonus of 10 gold soul coins. However, at this moment, Zhang Yang's attention was entirely focused elsewhere. He was eager to find Ning Rongrong to claim his winnings with the betting certificate. After Zhang Yang finished battling, Ning Rongrong left the viewing platform, preparing to meet him at the betting operation table. However, due to the long distance between the viewing area and the operation table, and since Ning Rongrong wasn't very familiar with the Great Soul Arena by the time she arrived, Zhang Yang had already been waiting for some time. Taking the betting certificate handed to him by Ning Rongrong, Zhang Yang ignored her sly smile and eagerly sought out the staff to collect his winnings. The certificate was fine, and the staff quickly redeemed his bet. "This is your principal plus the bonus. Please take it." "Huh? Is this all?" After receiving the 550 gold soul coins, subtracting the principal he had given to Ning Rongrong, he had only made a profit of 50 gold soul coins. "Huh? Is my odds this low?" While Zhang Yang was pondering this, he saw Ning Rongrong receive a gold card from the operation table. "You also bet on my victory?" Looking at Ning Rongrong's radiant smile, Zhang Yang seemed to understand something. "You bet all your assets on yourself, so of course, I wouldn't be foolish enough to miss this opportunity." Ning Rongrong smiled mischievously. "You made quite a bit of money, right?" Aren't you going to treat me to something? Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. Not much, just earned 32,000. That's hardly anything. Ning Rongrong feigned helplessness and sighed. Alas, it's all my fault for betting too much, which caused the Great Soul Arena to lower your odds. I'm really sorry. Zhang Yang sighed. He had found the culprit. Moreover, Ning Rongrong truly lived up to being the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, bringing over 10,000 gold soul coins just for school. How rich! Leaving the Great Soul Arena, Ning Rongrong noticed that Zhang Yang still looked somewhat gloomy, and she couldn't help but feel nervous, worried that Zhang Yang was truly obsessed with money and that her prank had gone too far. Ning Rongrong cautiously probed Zhang Yang's mood. Zhang Yang, are you okay? Of course, it was regrettable to have earned less money, but Zhang Yang quickly cheered up. After all, the big profit was for Ning Rongrong, and it was like meat that had already cooked in the pot. It's fine. Let's head back. Zhang Yang shook his head and reached out to hold Ning Rongrong's hand. Ning Rongrong's pretty face flushed, and she looked down at Zhang Yang's hand but did not stop him. The two walked hand in hand back to Shrek Academy. Not far behind them, two men were hunched over a notebook, jotting down something, while a few greedy robbers were tied up at their feet. The next day, the master began his first class with the training program he had prepared for a long time. First was the combat course. The master would take 1 or 2 hours each day to arrange random combat tests for the 8 Shrek students. 1-on-1, 2-on-2, 1-on-2, 3-on-3, 3-on-4, 4-on-4. With various restrictions on soul skills and tactics, the combinations were endless. As the most powerful in the team, Zhang Yang faced the strictest arrangements from the master. Zhang Yang was prohibited from using soul ring techniques and could only rely on his physical abilities after soul possession and the Navy's 6 styles to handle battles. Without the use of soul ring techniques, Zhang Yang was merely a strong attack-type soul master with decent strength among those of the same soul power level. So he performed quite well in one-on-one matches, although he often lost to Tang San, who was a control-type soul master. However, when it came to 1-on-2 or 1-on-3 situations, his record became rather dismal, especially since Tang San appeared far too frequently among the opponents. Zhang Yang understood that the master was training him on how to deal with control-type soul masters, so he humbly learned, actively corrected his mistakes, and worked hard to improve his practical combat skills. Of course, even with Tang San as an opponent, there were moments when Zhang Yang could hold his head high. That was during a 1-on-7 battle, where Zhang Yang faced the original Shrek 7 monsters. Faced with the Shrek 7 monsters, who had Ning Rongrong's amplification and Oscar's mushroom sausage support, Zhang Yang appeared somewhat pressured and inadvertently activated all 3 of his soul rings. According to the master, a smooth battle helps to boost students' confidence and can also prevent conflicts among students. The Shrek 7 monsters whispered among themselves in order to boost Zhang Yang's confidence. The master really went all out with us. Next came the physical training, which involved weighted long-distance running, making 10-round trips from the academy to Soto City. The master was truly deserving of his title as an invincible theoretical figure in the Soul Master world. He had already pushed everyone to their physical limits, running 80 kilometers with weight while not allowed to use soul power. Even the strong ones like Zhang Yang, Tang San, and Dai Mu Bai, after helping Ning Rongrong and Oscar bear some of the weight, ended up exhausted. Of course, if one passed out, everyone passed out together. Ning Rongrong had already fainted at the start of the 10th lap, and Zhang Yang carried her, their weights hanging from their chests. At this point, Zhang Yang's vision was blurred, and he could barely see the road ahead. Tang San carried Oscar, Dai Mu Bai carried Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu shared some of the weight with them, while Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing's weight was all on Ma Hongjun. Thus, the 8 of them, as if they were in their 90s, supported each other to complete the last round trip, and then, with their determination dissipated, they collapsed directly at the finish line. Then, they were stripped down to the bone by the waiting teachers and thrown into a bath barrel for medicinal bathing. Such training was conducted daily, and everyone would be exhausted to the point of fainting, only to wake up in the bath barrel. However, what surprised everyone was the astonishing growth rate of Zhang Yang's physical abilities, starting from the 2nd month, to push Zhang Yang's physical limits. The master had him wear a 300-pound iron vest in addition to carrying a bamboo basket. In just 3 months, Zhang Yang's height soared from over 1.7 meters to 1.95 meters, an increase of 25 centimeters in 3 months. After soul possession, his height directly shot up to 2.5 meters, making Zhang Yang think he had entered his growth spurt early. Now, even the tallest Dai Mubai had to slightly raise his head to look at Zhang Yang, feeling quite awkward. Everyone speculated that Zhang Yang's rapid physical changes might be influenced by his martial soul, as Zhang Yang's martial soul, the yellow ape, stood at a height of 3 meters, making it reasonable for him to grow to 1.95 meters. In the Douluo continent, the influence of beast martial souls on soul masters was real. For example, Douluo Gurong, whose martial soul was a bone dragon, had a skeletal appearance. If it weren't for the influence of the martial soul, a title Douluo shouldn't look like that at all. Zhang Yang found this explanation quite reasonable. His physical abilities were likely influenced by the yellow ape, reflecting on the training intensity and physical qualities of the strong individuals in the world of One Piece. Zhang Yang's current physical abilities made sense. The first phase of training lasted for 3 whole months. When a master announced the end of the training, everyone felt as if they had escaped from hell and returned to the human world. After the training ended, the master gave everyone a week off to relax their nerves and adjust their state. On the evening of the last day of training, Ma Hongjun sneaked off to Soto City to resolve some issues. Zhang Yang intended to accompany Ma Hongjun to Soto City to buy some fitting clothes. However, Ning Rongrong, who overheard Zhang Yang, immediately volunteered to go with him, saying she could help him pick out clothes. Zhang Yang thought it would be nice to have a woman accompany him while shopping for clothes, so he nodded in agreement. Ning Rongrong went back to the dormitory to change her clothes, but everyone knows how long it takes for girls to change. By the time Ning Rongrong walked out of the dorm looking beautiful, an hour had already passed, and the fatty had left early. Zhang Yang was now 1.95 meters tall, while Ning Rongrong was just over 1.6 meters, making a significant height difference of 30 centimeters. When Zhang Yang raised his hand, Ning Rongrong could even fit under his armpit. As they set off towards Soto City, Zhang Yang and Ning Rongrong naturally held hands. It had been 3 months since they had walked together like this, and neither of them wanted to say anything. Just the simple act of holding hands was enough to make them happy. However, men are creatures of insatiable desires, and soon, Zhang Yang let go of her hand and wrapped his arm around Ning Rongrong's waist. The distance between them became a little closer. The road they were on had been traveled countless times, soaked with their sweat, and, at this moment, it became interesting in their leisurely pace. When they arrived at the men's clothing store, Ning Rongrong quickly picked out many outfits for Zhang Yang according to her preferences. The clothes she chose were slightly different from Zhang Yang's style, but the fabric was indeed comfortable to wear, so Zhang Yang paid for them. After finishing shopping with Zhang Yang, Ning Rongrong nodded in satisfaction, as if she had completed a great project. To reward herself, Ning Rongrong spent the afternoon shopping, buying clothes worth over 100 gold soul coins. It should be noted that 1 gold soul coin is enough for a typical 3-person family to cover their normal expenses for several months. So over 100 gold soul coins is no small amount. Zhang Yang couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder she is the little princess of the upper 3 sex. She really is wealthy." After finding a place to have dinner, Zhang Yang and Ning Rongrong were planning to visit the Great Soul Arena when they suddenly noticed a familiar staggering figure of a fat man by the roadside. Although this fat man's face was swollen like a pig's head, with blood at the corners of his mouth, and his clothes in a terrible state, Zhang Yang still recognized him as a companion who had gone through 3 months of devilish training together. Zhang Yang stopped him and frowned, slightly angry. "Fatty, who did this to you?" The person was indeed Ma Hongjun. Chapter 30, My Strong Thighs Will Kick You to Pieces, seeking subscription, seeing Zhang Yang and Ning Rongrong. Ma Hongjun immediately had a mournful expression. "Zhang Yang, you have to stand up for your brother. Look at what they did to me. Even my handsome face is distorted. How am I supposed to pick up girls in the future? With my face all swollen like this and still thinking about picking up girls." Ning Rongrong frowned slightly. "Fatty, you weren't beaten up because you were jealous, were you?" "What jealousy? I clearly liked that little girl first. That lecherous old man is simply shameless." It turned out that Ma Hongjun had discovered a beautiful girl in a place he frequented, but was robbed by a suddenly appearing lecherous old man. And after being bullied to the point of no return, he directly fought back. However, Who would have thought that the lecherous old man was a soul master of the Four Rings, whose soul power was far beyond Ma Hongjun's? And he was also a control-type soul master that countered Ma Hongjun. As if that wasn't enough, the lecherous old man, named Douluo, even bullied Ma Hongjun's younger brother, who had always been by his side. Ma Hongjun got up wanting revenge, only to be beaten up again. If it weren't for the devilish training by the master, which had greatly improved his physical condition, Ma Hongjun estimated that at this moment he wouldn't even have the strength to stumble here. Understanding the situation, Zhang Yang clenched his fists in anger. Since he bullied Fatty, we can't let this Douluo guy go. Fatty, take me to find him. Okay. Fatty excitedly wanted to pull Zhang Yang to reclaim their honor, but the movement was too big, and the beaten-up Fatty fell directly to the ground. Ning Rongrong frowned and patted Zhang Yang's back. What are you in such a hurry for? That guy is a regular here. Are you afraid he will run away? The urgent matter now is to treat Fatty's injuries. Yeah, Rongrong is right. Zhang Yang helped Ma Hongjun towards the nearest medical clinic while saying, Fatty, don't worry. Let's treat your injuries first. Then we can have a meal to fill our stomachs. Even if we are anxious for revenge, we need to eat first. Ma Hongjun was a foodie, and upon hearing about food, his head nearly spun with excitement. But unfortunately, the large movement aggravated his wounds, making him grimace in pain again. After finding a healing-type soul master to help Fatty with an anti-swelling and pain-relieving treatment, they found a restaurant to have a meal. By the time the sun completely set and the bright moon hung high, the three of them arrived at the place Fatty often visited. This establishment was located in a corner of Soto City, in a very remote area. The building was just a row of 3-meter-high bungalows, looking somewhat shabby, with pink lanterns hanging outside. Below the lanterns, several older, heavily made-up women were earnestly trying to attract customers. Looking at the establishment in front of him, Zhang Yang frowned. Fatty, you come to this kind of place every day? How picky can you be? I need to reevaluate our friendship. Ning Rongrong's face also turned slightly red, and her gaze towards Fatty was somewhat unfriendly. Fatty, unashamed, proudly said, although the place is a bit shabby, the prices are cheap, and the portions are large. What more could I ask for? Zhang Yang was heartbroken, feeling that it was a shame. Can't you learn a thing or two from Boss Dai? Look at Boss Dai's taste, young girls in their prime, twins, and you. Sigh. Learning from Boss Dai costs money. His taste is backed by a 100 gold soul coin subsidy from the Soul Master. How could I, an ordinary Soul Master, afford that? Ma Hongjun said helplessly, as Zhang Yang and Ma Hongjun debated back and forth. Ning Rongrong's face was nearly black with anger. Enough. Are you two filthy men still chatting? Fatty, why aren't you getting below? As soon as Ma Hongjun walked into the bungalow, Ning Rongrong immediately reached out and grabbed Zhang Yang's ear, gritting her teeth. Zhang Yang, I didn't realize you understood what taste is. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Rongrong, let go, it's going to fall off. Zhang Yang quickly begged for mercy, and Ning Rongrong finally let go in anger. Hey, Rongrong, don't be mad. I've never been to such a place, nor have I done such things. The only reason I understand is that I read a lot. Besides, I only understand. I keep myself clean. Discussing such matters in front of a girl he likes, getting pinched is deserved, and it's necessary to make the girl happy again afterward. Not all books are good books. Ning Rongrong angrily placed her hands on her hips and turned her back. Zhang Yang grinned, extending his hands to rest on Ning Rongrong's shoulders. Ning Rongrong, still angry, shook her shoulders to throw Zhang Yang's hands off. Zhang Yang tried again, and she shook him off again. After 3 attempts, Zhang Yang changed tactics, wrapping his arms around Ning Rongrong's waist and resting his chin on her shoulder. Feeling the warmth at her waist and the heavy breathing in her ear, Ning Rongrong's pretty face turned red and her body trembled slightly. Under the soft pink light of the establishment, Ning Rongrong's profile looked even more beautiful. Zhang Yang couldn't help but gently kiss her cheek. Boom! Ning Rongrong felt an explosion in her mind, and her consciousness went blank for an instant. When she came back to her senses, Ma Hongjun had already dashed back. That guy hasn't left yet, but he is already at the checkout. He should come out soon. At this point, Ma Hongjun looked at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, this time we must avenge our grievances. Later, I'll treat everyone to a good meal. Forget it. Save your money and find yourself a decent gaming partner. Zhang Yang said, suddenly focusing his gaze. Just then, a middle-aged man in his 40s walked out of the establishment. He was about 1.6 meters tall, with dark skin and a simple appearance, his right hand wrapped in bandages, and his attire was unkempt. Ma Hongjun also saw this guy and gritted his teeth. That's the guy. Zhang Yang, are you going to go or not? Zhang Yang patted Ma Hongjun's back. Let us go, let us do this. With Zhang Yang's strength, even if he were to directly confront this control-type 4-ring soul master, he would definitely not lose, as his first and second soul rings were just too overpowering. However, since the goal was to avenge Ma Hongjun, it would be best to subdue him cleanly and quickly. If the fight ended early, Zhang Yang would still have time to go to the Great Soul Arena for another match. Thus, Zhang Yang immediately unleashed his strongest attack. He activated his martial soul, and his height suddenly surged to 2.5 meters, his body swelling several times, muscles bulging, veins popping, and his 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, moving rhythmically. Feeling the powerful wave of soul power behind him, the lecherous old man Douluo turned around and immediately spotted Zhang Yang, as well as Ma Hongjun beside him. Upon seeing Ma Hongjun, Douluo understood everything and grinned, showing his big front teeth. Oh, isn't this the kid from this morning? Got beaten up and went back to tell your family? Douluo emphasized the word kid, clearly mocking Ma Hongjun. Douluo, this morning I suffered because of you, and now I want double the return. Do you see my brother's 1,000-year soul ring? You'll experience the power of my 3rd soul ring soon. Ma Hongjun stood confidently beside Zhang Yang. Double the return? Ha ha ha. You little fatty. Did I knock some sense out of you this morning? I'm a 4-ring soul master, and you're calling a 3-ring soul master to take revenge for you? Douluo said, flaunting his martial soul and soul rings, his attitude extremely arrogant. So what if you're a 4-ring soul master? I can still beat you to the ground looking for your teeth. Ma Hongjun scolded. Douluo was amused by Ma Hongjun's words, thinking, looks like I really did knock this kid silly this morning. Does he not know the huge gap between 2 soul masters with a 1-ring difference? It's not just about missing a soul ring ability. There's also a significant gap in soul power and physical fitness. Thinking of this, Douluo laughed and said, since that's the case, I'll let you know just how big the gap is between a soul master and a soul sect. But at the moment you make your move, my solid thigh will kick your crotch. As Zhang Yang said this, his legs began to emit a yellow light simultaneously. This was the prelude to the activation of his light speed body technique. Kid, there's no escaping this beating today. Oh, I didn't expect you to bring a girl. Douluo's words were directly kicked back into his stomach by Zhang Yang's leg. Zhang Yang was a man of his word. If he said he'd kick your crotch, he would kick your crotch. If he said it, but didn't do it, it would go against his principles and show disrespect to the opponent. Thus, Zhang Yang's leg struck Douluo's crotch. Douluo instantly flew backward, and the intense pain caused him to faint immediately. Go to hell, you disgusting scum, a disgrace. Ning Rongrong, standing beside Ma Hongjun, angrily turned to leave, her disgust clearly visible. Hey Rongrong, don't leave so fast. Seeing Ning Rongrong angrily walking away, Zhang Yang quickly kicked Douluo's crotch again with a light-speed stomp and then hurried after her. Ma Hongjun did not follow. He knew that Zhang Yang would take all the blame to appease Ning Rongrong, and following him would only make things awkward for Zhang Yang. Moreover, once Zhang Yang calmed Ning Rongrong down, they would definitely be all lovey-dovey, and if he followed, he would just be a third wheel, which would be very inconsiderate. Besides, there were clearly more entertaining things waiting for him. So, while Zhang Yang was shifting the blame onto Ma Hongjun and sweet-talking Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun had already started a forest fire and burned a mountain chicken that was sitting in its nest hatching eggs. That poor mountain chicken was reduced to char. And as for the 2 eggs in the nest, they were naturally cooked through. Chapter 31. 7 Treasures Flashing Combination. Subscription Request. During the 1-week break given by the Master, Zhang Yang went to the Great Soul Arena 6 times, achieving a record of 10 wins and 0 losses. However, Zhang Yang felt regretful that the first 4 consecutive wins were obtained 3 months ago, so these 4 wins were not counted with the later 6 consecutive wins. Moreover, what was frustrating was that the extra points earned from the consecutive wins would only be calculated at the end of the month in Zhang Yang's 10th match, which was the first match after 5 consecutive wins, happened to be on the first day of that month. Therefore, Zhang Yang's current record is 10 wins and 0 losses, with one match of 5 consecutive wins, accumulating a total of 10 points, while the remaining 9 points will be calculated at the end of the month. During the remaining time, Zhang Yang devoted most of his time to training, leaving only a small portion to accompany Ning Rongrong. Although the school rules state that male students cannot harass female students casually, a mutually consensual public relationship is not within the jurisdiction of school regulations. Of course, Zhang Yang was not someone who did nothing but accompany his girlfriend. During this week, he also visited the master multiple times to seek guidance, which greatly pleased the master. To be fair, the master had to admit that he had invested more energy and effort in Tang San compared to Zhang Yang, but there were reasons for this. It is important to know that Zhang Yang and Tang San's cultivation paths were not the same. Zhang Yang's training was on a well-trodden path that had been verified by countless predecessors. Even though Zhang Yang had a mutated martial soul, and even though his martial soul provided him with a set of Navy 6 styles, and despite the uniqueness of his soul ring skills, the master did not need to worry about any of this. The master only needed to plan suitable soul beasts for Zhang Yang based on his fighting style. Just in case. Tang San, on the other hand, was different. Tang San had twin martial souls and could have 18 soul rings. But due to potential martial soul conflicts that could arise in the future, Tang San was treading a dangerous and unknown path. The only one he could rely on was himself, who was adept in theory. One cultivator can grow steadily with occasional care, blooming and bearing fruit. The other, weak and frail, requires careful nurturing, watering, and fertilizing, not being able to take a single step away from human care. Thinking of this, the master's investment in Tang San could hardly be seen as favoritism. Upon learning that Zhang Yang had been frequenting the Great Soul Arena daily and had already achieved 6 consecutive wins at the Soto City Great Soul Arena, with an actual score of 19 points, the master nodded in satisfaction. Zhang Yang's thoughts coincided with the master's plans. Even if Zhang Yang did not go to the Great Soul Arena, the master would still take them there the next day. With physical training concluded, what Zhang Yang and the others needed most now was to fight against various types of soul masters and accumulate a wealth of practical experience. In the soul fighting arena, they could encounter all kinds of martial souls and soul masters with different styles. Battling such opponents was the best way to enhance their strength. So, the Great Soul Arena was indeed a good place. Of course, the most important point was that Shrek Academy's finances were already very tight. 3 months of medicinal baths and the master's various efforts to satisfy everyone's appetites had drained the academy's educational funds. A glance at the accounts showed that they probably didn't even have 10 gold soul coins left. However, the master's second phase of training perfectly avoided this problem. The school was out of money, then simply don't spend. In the second phase, students would need to take care of their own food and lodging, and the teachers leading the group could completely stay in Flinder's soul tool shop in Soto City, cooking for themselves, ensuring that 1 gold soul coin would last until the end of the second phase training. Moreover, if they wanted to make money, they could just gamble a few matches in the Great Soul Arena. With Zhang Yang's fighting level, it wasn't impossible for Flinder to earn a small target in a day. The next day, upon hearing the familiar bell, the students gathered on the playground on time. The master crossed his arms and looked at the students' straight postures with satisfaction. After 3 months of training, your physical qualities have significantly improved. However, there's still a long way to go before you become excellent soul masters. I heard from Flinder that you have already been to the Soto Great Soul Arena, so I want to elaborate further. The second phase of training will begin there. This training has no time limit. Whenever you obtain the Silver Soul Fighting Badge, the training will conclude. During this period, I will arrange for you to stay in the hotel closest to the Great Soul Arena, with all food and lodging self-managed. As long as you have the ability, these expenses will not be a problem at all. Hearing that it wasn't a devilish training, everyone relaxed. Of course, apart from the one-on-one Silver Soul Fighting Badge that I require, all of you also need to obtain a Team Silver Soul Fighting Badge. I have already thought of a team name for you, which will be called the Shrek Battle Team. Moreover, during the soul fighting period in the Great Soul Arena, everyone must wear the masks prepared by the Academy, cannot use their real names, must not reveal their appearances, and cannot use any hidden weapons. Additionally, regardless of victory or defeat, Each person must participate in 2 matches daily, aside from the mandatory team battle. The category of the other match is not restricted. After the master had finished speaking, Oscar asked, "Master, do auxiliary soul masters also need to obtain the silver soul fighting badge?" The master glanced at Oscar and said lightly, "Or you can choose to continue your previous training until everyone else completes the second phase of training." Oscar shivered. Forget what I just said. Ningrongrong, who also wanted to speak, couldn't help but chuckle at Oscar's silly appearance. Then she turned to the tall Zhang Yang beside her and said, "Zhang Yang, let us team up for a 2v2. "Sure." Zhang Yang nodded and agreed readily. "Hey, Douluo, let's team up for a 2v2, what do you think? Although I just reached level 30, my support abilities should still help you. Otherwise, I don't know when I would be able to accumulate enough level for the Silver Soul Fighting Badge." Looking at the pitiful Oscar, Dai Mubai, who originally wanted to team up with Zhu Zhuqing, could only nod and agree. In the blink of an eye, the team of 8 had formed 2 more combinations. And since Tang San and Xiao Wu had already registered for 2v2, Zhu Zhuqing could only team up with Ma Hongjun. Of course, even if they formed a team, whether or not to participate in 2v2 was still uncertain, as there was still 1v1 to choose from. Seeing that everyone had quickly sorted out their teams, the master nodded in satisfaction, as this combination was in line with his previous expectations. Because for the next period of time, they would be living in a hotel in Soto City. So, you have 1 hour to pack your things. All right, dismissed. The students hurriedly returned to their dorms to pack their things briefly, and then, under the guidance of Flender, the master, and Zhao Wujin, they headed to Soto City. Upon arriving in Soto City, they first chose a regular hotel near the Great Soul Arena to stay in. Although this hotel was ordinary due to its proximity to the Great Soul Arena, its price was double that of other places. However, this expenditure of a few silver soul coins was nothing to the soul masters. Then, the master took out a stack of green masks from his soul tool, distributed them to everyone. Keep them safe, and remember to wear them after entering the Great Soul Arena. Additionally, everyone needs to come up with a nickname to use during 1v1 battles to hide your real names. Following the rhythm of the original work, everyone quickly thought of their nicknames, and Tang San's Thousand Hands Azura remained unchanged. According to the master, being bound by Tang San's blue silver grass felt like being tightly grasped by thousands of arms, so he chose the nickname Thousand Hands Silvergrass. However, everyone felt that the name Silvergrass was not very impressive, so Dai Mubai changed it to Azura. When it came to Zhang Yang, everyone was a bit troubled. Zhang Yang's martial soul was a lewd-looking, crooked-mouthed man, making it really hard to come up with a striking nickname. So, everyone started asking Zhang Yang for his opinion. Zhang Yang scratched his head. A nickname for Yellow Ape? Isn't Yellow Ape already a nickname? His real name is Borisolino. As for a 4-character nickname, how about Golden Flash? Or Crooked Mouth Flash? Zhang Yang's mind was racing, and after eliminating those obviously unreliable ideas, there weren't many choices left. "I think we should call it Yellow Flash," Zhang Yang said. "I think the Yellow Flash when my 2nd and 3rd Spirit Ring abilities activate is pretty cool." The master nodded. "Sounds good. Let's go with Yellow Flash." After clarifying everything, the master left first. The soul fighting time was in the evening, so Zhang Yang and the others still had an afternoon to cultivate their soul power and adjust their states. In the evening, after dinner, everyone arrived at the Great Soul Arena. First, they changed their code names, registered for a duo and an 8-person team, then went to the lounge to prepare. Since all 6 of them, except for Ning Rongrong and Oscar, signed up for 1v1, 2v2, and team battles, Zhang Yang and the others had a specific time gap arranged with the staff for soul power recovery. Of course, the arrangements at the Great Soul Arena couldn't be perfect, and if the time gap was too short, everyone would have to accept their bad luck. As the master said, the enemy doesn't care whether you're in good condition or not. For example, Zhang Yang's 1v1 and 2v2 times were very tight today, with almost no adjustment time. Because of the intense battles, Zhang Yang adjusted his combat style to save soul power, using the Navy 6 styles to finish fights. The soul power consumed by martial soul possession was very low, so Zhang Yang relied on the enhanced physical qualities from martial soul possession, combined with the physical exertion of the Navy 6 styles, using Finger Gun and 6 Kings Gun as finishing moves to quickly end this 1v1. After getting off the soul fighting stage, Zhang Yang quickly took out Oscar's recovery sausage from his pocket and ate it to recover his stamina. At this moment, Ning Rongrong had already walked up to Zhang Yang and said, "Let's go. The 2v2 is about to start on the 13th soul fighting stage." Okay, Zhang Yang nodded. Next up, the first to take the stage was the newly registered duo, the Seven Treasure Flash duo. Under the host's introduction, Zhang Yang and Ning Rongrong stepped onto the soul fighting stage together. The spotlight shone on Zhang Yang and Ning Rongrong, and the combination of the tall man and the graceful woman indeed attracted a lot of attention, especially with the green Shrek masks they wore on their faces, which drew laughter from the audience. "Ha ha, look at the mask they are wearing, they're so ugly. With such a mask, this woman probably doesn't look good either." Hearing the audience's mockery, Ning Rongrong stomped her foot in anger. Next up was the opponent of the Seven Treasure Flash duo in this match, the Moonshadow duo, who had already achieved 7 consecutive victories in 2v2 soul fights. Please welcome the Moonshadow duo to the stage. Chapter 32, Do My Kidneys Have a Grudge Against You? Seeking subscription, the spotlight shone on the other side of the soul fighting platform, where a pair of truly handsome men and beautiful women were gracefully stepping onto the arena. The man was dashing, while the woman was as cold as ice, both possessing outstanding figures and looks. In contrast, Zhang Yang and Ning Rongrong appeared somewhat mismatched. The man was slightly taller than average, and the woman was a bit flat, both wearing Shrek masks, which raised questions about their aesthetic sense. Compared to Zhang Yang and Ning Rongrong, the Moonshadow duo looked more like the protagonists. In past battles, the Moonshadow duo had successfully turned the tide several times with their powerful soul skill fusion techniques, achieving an impressive 7 consecutive victories with astonishing destructive power. Would the new 7 Treasure Glimmer duo be able to end their winning streak? Upon hearing the host's introduction, Zhang Yang and Ning Rongrong frowned. These two could use soul skill fusion techniques? Zhang Yang glanced at the host beside him and then carefully examined his opponents again. "Zhang Yang, you must be careful," Ning Rongrong said, somewhat worried. The power of soul skill fusion techniques should not be underestimated, and she was very concerned about Zhang Yang, who was about to confront them head-on. "It's fine. I have my first soul skill for protection. You, on the other hand, must be clever once the battle starts. If things go south, you need to escape off the platform quickly. My abilities aren't suited for protecting others," Zhang Yang earnestly reminded Ning Rongrong. Escaping the arena would count as being out, which might be a bit embarrassing, but it was still a good way to ensure one's safety. Ning Rongrong nodded. "I understand. Then let's get this match started quickly. I declare the match begin." Huang Yuan possess. Zhang Yang's body instantly grew to 2 meters and 50 centimeters. His body filled with power as 3 soul rings moved rhythmically around him. Ning Rongrong held up the crystal-clear 7 Treasure glazed tower with one hand, her 2 soul rings slowly floating. At the same time, the handsome man and beautiful woman of the Moonshadow duo also activated their martial souls. The man transformed into a swirling mass of black mist, his 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings equally impressive as Zhang Yang's. Zhang Yang's Gazi Sharpanet. The man's martial soul was quite peculiar, transforming into black mist. Could it also be a mutated martial soul? He wondered if it could also be immune to all attacks like his elemental transformation. The woman appeared more normal, quickly producing a pitch-black dagger in her hand, also with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings floating around her, indicating that the dagger was likely her martial soul. That is, the 7 Treasure glazed tower? The Moonshadow duo instantly recognized Ning Rongrong's martial soul, confirming her as their primary target. In the next moment, the first soul ring skill of the man in black mist lit up, and the black mist enveloped the entire soul fighting platform in the blink of an eye. The woman with the dagger also used the cover of the black mist to evade Zhang Yang's line of sight, disappearing within the fog. Realizing the strategy of using black mist to obscure vision and then sneak attacking the support-type Soul Master, Zhang Yang immediately grabbed Ning Rongrong and flung her towards the edge of the arena. Ning Rongrong's body was rapidly retreating through the air, but her soul power surged towards the 7 Treasure glazed tower in her hand. The tower erupted with dazzling 7-colored light, while her dual yellow soul rings also lit up. The 7 treasures have a name. The first is strength. The 7 treasures have a name. The second is speed. Two beams of light were unleashed from the seven-treasure glazed tower, instantly enveloping Zhang Yang. Ning Rongrong understood that when the woman was hidden in the dark, she would definitely be the enemy's first target, so she had to leave the battlefield immediately. The two enhancements she activated with maximum soul power before leaving the arena would provide Zhang Yang with an additional minute of boost after she escaped. With a whoosh, Ning Rongrong was thrown out of the arena, sliding a considerable distance, but successfully exiting the soul fighting platform. The host exclaimed, "What just happened?" The seven-treasure glimmer duo's seven-treasure glazed tower was thrown out by her teammate. Is it a mistake by the teammate? Zhang Yang, blocked by the mist and unable to see Ning Rongrong's situation, felt relieved upon hearing the host confirm she had safely landed outside. Moreover, this led to a conclusion. The black mist could only be used to obscure vision, and the enemy could not teleport freely within it. Even so, Zhang Yang remained cautious. The hidden enemy could strike from the darkness at any moment, so he believed it was wise to stay alert. 3 seconds later, Zhang Yang's focus intensified, and he activated paper drawing, carefully guarding against a sneak attack from the shadows. Given the speed of a soul sovereign, 3 seconds was more than enough time for her to reach any corner of the arena. Sure enough, behind Zhang Yang, under the cover of the black mist, the woman with the black dagger's first and second soul rings rapidly lit up, her hand glowing with a deep black light. The woman's first soul skill was sharpness, which could increase the piercing ability and sharpness of her dagger, as well as provide a percentage immunity to the enemy's defense based on her level. Currently, the woman's soul power level was 37, meaning her dagger could ignore 37 of defenses. It was indeed a powerful soul skill. Her second soul skill was lock-on, which selected and locked onto a target, preventing the enemy from increasing the distance between them until the skill expired, although the woman could actively cancel it. The lock-on skill was also very powerful, especially when facing enemies with significantly higher speed. As the woman prepared to attack, the man hidden in the black mist also moved. His purple thousand-year soul ring lit up, and a purple light radiated throughout the black mist. Suddenly, Zhang Yang felt the air around him thicken and become muddy, making even simple movements require tremendous strength and stamina. The man in the black mist's third soul skill, Quagmire, effectively restricted enemies within the mist, making them feel as if they were sinking into a swamp, slowing their movements. Combined with the dagger woman's attack, this was incredibly effective. For Zhang Yang, the sluggishness affected the effectiveness of paper drawing, and because the black mist was filled with the man's soul power, he could not detect the dagger woman's position through soul power fluctuations. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the dagger woman launched her attack. The pitch-black dagger suddenly lunged out like a silent yet vicious poisonous snake from Zhang Yang's blind spot, targeting his lower back on the right side. A critical attack. If this dagger struck, even if Zhang Yang could be healed, it would leave a mental scar. However, just like Zhang Yang's other enemies had experienced, it appeared that the dagger woman's dagger had pierced into Zhang Yang's body, but in reality, it was stabbing into the air. Realizing something was off, the dagger woman quickly retreated, her figure disappearing into the black mist. Trying to run? Zhang Yang glared fiercely at the spot where the dagger woman vanished. You think you can stab my kidney and just flee? That's not how it works. Bracing against the tremendous resistance, Zhang Yang kicked out suddenly, sending a distorted air slash through the black mist towards the direction the dagger woman had disappeared. Whoosh! With the force to tear everything apart, the gale foot flew out of the black mist in the blink of an eye, slashing into the concrete wall beneath the audience seats, creating a large crack. The power was immense, but it was all in vain. The dagger woman had already escaped the range. However, in the next moment, the dagger woman's attack came again, still targeting the right lower back. Are you not done yet? Do my kidneys have a grudge against you? Zhang Yang naturally wouldn't trip over the same stone twice. As soon as the dagger woman revealed herself, Zhang Yang caught her off guard and delivered a powerful gale foot, sending her flying away. "Huh!" the dagger woman shouted loudly, and the surging soul power within her exploded rapidly, shattering Zhang Yang's gale kick with this powerful soul force. She flipped in midair and landed smoothly, but her hurried breathing indicated that resisting this gale kick was not so easy. seeing that they could not rely on ordinary methods to deal with Zhang Yang. The Dagger Woman and the Black Mist Man silently met in a certain area of the Black Mist. The Dagger Woman said, "This man's defensive ability is quite strange. It feels like my dagger is stabbing into the air." The Black Mist Man thought for a moment. This should be a skill that instantly transforms the body into a void state. It's very rare, but it must consume a lot of energy. Did you see which soul skill of his that was? No, all three of his soul rings are lit up. But such a rare soul skill shouldn't be the ability of the first soul skill. It's very likely the third soul skill. The air/eye blocked should be the second soul skill, the Black Mist Man analyzed. In that case, his soul power consumption shouldn't be less than ours. His reaction speed is very fast. He was already able to defend and counterattack by my second attack. The Dagger Woman said, "Prepare for a soul skill fusion technique." The Black Mist Man nodded. "Okay." Without hesitation, the first soul ring on the Black Mist Man lit up again, and the 1,000-year soul ring of the Dagger Woman also lit up. As the soul rings glowed brightly, the soul power released by the two gradually resonated together. The two seemed to act as catalysts for each other. Although they had soul power fluctuations of similar levels, they rapidly expanded at the point of fusion, and the soul power fluctuations intensified quickly. Although this peculiar soul power wouldn't last long and heavily relied on the combined soul power of the Moonshadow duo to maintain it. The damage it could inflict at the moment was undeniably fierce. Feeling this wave of soul power, the host of the Soul Arena quickly explained, "Oh, this special wave of soul power is the soul skill fusion technique of the Moonshadow duo." The yellow flash of the 7 treasure glimmer combination actually forced the Moonshadow duo to use their soul skill fusion technique with just one person's strength. It seems the yellow flash contestant has caused quite a bit of trouble for the Moonshadow duo. The audience, however, was clearly unwilling to accept the host's explanation. What's going on? How do they force out the soul skill fusion technique? Aside from the black mist on stage and that air slash that just flew out, we saw nothing. The Moonshadow duo is a very powerful soul master level 2v2 combination, but they're not the type of duo favored by the Grand Soul Arena. Watching their battle, with everything shrouded in black mist, the audience's viewing experience was severely affected. Chapter 33 Team Battle against the Mad Warriors, Seeking Subscription. The combination of soul skills, the Master's research is very thorough. Although it is not as unbeatable as the Martial Soul Fusion skill, it is still quite powerful and difficult to resist at the same level. The third soul skill of the Dagger Woman unleashes hundreds of attacks around her, with high speed and high damage, very similar to Zhu Zhuqing's ghostly 100 claws. However, when this soul skill is fused with the first soul skill of the Black Mist Man, everything changes. The arena, with a radius of 20 meters, is shrouded in the black mist of the Black Mist Man, and within this impenetrable darkness, a dangerous aura fills the air. The Dagger Woman's dagger is pitch black and hidden within the Black Mist Man's fog, making it even harder to discern her movements. However, when the soul skill fusion technique is unleashed, it is quite the opposite. The audience below sees countless cold, eerie flashes of blade light suddenly flickering within the black mist, appearing like a waning moon rising in the night sky. This is the source of the name Moon-Shadow combination, and this is also their soul skill fusion technique. In the 20-meter radius of black mist, cold blade lights abound, leaving the enemies of the Moon-Shadow combination with nowhere to hide on the arena, completely enveloped by the endless moon shadows. It is indeed a large-scale, continuous dagger attack, a soul skill fusion technique truly terrifying. No wonder they are a combination that has won 7 consecutive matches. Any ordinary combination would surely meet their demise upon facing this move. Zhang Yang, below. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but exclaim. She could feel the dangerous aura emanating from the waves of beautiful, waning moons. Such a skill, of course, wouldn't last long. After 3 seconds, the black mist dissipates, and the situation on the arena gradually reveals itself. On one side, Zhang Yang still stands on the arena, not flushed, not breathless. With no injuries, no torn clothes, and no bloodstains, he maintains a calm demeanor. On the other side, the originally graceful and frosty moon-shadow combination has completely lost the calmness they had when they first stepped onto the stage. Their soul power is nearly exhausted, drenched in sweat, and their bodies tremble slightly, looking utterly powerless to continue fighting. Seeing their opponents in such a sorry state, Zhang Yang can only say, "Surrender." There is no need to continue fighting. The recent soul skill fusion technique has drained too much of your soul power. You have no chance of winning anymore. The Black Mist Man is very reluctant to give up their hard-earned 7 consecutive victories, but facing the still formidable Zhang Yang, they have no choice but to concede. The Black Mist Man raises his hand and reluctantly says, "We surrender." The host below immediately shouts loudly. The Moon Shadow combination surrenders. I announce that the winner of this 2v2 match is the 7 Treasure Glimmer combination. Upon hearing the host's announcement, the Moon Shadow combination is immediately met with curses from many spectators who lost their bets. With a grim expression, the Moon Shadow combination leaves the stage, while Zhang Yang steps down with a proud look. Seeing Zhang Yang come down, Ning Rongrong happily approaches him. Zhang Yang smiles and opens his arms, waiting for Ning Rongrong to leap into his embrace. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong's little face turns red, and she feels shy about approaching. Zhang Yang Chukles walks to Ning Rongrong's side, gently hugs her, then takes her hand and leaves the arena along the entrance passage. In the audience, 2 men are busily scribbling in their notebooks. After the 1v1 and 2v2 battles conclude, the Shrek team arrives at the lounge specifically prepared for team battle groups in the Grand Soul Arena, seizing the time to recover their soul power and prepare for the upcoming team battle. In the team battle lounge, the appearance of Zhang Yang and others draws the attention of the crowd. After all, the green Shrek masks on their faces are simply ridiculous and look quite funny. However, although the Shrek members wear masks, their figures and clothing reveal their genders. A team of 5 men and 3 women is quite rare among Soul Masters. Just as Zhang Yang and the others plan to avoid trouble and quietly cultivate, a 2-meter-tall, burly man approaches to stir up trouble. "Hey, little girl, you look good. Why are you covering your face? Let your brother have a look." For someone like this, Zhu Zhuqing has a standard quick reply. Scram. A cold single word perfectly fits Zhu Zhuqing's personality. "You're asking for it, huh? Little girl, do you know who I am?" The trouble-seeking man raises his hand. But at this moment, Dai Mubai has already appeared between the two, his cold gaze beneath the mask staring at the much larger man, his imposing aura causing the opponent to hesitate. However, the opponent is clearly here to probe the Shrek team situation, using trouble as a pretext, and naturally won't stop just like that. After the pause, his raised hand comes crashing down. Bang! The clash of palm against fist. The collision of soul powers causes the opponent to stagger, while Dai Mubai takes 2 steps back. The 37th level soul power of Dai Mubai suffers a slight loss. Seeking death, Zhang Yang strides over to Dai Mubai's side, instantly summoning his martial soul, his figure immediately suppressing the opponent, with 3 soul rings moving rhythmically on his body. Seeing someone daring to unleash their martial soul in the lounge, other soul masters from different teams can't help but look over. The troublemaker frowns as he sees Zhang Yang. Although Zhang Yang's soul power isn't particularly strong, the combination of 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings makes him somewhat wary. Stop! Just as tensions rise between the 2 sides, a middle-aged man in his 40s strides over. Don't you know that fighting is not allowed in the lounge? You don't understand any rules. Take it to the arena if you want to fight. Upon seeing the newcomer, the troublemaker quickly changes his expression. Supervisor AO, it's my fault. I couldn't hold back. The man referred to as Supervisor AO looks at Zhang Yang and others wearing masks, nodding. Looks like you're the Shrek team. Just in time. Both sides are gathered, which saves me the trouble of finding you separately. The Shrek team has 8 members, but the Mad Warriors only have 7. So both sides need to negotiate a result regarding the number of participants. Guangxi, your team is short of people. What is your stance? Supervisor AO, what's there to negotiate? Our team has 7 people, so their team naturally has to send out 7 as well. Guangxi's rugged face reveals a cunning that doesn't match his appearance. 7v7. Now that's fair, don't you think? Since that's the case, then it's decided. Supervisor AO nods. Shrek team, discuss your lineup. Although he doesn't have a good impression of Guangxi, the Grand Soul Arena has such regulations. Since the Mad Warriors are short of people and want a 7v7, the Shrek team can only send out 7 members. After finishing this matter, Supervisor Ao looks at Quangxi again. Quangxi, if I see you making trouble on my turf again, don't blame me for being rude. This is my last warning to you. Remember it. Yes, I won't do it again, I won't do it again. Quangxi's strong body and his awkward smile look quite discordant. But when Quangxi's gaze turns to Dai Mubai, it immediately becomes cold and fierce. Pointing a finger at Dai Mubai, "Kid, we'll see later. If I don't beat you until your mother doesn't recognize you, I won't call myself Quangxi." Quangxi and the other members of the Mad Warriors turn and leave the lounge. After seeing Quangxi and others leave, Supervisor Ao turns to Dai Mubai. Don't be fooled by Quangxi's appearance. The Mad Warriors have already achieved 7 consecutive victories, and they strike ruthlessly, leaving their opponents either dead or injured. The gap in soul power between you and them is too large. It's best to surrender early. After saying this, Supervisor Ao leaves, while Dai Mubai merely shrugs. Dead or injured? I want to see who will end up dead or injured. Dai Lauda, don't be careless. Oscar analyzed from the side. Director Ao specifically reminded us not to be deceived by appearances, which indicates that this wild rhinoceros definitely won't be as rough as it looks. It's certainly here to test our strength in advance. Dai Mubai nodded. Yes, everyone should indeed be cautious. If the situation turns unfavorable, we shouldn't force it and should immediately use Xiao Ao's flying mushroom sausage to fly off the soul fighting platform. Additionally, we need to consider who is below the stage. As the tactical commander, Tang San stepped forward and said, "Let Xiao Wu take a break." Although her soul power has broken through level 30, her attacking method has limited effectiveness in a 7v17 battle. Tang San's words made everyone ponder, while Xiao Wu, who was directly assigned to sit on the bench by Xiao San, became unhappy. Why? Xiao San, I want to go on stage too. Just watch me beat that guy called Wild Rhinoceros until he calls me mom. The group's thoughts were interrupted by Xiao Wu's words, and before Tang San could retort, Ma Hongjun spoke up. "Third brother, let me stay behind. With Daida and Zhang Yang here, the stage doesn't lack my output. In fact, the one who should be arranged to stay off stage should be Zhu Zhuqing, as the opponent's soul power is all above level 10, and the effectiveness of agility-type soul masters is very limited. However, no one thought of putting Zhu Zhuqing on the bench, as she was the one recently insulted by the wild rhinoceros. You can't just not let her take the stage to vent her anger. Since that's the case, let the fatty take a break first." Tang San nodded. After arranging the participants, everyone rested for another half hour, and finally, it was their turn to take the stage. It was at this moment that they saw all the members of the wild battle team. The tall wild rhinoceros, 2 middle-aged men who looked like twins, 2 skinny young men, a woman with heavy makeup and revealing clothes, and a man in his 40s. The soul fighting platform for team battles was a vast 40 meters in diameter, and both teams arranged their formations without feeling cramped at all. As soon as the wild battle team appeared, they ignited the audience's fervor, with intense cheers echoing throughout the venue. Tear them apart. Kill them. Similar shouts produced not only pressure, but also made people's blood boil. The formation of the wild battle team was also very characteristic, with the wild rhinoceros and the twins standing in a triangular formation at the front, the skinny young men guarding the woman in the center, and the man in his 40s standing at the back. The Shrek 7, on the other hand, had a different formation. Xiao Wu Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing stood at the very front, responsible for facing the onslaught of the power-type soul masters right away, with Zhu Zhuqing able to cut into the enemy ranks more quickly. The control-type Tang San stood behind the 3, bridging the gap and responsible for tactical arrangements and controlling the enemy. Behind them were Zhang Yang, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong. Zhang Yang was not only responsible for protecting Ning Rongrong and Oscar from agility-type opponents cutting into the backline, but could also use Gale Kick for ranged attacks to support others. Moreover, given Zhang Yang's speed, it didn't matter whether he was arranged in the front or back row. Team Battle, 4th match, countdown 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin. Chapter 34. The first step in Team Battle. Flashing to cut the support. Seeking subscription. Seeking subscription. Team Battle Soul. 4th match. Countdown 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start. Brothers, activate your martial souls. Dai Mubai shouted. The momentum surged. His muscles instantly swelled, and his arms stretched out to the sides. He released his martial soul. White Tiger Possession. Both sides released their martial souls simultaneously, with the opponent having 21 soul rings and their side having 19 soul rings, instantly making the entire battle platform dazzling. The audience below erupted in excitement. No wonder the tickets for team battles are several times more expensive than for 1v1 or 2v2 matches. 40 soul rings lighting up at the same time is simply incomparable to 1v1 or 2v2, as the martial souls were activated. The Shrek team gained a general understanding of the situation on the side of the Crazy Battle team. The captain, Crazy Rhinoceros, had the same soul ring configuration as the middle-aged man in his 40s. One white, one yellow, one purple. The twins and two slender youths were slightly weaker, with one white and two yellow. The only one with a top-tier soul ring configuration was the heavily made-up woman, with two yellow and one purple. Seeing this, Tang San boldly speculated that this woman should be a key figure in the Crazy Battle team. Meanwhile, the expressions of Crazy Rhinoceros and the others turned grim. Although the opposite side had two great soul masters, they possessed 5 soul kings with the best soul ring configurations. This battle would be difficult. The audience, which had just been in an uproar, was suddenly silenced. 5,000-year soul rings, with the rest being 100-year soul rings, was enough to prove that this team, which had just debuted with a strange mask, had an impressive background. As the battle began, the first to act were the support-type soul masters at the back of the team. The opponent's support-type soul master was the middle-aged man over 40, whose martial soul was a silver disc called the Rui Plate. His first and second soul skills were to enhance the defense and attack of all teammates. Ning Rongrong was not slower than the Rui Plate soul master. The 7 treasure glazed tile slowly rotated in her palm, and 2 yellow soul rings instantly enveloped the 7 treasure glazed tile. The 7 treasures are famous. The first is strength. The 7 treasures are famous. The second is speed. 14 beams of light instantly enveloped the Shrek battle team, including Ning Rongrong and Oscar, with everyone enjoying the enhancement from the continent's top support-type martial soul. The expressions of Crazy Rhinoceros and others turned even uglier. The reputation of the 7 treasure glazed tile had already made these commoner soul masters feel 3 parts intimidated before the battle even began. However, with the arrow on the string, Crazy Rhinoceros had no choice but to think too much and solemnly ordered, "Attack." Zhang Yang and Crazy Rhinoceros almost simultaneously issued commands, and Tang San pointed toward the Crazy Battle team, making his intentions clear. Having received the same education as Tang San, Zhang Yang understood who his target was without needing to look at Tang San's direction. "Go!" Zhang Yang shouted, and all 3 of his soul rings lit up, instantly unleashing a shocking momentum. Seeing this, the members of the Crazy Battle team, who had already activated their martial souls, became cautious. Especially the woman, the brain of the team, began to think rapidly, to burst out with 3 soul skills right from the start. Could this be a strategy for a quick battle? Positioning so far back must indicate ranged attacks. The speed of her thoughts was very fast, but this woman could only think to this point. She only felt a flash in front of her eyes, and when she looked clearly, she found a tall man had suddenly appeared beside her. At that moment, she had already activated her spider martial soul, her hair rising like the 8 legs of a spider, her eyes turning pink. Yet even so, she still couldn't catch the movement trajectory of Zhang Yang and could only watch him suddenly appear in front of her. Speed is weight. Have you ever been kicked at light speed? The 3 soul rings on Zhang Yang's body still shone brightly. His right leg was enveloped in yellow light and then suddenly kicked toward the Spider-Woman's waist. Bang! The Spider-Woman felt a pain in her waist. Darkness engulfed her vision, and then she fainted, knowing nothing. Only a few people with exceptional eyesight could see that at the moment Zhang Yang kicked the Spider-Woman, her body instantly folded 180 degrees and flew out of the battle platform, crashing out of the arena, her life unknown. From the moment Zhang Yang activated his 3 soul rings to the Spider-Woman being eliminated, this process could be written in 415 words. But it all happened in the blink of an eye, and even the 2 monkey battle soul masters beside the Spider-Woman did not react in time. Crazy Rhinoceros only saw a flash of yellow light. And the man who had just revealed his soul rings in the waiting room and had just unleashed 3 soul skills had already vanished. But before Crazy Rhinoceros could search for his figure, he suddenly heard a strange, yet somewhat familiar voice behind him. Speed is weight. Have you ever been kicked at light speed? When Crazy Rhinoceros turned to look, he found that the Spider Woman, who had originally been behind him, had vanished, replaced by the figure he was looking for. Crazy Rhinoceros wanted to attack Zhang Yang, but had to turn around. Yet the 2 monkey martial soul masters beside him had already launched their attacks. Facing the 2 who were using soul skills with surging soul power, Zhang Yang remained calm, disregarding all attacks, and raised his right foot again, kicking toward the Rui Plate's soul master at the back of the Crazy Battle Team. Gale kick. After the Rui Plate's soul master released his first and second soul skills, he felt a flash before his eyes, and when he opened them again, he discovered that the control-type Spider-Woman's figure had vanished. A robust enemy, under the dual monkey's attack, did not dodge but still kicked out an air slash toward him. As if understanding his fate in the next moment, the Rui Plate Soul Master instantly released his 3rd soul skill, only be directly cut open by Zhang Yang's Gale kick on his chest and flipped off the stage. A strange silver wave was released from the Rui silver plate, and just as the Gale kick hit his body, that silver light successfully split into 5 streams, simultaneously infusing into the other 5 members of the Crazy Battle Team. As the silver light entered their bodies, the 5 members of the Crazy Battle Team trembled simultaneously, and the next moment, their eyes turned red, and their bodies swelled up a circle. The dual monkey soul skill attacking Zhang Yang gained even more power. Their arms, longer than their knees, smashed through Zhang Yang's body. But strangely, Zhang Yang, who was being attacked by 2 on either side, vanished like a popped soap bubble. The next moment, 2 resilient blue-silver grasses instantly wrapped around the legs of the dual monkeys, restraining their movements. Zhang Yang's figure reappeared in his team's formation. By the time Zhang Yang had cut through the enemy camp and returned, the announcer finally reacted, shouting loudly, "It's incredible." The Shrek Battle Team took the initiative the moment the battle began. The yellow flash at the back used a soul skill to cut into the Crazy Battle Team's formation, directly eliminating their control type and support type soul masters, and withstood the attacks of 2 soul kings before successfully returning. As Zhang Yang returned to the formation and hadn't steadied himself, he heard Tang San say, "The Crazy Battle Team seems a bit off." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang quickly looked over and found that, just as Tang San said, it was indeed very off. At this moment, with both the control type and support type eliminated, the Crazy Battle Team, in order to cherish the enhancement effect of the support type, chose the most normal tactic of having everyone press forward, yet they had lost even the basic battle strategies. The dual monkeys, belonging to the agile attack type, broke free from Tang San's blue silvergrass and quickly pressed forward, intending to quickly eliminate the Shrek Battle Team's backline and pull both sides back to the same starting line. However, unexpectedly, they chose to engage with Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu. Agile attack type ambushing strong attack type, weak attacking strong? What kind of routine is this? Are they out of their minds? Meanwhile, the strong attack type dual rams charged toward Zhu Qing. Strong attack against agile attack, and it's 2 against 1. It seemed like they were in their right minds. But Crazy Rhinoceros, a defense-type soul master, unexpectedly also stepped forward, joining the monkeys in a 2v1 against Xiao Wu, leaving her in a very awkward position. This is not right. This is too wrong. The blue silvergrass urged to pull the troubled Xiao Wu towards Zhu Qing, while Zhang Yang quickly took his place. At the same time, Tang San keenly sensed that something was off. While using the blue silvergrass to restrain the Mad Team, Tang San suddenly noticed the red eyes of the 5 members of the Mad Team. One person with red eyes could be overlooked, but 5 people with red eyes raised suspicion. Thus, Tang San connected their condition with the 3rd soul skill of the Rui Plate's Soul Master. With his 7 treasures heart, Tang San quickly reacted and shouted, "Everyone ascend." At the same time, he activated his soul power, instantly unleashing a ground full of blue silvergrass, attempting to restrain the Mad Team for even a second. Upon hearing Tang San's call, everyone quickly disengaged from the battle with the help of the blue silvergrass, flipping their hands to produce a sausage and quickly eating it. Bang! The 5 members of the Mad Team displayed their abilities, quickly destroying the blue-silver grass beneath them with their overwhelming soul power, but it was already too late. After eating the sausage, the Shrek members suddenly sprouted a pair of transparent wings on their backs. As they spread their wings, they swiftly ascended into the air. Because the martial soul was connected to their physical state, Tang San's face turned pale as the blue-silver grass was destroyed, causing his action of eating the sausage to pause. In that brief moment, he fell into the continuous attacks of the Mad Team. Seeing Tang San surrounded, Zhang Yang in midair quickly transformed into a yellow light and appeared beside Tang San. Rejoining the battle, Zhang Yang showed no fear, grabbing Tang San and throwing him into the air. Then he transformed back into yellow light and escaped under the concentrated fire of the Mad Team, appearing unscathed in midair. Finally having enough time to eat the flying sausage while being thrown into the air, Tang San grew wings at the peak of his ascent, and with a flap, he hovered in the air. The audience below gasped in surprise. It was truly unexpected that the Shrek members possessed the ability to fly. And this situation was disastrous for the Mad Team, which had no means to counter aerial attacks. Chapter 35. 1 kick for each Berserker team, subscription requested. Without any attack targets, the Berserker team halted their assault, letting out beast-like growls from their throats, provoking the Shrek members in the sky. After flying into the air, Tang San consumed a recovery sausage, giving him time to explain his inference to the others. The current state of the Berserker team is quite unusual. I suspect it is due to the Millennium Spirit skill released by their support Spirit Master before their appearance. According to the research of our teacher, this state of full attribute enhancement and loss of rationality shouldn't last too long. Moreover, there should be strong side effects once this state ends. So we just need to buy some time. Oscar, who had no self-defense ability, expressed his concern, but Xiao San, my flying sausage can only last for a minute, and I can only sustain it for 30 seconds. What if we land and they still maintain their current state? Tang San shook his head. We can only take a gamble. Xiao Ao, how many more flying sausages can you make? Oscar regretfully replied, only 1 left. That's enough. They can't possibly hold on for another minute in their current state. Tang San nodded. Once your flying sausage expires, just land outside the arena. Before that, remember to prepare the last flying sausage for me. Let me handle it, said Dai Mubai. In terms of attack power, Tang San without hidden weapons is not as strong as a healthy Dai Mubai. Then, Boss Dai, you could just hang on to Zhang Yang when the flying sausage fails. Tang San never forgot that Zhang Yang's Navy 6 style allows him to fly in midair. Boss Dai, later you can lie on my back, Zhang Yang explained. Even without using the flying sausage, I can maintain flight for about 10 minutes due to my special ability. You have that ability? How fast? Everyone was taken aback. Not very fast. I can only walk on air, Zhang Yang shrugged helplessly. Zhang Yang can use his second spirit skill to teleport with Dai Mubai in the air, but teleporting with someone else consumes a lot of spirit power. And it can't guarantee that Dai Mubai won't get motion sickness, so using Moonstep is better. As everyone communicated their tactics, Oscar's flying time was about to end. Oscar had to make the last flying sausage for Tang San and, pale-faced, fell outside the fighting arena. According to Tang San's plan, everyone should wait for another 30 seconds, hoping the Berserker team's state would be lifted early, allowing more people to stay on the stage. But who could have predicted that an unexpected event would occur at that moment? Seeing Oscar suddenly break away from the group and fly towards the outside, the Berserker team, without a second thought, directly channeled their spirit power to chase after Oscar. Crap! Xiao Wu gasped in shock. They are charging at Oscar. Can't they see that Oscar is leaving the arena? I'm afraid they are already oblivious to this problem. Everyone, hurry up and stop the Berserker team. Tang San shouted angrily, his wings flapping behind him as he charged towards the Berserker team. The others quickly followed suit, rushing down after Tang San, oblivious to the situation behind him. Oscar stumbled a couple of steps upon landing, and suddenly 2 figures appeared beside him, unleashing their spirit power in a fierce attack. Despite Tang San and others having the speed of the phoenix tail chicken crown snake, the Berserker team was not slow either. Moreover, having lost their rationality, they were unaware of the boundary between inside and outside the arena. All that filled their confused minds was one word: kill. As agile spirit masters, The twin monkeys were the fastest, and they had already reached the stage, launching a fierce spirit skill at Oscar. Just as Oscar was about to be beaten down by these two, a yellow light suddenly appeared behind him, condensing into Zhang Yang. The speed of Zhang Yang's second spirit skill was slightly faster than flying with wings, so he arrived first. Once by Oscar's side, Zhang Yang flapped his wings, pushing Oscar forward, causing the twin monkeys' attacks to miss. Then, without touching the ground, he soared into the sky with Oscar. Dai Mubai and the others quickly arrived, delivering powerful attacks that knocked the Berserker team off the fighting stage. Those who fell off the stage should have immediately stopped and surrendered. But the Berserker team had no rationality left. They twisted in midair and landed steadily, then unleashed their spirit power to charge at Zhang Yang and the others again. Using spirit abilities outside the fighting arena is a violation of the rules of the Great Fighting Arena. But the arena wouldn't be extravagant enough to assign a Spirit King-level powerhouse to oversee a sub-arena. So, the Shrek team could only rely on themselves to avoid the crisis. Fortunately, the flying mushroom sausages on everyone still had a little time left, allowing them to stay in the air for a bit longer. Meanwhile, the host had already spoken. Under the attack of the Shrek team, the entire Berserker team has left the range of the fighting arena. I announce that the winner of this battle is the Shrek team. This is not over, the host continued. Furthermore, several members of the Berserker team openly violated the regulations of the Great Fighting Arena, not only attacking an opponent who was leaving the arena, but also continuing to use their spirit abilities to interfere with the normal proceedings of the battle after leaving the arena, which is a very serious offense. As the Spirit-level combat supervisor of the Great Fighting Arena, I rule that the Berserker team is deemed to have lost this battle, and I will revoke the Berserker team's combat badge and ban the offending members' personal combat badges and dual combat badges, prohibiting them from participating in battles at the Soto City Great Fighting Arena. The audience's reactions were varied. Some criticized the match for being lackluster. Others lambasted the Berserker team for being brainless and deserving of the ban, while some cursed the Shrek team for winning the match and causing them to lose money. The audience's comments were mixed, but very few cheered for the Shrek team. The flying sausages of the Shrek team soon reached their limit, but surprisingly, the Berserker team's mindless frenzy continued. So when everyone landed on the fighting stage, the Berserker members still charged at the Shrek team, gathering their spirit power. Damn it, these idiots are asking for trouble. Zhang Yang, holding Oscar as he landed, felt his teeth grind in anger. 3 spirit rings lit up simultaneously, and he instantly appeared behind the slowest but most powerful Berserker, the Rampant Rhino, delivering a full-force light-speed kick that sent blood gushing from its mouth and broke nearly half of its ribs. The subsequent twin sheep followed in the Rampant Rhino's footsteps, but under Zhang Yang's controlled force, their injuries were slightly less severe, yet still quite miserable. The twin monkeys did not require Zhang Yang's intervention. Dai Mubai pinned one to the ground and hammered it, while Xiao Wu used the 8-dan throw to knock one out. The audience was stunned into silence by the explosive performance of the Shrek team. Even the host, Supervisor AO, looked shocked. Who would have thought that the Shrek team, which had been avoiding battle in the sky, would unleash such a fierce attack and leave the Berserker team in this state in an instant? As a result, after witnessing such an exciting battle, the audience cheered without reservation, and the cheers for the Shrek team quickly rose. The Shrek team swiftly left the arena and quickly departed the Great Fighting Arena after meeting with Master Flinder, Zhao Wujia, and Ma Hongjun. Once out of the audience's sight, everyone removed their masks and exchanged smiles with one another. Upon returning to the hotel, the group did not hold a celebration banquet. Instead, they gathered in Zhang Yang and Tang San's room to summarize the gains from tonight's battle. The individual battles and 2v2 matches were fine, but the team battle ended too quickly, and we didn't know what to summarize. However, Tang San's control type truly is the soul of the team. With his blue-silver grass restraining the opponents, we were able to quickly take to the skies and avoid battle, said Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai's speech summarized the content of other speeches. Without the master's guidance, the others lacked the sensitivity and summarizing ability in battle that Zhang Yang and Tang San had. Zhang Yang said, "I think the biggest problem exposed in today's team battle is that we failed to accurately grasp the opponent's state. We didn't anticipate that the frenzied team would lose their awareness both in and out of the arena, which nearly caused Oscar to get injured. The master nodded, yes. This is a problem, but it's not your fault. Even those with rich experience in the soul fighting arena wouldn't expect that the soul fighting team would be in a state of indecision. The area outside is a safe zone, and there's nothing to correct about that. But Master, we really can't understand how the frenzied team, a team with 7 consecutive victories, could allow themselves to lose their rationality and attack recklessly on the soul fighting stage. Tang Sen asked, puzzled. I've thought about this question. I believe that the Spider-Woman Soul Master, who was eliminated by Zhang Yang at the very beginning, is the key to the frenzied team strategy. The master said seriously, since the frenzied team is named after frenzy, it indicates that this frenzied strategy is one of their regular tactics. Since it is a regular tactic, there must be a way to control it. The configuration displayed by the frenzied team is 1 defensive, 2 strong attack, 2 agile attack, and 1 support. But they lack a control-type Soul Master. Therefore, the female Soul Master eliminated by Zhang Yang at the beginning must be a control-type Soul Master and a key figure in the frenzied strategy. However, you don't need to blame yourselves. Your performance today was excellent. The frenzied team is also strong in the Soul Sovereign rank, especially this frenzied strategy, which is a powerful soul fighting tactic. Your ability to defeat them is enough to prove your success. Among them, Oscar played a crucial role in today's team battle. It was your flying sausage that helped the team avoid casualties. A team cannot rely solely on strong attack types. Every category is irreplaceable. Ma-on-kajun kaimdin, yeah, Oscar. You have no idea how spectacular it was for 7 people to fly in the sky together. It's all thanks to you. Hearing the master's encouragement, everyone couldn't help but smile knowingly. After saying what needed to be said, the master turned to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, your strength in the Soul Sovereign rank, no, even in the Soul King rank, is a headache for others. Therefore, to hone your team's synergy, you cannot use your soul skills in subsequent team battles. Zhang Yang nodded in response. Yes, master. In fact, Zhang Yang had anticipated this restriction on soul skills, so it was nothing he couldn't accept. However, Tang San frowned and said, but master, while this trains our synergy, what about in life and death battles? At that point, Zhang Yang can't be restricted from using soul skills, right? Wouldn't Zhang Yang's sudden outburst disrupt our familiar team battle rhythm? Regarding Tang San's question, the master replied firmly with 2 words. No. Huh? The others were puzzled. You don't need to know the specific reason. Just remember this answer, the master said, then looked at Flander, teacher Zhao Wujia. Let's head back. Okay. The master and others left, leaving the Shrek team perplexed in the inn. Seeing everyone deep in thought, Zhang Yang helplessly clapped his hands. All right, if you can't figure out, stop thinking about it and do something fun. To celebrate our successful first battle, how about we have a victory feast? Sound good? Everyone's eyes lit up instantly. The seasoned foodie Ma Hongjun had a different opinion. Why eat downstairs? I know a private chef with amazing food. Let's go there. That works. Zhang Yang nodded. Shall we go? Let's go. The 8 forgetful youths immediately set off, shoulder to shoulder, for dinner. Then, the 5 big guys were drunk under the table by Ning Rongrong, who was drinking for the first time. Chapter 36. The Royal Fighting Team the next day. Except for Tang San, who had a strong biological clock, everyone else failed to get up before lunch. It is easy to imagine how poor their fighting spirit scores were today. However, even though everyone performed poorly in 1v1 and 2v2 matches, and there were numerous flaws in their battles, most still achieved victory, especially in the final team battle, which made Master S' expression much more pleasant. The fighting spirit continued, and everyone had 2 to 3 matches every day, gaining something each time. What Zhang Yang gained was not just fighting spirit points, but also real money. Initially, only Ning Rongrong followed him to place bets, but later, it attracted others like Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Xiao Wu. Even Dai Mubai, who was never short on money, followed the trend and placed a few bets, making some small profit. Because Zhang Yang's winning streak was unrestrained, many people began to follow suit and place bets, causing Zhang Yang's odds to become extremely distorted. Even someone who bet big like Ning Rongrong could hardly make any money. Later, a representative from the Great Fighting Arena approached the master, and after a lengthy discussion in a private room, Zhang Yang received many promises, such as a high-value gold storage card and other conditions. Thus, in the 1v1 match of the day's competition, Zhang Yang encountered a soul master with the same mask from the White Tiger Beast martial soul, which ultimately ended Zhang Yang's winning streak. Those who had bet on Zhang Yang's victory were also washed out by the Great Fighting Arena and Zhang Yang's collaboration. Although Zhang Yang and the Shrek team gained some notoriety afterward, it was a matter agreed upon by the master, and not only did Zhang Yang benefit, but the academy also gained some advantages, so everyone accepted the bad reputation. After half a month of continuous fighting spirit, the master gave everyone a day off to adjust their states. Then it was another nearly half a month of fighting spirit. On this day, the master, acting as the Shrek team's manager, came to register them for the fighting spirit, but was invited again by supervisor AO, with whom he had previously cooperated happily, to a quiet private room. Everyone was unaware of what happened with the master. They only knew that in today's 1v1 and 2v2 matches, their opponents conceded without a fight, allowing them to gain points effortlessly, and were invited to a secluded room by the staff of the Great Fighting Arena. Everyone found their seats, and before they could ask the master what happened, he spread a stack of materials on the table. This material contains information about your opponents in today's team battle. The master gestured for everyone to look over. This is a well-configured team, and it will be a tough fight for you. Seeing the information on the table, Tang San's eyes narrowed. It's a full soul master team with the best soul ring configuration. The best soul ring configuration was what allowed the Shrek team to win against stronger opponents. But now, they were truly at a disadvantage in front of this royal fighting team. Zhang Yang's focus was somewhat different from Tang San's. Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus? It's actually from that strongest beast martial soul family? The master nodded. That's right. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus is a top-tier existence among beast martial souls, with extremely strong attack power. So, this captain is an opponent you need to pay special attention to. Moreover, the vice captain with the Emerald Scale Snake martial soul is also someone you need to focus on. The Emerald Scale Snake is a rare martial soul, and it is very uncommon to choose control as a development direction. As far as I know, there is only one person like this. Flandres's eyes widened in surprise. Xiao Gang, you're not talking about him, are you? The master nodded. That's right. The only one famous for using the Emerald Scale Snake martial soul on the control route is this Emerald Scale Douluo. Zhang Yang's expression changed drastically. The Emerald Scale Douluo, who is known as the Poison Overlord. Indeed, the Emerald Scale Snake martial soul is a control-type soul master, and with the surname Douluo, I am certain that the vice-captain of the royal fighting team must have a close relationship with the Emerald Scale Douluo. Everyone's expressions grew increasingly solemn. However, Ning Rongrong was an exception. Her attention was on the information about the support soul master from the royal fighting team. Ning Rongrong looked at the master. Master, I have something to say. The master nodded. Before the battle analysis, everyone can speak freely. Ning Rongrong pointed her slender finger at the support soul master in the materials. I believe our main target must be this support soul master. Oh, why? The master was quite surprised by Ning Rongrong's astonishing words. Ning Rongrong replied seriously. Master, you do not understand the nine-heart begonia martial soul. This martial soul has been called a miracle among martial souls by my father. What is Ning Rongrong's father's identity? The leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The strongest support soul master in the world, an authority in the support category, and to be praised by such a powerful figure. The nine-heart begonia must have its extraordinary qualities. Before the master could ask, Ning Rongrong proactively revealed. The most unique aspect of the nine-heart begonia martial soul is that no matter how many soul rings it has, it only has one soul skill, which is a wide-range group healing ability, and the healing extent is controlled by the soul master's will. Everyone in the room was shocked. There is actually such a terrifying martial soul? Yes. My father once said that as long as there is a soul master with a nine-heart begonia, it's not easy to die. Therefore, if we do not eliminate her from the field at the beginning, we will be wasting our efforts until her soul power is exhausted. The master's expression became even more rigid. The atmosphere in the room dropped to freezing point. After much thought, the master nodded and arranged for the students. In this battle, I still do not allow any of you to use hidden weapons. However, Xiao San, I allow you to use the 8 spider lances during the fight. Tang San's eyes lit up. The 8 spider lances are the nemesis of poison. With it, the emerald scale snake soul master's effectiveness will be reduced by half. Furthermore, the master looked at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, I allow you to use your second soul skill in this battle. Zhang Yang nodded knowingly. Although I can't use elementalization to dodge attacks, with speed, I will strive to eliminate the 9-heart Begonia Soul Master at the first opportunity. Finally, the master looked at Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Today, as battle opportunities mainly lie with you two. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing understood the master's intention. But at this moment, they still couldn't completely connect their minds, and they were still a step away from using their martial soul fusion skill. All right, that's it. The master clapped. Now, you can start preparing. Thus, the Shrek team began to seriously study tactics around the information on the royal fighting team. At this time, in the VIP lounge, 8 young talents were also passionately discussing a piece of information. This was a document from the City Lord's mansion regarding the Shrek team. The 2 lines of notes below the document were the focus of their discussion. Since this month, the Shrek 7 monsters have achieved a perfect record in team battles, and their true strength is far from as simple as the levels displayed. Among them, the Control-type Soul Master, Thousand-Handed Azura, and the Strong Attack-type Soul Master, Yellow Flash, need to be particularly cautious. Thousand-Handed Azura has extremely strong control and can often turn the tide. Yellow Flash has not used any soul skills in the last 26 battles, hiding deeply. Seeing this information, Vice Captain Douluo couldn't help but laugh. Teacher Qin, who gave you this information? It's really laughable. A blue silver grass, martial soul, actually needs to be paid special attention to? Ha! I think he can't even withstand my first soul skill. Exactly, Teacher Qin. Especially this Yellow Flash, only a 32 level soul power, yet still hiding strength. Haha. What kind of opponents did they encounter before? It's simply hilarious. This small place is just a small place. They don't even have a decent Soul Master team. Teacher Qin snorted coldly. And the members of the Huangdo team felt their hearts contract for a moment, the intense shock causing a trace of horror to appear on their faces. Yinzi, it's one thing for Yu Feng to be careless, but as the vice captain, how could you underestimate the opponent like this? With this mindset going into the match, I can almost guarantee you'll immediately face a huge setback. Teacher Qin's words made the proud Du Guyan silent. Teacher Qin, whose real name is Qin Ming, is 34 years old with a soul power of 61. According to the records of the Spirit Hall, he is the second youngest soul emperor in history, with an innate talent that is simply despairing. Such a person, even for the proud like them, must be sincerely respected. The Captain Yu Tianheng, from the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon family, patted Du Guyan on the shoulder and said, Teacher Qin, the soul power gap between the Shrek team and us is so significant. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda, which is the most noteworthy, can barely bridge the gap. Moreover, the Captain Dai Mubai's martial soul, the White Tiger, is not weaker than ours, and after receiving the enhancement from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda, he should be a point of concern. That Evil Fire Phoenix is also worth noting. I've never heard of a martial soul like the Evil Phoenix. So it must be a mutated martial soul. The Yellow Flash mentioned in the information is something we need to pay close attention to, as he has been hiding his strength. However, I don't see any reason to pay attention to this Blue Silvergrass Soul Master. It's just Blue Silvergrass. No matter how strong the soul rings, how strong can it really be? Qin Ming nodded slightly. Your analysis is relatively calm. The information we have on the Shrek team is limited to what we see in front of us. Their true strength can only be revealed through combat. Remember my words. Never underestimate any opponent. Additionally, in this battle, I only allow you to injure your opponents, not to cripple them or kill them. Yinzi, pay special attention after the match. You must detoxify your opponents without any delay. Du Guyan asked curiously why. Teacher, don't you often tell us that there are no father and son on the battlefield, and we must go all out? If we don't injure the opponent, we might get hurt ourselves, so we can't hold back. Qin Ming shook his head. You will understand the reason in the future. Chapter 37. Calculating Yu Tianheng. Seeking subscription. The main battle platform at the center of the Soto Great Spirit Arena is larger than other platforms, with a diameter of 70 square meters. The audience seating consists of individual single-sided crystal glass boxes, where the distinguished guests watch the battles. At this moment, a charming young woman with an attractive figure elegantly steps onto the battle platform through the device. I am very pleased to see all the distinguished guests again. It is an honor for me, Douluo, to host the Team Spirit battle for you tonight, and I hope everyone enjoys themselves. Tonight, the Great Spirit Arena has prepared a very exciting team battle for you. The two teams participating in this battle are the two most famous Spirit Master teams at the Spirit Elder level in the Soto Great Spirit Arena in recent days, the Imperial Battle Team and the Shrek Team. As the host finishes the introduction, she immediately activates her third spirit ring, and a pair of pure white wings appear. With a gentle flap, Douluo rises into the air above the main battle platform. At both sides of the battle platform, two large doors silently open, and the members of both teams enter simultaneously, walking towards the center of the platform. On the left is the Imperial Battle Team, led by Yu Tianheng, who possesses the blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit, with the affectionate Dugu Yin nestled beside him. Behind them are the Shurjia brothers, followed by Haiba and Fenglingyo, and finally, the Nine Hearts Begonia Spirit Master. On the other side is the Shrek Team, their youthful faces hidden behind masks, minimizing the exposure of personal information. When the two teams meet in the center of the battle platform, the eyes of Dai Mubai and Yu Tianheng clash fiercely in the air, causing the atmosphere in the arena to freeze. Yu Tianheng, after locking eyes with Dai Mubai's sinister gaze, has alarm bells ringing in his heart. This opponent, only one rank lower than himself, clearly isn't someone to be taken lightly. Attention, Spirit Masters participating in the team battle. You now have 1 minute to summon your spirit. You may attack only when I announce the start. The battle continues until one side surrenders, is completely defeated, or falls off the battle platform. With the host's words, the battle platform erupts in excitement. The 14 talented Spirit Masters simultaneously release their spirits, powerful bursts of spirit power rising with endless battle intent, startling Douluo, who flaps her wings to rise higher. Once all Spirit Masters have released their spirits, the 40 spirit rings shine continuously, and the host Douluo immediately announces begin. Hearing the host command, the participating Spirit Masters quickly focus their attention. Tang San controls the blue silver grass, which rapidly spreads, covering their side of the battlefield and forming their home ground. 6 strands of blue silver grass quietly wrap around the waist of his teammates, ready to pull them at any moment. With a roar, Dai Mubai unleashes his first spirit ring ability, the White Tiger Shield, and charges towards his opponent, enveloped in a layer of golden light, exuding an overwhelming momentum. Facing Dai Mubai are the Shurjia brothers from the Imperial Battle Team, both defensive Spirit Masters with the black tortoise spirit. Their first spirit rings light up, and the heavy tortoise shell in front of them glows with a yellow light. Clearly prepared to meet Dai Mubai's charge, Dai Mubai leaps into the air, his claws extending, aiming for the heads of the Shurjia brothers. At that moment, the power and speed enhancement from Ning Rongrong arrives, further amplifying Dai Mubai's attack. Such an attack is most deadly. Countless opponents have fallen to the combination of Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong. However, just as Dai Mubai's claws are about to strike, the Shurjia brothers retract their heads into their tortoise shells, causing Dai Mubai's claws to merely strike the hard shell. Frowning, Dai Mubai realizes that while the Shurjia brothers might feel little from the impact on their shell, his claws have gone numb from the shock. At this point, Dai Mubai's attack has failed, and his body is in the air just in time for Yu Tianheng, standing behind the Shurjia brothers, to seize the opportunity. Yu Tianheng rushes towards Dai Mubai, his right arm, empowered by the blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit, suddenly slams down. Before the attack even reaches him, a claw-shaped form from blue lightning rushes towards Dai Mubai's exposed chest. The speed of the lightning is incredibly swift. Dai Mubai barely sees the blue figure before the blue-purple electric claw is already at his chest. Even if Dai Mubai could retract his arms, he could only use them to block the incoming strike. A successful hit from Yu Tianheng, combined with the Shurjia brothers, would surely spell trouble for Dai Mubai. In this critical moment, far away on Shrek's side, Tang Sen sees the lightning dragon claw in the air and immediately tightens the strand of blue silver grass belonging to Dai Mubai, originally suspended in midair and without leverage. Dai Mubai's body is rapidly pulled backward by the force from his waist, narrowly avoiding the fierce attack. Upon landing, Dai Mubai swings his dragon claws and charges forward again. Simultaneously, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing quickly maneuver around the Shijiao brothers from the left and right, heading towards the back line of the Imperial battle team. Seeing that his attack has missed, Yu Qianheng's eyes quickly dart to the waists of the three. Sure enough, each of them has a strand of blue-silver grass tied around their waists. The information was accurate. This blue-silver grass spirit master needs to be focused on, as he is the soul of this team. As long as they eliminate him, the Shrek team will secure victory. Thinking this, Yu Qianheng no longer hesitates. He steps onto the shell of the Shijiao brothers, accelerates his body, and directly leaps over Dai Mubai, lunging towards Tang San of the Shrek team, swinging his arm once more to unleash the second Thunder Dragon Claw attack. However, facing Tang San, Yu Qianheng suddenly notices that the eyes of the blue-silver grass spirit master beneath the mask have turned purple. As he shifts his foot, his figure becomes illusory. Using the powerful ghost shadow perplexing track, Tang San's figure has quietly appeared 8 feet away, causing Yu Qianheng's Thunder Dragon Claw to miss again. As Yu Qianheng's attack fails, Tang San's first spirit ring lights up, activating his first spirit skill, Binding. Countless blue-silver grass surge up from the ground, wrapping Yu Qianheng in midair like a zongzi, rice dumpling. At the same time, Xiao Wu, who has already bypassed the Shijiao brothers, engages with the Black Panther Spirit Master, while Zhu Zhuqing battles the Wind Bell Bird, and Dai Mubai, who is sharpening his claws against the Shijiao brothers, quickly retreats due to the pull of the blue-silver grass. Seeing Yu Qianheng wrapped up by the blue-silver grass, the Assault Spirit Masters of Shrek team also retreat simultaneously. The Vice Captain, Douluo, suddenly realizes not good, it's a trap. Charge! Douluo, empowered by the green-scaled snake spirit, resembles a descendant of Enhua as her human body merges with a snake's tail, swiftly charging forward. The Black Panther Spirit Master and the Wind Bell Bird Spirit Master also rush forward, unwilling to fall behind. Stormfoot, a twisting air slash cuts towards the three from the side. The three, whose defenses are not very strong, quickly twist their bodies to evade it. However, dodging just one Stormfoot is of little use, as they now face a series of more than 10 successive storm feet, each with tricky angles. Reinforcements have been delayed. Yu Qianheng, wrapped in the blue-silver grass, realizes he is in an extremely dangerous situation. Under pressure, his second and third spirit rings shine brightly, and an extremely brilliant blue lightning erupts around him. Yu Qianheng's third spirit skill, Thunder Fury. With a powerful explosion, the blue-silver grass on Yu Qianheng instantly turns to char and scatters. Thunder Fury's effect, for a certain period, it puts the blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit master in a berserk state, doubling his lightning power and increasing his spirit power by 50%. As soon as he broke free from his confinement, Yu Qianheng forcefully twisted his body, extending his arms wide. Facing the trio of Dai Mubai, Zhang Yang, and Zhu Zhuqing rushing towards him, he roared, thunderous fury. Countless serpent-like lightning arcs surrounding his body amplified simultaneously, and in the next moment, they transformed into countless lightning arrows that violently shot out in all directions. This was Yu Qianheng's true full-force strike, under the full power of the Thunder Fury. His second soul skill unleashed an unparalleled attack power. Countless lightning arrows suddenly flew towards Dai Mubai, Zhang Yang, and Zhu Zhuqing. However, Dai Mubai was no longer the inexperienced child participating in the soul fighting for the first time. As soon as Yu Qianheng unleashed the blue-silver grass confinement on Tang San, Dai Mubai's third soul ring lit up, activating his 1,000-year soul skill, White Tiger King Kong transformation, which elevated his power to a new level. At the very first moment of Yu Qianheng's area attack, Thunderous Fury, Dai Mubai's second soul ring skill was already charging up. Accompanied by a ferocious tiger roar, Dai Mubai's evil eyes instantly merged into one, and a dazzling white light was suddenly released beneath the golden glow of the White Tiger King Kong transformation. The white light spread in the air, reaching a diameter of 2 meters, like a shooting star, crashing towards Yu Qianheng. The lightning arrows collided with the white tiger's fierce light wave in midair. The entire Soul fighting platform trembled violently, and the terrifying explosive force transformed into a strong shockwave that scattered everywhere. All the observing VIPs, including the host Douluo in midair, marveled at this. Was this really a sovereign-level soul fight? After the explosion, Yu Qianheng landed on the ground, retreating 3 steps. Under Dai Mu Bai's single-target attack, he sustained some injuries, and his internal energy was somewhat turbulent. Before Yu Qianheng could consider what to do next, a nimble figure suddenly emerged from behind him. Zhu Zhuqing's phantom spike maximized her speed, creating a series of afterimages in the air, and her 2 soul rings flashed simultaneously. Before Yu Qianheng could steady himself, Zhu Zhuqing had already charged in front of him. Zhu Zhuqing's second soul ring skill, Phantom Claw. Countless claw shadows wove together into a terrifying net of sharp blades. At this moment, Yu Qianheng's internal energy was still turbulent from the earlier thunderous fury, having released too much lightning power, leaving him in a predicament of old power just exhausted and new power not yet born. At a critical moment, Yu Qianheng displayed excellent psychological quality, remaining calm despite the opponent's attack. He crossed his blue electric Tyrannosaurus arm to block and parry Zhu Zhuqing's attacks as much as possible. Although his body was covered in wounds, his vital points were well protected. Despite being continuously attacked by Zhu Zhuqing, Yu Qianheng finally managed to catch his breath during this opportunity, and the Thunderclaw struck down again, but it still missed. Zhu Zhuqing was incredibly fast, and with Tang San's blue silvergrass providing assistance, dodging the Thunderclaw was naturally not a problem. Zhu Zhuqing shifted to the left to evade, and her companion Xiao Wu quickly charged towards Yu Qianheng. Just as Xiao Wu rushed up, she faced Yu Qianheng's Thunderclaw head-on. Xiao Wu's third soul skill was teleportation, so she naturally wouldn't take the hit. The third soul skill activated, and she instantly vanished from Yu Qianheng's sight. The next moment, a long scorpion tail wrapped around his neck. As the tail wrapped around Yu Tianheng's neck, Xiao Wu leaped up, grabbing Yu Tianheng's dragon arm with both hands while simultaneously kicking against his abdomen with her legs. The first soul skill, Waist Bow, activated, directly throwing Yu Tianheng towards Zhang Yang's direction. As Yu Tianheng was thrown, he locked eyes with Zhang Yang. Injured and pained, Yu Tianheng saw Zhang Yang's face wide open, with both hands clenched into fists aimed at him, and alarm bells rang in his mind. Not good. 6 King Spear. Yu Qianheng barely had time to cross his dragon arm in front of him. He couldn't even channel his soul power before colliding with the powerful shockwave of the 6 King Spear. Bang! The forceful impact quickly pushed Yu Tianheng back, and in that direction, Dai Mubai was waiting with all his soul power ready. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang, who had participated in 26 team battles, 26 individual battles, and 26 2v2s without using a soul skill, finally activated his second soul ring, which was now tangled in a spider web. Zhang Yang Smilet, instantly transforming into a yellow flash, disappearing into the Shrek team's formation. Chapter 38. The kick that ended the match, subscription request, transforming into a flash of light. Zhang Yang disappeared into his team's formation. In an instant, he crossed nearly 50 meters, turning into a dagger that pierced directly into the vital spot of the royal fighting team. The Stone Brothers only saw a yellow light streak past them, and the speed was so incredible that they didn't even have time to react. In the rear of the royal fighting team, Yi Lingling, protected by the Stone Brothers, never imagined that an enemy could breach her teammate's defense and come before her. Zhang Yang smiled at Yi Lingling and, without saying a word, channeled his soul power and delivered a kick to her abdomen. Bang! Yi Lingling, who was over 10 meters away from the edge of the soul arena, was sent flying out effortlessly. No, the Stone Brothers, turning their heads, could hardly believe what they were seeing. After delivering the kick, Zhang Yang turned back, not bothering to see Yi Lingling's fate, but instead smiled brightly at the Stone Brothers, his small white teeth even sparkling. Yi Lingling was merely a support-type soul master, and she was utterly powerless to resist Zhang Yang's full-powered kick. Being kicked out of the arena was her only destiny. Sure enough, the voice of the host echoed throughout the main arena. Out of bounds! The Shrek team's yellow flash has deepened into the royal fighting team's territory, kicking the support soul master Yi Lingling out of the arena, leading to her direct elimination. At this moment, the arena fell into a deathly silence. The other soul masters of the royal fighting team could not believe that their greatest safeguard, the Nine Hearts Begonia soul master Yi Lingling, had been kicked out and eliminated. Meanwhile, Tang San and the others, far away in the Shrek position, simultaneously revealed smiles of success. With the praise from the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School's leader, how could Tang San and the others not value this support-type soul master? Tang San had devised a very complex plan for Yi Lingling. This plan was so intricate that it involved using Yu Tianheng's pride to lure him into a solo advance, surrounding him with all combat power, which was just one part of the plan. The plan was ingenious and complex, with each link perfectly connected, allowing Zhang Yang to successfully eliminate Yi Lingling with a single kick. Bang! Yu Tianheng, who was sent back to the royal fighting team by Dai Mubai's palm, crashed into the Stone Brothers' shield and finally stopped, his body covered in wounds with blood splattering everywhere. Blood also sprayed from his mouth, staining his white clothes and the arena beneath him. Seeing his nephew being severely injured by his own disciple's scheme, the master in the observation room couldn't help but tremble his cheeks. Xiaogong. Seeing the master's expression, Flinder felt somewhat worried. Flinder, I'm fine. The master shook his head. He was a person of reason. Yu Tianheng's serious injury could only be blamed on his own pride from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, daring to advance alone into enemy territory. The seeds he had sown would naturally lead to the bitter fruit he must taste. Bastards, I will kill you. Yu Tianheng's severe injury undoubtedly infuriated the royal fighting team, especially the vice-captain, Du Guiyan, as Yu Tianheng's confidant. Witnessing her man being severely attacked and injured while she couldn't rush to his aid was excruciating. At this point, Du Guiyan disregarded Qin Ming's prior instructions, and with a sharp scream, the thousand-year soul rings on her body suddenly lit up. Her originally emerald green eyes turned completely purple, and even the green scales on her snaketail were covered with a layer of light purple glow. She opened her mouth and released a thick purple mist that rapidly spread through the air toward the Shrek team. Simultaneously, Zhang Yang, who was deep in the royal fighting team's territory and outside Du Guiyan's poison mist range, was about to face an onslaught from the Black Panther Soul Master, the Windchime Bird Soul Master, and the Stone Brothers, a total of 4 attackers. Swish! On guard against the royal fighting team, Zhang Yang activated his golden flash mode, his figure flickering within the royal fighting team's camp, unleashing his storm-like attacks on the 4 assailants. Of course, facing the 4, Zhang Yang had a better method, which was to attack the enemy's only hope. A few kicks to the nearly defeated Yu Tianheng would ensure that this group of people had no other thoughts. But Zhang Yang didn't do that. Not because he was the master's nephew, but because it was too despicable and would tarnish his character. On one side, Zhang Yang was holding off the 4 attackers like a fool, while on the other side, Tang San used ignited Realgar wine to counter Du Guiyan's emerald scale snake poison. Although there was no one capable of spitting fire like Ma Hongjun to help ignite the Realgar wine, how could Tang San, being a living person, let himself be stifled? The raging liquor was quickly ignited, transforming into fire mist that dispelled Du Guiyan's emerald scale snake poison. No, this is impossible. How could you break my purple poison? Du Guiyan stared blankly at Tang San, her eyes filled with disbelief. Not just her. The other members of the royal fighting team also looked astonished at such a remarkable occurrence. Tang San calmly replied, "The emerald scale snake poison is merely a minor trick. If all 5 types of emerald scale poisons were present, perhaps I would pay more attention. Your emerald scale snake poison isn't mature enough." Du Guiyan, holding the severely injured Yu Tianheng, was left speechless by Tang San's words. At that moment, Zhang Yang, who was running back and forth in the royal fighting team's territory, suddenly spoke up. "I really didn't expect that Yu Tianheng would soon be out of manpower. What a pity for such a talented young man." Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Du Guiyan seemed to be jolted awake, hastily looking down at Yu Tianheng in her arms. Sure enough, Yu Tianheng's condition was increasingly dire. Nonsense. The captain was clearly injured because you surrounded him. The Windchime Bird Soul Master shouted angrily at Zhang Yang. In a soul master battle, injuries are inevitable. On the contrary, you all had time to dawdle instead of sending him for treatment, and instead had time to exchange words with me. It seems you really don't intend to let him leave the soul arena alive. Zhang Yang said sarcastically. After enduring repeated attack from Dai Mubai, Zhang Yang, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, Yu Qianheng was now severely injured and had lost all fighting capability. If he didn't receive treatment soon, he could even face life-threatening danger. Zhang Yang's words were like a sharp dagger, not only stabbing the royal fighting team, but also twisting it around and pulling it back out. Du Guiyin released her martial soul state, picked up the severely injured Yu Qianheng, shot a cold glance at Zhang Yang, and said with a chilling voice, "We concede. That's not necessary. You can hand Yu Qianheng over to the Nine Hearts Begonia Soul Master below, and the battle can continue," Zhang Yang replied. Losing is losing. Our royal fighting team can afford to lose. We're leaving. Du Guiyin, unwilling to waste more words with Zhang Yang, turned and walked off the arena with Yu Qianheng in her arms. The host in the sky also announced the match result in a timely manner. The royal fighting team concedes. I declare that the Shrek team is victorious. With the match concluded, everyone retracted their martial souls. Below the arena, after receiving treatment from the Nine Hearts Begonia Soul Master, Yu Qianheng had already regained consciousness. Although he was still very weak, his body was no longer in critical condition. The members of Shrek were also very relieved to see this. Yu Qianheng was injured so severely, yet he could stand up in the blink of an eye. The Nine Hearts Begonia truly is terrifying. Luckily, we eliminated her in the first instance. Otherwise, this battle would have been difficult. According to the rules of team battles, the two teams stood together again. Yu Qianheng was still very weak, needing the support of his teammates to stand firm. However, despite such severe injuries, his attitude was still commendable. Your cooperation is unprecedented in my experience. The plan is also very ingenious. I was defeated without grievances. Dai Mubai replied candidly, indeed. If it weren't for our ingenious plan and your pride, it wouldn't have been so certain who would win this match. Pride. Yu Qianheng sighed inwardly, nodding at Dai Mubai, hoping there would be another chance to spar in the future. By then, the outcome would definitely not be like today. The two exchanged glances, igniting a series of sparks, and Yu Qianheng took a deep breath before addressing Asro, the Black Panther Spirit Master who supported him, along with his other teammates. Let's go. Yu Qianheng staggered slightly as he walked slowly towards the entrance for Spirit Masters with his teammates. Suddenly, Du Guiyin, the Phosphor Snake Spirit Master, stopped and turned to look at the plain-looking Tang San, saying, "You can dissolve my snake venom. This matter can't end today. Just wait for me." Tang San calmly looked at his opponent and replied indifferently, "I will be ready at any time." Along with Du Guiyin turning back was Yi Lingling, the Nine-Heart Si Tang Spirit Master. She deeply glanced at Zhang Yang, wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Amidst the cheers from the Shrek crowd, the backs of the members of the Imperial fighting team appeared somewhat thin. Qin Ming stood at the entrance, waiting for his disciples to come one by one. His face bore no displeasure, instead showing a faint smile. In his view, this might be a very good outcome. "I'm sorry, Teacher Qin, we lost," Yu Qianheng said as he stopped in front of Qin Ming, lowering his usually proud head. Qin Ming said nothing, just quietly looked at him. Yu Qianheng could be considered his most proud disciple. Yu Qianheng continued, "Today's defeat is entirely my responsibility. It was my failure to command properly, advancing alone and falling into the opponent's ambush. If you want to punish someone, punish me." Everyone wanted to say something, but was stopped by Qin Ming's raised hand. "Although this is a defeat for you, it is actually a good thing," Qin Ming said with a smile. "All along, everything you have experienced has been too smooth, so you needed a defeat. Failure is not frightening. What is frightening is not learning from failure." Qin Ming's gaze swept across everyone. Learn from this failure, turn the experience into nourishment for growth, and gain growth from this failure. Gain growth from this failure. The members of the Imperial fighting team repeated Qin Ming's words. Qin Ming waved his hand. "You all go back and rest. Recover as soon as possible. I still have to meet a few people." After saying that, Qin Ming turned and walked away. In stark contrast to the gloom of the Imperial fighting team, when the Shrek 7 monsters walked towards Master Flinder and Zhao Wujin amidst the applause of the audience, their eyes were filled with uncontrollable excitement. The Master and Tang San exchanged a glance, and from the Master's eyes, Tang San saw satisfaction. Gaining the teacher's recognition was more important to Tang San than the applause of the audience. The master did not hesitate to shower them with praise. Very good. You won. You defeated your opponent with a meticulous plan. In today's group battle, even if it's an exam in the second phase of the trials, you have all passed my test with excellent results. Flinder beside him also wore a beaming smile. Shrek Academy could be said to be his persistence, a long-standing commitment. And now, he had finally awaited the most outstanding batch of students in Shrek Academy's history. He believed that within 20 years, the children before him would bring a storm to the entire spirit master world of Douluo continent, a real storm. At that moment, a person walked over slowly. Before he arrived, his voice had already reached them. Disciple Qin Ming greets Dean Flinder and Deputy Dean Zhao Wujin. How'd you both been recently? Chapter 39, the guard in the corner flipped open his notebook again. As one of the most outstanding graduates from Shrek Academy's previous 8-member team, Qin Ming held great respect for his mentor, Flinder. He was very surprised to learn that his long-held record for the fastest breakthrough to Soul Master had been broken one after another by Dai Mu Bai, Zhang Yang, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. With so many monstrous students, it seemed that the academy was developing better than before. Qin Ming sighed. Qin Ming's words were filled with pure Shrek bloodline. Rather than calling them geniuses, he referred to them as monsters. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, Flinder's smile became somewhat stiff, and Zhao Wuji looked helpless. What's so good about it? These kids are already the last batch of students from Shrek Academy. Qin Ming subconsciously realized. How could this be? Hasn't the Academy's financial problem been resolved yet? Flinder's expression grew even stiffer. Indeed, those who graduated from Shrek knew the Academy inside and out. The adults wanted to catch up, so they sent the children away to settle the points. The points were settled smoothly, and everyone, including Ning Rongrong and Oscar, received Silver Soul badges, while Zhang Yang and Tang San even received Gold Soul badges. They found a secluded restroom to take off their masks, change their clothes, concealed their identities, split into smaller groups, and returned to the hotel where they were staying. Holding Ning Rongrong's hand as they exited the Soul Arena, Zhang Yang looked up at the starry sky and said, I didn't expect that just a month later I would get the Gold Soul badge. But it feels a bit unreal, like a game. Suddenly feeling a pain in his arm, Zhang Yang retracted his hand and looked at the beautiful girl beside him in confusion. Rongrong, why are you pinching me? Ning Rongrong revealed a mischievous smile. I wanted to see if it hurt. If it did, then it wouldn't be a dream. Oh. Zhang Yang nodded and looked back up at the sky. Ning Rongrong looked at Zhang Yang in surprise. What's going on? It's just a Gold Soul badge. Why is he so dazed? Just as Ning Rongrong was about to pinch Zhang Yang again to see if he was really dazed, Zhang Yang suddenly tightened his grip on Ning Rongrong's hand and lifted her up into the air. Then, Zhang Yang wrapped his left arm around Ning Rongrong's waist, released her hand with his right hand, placed it on her head, and leaned down to kiss her cherry lips. Ning Rongrong's big, expressive eyes widened in disbelief as she experienced her first kiss. Her originally soft body stiffened like a wooden board, and she was completely stunned. However, Zhang Yang's breath brushed against Ning Rongrong's delicate cheek, and the soft, wonderful sensation on her lips made her feel quite novel. Gradually, Ning Rongrong's body relaxed, and her bright eyes gently closed, beginning a new chapter in her life. In the corner, two men witnessed this scene and quickly took out their notebooks to write furiously. Zhang Yang and Ning Rongrong were the last to return to the hotel. When they walked into the hotel lobby hand in hand, the others who had returned earlier suddenly began to tease them in a strange manner. Ning Rongrong's small face turned bright red, while Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. Well, it was obvious from the hints that they had definitely seen something at the Soul Arena entrance. However, seeing Ning Rongrong's flustered appearance, Zhang Yang knew that these guys would soon suffer the consequences. Sure enough, at the subsequent celebration banquet, Ning Rongrong indiscriminately poured drinks for everyone under the table. Among them, Ma Hongjun, who had the weakest alcohol tolerance and had led the teasing, was the first to pass out even before the hot dishes were served. Zhang Yang held on until the end, and just before he fainted, he asked Ning Rongrong a question. Why did you pour drinks for me too? Ning Rongrong wished she could strangle Zhang Yang. If it weren't for you, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Oh, with the answer in mind, Zhang Yang contentedly collapsed. although he couldn't remember this incident the next day. The next day, Zhang Yang and the others checked out and returned to the academy, feeling uncomfortable from the hangover. Qin Ming, unable to leave due to the affairs of the royal fighting team, regrettably bid farewell to the teachers and did not return to the academy for a look. Back in the familiar small village, everyone felt a sense of warmth. After all, no matter how comfortable the inn was, it couldn't compare to the freedom of the academy. Moreover, in Zhang Yang and others' hearts, Shrek Academy had long since become a home. For some reason, the students always felt that the teachers' moods were low. Throughout the journey, Flinder, the master, and Zhao Wuji had not spoken a word. Upon returning to the academy and standing on the familiar playground, Flinder finally spoke. "Kids, go back and rest. You've all worked hard during this time." The master also stepped forward and said, "In the next 2 months, you need to address the personal issues that have piled up during this time. Additionally, you should fully digest and absorb the experiences from this month of soul battles." 2 months without any training? Everyone was somewhat stunned to hear this. After all, they had undergone 3 months of devilish training, and hearing that there would actually be 2 months for self-adjustment felt unbelievable. "These 2 months are a soul power training period I have set aside for you. During this time, apart from necessary matters, you must concentrate all your energy on cultivating your soul power. After all, for soul masters, soul power is fundamental." As the master spoke, everyone nodded continuously. After 3 months of devilish training and a month of soul battles, everyone had not focused on soul power training for a long time. Having been away for a month, the dormitory had accumulated a thin layer of dust. Zhang Yang sighed lightly and said, "Let's tidy up." At this moment, Zhang Yang finally remembered the benefits of having a roommate. At least someone could help out while tidying up. Without a roommate's help, Zhang Yang spent a whole hour just to barely tidy up the dormitory. However, just as Zhang Yang was about to enter a training state, there was a sudden knock on the door. Zhang Yang paused in his seated position and asked, "Who is it?" I want to tell you." It was Ning Rongrong. Recognizing her voice, Zhang Yang got out of bed to open the door. Seeing Zhang Yang run to open the door without even wearing shoes, Ning Rongrong nodded in satisfaction and stepped into the room. After letting Ning Rongrong into the dormitory, Zhang Yang took out Ning Rongrong's favorite drink from the soul guide and poured a cup, handing it over. "Is the dormitory tidy?" Ning Rongrong nodded. "I tidied up the bedding a bit. It's barely livable now. But I don't have time to stay here. I have to go home for a while." "Home?" Zhang Yang paused. "What are you going home for?" "A bad guy took my first kiss. I'm going home to ask Grandpa Bone and Grandpa sort of take care of it for me." Ning Rongrong smiled mischievously. Zhang Yang knew Ning Rongrong was joking, but still cooperated and said, "You're going to find Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo?" "Oh no, I'm doomed." Ning Rongrong laughed. Serves you right. Who told you to be so daring and actually dare to lay hands on the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school?" Zhang Yang grinned. "Who told their little princess to be so beautiful?" Ning Rongrong huffed in a proud manner, remaining silent. Zhang Yang continued, "No way. When you bring a title Douluo back, my life will definitely be over. No way. I can't let you have it so easily before I die. I must make a profit." Upon hearing Zhang Yang say this, Ning Rongrong suddenly had a bad premonition. After a long pause, Ning Rongrong forcefully pushed Zhang Yang away, scrubbing her face in disdain. However, the redness on her face and the tenderness in her eyes could not be concealed. After playing around for a while, Ning Rongrong finally explained her reason for going home. "A few months ago, didn't I ask Xiao San to sell his hidden weapon to our 7-treasure glazed tile school? Now that I have obtained the Zhuge divine crossbow, I want to take it home to show my dad. After all, such a large transaction definitely needs my dad's approval." Zhang Yang nodded. "Yes, it's time to go back. Xiao San's mechanical hidden weapons are related to the safety of your 7-treasure glazed tile tower soul masters, so it shouldn't be delayed." Ning Rongrong nodded. "Right, so I plan to ask the dean for leave later and rush back as soon as possible." Zhang Yang hesitated and said, "But is it safe for you to go home alone? How about I accompany you back?" "No need. There are definitely sect guards around the academy. I'll just ask them to protect me on the way back." Ning Rongrong shook her head and sighed. "Besides, if you go back with me, you probably won't be able to come back." Zhang Yang asked in confusion, "Why? Why do you still ask why?" Ning Rongrong blushed at his words and slapped Zhang Yang on the shoulder. Did you forget what you did to me at the entrance of the Great Soul Arena yesterday? I dare say, if Dad tells Grandpa Gu and Grandpa Jian about this, your life will really be in danger. It's fine. Zhang Yang smiled nonchalantly. Having received your first kiss, it's worth it even if I die. What do you mean received? You clearly took it away. Although Ning Rongrong complained. The sweetness in her tone was unmistakable. The young couple lingered for a while before parting. Ning Rongrong went to ask Dean Flender for leave, while Zhang Yang prepared to sit cross-legged and cultivate. In this month of soul fighting, Dai Mubai's soul power broke through to level 38, while Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong broke through to levels 28 and 27. Zhang Yang's soul power also increased from level 31 to level 32, nearing a breakthrough to level 33. Realizing that his soul power was about to break through, Zhang Yang was determined to reach level 33 within a week. Come on, let us go. Chapter 40. Mischief from the Little Witch subscription needed. Chapter 40. You took a leave to return to Seven Treasure City, right? I understand. Flander approved Ning Rongrong's leave to go home, but no one expected that he would say something very inexplicable to her. He told her that if she could return to the academy within 2 months, she should hurry back. If it exceeds 2 months, she should send someone to inform them in advance, and the academy would arrange a different time and place for her return. Hearing Flander say this, Ning Rongrong was very confused. Dean, I'm just taking a leave. Why does it feel like going to the battlefield? I even have to be notified about the time and place for returning? Because the third phase of training starts in 2 months, and it will be in another location. If you come back late, there will be no one left at the school, Flander said with a light cough. Oh, Ning Rongrong suddenly realized and nodded. Don't worry, Dean. I'll be back right after I finish my business at home. It won't take 2 months. Just manage it well. And even when you return to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, you must continue to work hard on your cultivation, Flander said meaningfully. Please convey my apologies to Master and Sordo, Bondo, Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong had just confirmed her relationship with Zhang Yang and was in the passionate stage of love. She couldn't bear to be away from him for too long. If it weren't for Tang San's hidden weapon matter concerning her family's safety, she wouldn't bother making this trip. As she walked out of the dean's office, Ning Rongrong thought to herself, it's just a round trip of 4,000 kilometers, right? Let us see if I can get it all done in 2 weeks. After spending some time saying goodbye to her classmates, Ning Rongrong packed her bags and arrived at the academy gate, casually waving in one direction. Before long, a team of Soul Masters in black attire rushed to Ning Rongrong's side. The captain of the Soul Master squad respectfully said, Mississippi, we're going back to Seven Treasure City. Facing the family Soul Masters, Ning Rongrong's attitude changed considerably. Yes, miss. I will send someone to prepare the carriage right away. The Soul Master leader received the order and immediately signaled his team to get to work. A carriage? How can 2 weeks be enough if we take a carriage? We only have 2 months of leave. How can we waste it all on the road? Ning Rongrong frowned. No need for a carriage. We'll travel at full speed and aim to return to Seven Treasure City within a week. Mississippi. The Soul Master leader said nervously, it's at least 2,000 kilometers from Soto City to Seven Treasure City. 7 days is a bit too strenuous for you. Ning Rongrong frowned. If I'm afraid of hardship, why would I become a Soul Master? All right, let us set off now. Saying this, Ning Rongrong summoned the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, added a speed enhancement to herself, and then led the way towards Soto City at high speed. On the evening of the 5th day, a weary Ning Rongrong finally arrived at Seven Treasure City. On this journey, there were no teachers urging her, no peers encouraging each other, only the family Soul Masters continuously advising Ning Rongrong to take a break. Under such circumstances, it was quite impressive that she could still travel 400 kilometers daily. Indeed, love is the greatest driving force for human progress. Seven Treasure City was established relying on the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, with over 30% of its population related to the school, most of whom were family members of external Soul Masters affiliated with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. They opened various shops in Seven Treasure City, traded with passing caravans, maintaining the supply needs of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and promoting the prosperity of Seven Treasure City. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is located in a position that is easy to defend and hard to attack within Seven Treasure City. Arriving in Seven Treasure City felt like coming home for Ning Rongrong, and her tired heart relaxed significantly, slowing her steps a little. When she encountered her favorite snacks, she would even stop to buy some, reminiscing about the wonderful memories. Thus, walking and stopping. By the time Ning Rongrong returned home, Ning Fengji Douluo and Douluo had already been waiting at home for quite some time. As soon as Ning Rongrong stepped into the sphere of influence of Seven Treasure City, Ning Fengji, who was far away in Heavendo City, received the news. Although he still had matters to attend to in Heavendo City, he hurried back. When Ning Fengji and Douluo Chan Xian rushed back from Heavendo City, they found that Ning Rongrong had not yet arrived home. Then Ning Fengji, setting aside a pile of affairs, sat in the conference hall with the two titled Douluos, drinking tea while waiting for Ning Rongrong. By the time Ning Rongrong returned home, the three had already consumed 6 or 7 pots of tea, nearly floating from all the tea they had drunk. "Daddy, Grandpa Sword, Grandpa Bone, I'm back." As the servant pushed open the door to the conference hall, Ning Rongrong's graceful figure appeared even more elegant and tall under the light. "Oh, our little princess is back. Quickly, let Daddy give you a hug." The elegant Ning Fengji stood up happily and stepped forward. "Daddy, I missed you so much." After being away from home for 5 months, Ning Rongrong was also very excited, taking 2 steps at a time and diving into Ning Fengji's arms like a fledgling returning to the nest. Watching such a warm scene, the two titled Douluos sitting in the conference hall felt a mix of emotions. After a moment, as father and daughter separated, Ning Rongrong happily threw herself into Sword Douluo Chenxian's arms. "Grandpa Sword, Rongrong missed you so much." Being the first to be embraced by Ning Rongrong, Sword Douluo Chenxian said happily, "Rongrong, Grandpa, Sword missed you too. When I heard from my subordinates that you were back, I immediately rushed back with your father from Heavendo City." At this point, Sword Douluo Chenxian shot a smug glance at his old rival, Douluo Si. "The first person Rongrong hugged is me. The one she missed the most is me." Douluo's skull-like, terrifying face darkened even more. Then, "Grandpa Sword, did you bring any gifts for Rongrong when you returned from Heavendo City?" Ning Rongrong asked happily. Sword Douluo nodded. "Of course there are gifts, look." Saying this, Sword Douluo took out a gift prepared for Ning Rongrong from his soul guide and handed it to her. The gift was exquisite and matched Ning Rongrong's preferences well. After receiving the gift, Ning Rongrong happily hugged it, stepping out of Sword Douluo's embrace, putting the gift into her soul guide, and diving back into Douluo's arms. "Grandpa Bone, Rongrong missed you so much." "Oh, our little princess. Grandpa Bone missed you too." Douluo's gloomy face finally showed a smile, but his hoarse voice contained genuine emotion. As Ning Rongrong hugged Douluo, a thought crossed her mind. So, as if on reflex, Douluo quickly replied, "Grandpa Bone naturally prepared a gift for Rongrong too. Look." Douluo also took out a gift from his soul guide and handed it to Ning Rongrong, also thoughtful for her, and it was quite valuable. "Thank you, Grandpa Bone." After receiving the gift, Ning Rongrong happily embraced Douluo's rough neck, completely disregarding his terrifying and ugly appearance, and kissed him on the face before jumping out of his embrace. Douluo, who received Ning Rongrong's kiss, raised his eyebrows at Sword Douluo with a triumphant expression, and a few sparse white hairs on his head even danced excitedly in the air. "So what if you were called first? So what if you were hugged first? Did I get a kiss?" It seems that the person Rongrong likes the most is me." Sword Douluo felt a bit irritated by the look from his old rival. Ning Fengji, watching all this unfold, couldn't help but smile wryly, thinking that even a titled Douluo could be completely controlled by a little girl. Having hugged and kissed, Ning Fengji smiled and asked, "Rongrong, shall we go eat first? To wait for you, your father and your 2 grandfathers haven't eaten yet." "Oh, Daddy," Ning Rongrong said with her hands on her hips, quite dissatisfied. "I've been on the road all day. I'm almost dying of dirt. How can I have the mood to eat without taking a shower?" Ning Fengji looked speechless, thinking to himself, "You've eaten so many snacks in Seven Treasure City, but I haven't seen you in a bad mood." Beside him, the Sword Douluo nodded. "Yes, our little princess loves cleanliness." Of course, she has to wash up and change clothes first. Just right. Someone go and have the kitchen prepare another table of food. The previous one has been sitting for 2 hours and is cold. Yes. A servant outside replied. Well, Grandpa Jian is the most considerate to Rongrong. She can go wash up first and we'll be back soon. Ning Rongrong hugged Qinshin again and happily walked out of the conference hall. However, halfway there, Ning Rongrong suddenly stopped, as if she remembered something, and ran back, taking out 3 oddly shaped hand crossbows from her soul guide and giving one each to Ning Fengji. The sword Douluo and the bone Douluo. Rongrong, what is this? Ning Fengji examined the strange hand crossbow made of fine iron with some confusion. It's a gift for Dad and the 2 grandpas, Ning Rongrong smiled. Oh, a gift from Rongrong? The 3 were very happy to hear this, and looking at the hand crossbow seemed much more pleasing as they curiously fiddled with it. This is called the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, a self-defense weapon I bought from a classmate. Its power is not trivial, so be sure not to aim it at anyone when firing, Ning Rongrong cautioned. Ning Rongrong intentionally gave the Zhuge Divine Crossbow to the 3 in this way, hoping to tease them a bit. However, because the crossbow's power was indeed considerable, she was worried it might cause a disaster, so she still reminded them. After speaking, Ning Rongrong dashed back to her room. The 3 watched as Ning Rongrong's figure completely disappeared outside the conference hall door before turning their attention to the Zhuge Divine Crossbow in their hands. It seems that the education level at Shrek Academy is quite impressive. Regardless of how much our soul power has improved, at least Rongrong will bring us gifts. The bone Douluo sighed. The sword Douluo nodded. After being away from home for 5 months, it seems Rongrong misses us a lot. Ning Fengji smiled helplessly. Uncle Gu. Uncle Jian, you must not let your guard down. This might be another prank by Rongrong. If it's a prank, won't we find out by trying? As a title Douluo, Qinshin naturally had no fear of a child's prank. Holding the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, he immediately pulled the trigger towards a nearby, solid wooden pillar. Crack, crack! A series of mechanical sounds rang out. The 3 felt their vision blur for a moment, followed by a series of popping sounds. The 16 crossbow bolts erupted in speed, and even Ning Fengji couldn't help but focus, let alone the 2 titled Douluos. They approached the pillar and clearly saw that 2 rows of 16 finger-sized small holes had appeared on the hard wooden pillar, with light shining through, allowing them to see clearly to the other side. The expressions of everyone changed, looking at each other in shock. Following the direction of the small holes, they moved forward and finally discovered the traces of the crossbow bolts on the wall of the conference hall. 16 crossbow bolts were embedded in the wall, arranged neatly in 2 rows. The bone Douluo frowned. What overwhelming power. No wonder Rongrong warned us not to aim it at people. I'm fine. But if Fengji were to take a hit, the consequences would be unimaginable. The sword Douluo nodded. With this kind of power, even if it hits a vital point without using soul power, it's hard to say what would happen to a soul king or soul emperor. Ning Fengji sighed, saying, what I'm thinking now is, why did Rongrong give us such a powerful weapon? Is it just a prank to scare us? Or what does it mean this weapon can be mass-equipped for our clan? After seeing the power of this weapon, we have too many questions. But since Rongrong is currently taking a bath, we can only wait for her to come out, whether it takes an hour or 2. Qinshin sighed. This is probably Rongrong's prank. Thankfully, we didn't ask her about that brat earlier. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be a matter of an hour or 2. Sigh. The 3 prominent figures in the Soul Master world all sighed in unison. Chapter 41. Little Bunny, come here. Subscription needed. Fortunately, Ning Rongrong didn't keep the 3 waiting for 2 hours. After about an hour, she arrived at the dining room, having cleaned up and changed into a beautiful outfit. The dining room was large, comparable to the cafeteria at Nodding Academy, with exquisite decorations, carved beams, painted pillars, and a brilliant golden glow. A long table was filled with delicious dishes that Ning Rongrong loved to eat. Ning Fengji sat at the head of the table, with sword Douluo and bone Douluo accompanying Ning Rongrong on one side. Throughout the meal, Ning Fengji asked several times about the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, but Ning Rongrong cleverly deflected the questions. At one point, when she didn't know how to respond, she even avoided the question entirely, leaving Ning Fengji feeling quite helpless. After dinner, the 4 of them moved to the living room of the sect leader's private residence, finally getting to the main topic. This Zhuge Divine crossbow is for my protection. Its power is very strong. I came back this time to ask you if these hidden weapons can be equipped to our family's direct descendants, so they have some means of self-defense. Ning Fengji pondered for a moment. What kind of person is your third brother? Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback by the question. After some thought, she slowly replied, a very mysterious genius. My third brother is my classmate at the academy, although his martial soul is blue silvergrass. He has innate full soul power and became a disciple of Master Zhang Yang at the age of 6. Upon hearing the name Zhang Yang, Ning Fengji, Bone Douluo, and Sword Douluo instantly perked up. Ning Rongrong, however, was completely unaware and continued to describe her impressions of Tang San. So he is very mysterious, but he is a trustworthy partner. Ning Fengji nodded. If we can indeed equip all the clan members with this Zhuge Divine crossbow, then Rongrong will have made a significant contribution to the sect. However, the price is indeed worth discussing. Bone Douluo's hoarse voice chimed in. That little brat Tang San thinks quite highly of himself, using our sect's blacksmith and materials to forge weapons for ourselves. And he just hands us a blueprint and walks away with a fortune. Ning Fengji nodded, yes. Rongrong, you can tell your third brother that we can certainly do business with this Zhuge Divine crossbow, just for the fact that he is your classmate. The sect won't shortchange him on the price. If Tang San is keen to sell such hidden weapons, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is also sincerely interested in buying, so this matter is practically settled. The subsequent amounts can be considered minor details. Next came the issues that Ning Fengji and the two titled Douluos were most concerned about. Ning Fengji leaned on his staff, his gentle smile returning. Rongrong, this is your first time being away from home for so long. Daddy and your two grandfathers are very eager to know how you've been at the academy. Sword Douluo nodded. Yes, Rongrong, come, tell Grandpa Jian about your life at school. We also want to know about the classmates you've made. Seeing the consistent warm smiles of her father and grandfathers, Ning Rongrong felt something was off. Grandpa Jian, with so many guards following me. They should have recorded my life at school, right? Bone Douluo shook his head, his voice filled with dissatisfaction regarding his subordinates. You have Soul Saints stationed at Shrek Academy. Those fools couldn't get in at all. The records sent back only cover the month you fought at the Soul Arena. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong thought to herself that it was over. Her father and grandfathers truly knew about her kiss with Zhang Yang. With that in mind, Ning Rongrong no longer held back. Daddy, Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Bone, what you really want to know is about Zhang Yang, right? Sword Douluo did not deny it. We also want to know what you've learned at Shrek Academy and how much your soul power has increased. Bone Douluo, feeling a bit jealous, added, if it weren't for Fengji pressing down on me the other day, I would have gone over to teach that little brat a lesson long ago. Sword Douluo quietly added, and me. Ning Rongrong fell silent. But she was very clear that the three in front of her currently looked at Zhang Yang with immense displeasure, so she couldn't afford to provoke them. Ning Fengji lightly tapped his staff on the ground and said seriously, tell us about it. Ning Rongrong noted, alricht. Zhang Yang is 13 years old this year. Before Ning Rongrong could finish her first sentence, she heard the surprised voices of Ning Fengji and the other two. Zhang Yang is only 13? The information received from their subordinates clearly recorded that Zhang Yang was a three-ring beast martial soul master, standing at 195 meters tall, so the three had assumed he was already 15 or 16 years old, not expecting him to be so young. Yes, Ning Rongrong said proudly, Zhang Yang. He has innate full soul power. His martial soul is a variant beast martial soul, the yellow ape, and he broke through to level 30 shortly after entering school. He was only 12 years and 10 months old at the time. Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo exchanged glances. This Zhang Yang has such astonishing talent. Then, Ning Rongrong began to recount her first encounter with Zhang Yang in detail to her father and grandfathers. Fighting against Zhao Wujia. Zhang Yang even mocked Zhu Zhuqin for being naive. Bone Douluo nodded. Indeed, until everything is settled, we must not let our guard down. This Zhang Yang is doing very well. Moreover, Ning Fengji added, his variant martial soul and first soul skill are truly interesting. Sword Douluo remarked, aside from dispelling and sealing type soul skills, he has no weaknesses. I really want to see it for myself. Ning Rongrong retorted, and then use him to test your sword? Grandpa Jian, am I wrong? Sword Douluo's tone was awkward, what? He took our little princess's first kiss. And Grandpa Jian can't even give him a good beating? Ning Rongrong huffed softly, remaining silent. Due to his character being ostracized by classmates when facing the Soul King, Tang Xin didn't set any tactics for himself, and Zhang Yang stepped up to support her. Douluo nodded. He indeed has the qualities of a man. He dares to correct your mistakes and gives you the chance to showcase yourself and reintegrate into the group. Sword Douluo had a stern face. I see this little brat as ulterior motives, playing hard to get. Ning feng ti helplessly sight, unkle yan. Ning rongrong, grandpa yan. When Xiao Wu was kidnapped by the Titan Great Ape, Zhang Yang chased after her without hesitation. Douluo was very satisfied, willing to risk life and death for a classmate, a heroic act. Sword Douluo scoffed, ignoring the group, acting recklessly, a brainless fool. Ning Fengji, Ning Grongrong. In the battle against the Moon Shadow duo, when Zhang Yang saw the situation was unfavorable, he immediately threw himself off the Soul Arena. Douluo laughed heartily. Not bad, not bad. Put your safety first. This little brat has been keeping Rongrong in mind all along. Sword Douluo coldly snorted. Humph. Throwing Rongrong off the Soul Arena when the situation turned bad. Doesn't that mean he doesn't trust Rongrong? What if she fell? Just a bit of black mist scared him into this state. This kid is as timid as a mouse, unlikely to achieve great things. Ning Fengji, Ning Grongrong. In the battle against the frenzied battle team, Zhang Yang eliminated the Spider-Woman Soul Master and the Rui Plate Soul Master at the first opportunity. Douluo clapped his hands, instantly resolving the opponent's 2 key points. Both brave and cunning. Sword Douluo countered, eliminating the support-type Soul Master, but allowing him to unleash his most critical third soul skill, taking out the control-type Soul Master, but letting the frenzied enemy go out of control, almost causing harm to the food-type Soul Master. In this battle, he not only didn't contribute, but even caused trouble. Ning Feng He, Ning Grongrong. In the battle against the Emperor fighting team, Zhang Yang eliminated the Soul Master Jushin Haidang with a kick, restrained 4 enemy Soul Masters, and used words to provoke the enemy into giving up the match. Douluo applauded. He can closely cooperate with the team's tactics, quickly eliminate the most valuable enemy, and is good at exploiting the opponent's weaknesses. He has a strong combat mind. I believe this kid can definitely protect Rongrong well. Sword Douluo sneered. Smooth talking, I think this kid cannot be trusted. Rongrong, you need to stay away from him. Ning Fengji, Ning Rongrong. Outside the Great Soul Arena, Zhang Yang couldn't help but kiss her. Douluo was furious. I want to kill this little brat. Sword Douluo's expression was indifferent. Then you have to wait behind me. Ning Feng ti helplessly sight, unklepone. Uncle Jianyu, seeing Douluo's sudden change in attitude, Ning Rongrong was speechless. Grandpa Bone, didn't you just think Zhang Yang was pretty good? You even said he could protect me. You're already a titled Douluo. How can you change your mind so quickly? Douluo smiled awkwardly. Rongrong, dear. It's all Grandpa's fault. I forgot about this matter. Ning Rongrong explained. He is a Soul Master, and this doesn't violate the sex rules. Besides, we have only just gotten together for a short time. It is definitely impossible to break us up now. I will take time to see his true self. And I also hope that Dad and the 2 grandpas can give me some time. Rongrong crossed her arms and turned her back to the 3. I've said what I needed to say. Who is in favor? Who is against? Ning Fengji thought for a moment and said, Zhang Yang has excellent talent, breaking through to level 30 Soul Master at just 12 years old. Compared to him, other geniuses are nothing. If Rongrong really likes him, Dad will naturally support you. This kid's mutated martial soul is very special, and his first soul skill is interesting. A life-saving technique. With his talent and ability to protect himself, his future is immeasurable. If Rongrong really likes him, Grandpa Bone also agrees. With 2 votes in favor, and one of them being the father's, this result made Ning Rongrong, who had her back to the 3, feel ecstatic. However, Ning Rongrong remained composed on the surface and asked aloud to Sword Douluo, Grandpa Jian, what about you? With the result being like this, do I still need to say anything? Sword Douluo Qinshin snorted coldly. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong quickly turned around and pounced into Sword Douluo's arms, sulking. Of course it's necessary. Rong Rong grew up under the care of Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Bone. Now that I have a boyfriend, I naturally hope to get Grandpa Jian's approval and blessing. Douluo looked at the little girl in his arms with a complicated expression, and after a long time, said very reluctantly, "Since you really like him, I agree." Ning Rongrong was overjoyed, quickly wrapped her arms around the necks of the three, and kissed them fiercely. "Really? Thank you, Grandpa Jian. Mu. Thank you, Grandpa Bone. Mua. Thank you, Dad. Mua. Mua. I knew it. Dad and the two grandpas love me the most." Ning Fengji helplessly patted the spoiled Ning Rongrong in his arms. "All right, Rongrong, you've been on the road for so many days, you must be exhausted. Go back to your room and rest early." "Okay. Good night, Dad. Good night, Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Bone." Excited and oblivious to the strange behavior of the three at that moment, Ning Rongrong waved good night and bounced back to her room. After watching Ning Rongrong's figure disappear around the corner, Ning Fengji and the other two remained silent in the living room for a long time. After a while, a servant outside the door reported, "Sectmaster, the maid has conveyed that the young lady has already gone to bed." The next moment, the soul power at the tidal Douluo level suddenly erupted, and a figure stepped on a long sword, slicing through the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 42, The Three Trials the Protagonist Must Undergo, Subscription Request. On the first day after Ning Rongrong left, Zhang Yang had no time to think about her. That day, Zhang Yang practiced until late at night, only waking up from his meditative state due to hunger. After missing the mealtime, he took out some dry food from his soul guide and ate it with plain water, then resumed his cultivation. On the second day after Ning Rongrong left, Zhang Yang did not think about her. Tang San rented a small house at the school and turned it into a blacksmith shop, diving into his work. In front of the furnace, Tang San seemed to have found long-lost happiness. Whenever he was hungry, Xiao Wu would bring him food and water, and when he was tired, he would meditate to regain his energy. Standing in front of the anvil, swinging the forging hammer, Tang San seemed to recall his past life, remembering the days and nights he dedicated to studying the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus. Zhang Yang did not visit his blacksmith shop, but chatted with Xiao Wu outside to learn about Tang San's recent situation. It had been 5 months since Zhang Yang discovered Xiao Wu's unusual relationship with the Titan giant ape. However, Xiao Wu still owed Zhang Yang an explanation. Why was her relationship with the Titan giant ape so good? Fortunately, fate always favors those who are prepared. The storybook inspired Xiao Wu. After half a month of adaptation and practice, Xiao Wu finally managed to tell the story expressively. Thus, Zhang Yang listened to the alternate world version of Tarzan. Zhang Yang did not believe a word of Xiao Wu's explanation. However, considering how smoothly Xiao Wu could tell the story, he thought it would be inappropriate to reveal the truth immediately. So, Zhang Yang nodded, patted her shoulder, and expressed that he understood, saying it must have been tough for her. "I never mentioned this to you because I was worried you would discriminate against me and bring unnecessary trouble to yourself." Xiao Wu pleaded, "Zhang Yang, we've known each other for so many years. I can completely trust you, right?" Zhang Yang nodded. "You are Tang San's recognized sister and my classmate. Of course, you could trust me." "Then, don't tell Tang San." Xiao Wu lowered her head. "I don't know how he would see me, and I don't want to ruin the image I have in his heart." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang sighed. "This is your privacy. I certainly won't go around talking about it. But I believe that no matter your background, Tang San will still treat you like a real sister. If he could trust me, how could he not?" Xiao was somewhat moved by this, but she shook her head. "No, Zhang Yang, you don't understand. Girls won't reveal any of their flaws in front of boys. The closer you are to someone, the more you want to present a flawless image in their eyes." Zhang Yang shrugged. "Well, I wish you success. I'm going back to cultivate." On the third day after Ning Rongrong left, Zhang Yang almost forgot he had a girlfriend. The cultivation of soul power had reached a critical point, but Zhang Yang still took a considerable amount of time to chat with Xiao Wu. Any assurances became pale in the face of time. To reassure Xiao Wu, Zhang Yang needed to talk to her more, allowing her to feel that he did not discriminate against her, so she could feel at ease. On the fourth day after Ning Rongrong left, Zhang Yang finally remembered that he had a girlfriend, thanks to others' reminders. In the morning, as the personal disciple of the dean, Ma Hongjun learned something very important from the dean. A few days ago, The master had persuaded Flanders to reach several cooperation intentions with Qin Ming, who represented the Tiando Royal Academy. The Tiando Royal Academy would provide simulated training environments to help the 8 Shrek Academy students cultivate. The Tiando Royal Academy would accept all faculty and staff from Shrek Academy. A year later, at the Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, the 8 Shrek Academy students would participate as a team representing the Tiando Royal Academy. Dai Mubai frowned. Is this true? Maongjun replied helplessly. Dai Laoda. This is what the teacher said himself. How could it be false? But Shrek Academy has been the dean's entire effort over the past 20 years. How could he willingly hand us over to the Tiando Royal Academy? Haha, my Dai Laoda, why can't you see this? The Master's plan is clearly to use the Royal Academy's resources to help us train. Maongjun laughed. Dai Mubai suddenly realized, you mean, using those Royal Academy facilities to help us train, and us helping them compete is just paying a little fee. In the end, we get to keep the benefits for ourselves, and the honor that can't be exchanged for money is left for the Tiando Royal Academy. Isn't this a win-win situation? Ma Hongjun smiled. Once Senior Qin Ming paves the way for us, we can set off. With such a straightforward explanation, everyone in the dormitory breathed a sigh of relief. Those who needed to cultivate continued cultivating, and those who wanted to sleep in continued sleeping in. Zhang Yang returned to his dormitory, crossed his legs, and was about to enter a meditative state again, striving to break through to level 33 within 3 days, when suddenly he heard a thunderous roar. Sang Yang, come out. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang's expression changed dramatically. His martial soul instantly manifested, and his 3 soul rings activated simultaneously. In just a flash, he arrived at the Academy's playground. Standing on the playground, Zhang Yang looked up at the sky and saw an old man in white standing steadily in midair, stepping on a long sword. Zhang Yang exclaimed in surprise, Sword Immortal? At the same time that Zhang Yang appeared on the playground, the Sword Immortal had already spotted him. With his strength, noticing an extra person beneath him was an effortless task. From a distance of 30 meters, Zhang Yang and the Sword Immortal locked eyes. At the first sight of Zhang Yang, the Sword Immortal recognized him. With a 3-ring beast, martial soul, and a battle soul respect, Zhang Yang stood at a height of 5 meters after his martial soul was activated, without any other animal characteristics. It was undoubtedly Zhang Yang. With Zhang Yang's arrival, Dean Flanders, Vice Dean Zhao Wujia, Teacher Li Yusong, Teacher Lu Qibin, and soon after Dai Mubai and other students, Master, and Food System Soul, Saint Xiao, Xin, all arrived one after another. Upon arriving at the playground, Dean Flanders stood in front of Zhang Yang, cupping his hands in respect towards the Sword Immortal hovering in the air. I am Flanders. May I ask which senior has graced us with their presence? What business do you have with our Academy S student? Seeing Flanders blocking Zhang Yang, although the Sword Immortal wanted to strike down both Zhang Yang and Flanders, he controlled his body and slowly descended. The Sword Immortal returned to the ground, and with a wave of his hand, the ancient giant sword beneath him quietly stood behind him, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings swirling around it. Everyone present was shocked. 9 soul rings indicated that this Sword Immortal was a powerful title Douluo. A title Douluo with a giant sword as a martial soul. Once this information was revealed, everyone in the crowd guessed the identity of this person. Xiao Wu's face turned pale, trembling all over. I have met the Sword Douluo. Flanders took the lead, and everyone in the room respectfully greeted Sword Douluo Chinexin. After the greetings, before Flanders could speak, the master stepped forward, using his frail body to shield the burly Zhang Yang. May I ask, Sordo, what business do you have with Zhang Yang? Seeing another person standing in front of Zhang Yang, the Sword Douluo's expression became even colder. Who are you? The master, undaunted, cupped his hands. I am Yu Xiaojing, and Zhang Yang is my disciple. Oof. Upon hearing the master's introduction, the Sword Douluo snorted coldly, and the soul power at the title Douluo level erupted instantly. If it weren't for Flanders stepping aside to shield the master from a shockwave, the master would have been blown away long ago. Zhang Yang's teacher? Look at the good disciple you raised. Hearing the words of the Sword Douluo, Flandra wanted to say something, but he heard Zhang Yang behind him shout loudly, Senior. Zhang Yang bypassed Flandra and the master, stepping up to the Sword Douluo, withdrawing his martial soul, and respectfully said to the sword Douluo, Senior sword Douluo, one person does the work, one person should bear the consequences. Whether you want to strike or punish me, I have no complaints. But please do not hold my teacher accountable. Zhang Yang, the master, was very agitated. Teacher, Zhang Yang shook his head and turned to look at the gloomy-faced sword Douluo. Senior sword Douluo, after all, my teacher has taught Rongrong for 4 months. Even for Rongrong's sake, I ask you to be lenient. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, the sword Douluo glanced at the master and said in a plain tone, All right. Thank you. Senior sword Douluo. Zhang Yang again cupped his hands, then straightened his back, looking steadily at the sword Douluo. The sword Douluo examined Zhang Yang, who was half a head taller than him, and said coldly, Zhang Yang, listen carefully to what I am about to say. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has a rule that, for the safety of direct family members are not allowed to combine with auxiliary soul masters. Rongrong is the only genius in the school for hundreds of years who has the opportunity to turn the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda into the 8 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. She is destined to become the strongest auxiliary soul master in the world. Therefore, her partner must be a powerful battle soul master, and they must be exceptional in talent, strength, will, and character. I have come this time to see if you are worthy of Rongrong. Therefore, if you want to be with Rongrong, you must pass my 3 tests. If you fail any one of them, I'll 1T take your life. You just need to leave Rongrong obediently. Zhang Yang, do you agree? Zhang Yang felt a chill run down his back under the sword Douluo's gaze, but he still tried to keep his voice calm. Please, Senior, give me the test. First, to prove your talent, you must reach level 51 Soul King before the age of 21. What? As soon as the sword Douluo's condition was stated, the crowd was in an uproar. Flandra immediately retorted, Senior, don't you think your requirement is too harsh? A Soul King at the age of 20. Who in the entire Douluo continent can achieve that? Ignoring Flandra's words, the sword Douluo continued to look at Zhang Yang. What do you say? The crowd turned their attention to Zhang Yang again. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yang slowly nodded. I agree. The crowd was in an uproar again. Zhang Yang was still 19 levels away from level 51 Soul King. And excluding the soon-to-breakthrough level 33 and the jumps from absorbing soul rings at levels 40 and 50, Zhang Yang needed to cultivate 16 levels of soul power on his own, and he only had a little over 7 years to do so. Is it easy to cultivate these 16 levels? Naturally, it is not easy. Since the awakening of his martial soul, Zhang Yang had cultivated for a total of 6.5 years. Excluding the jump to level 13 from absorbing the first soul ring and the jump to level 20 from the second, Zhang Yang had only cultivated to level 18 soul power. Moreover, this level 18 soul power was not just a slight difference from the required level 16 soul power. Yet Zhang Yang still agreed. His agreement did not mean he had absolute confidence that he could cultivate this 16 levels of soul power before the age of 21. Rather, Zhang Yang felt that if he didn't even try and directly gave up, it would be too embarrassing. A person lives with a face, a tree lives with a skin. In this situation, the loss of face cannot be recovered. Chapter 43. But I refuse 6,000 collections for more updates. Request for subscription upon hearing Zhang Yang agree. The sword Douluo sneered. I don't know if you're truly a genius or just arrogant to actually agree. Zhang Yang responded neither humbly nor arrogantly. Please, Senior, announce the second test. The second test was much simpler. The sword Douluo said in a flat tone, your 5th spirit ring must be of 10,000 years or more, and it must be obtained by you independently. Additionally, you must possess a complete soul bone. What? The astonishment of everyone present was no less than when the sword Douluo stated that Zhang Yang would break through to Soul King at the age of 20. What a joke. How could a level 50 Soul King possibly have the strength to independently kill a 10,000-year soul beast? Moreover, compared to the latter condition, the first half of this sentence was practically the sword Douluo's mercy. That was a soul bone that every soul master on the continent dreams of. Zhang Yang came from a common background. How could he possibly have the opportunity to obtain a soul bone before the age of 20? And it had to be an extremely precious, complete soul bone. The sword Douluo seemed to think this condition sounded a bit harsh, so he unusually explained to everyone. Do you think this condition is harsh? In fact, This question is the simplest. Please clarify, Senior, the master asked with cupped hands. This boy's spirit ring ability is so special. Is it really that difficult to independently kill a 10,000-year soul beast by the time he reaches level 50? As for that complete soul bone, the sword Douluo looked at Zhang Yang and sneered, stopping mid-sentence without saying more. The master seemed to ponder. Zhang Yang thought for a moment and nodded. I agree. Please announce the third test. The third test? Upon hearing Zhang Yang say this, the sword Douluo actually smiled. The sword Douluo smiled, and everyone in the crowd felt a chill. They all suddenly had the same thought. Zhang Yang's third challenge will be difficult. The sword Douluo smiled and gestured for Zhang Yang to follow him. Then he used his soul power, stepping on the giant sword, and with a swish, disappeared at the end of the playground. Teacher, everyone, I'll be right back, Zhang Yang said, instantly completing his spirit possession. His second spirit ring lit up as he quickly chased after the sword Douluo's figure. Everyone was puzzled about what the sword Douluo was planning, but they were all worried for Zhang Yang. Among them, Xiao Wu's attitude was the most obvious. Her forehead was sweating with worry, her face pale, and her whole body was trembling. Xiao Wu held onto Tang San's shoulder and whispered, Brother, I want you to hug me. Hearing this, Tang San was very confused, but seeing Xiao Wu's poor state, he quickly complied and hugged her. In Tang San's embrace, Xiao Wu's body gradually stopped trembling, but her tears soaked Tang San's chest. Noticing that Xiao Wu was crying, Tang San immediately panicked. Xiao Wu, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Should I take you back to rest? Nestled in Tang San's arms, Xiao Wu pressed her ear against his chest, listening to his rapid heartbeat, and choked out, "Mm." Tang San said a few words to the dean, the master, and the others, then picked up Xiao Wu in a princess carry and rushed towards her dormitory. The sword Douluo did not go far. He landed in a small forest outside the academy. Just as the sword Douluo stepped down from the sword, a flash passed before him, and Zhang Yang's figure appeared. Having personally experienced Zhang Yang's second spirit ability speed, the sword couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Indeed powerful. Putting away his martial soul, Zhang Yang said seriously, Senior, please announce the third test. Listen carefully, the sword Douluo nodded. This third test is to kill someone. Kill someone? Zhang Yang frowned and said solemnly, Senior, the path of a soul master is indeed filled with bloodshed. Since I embarked on this path, I have already prepared myself to be stained with blood. But what? But people can be classified as good or bad, and there are those who can be killed and those who cannot. Since the third question from the senior is to have me kill someone, may I boldly ask, is this person a good person or a bad person? Should they be killed? And why must it be me to do it? Upon hearing this, the sword Douluo smiled. I am not someone who takes lives lightly. The person I want you to kill is naturally someone who deserves to die, and one that everyone wishes to kill. Zhang Yang felt relieved upon hearing this, and said seriously, Please clarify, Senior. Let me ask you, 100,000-year soul beast that has transformed into human form, is it someone that everyone wishes to kill? Zhang Yang's body involuntarily shuddered. He knew who the sword Douluo wanted him to kill. The sword Douluo naturally saw Zhang Yang's shocked expression, but he thought Zhang Yang was shocked because of the 100,000-year soul beast and did not think much of it. Continuing, that little girl with the scorpion braid in the crowd just now is a transformed 100,000-year soul beast. Xiao Wu, Zhang Yang exclaimed in surprise. The sword Douluo nodded and continued. Once a soul beast reaches the 100,000-year level, it can choose to transform into human form and start cultivating from level 0. At this point, it is no different from a normal human. Until reaching the soul Douluo level, it is fundamentally indistinguishable. Even soul Douluos, if they are not carefully observing, find it difficult to discern its identity. However, in front of a title Douluo, the aura of a 100,000-year soul beast will be unmistakable. Such transformed soul beasts are what soul masters most desire. Their strength at this time is no different from that of normal human soul masters. But killing them would yield a 100,000-year spirit ring and a complete soul bone. Unfortunately, my spirit rings are full, and my soul bones are full. While I could take the soul bone for Rong Rong, I see that you are a gifted talent who is very likely to complete my test. At that time, you and Rong Rong will be together, and this 100,000-year soul bone will better serve you. At this point, the sword Douluo looked intently at Zhang Yang and said seriously, as long as you kill this 100,000-year soul beast and obtain her soul bone, the most difficult part of the second test will also be resolved. Although it would waste a 100,000-year spirit ring, there is no other way. Kid, have you thought it through? Zhang Yang lowered his head, deep in thought. If I kill Xiao Wu and take her soul bone, can I really complete the third test? Hearing Zhang Yang say this, the sword Douluo seemed to be confident. Humph, yes. I guarantee that this is using a soul beast's life to secure your and Rongrong's future. Kill her, go kill her. But what the sword Douluo did not expect was that Zhang Yang suddenly raised his head and answered decisively, but I refuse. What? The sword Douluo was taken aback. One of my favorite things is to say no to temptations that violate my principles. Senior, when you said for me to kill someone, I'd already made up my mind that as long as I could embrace Rongrong, I would willingly stain my hands with blood. But now, I can only say to you, but I refuse, Zhang Yang said very seriously. The sword Douluo's expression darkened. So, you have decided to leave Rongrong? Senior, please listen to me. Zhang Yang cupped his hands and said earnestly. The sword Douluo nodded with a serious face. Speak. First, I have been classmates with Xiao Wu for 7 years. Even after learning her true identity, I still believe in my heart that she is just a lively, free-spirited girl who stands up for others. She loves eating carrots and is curious about everything around her. How could I bear to harm such a girl for a complete soul bone? Secondly, Xiao Wu is Tang San's sister and also Rongrong's roommate. Tang San regards Xiao Wu as family, and Rongrong is like a sister to her with deep feelings. If I were to kill Xiao Wu, how would I face Tang San? How would I face Rongrong? Finally, it should be noted that even if I kill Xiao Wu, I can only obtain a soul bone. If Rongrong becomes the leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school in the future, how many soul bones will she have? If I really betray the friendship between Xiao Wu and me for a soul bone, do you not worry that I would betray the love between Rongrong and me for more soul bones? How dare you? Hearing this, sword Douluo's eyebrows shot up, his eyes wide with anger, and a powerful pressure of soul power instantly surged toward Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang activated his martial soul, gathering all his soul power, and despite the immense pressure, he dared to meet sword Douluo's gaze and loudly said, So after hearing your words, I will not only not covet Xiao Wu's soul bone in the future, but will also do everything in my power to protect her. Sword Douluo asked in confusion. Why? Zhang Yang replied helplessly. Because I know a secret I shouldn't know. In the future, if anything happens to Xiao Wu, you will suspect me of plotting to kill and seize her soul bone. If Xiao Wu dies, I have no way to clear my name except to commit suicide. Respectful Sword Douluo, you have presented me with a dilemma. Sword Douluo remained silent for a long time, quietly looking at Zhang Yang, who also met his gaze without fear. After a while, the pressure around him dissipated instantly, and Zhang Yang let out a long sigh of relief. Sigh. Sword Douluo looked up to the sky and let out a long, distant sigh. My little princess, you have found a very good person. Looking at the sky, Sword Douluo felt a surge of emotions. Hearing this, Zhang Yang was overjoyed. Sword Douluo, do you agree with my relationship with Rongrong? You think too highly of yourself. Sword Douluo immediately retorted. You have only completed the 3rd trial. If you fail any of the first 2 trials, you little rascal must leave Rongrong and roll away as far as you can. As he spoke, Sword Douluo began to scold, but the smile in his eyes became increasingly evident. Yes, senior, I will do my utmost to complete the trials you set for me. Zhang Yang quickly cupped his hands and said, Sword Douluo nodded in satisfaction and said, Boy, do you know the meaning behind the trials I prepared for you? I can roughly guess. Zhang Yang nodded. The first trial tests my talent. The second trial tests my strength. The third trial tests my will and character. Sword Douluo nodded in satisfaction. Yes, indeed gifted. Not bad, especially the third trial. If you can maintain your integrity in the face of the temptation of a soul bone. It shows that your character and will are very good. Originally, I wanted you to withstand my pressure for an incense stick's worth of time to test your will, while your character would be judged by Rongrong herself. But who would have thought that I would discover that Xiao Wu is the transformed form of a 100,000 year soul beast? So, I temporarily modified the second and third trials. Zhang Yang suddenly understood and quickly cupped his hands again. Senior, I have a humble request. You don't need to say it. I will not take action against this little girl. Douluo seemed to know what Zhang Yang wanted to say and answered in advance. Not to mention this 100,000-year spirit ring. Our 7-treasure glazed tile school has no use for it. Just the fact that this little girl is Rong Rong's roommate means I wouldn't risk angering Rong Rong to forcibly kill and seize a soul bone. Senior, your integrity is admirable. Zhang Yang Siget, Ning Rong Rong is known as the best tamer on Douluo continent. The 100,000-year spirit ring that countless soul masters go crazy over is, in Sword Douluo's heart, even less significant than Rong Rong's kindness towards him. Lastly, as you just mentioned, this little girl is Tang San's sister. Our 7-treasure glazed tile school's direct descendants need the Zhuge divine crossbow in Tang San's hands. Compared to the safety of the clan, a soul ring and a soul bone are simply not worth mentioning. Zhang Yang nodded excitedly. I thank you on behalf of Tang San and Xiao Wu, Senior. This matter does not need to be known by Tang San. Our 7-treasure glazed tile school is also a prestigious sect, not so despicable as to repay kindness with malice and take a child's hard-earned money. I thank you on behalf of Tang San, and I thank the 7-treasure glazed tile school. As Zhang Yang expressed his gratitude, Sword Douluo stepped on his sword and disappeared into the horizon in an instant. Chapter 44. Brother, Kiss Me, Subscription Request, after verifying Zhang Yang's character. The Sword Douluo left satisfied, while Zhang Yang returned to Shrek Academy, fearing that he might worry Master and the others if he took too long. When everyone saw Zhang Yang return safely, they visibly breathed a sigh of relief and rushed forward with concern, asking, Zhang Yang, are you okay? The various concerned voices made Zhang Yang feel quite moved. He nodded and pretended to be relaxed, saying, everyone, don't worry, I'm fine. Seeing that Zhang Yang was indeed in good spirits, Master felt relieved and asked, Zhang Yang, what was the third test from the Sword Douluo? Upon hearing Master's question, everyone immediately perked up their ears to listen. Zhang Yang chuckled and brought out the third test that the Sword Doll had originally planned to trick everyone. The third test was to endure the pressure for a stick of incense. Don't worry, Master. The Sword Douluo had to consider Rong Rong's feelings. Although the process was tough, he still went easy on me. Master nodded knowingly, as I guessed. The 3 tests from the Sword Douluo stem from what he said earlier. The first test assesses talent, the second test strength, and the third test willpower. Character is left for Rong Rong to understand on her own. Everyone suddenly understood and admired Master's insight. Dai Mubai asked, so, does that mean you passed the third test? Zhang Yang nodded. I passed. Then congratulations. Dai Mubai said happily. Zhang Yang nodded and scanned the crowd, not seeing Xiao Wu and Tang San, and quickly asked, hey, where are Xiao San and Xiao Wu? Dai Mubai explained. After the Sword Douluo took you away, everyone noticed that Xiao Wu's face was pale and her body was trembling. So Xiao San took her back to the dormitory first. Zhang Yang realized she must have been too worried about me. I'll go check on her and let her know what happened next to put her mind at ease. Everyone nodded, and Master patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder. Go ahead. Come find me later, and I'll help you analyze these 2 tests. Yes, Master. Zhang Yang nodded eagerly. Tang San carried Xiao Wu back to the girl's dormitory and gently placed her on the bed, just as he was about to turn to cover her with a blanket. Xiao Wu wrapped her arms around him. Tang San was caught off guard by this move, and he ended up leaning over and falling on Xiao Wu. As he realized he might have offended her, he was about to say something when Xiao Wu silenced him with a kiss. Their teeth clashed, causing both of them to instinctively frown. Tang San had lived a total of 42 years in this life, and the last, while Xiao Wu had lived for over 100,000 years, yet this was their first kiss, and they ended up knocking teeth together. If this got out, wouldn't it be the laughingstock of everyone? However, after adjusting their angles, they gradually fell into the moment and even instinctively began to explore various ways of kissing. Xiao Wu thought this was a final farewell, while Tang San, muddled and no longer calm, simply exchanged kisses with her. As this beneficial activity continued, the innocent feelings between them gradually became clearer. After a while, they parted lips. Xiao Wu nestled in Tang San's embrace, thinking about her future destiny, and tears welled up in her eyes. Even Tang San, though a bit slow, understood that Xiao Wu was facing a dilemma, so he gently asked, "Is there something you can't tell me?" But upon hearing Tang San's voice, Xiao Wu couldn't help but burst into tears, leaving Tang San stunned. Moreover, while crying, Xiao Wu choked out words like, "Brother, I will never leave you." What Tang San didn't know was that Xiao Wu had already made up her mind. Once the sword Douluo returned, she would sacrifice her soul ring for him. In the sacrifice, Xiao Wu would burn her life force and soul, merging everything into a 100,000-year soul ring, which she would then actively attach to Tang San's martial soul. No matter how strong Tang San was, or whether he reached the required level for the soul ring, the fusion with this 100,000-year soul ring would absolutely succeed. He would only need to reach the corresponding level to continue improving. As a 100,000-year soul beast, Xiao Wu would generate a powerful magnetic field during the sacrifice, making it impossible for even a titled Douluo to interrupt her. Just as Xiao Wu had cried enough and was about to reveal everything to Tang San, there was a sudden knock at the dormitory door, and Zhang Yang's voice came in. "Xiao San, can I come in?" Hearing Zhang Yang's voice, Xiao Wu shivered, and although Tang San was puzzled, he still let Zhang Yang in. As soon as he entered, Zhang Yang saw Tang San and Xiao Wu embracing each other tightly, and the dog food nearly choked him at the door. Rolling his eyes, Zhang Yang helplessly said, "So you two finally don't plan to hide it anymore? I'm getting beaten up outside, while you're having your romantic affair in the dormitory? How infuriating." Tang San, feeling helpless from the teasing, replied, "All right, let's talk about you. The sword Douluo is gone?" Zhang Yang nodded. "He left, bullied me for a bit, and then flew away on his martial soul." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu, who was nestled in Tang San's embrace, suddenly raised her head in shock, looking at Zhang Yang. "He really left?" Zhang Yang spread his hands and said helplessly, "No, he's right outside the door." Xiao Wu rolled her eyes at Zhang Yang. "Swear it." "Okay, I swear if I'm lying. I'm a carrot." Zhang Yang raised 3 fingers in exasperation. Seeing Zhang Yang's expression, Xiao Wu finally believed him and immediately sat up from the bed, completely shedding her earlier distressed demeanor. Leaning against the doorframe, Zhang Yang felt a bit emotional. Their martial souls can actually carry soul masters to fly. But look at my martial soul. It looks so lackadaisical, like a useless employee just eating and waiting to die in a big company. Tang San, that metaphor. Xiao Wu, it's quite vivid. Zhang Yang didn't stay long. Seeing Xiao Wu looking lively again, he went out to find Master, kindly leaving the room for the two of them. After Zhang Yang left, a curious Tang San finally spoke up. "What was going on with you just now?" Xiao Wu's mind whirled, and she looked seriously at Tang San. "I was just a bit scared seeing Rong Rong's family coming to break them up." After saying this, fearing Tang San would overthink, Xiao Wu quickly added to distract him, "Brother, I like you, and I want to be with you forever." Tang San didn't delve deeper, but reached out to hug Xiao Wu again, saying earnestly, "I also want to be with you forever. Brother, kiss me." In Master's room, Master spoke eloquently. Reaching level 51 as a Soul King by the age of May 20th seemed like an impossible task. But it's not without a chance of success. In the world of Soul Masters, there exists an evil method that exchanges one's life force for faster strength enhancement. Of course, I would never agree to such foolishness from you. You're too smart to not understand this. And right now, the most suitable for you is the simulated training environment I've prepared for you. Simulated training environment? Zhang Yang repeated this new term. Zhang Yang, let me ask you, do you think a tiger is better off being kept in a cage or living in the mountains? After serious thought, Zhang Yang answered, although the cage provides for its needs, I believe a tiger should live in the mountains. The constant dangers, hunger, and cold in the mountains will make the tiger stronger. Exactly, the same principle applies to martial soul cultivation. So, let the sausage martial soul train in the kitchen, and the rabbit martial soul in the bushes, and so on. This is the simulated training environment. Choosing a suitable environment for soul manifestation will accelerate soul power cultivation. The more aligned the cultivation environment is with the soul manifestation, the faster the cultivation speed. So, teacher, where should I cultivate? Zhang Yang asked curiously. The master sighed helplessly. This is the part that troubles me the most. Your yellow ape soul manifestation looks no different from a real person, no matter how you think about it. It would be best to cultivate in areas where humans gather, but if I say that cultivating in human-populated areas is the best, it means I have always been in a simulated cultivation environment, always in an accelerated cultivation state. Then this method would be of no use to me. That's right. The master nodded. So, our top priority now is to figure out whether you're currently in a simulated cultivation environment. If not, we need to research what the suitable simulated cultivation environment for you would be. I understand, teacher, Zhang Yang nodded, deciding to organize all the fragmented memories about the yellow ape in his mind to find the most suitable cultivation environment. The master nodded. Okay, let's talk about the second test now. It's still too early to discuss independently killing a 10,000-year soul beast. So let's talk about soul bones first. After the incident with Xiao San, you now know what soul bones are. Therefore, what I'm going to talk about now is how to obtain soul bones. Soul bones come from soul beasts, and generally, only extremely powerful soul beasts that meet special conditions upon death have a high probability of producing soul bones. The so-called special conditions can be roughly divided into two categories. One category is soul beasts filled with extreme resentment. In this case, the probability of soul bone dropping increases significantly. The other category is when a soul beast willingly allows itself to be killed, voluntarily becoming a soul ring for a soul master. In this case, the probability of soul bone dropping is almost 100%. Zhang Yang thought for a moment. The second type seems almost impossible, so I'll consider the first type. How to make a soul beast filled with resentment. I have a few ideas. First, killing it at a higher level. A powerful soul beast dying at the hands of a much weaker soul master will naturally be filled with resentment. With your soul skills, this shouldn't be difficult, but the age limit of the soul ring will generally exceed the limit and will just be wasted. Second, torture. You could easily kill the soul beast, but deliberately torment it, such as gradually shattering all its bones or capturing its young and killing them in front of it. Although torture is cruel, the success rate is indeed very high. However, absorbing the soul ring of a tortured soul beast can be quite difficult. Just like Xiao San's third soul ring. Not only is it due to the age limit, but the immense resentment of a human-faced demon spider is also one reason. Listening to the master methodically explaining how to obtain soul bones from soul beasts, Zhang Yang took notes seriously. Then he moved on to acquiring soul bones through other means. Chapter 45, the mimetic training environment belonging to the yellow ape subscription requested. Then, there are other ways to obtain soul bones. One way is to purchase soul bones with money. Of course, this method only exists in theory. Once soul masters obtain soul bones, they typically choose to absorb them immediately. Any soul bones that are not suitable for their attributes are exchanged for other items. No one is foolish enough to trade soul bones for money. Even if someone did, the price would be astronomical. Of course, besides these legitimate ways to obtain soul bones, there is also an illegitimate way to acquire them. The master paused here, his expression gradually sharpening. For example, killing and looting. Killing? Zhang Yang paused his movements, frowning. What's going on today? Why does everyone want me to kill? The master looked at Zhang Yang. Although soul bones come from soul beasts, they ultimately have to be used by humans. Moreover, unlike soul rings, soul bones can be plundered. Therefore, in certain special circumstances, killing and looting can also be a good option. Of course, if you really decide to go this route, you must act cleanly and decisively, leaving no traces. Otherwise, you will face endless troubles in the future. Moreover, this method cannot guarantee the integrity of the soul bones, nor can it ensure that their attributes are suitable. It also easily leads to deadly enmities, so I do not recommend this approach. After discussing with the master for quite a while, the two summarized the most likely ways for Zhang Yang to obtain soul bones, as well as their order of priority. For Zhang Yang, the first choice must be to hunt and kill soul beasts, as this not only allows him to obtain soul rings, but also significantly increases the chances of soul bones dropping. The next option is to kill soul beasts of a higher rank to obtain soul bones. Given the uniqueness of Zhang Yang's soul skills, this method also has a considerable success rate. The idea of buying bones with money is almost hopeless, as Zhang Yang is broke. Where do you find the money for that? As for killing to seize bones, that can only be a last resort. Additionally, the master suggested that Zhang Yang take advantage of this recent period to explore the nearby large cities, trying to train in various locations. Who knows? He might find a suitable mimetic training environment for the yellow ape martial spirit. Back in his dormitory, Zhang Yang released the 3-meter-tall yellow ape, intending to stimulate his scattered memories of the yellow ape and find a suitable mimetic training environment. He took out a piece of paper and began organizing his memories. The yellow ape, whose real name is Borsellino, is a general of the Navy headquarters and a user of the natural system's Pika Pika no Mi, Glint Glint fruit. His personality is elusive, adhering to an ambiguous sense of justice, and he commands the Navy's scientific forces. Zhang Yang tried to recall, his pen moving continuously with his memories, soon filling an entire sheet of paper. Once he had roughly organized his memories, he switched to a different colored pen to highlight the key points on the paper. First, he wrote Navy. Zhang Yang took out a new sheet of paper and began writing terms like seaside, warship, office, conference room, and dock. Next, he noted Pika Pika no Mi, so he added outdoor and sunny places. After that, he made a mark on the character for ape and wrote down forest. Zhang Yang spent half a day experimenting in the forest and on sunlit rooftops, but there was no effect at all. His training speed remained unchanged, just like usual. While training in the forest, Zhang Yang couldn't help but recall the scenes from a few years ago in the soul-hunting forest and a few months ago in the Stardow forest. Both the soul-hunting forest and the Stardow forest are remote areas, and if the environment suitable for training the yellow ape martial spirit is in crowded places, then training in such locations would certainly slow down his training speed. However, the fact was that he didn't notice any difference between the two. This discovery relieved Zhang Yang. After dinner, Zhang Yang accompanied Ma Hongjun to Soto City. While Ma Hongjun went to deal with his fiery problem, Zhang Yang visited a clothing store. The store owner was a middle-aged man in his 50s. Although the store was filled with ready-made clothes, he also took on custom orders. Zhang Yang released the yellow ape and asked the store owner to make him a set of clothes identical to the yellow apes. Although the mimetic training environment had nothing to do with the clothing of soul masters, Zhang Yang decided to custom-make a suit for safety's sake. Seeing the money involved, the store owner agreed to take on the task. After obtaining Zhang Yang's measurements and the color and style of the clothing, the store owner stated that even if he worked overtime, it would take a week to complete the outfit. Then I'll come back in a week to pick it up. After leaving the clothing store, Zhang Yang went to a calligraphy shop and asked the framer there to mount a piece of his calligraphy as soon as possible. This was a large-size calligraphy work, too, 5 meters long and 1 meter wide, inscribed with ambiguous justice. As a Navy admiral, the yellow ape embodies ambiguous justice, and a piece of calligraphy with this content hangs in his office. Zhang Yang wrote this Japanese calligraphy himself, as he had previously done localization for one piece, so he naturally knew Japanese. Unfortunately, he couldn't perfectly reproduce the original calligraphy, as too much time had passed, but he had done his best. Zhang Yang wanted to test if the office was a mimetic training environment, so he aimed to replicate it as closely as possible when decorating the yellow ape's office. In Zhang Yang's plan, the office would not only have the corresponding calligraphy but also a desk and chair, an ashtray, and several extinguished cigarette butts placed around. If it proved effective, he would also change the room style to a Japanese style, replacing the door with a paper sliding door and the floor with tatami mats. During the period of making these items, Zhang Yang's cultivation also made a breakthrough, reaching level 33. This gave the somewhat anxious Zhang Yang a bit of comfort. A week later, the clothes were finished, the calligraphy was mounted, the desk and chair were purchased, and the details like the ashtray were all ready. Zhang Yang cleared out his dormitory completely, cleaned it up, and then arranged it according to his plan. He placed the desk directly opposite the door, set the chair down, hung the calligraphy of ambiguous justice directly facing the entrance, and then arranged newspapers, teacups, a teapot, an ashtray, and cigarette butts in visually appealing positions. After surveying the newly arranged room, Zhang Yang nodded in satisfaction, especially pleased with the ambiguous justice behind him and the newspapers and teacups on the desk, which are the finishing touches. With everything ready, Zhang Yang sat cross-legged at the desk, gradually entering a training state. Soon, he felt the difference in training after the room's renovation. Compared to before, Zhang Yang's training speed today was visibly increasing. If quantified, it was about 1.8 times faster than usual. 1.8 times. One day was equivalent to 2 days of training. This improvement was quite astonishing. Like a money grubber learning that their salary has doubled, Zhang Yang was so excited he could hardly contain himself, eager to train for 10 or 8 days straight to fully experience the wonders of this 1.8 times speed. However, Zhang Yang still forced himself to suppress his excitement, exiting the training state to change into the custom-made clothes. A dark blue shirt, a purple tie, a double-breasted yellow pinstripe suit, white square-toed leather shoes, and a massive justice cape behind him. After changing clothes, Zhang Yang turned around in front of the mirror, feeling that something was off, no matter how he looked at it. After ensuring his outfit was complete, he sat cross-legged again, entering the training state. Not long after, Zhang Yang reluctantly opened his eyes. His cultivation speed was still only about 1.8 times, and the custom-made clothes he spent a lot of money on did not help his cultivation at all. Zhang Yang sighed. What a pity. After changing back into his own clothes, he sat down at his desk and was just about to resume his cultivation when he heard a loud bang, and the door was pushed open, revealing a charming figure. Zhang Yang looked at the visitor in surprise. Rong Rong, you're back. Why didn't you stay at home a few more days? Ning Rongrong wrinkled her delicate nose and coldly huffed. I'm afraid if I stayed for 2 more days, I'd have to come back to collect your corpse. Anyway, everything is done, and Zhang Yang has agreed to the 3 trials, so the Surduo straightforwardly told Ning Rongrong about it, only keeping the matter of Xiao Wu a secret. Grandfather Jin really is something. He clearly agreed and said, since Rongrong, you really like him, I support it. Then rushed to the academy overnight to bully someone. Hearing Ning Rongrong angry for him, Zhang Yang felt very pleased and smiled freely. The Douluo is just concerned about you. It's understandable. Ning Rongrong waved her hand. Forget it. Let's not talk about that. What about you? Why did you arrange your room like this? The bed and everything are thrown outside. Also, why does the calligraphy hanging behind you look so strange? It looks like a ghost scribbles. The room is arranged this way because it can enhance my cultivation speed. I just tried it, and it increased by a full 80. Ning Rongrong suddenly understood. Oh, a simulated cultivation environment. Zhang Yang nodded excitedly. Yesterday, I found an office to cultivate in a hotel in Soto City and discovered that the speed of soul power increase was very fast. So I brought back the decorations from the office. Office? Ning Rongrong asked curiously. Which hotel allows you to cultivate in the office? And lets you empty the office? Zhang Yang chuckled. Money really allows you to do whatever you want. Stop laughing. How can you be so foolish to agree to such harsh conditions? A level 20 soul king. Just hearing this condition, Ning Rongrong felt despair. It's fine. Isn't it just level 51? It used to be hard to say, but now it's different. I've already found a simulated cultivation environment suitable for me. And as long as I cultivate diligently, the trial really isn't a big deal for me. Since his dormitory had been arranged into a simulated cultivation environment, Zhang Yang could only move the furniture outside to another room in the academy. Upon learning that Zhang Yang had found a suitable simulated cultivation environment, everyone was very interested and came in groups to visit. Like Ning Rongrong, everyone was curious about that piece of calligraphy, and Zhang Yang had to trick them again, because Zhang Yang had moved the bed from his dormitory to another place. Dean Flander, after satisfying his curiosity, very unkindly asked Zhang Yang for rent for the room. Rent? Zhang Yang was surprised. Dean, I arranged a simulated cultivation environment in my own dormitory. Why should I pay rent? In front of money. Flander had no dignity as a teacher and argued. Who says this is your dormitory? Your bed has been moved to another room. This is no longer your dormitory. Since you're occupying the school's vacant room, you naturally have to pay rent. Faced with Flander's shamelessness, Zhang Yang could only respond. Dean, you finished visiting my simulated cultivation environment. So how about paying the entrance fee? Not much, just the same as the rent. Just to visit a simulated cultivation environment, you still want an entrance fee? Kid, you're worse than me. Flander glared. The entire academy is mine. Are you going to pay an entrance fee too? I'm a student of the academy. Do you want to charge me for an entrance fee? Zhang Yang shrugged. I don't care about that. Anyway, you asked me for rent, so I'm asking you for an entrance fee. Master beside them helplessly said, Flander, Save some face for yourself. This simulated cultivation environment should be covered by the Academy. Flander left in defeat. Chapter 46. The Fierce Battle Team is ready. Subscription request. Because there was a level 51 high-voltage line overhead, Zhang Yang, who had obtained the mimicry training environment, decided to start a round of ascetic-like training. Except for eating and using the restroom, all other time was dedicated to cultivation. Zhang Yang was indeed diligent, but Ning Rongrong became bored. During breaks from training, she could only chat with the equally bored Xiao Wu to relieve her loneliness. Ning Rongrong lay on the big bed and sighed. No wonder they could become brothers. They both have a one-track mind. While Zhang Yang was cultivating, Tang San was forging. Both of them focused on their own tasks, leaving their girlfriends aside. It's different. Zhang Yang's hard work was entirely for the sake of being with you in the future. Otherwise, he wouldn't be pushing himself so hard. As she spoke, Xiao Wu suddenly thought of something and laughed out loud. Hey, Rongrong, Zhang Yang has no time to accompany you now. If your feelings for him fade and you fall for someone else, wouldn't Zhang Yang be rolling on the desk in anger? Ning Rongrong shook her head. How could that be? Seeing how hard he works for me, I'm touched beyond measure. How could I possibly fall for someone else? But you. As she spoke, Ning Rongrong looked at Xiao Wu. Your Xiao San is now exhausted and covered in sweat, working hard like a mud pie. Have you ever thought of shifting your affections and finding a handsome, charming boyfriend? At this point, a mysterious smile appeared on Ning Rongrong's face besides. I heard that to make things grow a bit bigger here, it's effective to have a man massage it. Why don't you let Tang Sin help you? Ugh. He and I are like siblings. How could we? Xiao Wu's face turned red. I don't need you to worry about me. You should let Zhang Yang help you first. After being cooped up in the blacksmith shop for 49 days, Tang Sin finally emerged that morning. His relentless forging and cultivation had caused his soul power to increase by 1 level, reaching level 33, and he had gained a strong physique. At this time, although Tang Sin was a control type, in terms of physical fitness, he was not much different from an ordinary assault-type soul master. However, compared to Zhang Yang, he was still a magnitude smaller. Zhang Yang now stood at 1.95 meters, with a muscular build that was not inferior to Tang San's at this time, and his strength was even greater. During the intense training period, he could even run with a 300-pound cast iron vest while carrying additional weight with others. The master had even begun calculating the time limits for Zhang Yang's 4th soul ring. After all, in terms of physical fitness, even a level 40 strength-type soul master could not compare to Zhang Yang's current state, and absorbing soul rings required strong physical strength. The master estimated that with Zhang Yang's current physical fitness, plus a period of diligent cultivation in the future, surpassing the absorption of a 3,000-year soul ring should not be a problem. After emerging from his secluded training, Tang San first took a shower, changed his clothes, and tidied himself up before heading to the cafeteria for a meal. He had thought it was still early and that everyone would be sleeping, but upon entering the cafeteria, he found that everyone was present except Zhang Yang. Oh, how rare. Our Iron Man is so clean. You're out of seclusion? Dai Mubai laughed. Tang Sin smiled slightly and said, I finished my task, so I naturally came out. It's about time the 2-month rest period comes to an end. Ma Ongujun nodded. The teacher has decided that whenever you come out of seclusion, the rest period will end. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after, we'll be heading to the Heavenly Do Royal Academy. Tang Sin nodded, I see. It seems I should hold out for another 10 or 8 days before emerging to give you all some more rest. Then the teacher will have to prepare to collect the 3rd month's rent from you. Ma Hongjuan's words drew laughter from everyone, filling the cafeteria with a joyful atmosphere. After the laughter, Tang Sin curiously asked, Where is Zhang Yang? Is his cultivation not finished yet? Dai Mubai shook his head. Finished? No, he has already started. Oscar nearby explained, he already finished breakfast and went back. He is probably in a state of cultivation now, considering how fast he eats. Tang Sin understood. Tang Sin had forged a flying claw for everyone in the blacksmith shop, capable of piercing gold and splitting stones, able to grip through an inch-thick steel plate, and facilitate rapid movement for someone weighing no more than 300 pounds. On the playground, Tang Sin demonstrated the various functions of the flying claw to everyone. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, This flying claw is simply essential for scaling walls and picking locks. Tang San replied, somewhat annoyed. What do you mean by picking locks? Fatty, you better watch your weight. If you exceed 300 pounds one day, it won't be of any use to you. After handing out 7 sets of flying claws, Tang San held the last one and said, I'll give this one for Zhang Yang later. Ma Hongjun grinned and said, Zhang Yang has moon steps, and his speed is incredible when his martial spirit is activated. He doesn't have much need for the flying claw. Third brother, just give it to me. If my weight goes up a bit more, it'll be dangerous. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun want to snatch Zhang Yang's flying claw, others hadn't reacted yet. But Ning Rongrong was the first to object. Fatty, don't you have any conscience? You got beaten into a pig's head by that perverted guy, and it was Zhang Yang who avenged you. Not only do you not express gratitude, but you also want to steal Zhang Yang's flying claw? Not to mention that Ning Rongrong's protectiveness over Zhang Yang was reminiscent of a housekeeper. The information revealed in her words caught the attention of the onlookers. Dai Mubai asked curiously what happened. Fatty, you got beaten into a pig's head? When did that happen? Dai Mubai se inquiri, ma Ongujun Aunquardi replied. That was half a year ago. Let us not mention it. Seeing Ma Hongjun try to cover it up, everyone's interest was piqued. Oscar put his arm around Ma Hongjun's shoulder and grinned. Come on, Fatty, tell us about it. What happened? We can help you take revenge. Ma Hongjun replied, somewhat annoyed. I think you all just want to hear a good joke at my expense. Seeing Ma Hongjun being bombarded with questions, Ning Rongrong nodded with satisfaction. Oof. You want to steal from my family? No way. After Tang San emerged from seclusion, Flander gave the order for all faculty and staff to pack their belongings and prepare to head to the Heavenly Dough Royal Academy. While packing, Zhang Yang specifically put that ambiguous painting of justice into his soul guide bracelet. As for other things, they could be purchased upon arriving at the Heavenly Dough Royal Academy. Once everything was packed, early the next morning, everyone bid farewell to the small village and set off for the city of Heavenly Dough. Heavenly Dough City was near Seven Treasure City, about 2,000 kilometers away from Soto City. But stingy as Flander was, how could he afford to hire carriages for everyone? Flander laughed loudly. Little ones, this is also a form of training. Food type Soul Saint Xiao Exine, who was hanging on Zhao Wuji's body, said helplessly, be stingy if you want. What is there to be afraid of admitting? This isn't training the students at all. This is clearly training me. Zhao Wujia replied helplessly. I haven't said anything. You should just say less. Also, you really need to lose some weight. Look at you, you become a ball. To this, teacher Xiao Xin showed no sign of guilt. My martial spirit is a jelly bean. Isn't it normal to become a ball? You really have no words to respond to that. With Oscar supplying sausages, Zhang Yang and the others managed to cover 400 kilometers in a day, reaching 1/5 of the total distance. The next day, the situation improved a bit. Leading the team at the front, Flander was just moving at a normal pace towards the northeast. That night, everyone settled in the capital of the Sil's kingdom, Sil City. As the team leader, Dean Flander led everyone to stay in an expensive high-end hotel and ordered a lavish feast for dinner. Everyone was dumbfounded by the scene. What was going on? Was this really the stingy Flander they knew? As the saying goes, strange occurrences often have underlying reasons, and seeing Flander's sudden change in demeanor made everyone suspicious. Sure enough, after dinner, Flander finally revealed his true intentions, directing Zhang Yang and others to participate in a team soul battle at the Silvis Great Soul Arena. Flander planned to place a hefty bet on the Shrek team and make a fortune in this unfamiliar city. However, since Zhang Yang and Tang San, both possessing Golden Soul badges, were present, the Shrek team had already been registered as a Soul Master level Golden Soul fighting team, and the arena was unable to match them with opponents. Seeing his plan fall through, Flander, unwilling to give up, asked, is there no other way? The staff thought for a moment and replied, if you really want to arrange a soul battle, we could provide you with a Silver Soul fighting team at the Soul Master level as opponents. You can choose your opponents freely when facing a lower rank. Flander was taken aback and shook his head. Forget it. Although he was greedy, he wouldn't gamble with the lives of his students. However, at that moment, the master, who had been silent, suddenly stood up. We can choose our opponents. Everyone was stunned, but the staff quickly reacted and answered, that's right. Lower ranks challenging higher ranks can choose their opponents. Given your team's level, we can arrange for you to fight in the central main arena. Then arrange for us the most ruthless opponent, the kind that kills their opponents in every battle. Using cruel and bloody means that could stop a child from crying at night. Although the staff at the Great Soul Arena were highly professional, they looked at the master with surprise upon hearing these demands and said nothing. Flander grabbed the master's shoulder and growled, "Xiao Gang, are you crazy? Do you want the kids to go die?" The master smiled calmly. "Flander, do you think I would let Xiao San and Zhongyang go to their deaths? Don't worry, I have my reasons." The staff remained silent, thinking that he was indeed trying to send them to their deaths, resenting that his team members were living too comfortably. Nonetheless, the staff found a team for the master, the Fierce God team, a level 40 Silver Soul fighting team. After entering the Silver Soul level, they had fought 46 battles with 31 victories, killing their opponents a total of 63 times and injuring their opponents 98 times. The master nodded in satisfaction. "Good. Let's challenge this Fierce God team. However, our Shrek team has 8 members, and we require all of them to participate." This had to be decided by the Fierce God team. The staff shook their heads. The master frowned upon hearing this. "We are challenging at a lower rank. Can't we decide the number of participants?" The staff's attitude was very clear. "This is the rule of the Great Soul Arena." The master thought for a moment and nodded. "Then let them decide, but you must convey a message to them. Tell them, challenged by a 30-level Soul Master. If you dare not let all 8 of your opponents participate, then don't call yourselves the Fierce God team. Change your name to the Fierce Permission team instead." The staff wiped the cold sweat from their brow upon hearing this. "You still want to provoke the opponent? You're really afraid your subordinates won't make it back alive." Although everyone felt the master was joking when they learned they would be fighting against a level 40 Soul Master team. Once they heard the master allowed the use of hidden weapons, Tang San immediately guessed the master's real intent. Meanwhile, Flander, with 8 students for teachers the master, and his own savings, a total of 30,000 gold soul coins, placed a full bet on the Shrek team when the odds were 1 to 17. On the other side, after learning they had been challenged at a lower rank, the Fierce God team, feeling underestimated, vowed to make their opponents regret it. Then, fire. 8 Juga crossbows shot out a total of 112 crossbow bolts, piercing the air and the bodies of the Fierce God team. The Fierce God team was completely annihilated. Meanwhile, the 8 members of the Shrek team were on the sidelines, vomiting uncontrollably. The Fierce God team's vow had come true. Zhang Yang and the others threw up the dinner they had eaten into the trash bag, which was then cleared away by the staff. Chapter 47, Tiando Royal Academy. Seeking subscription. On this night, Zhang Yang and the others couldn't fall asleep. In the following days, Flanders took care of the students and traveled at a normal pace, allowing everyone to avoid the exhaustion of the first day of departure. By the evening of the 8th day, they finally arrived at their destination, Tiando Royal Academy. After Dai Mubai dealt with a small group of Soul Masters led by Avalanche, everyone finally met Qin Ming. Qin Ming's feelings toward Shrek Academy were truly commendable. Since it was late, he arranged accommodations for everyone. The mountain villa had a view of the mountains and a lake at its feet, making it quite luxurious. Then, Qin Ming set up a banquet to welcome his teachers and junior students. Although it was prepared in a hurry, thanks to the strong resources of Tiando Royal Academy, the banquet was extremely sumptuous. The chef's skills even brought tears to the eyes of the food lover, Ma Hongjun, who seemed to regret having eaten so poorly at Shrek Academy for so many years. Before dawn the next day, Qin Ming got up to find the chef and prepared a steaming hot breakfast at the mountain villa. During breakfast, Qin Ming introduced Tiando Royal Academy to everyone, focusing on the members of the education committee they would be facing shortly. Only Soul Emperors of level 60 or above could serve as Tiando-level teachers, and the 3 most powerful among them formed the education committee. Currently, all members of the committee were Soul Douluo-level powerhouses. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's expression stiffened. The head of the education committee, Meng Shinji, had the martial Soul Black Demon, a control-type Soul Douluo of level 86 with an 8th ring. The second seat by Baoshan was a Soul Douluo with the martial Soul Heavenly Star Furnace, a defense-type Soul Douluo of level 85 with an 8th ring. The third seat, Jilin, was a Soul Douluo with a martial Soul Sky Green Vine, a control-type Soul Douluo of level 83 with an 8th ring. At this point, Qin Ming smiled and mentioned that it was a coincidence that Meng Shinji's martial soul, Black Demon, was a humanoid martial soul, which piqued his interest in Zhang Yang's humanoid martial soul. Qin Ming then turned to Tang San and noted that Ji Lin was very interested in Tang San's blue silvergrass. In fact, all three Seoul Douluo members of the Education Committee were interested in Tang San's blue silvergrass. Everyone understood this, as it was widely recognized as a useless martial soul, yet Tang San had cultivated it to such a level at such a young age. If anyone in the room were in their position, they would also be very interested in Tang San. Flanders smiled and said, "So, we can all become Tiendo-level teachers, right?" Qin Ming replied with a smile, "Of course. Tiendo-level teachers hold a high status in the academy, and their teaching work is quite relaxed with high compensation. In addition to the academy covering all living expenses, there's also an extra reward of 3,000 gold soul coins each month. There are additional incomes for special situations as well." 3,000? That's quite extravagant, Flanders said, very pleased, his smile widening, and his satisfaction with Tiendo Royal Academy skyrocketed. Qin Ming, lead the way. Let's meet those three members of the Education Committee. Yes, just as everyone finished breakfast and prepared to head out for official matters. Xiao Wu suddenly spoke up. "Director, Senior Qin Ming, I'm feeling a bit unwell. I might not be able to go with you." Tang San immediately became anxious and asked, "Xiao Wu, what's wrong? Do you need to see a doctor?" Xiao Wu shook her head. "It's nothing. I just might need some time to adjust to the environment here in Tiendo City." Seeing Xiao Wu's pale face, Flanders suggested, "Why don't you stay here and rest? We'll go meet the three seniors of the Education Committee first. Qin Ming, please explain Xiao Wu's situation to the three Seoul Douluo later." Qin Ming nodded in response to Flanders. "Don't worry, Director. The three seniors of the Education Committee are very kind and will surely understand the situation." "That's good." Thus, after Tang San escorted Xiao Wu back to her room to rest, everyone proceeded to the Education Committee of Tiendo Royal Academy together. The Education Committee was located in the central area of the main campus of Tiendo Royal Academy, and it was the largest building in the entire main campus. Although it was a single-story building, it stood 10 meters tall at its highest point, giving it a somewhat imposing feel reminiscent of the Spirit Hall. When they arrived at the entrance of the Education Committee, the three elderly men were already waiting there, although the three elders were simply standing there. With warm smiles on their faces, the special aura of strength they exuded could not be concealed, making it impossible to ignore their presence. They wore black robes with golden silk embroidery, custom-made for Seoul-level soul masters by the Spirit Hall, only worn on very important occasions. Even someone as proud as Flanders felt a sense of being honored. The three Seoul-level powerhouses not only came out to greet them early, but also wore the Seoul Douluo custom robes. Seeing such importance placed on them was truly moving. Flanders quickened his pace, stepping forward, crossing his hands over his shoulders, and slightly bowing. Shrek Academy, Flanders, Martial Soul Cat Eagle, Agility Attack Type, 78 level, 7-ring Soul Emperor. Greetings to the esteemed seniors. The elder in the center of the three laughed heartily and stepped forward to pull down Flanders' hand from his shoulder. "Director Flanders, no need to be so polite. I've long heard of your name. Truly long heard of your name. It is a great honor for our academy to have the teachers from the Monster Academy here to guide us. I am the head of the Education Committee, Meng Shinji. Martial Soul Black Demon. Control Type 86 level 8-ring Soul Douluo. Let me introduce you." Then, Meng Shinji introduced by Bao Shan and Ji Lin standing behind him. Flanders also introduced his teachers and explained Xiao Wu's situation, apologizing to the three Seoul Douluo. As Qin Ming had said, the three Seoul Douluo were kind-hearted and did not blame Xiao Wu. They simply expressed regret that she could not be present. Flanders noticed that compared to himself and the other Soul Emperors and Soul Sages, the three Seoul Douluo were clearly more interested in the students. Meng Shinji led the Shrek group into the Education Committee. This building served as the workplace and living quarters for the three Seoul Douluo, and the interior was very simple, with only necessary furnishings and some simple green plants for decoration. Everyone took their seats, with the students standing behind their teachers, excitedly watching the three Seoul Douluo at the head of the table. Seoul Douluo were rare existences in the world of soul masters. Super strong individuals who could move freely through thousands of troops. Previously, they often heard teacher Qin Ming mention them, but upon meeting them now, they realized that although the academy had few students, none were without exceptional talent. 20 years ago, Qin Ming was like this, and 20 years later, the Shrek team remained the same. Flanders sighed and said, Shrek Academy no longer exists. Meng Shinji waved his hand and smiled. No, Director Flanders. There's no need to say that. Regarding the exchange between the two academies, Teacher Qin Ming has already explained everything clearly to us. It is our honor that you all can come to our academy. Please rest assured, we completely understand your feelings. Therefore, Tiando Royal Academy will not assign any teaching tasks to you. If there is anything you need while you are here, just let us know, and as long as it is within my authority, it can be arranged. Meng Shinji's sincerity in saying this was palpable, and his eager attitude could not be feigned. The atmosphere in the education committee became lively. After discussing serious matters, Meng Shinji suddenly asked, I heard from Teacher Qin Ming that among your academy's students, there is a soul master with a human-shaped mutated beast martial soul talent. May I know who it is? The master smiled faintly and said, I don't dare to call myself a genius. It's Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang responded and stepped out from behind the master, respectfully greeting the three-souled Douluos. Hello, teachers. You are Zhang Yang? Meng Shinji looked at the tall and strong Zhang Yang with a slight smile, and the air around him suddenly distorted slightly. Others felt nothing, but Zhang Yang clearly noticed that the air around his body seemed to solidify, and a massive wave of soul power surged towards him, rendering his body completely immobile. Zhang Yang understood that Meng Shinji was testing him, so he focused his mind and operated his soul power to resist the overwhelming force. This wave of soul power carried an almost imperceptible chill, infiltrating like a ghost, exerting all-encompassing pressure on Zhang Yang's body. Meng Shinji said nothing, and Zhang Yang's body trembled slightly. Everyone understood what was happening, but no one spoke. Flinder regarded this as a remote competition and hoped that Zhang Yang could produce an impressive performance to show the three-souled Douluos how exceptional the students of Shrek Academy were. As time passed, Meng Shinji's initially smiling expression gradually turned to one of surprise. He did not expect this genius boy with only 30-level soul power to endure for so long under the pressure equivalent to 30-level soul power. Generally, a low-level soul master enduring the soul power pressure from a high-level soul master would be considered outstanding if they could last up to 2/3 of their own level. If they could endure to the same level as their own soul power, then their willpower would be extremely firm. However, these conditions also require the release of a martial soul. Meng Shinji smiled satisfactorily and said, I heard from Teacher Qin Ming that you are only 13 this year? Very good. As he spoke, Meng Shinji gradually increased the pressure on Zhang Yang. 31, 32, 33 Meng Shinji looked in amazement at the boy, still standing straight, unable to believe that he could withstand the same level of soul power pressure without releasing his martial soul and showing any signs of difficulty, as if nothing had happened. Wanting to test Zhang Yang's limits, Meng Shinji began to slowly increase the pressure again. As the fluctuations of soul power in the air became more intense, Flinder, Zhao Wujia, and others gradually became tense, sitting up straight and staring at Zhang Yang, fearing any unexpected changes. Only the master remained relaxed in his chair, sipping tea, watching the scene with calmness, showing no concern for Zhang Yang. As the only theoretical master present and Zhang Yang's teacher, the master understood Zhang Yang's limits very well. According to calculations, with Zhang Yang's physical strength and the support of his soul power, he could completely resist 40-level soul power without showing any signs of difficulty. After all, his physical fitness was terrifying. 34, 35, 36, the pressure of 36-level soul power, surprisingly, did not cause Zhang Yang to show any discomfort, which astonished the three-souled Douluos. He hasn't even forced out his martial soul, they thought. 37, 38, 39, 40, the soul power pressure reaching 40 would be a threshold, because once it reached another stage, the nature of the soul power would qualitatively improve. As the soul power gradually increased to 40, Zhang Yang felt somewhat awkward under this immense pressure, his internal soul power operating more rapidly, and he faintly sensed a feeling of losing control. It was like a hamster running in a wheel. At first, the hamster drove the wheel, But as the wheel's speed increased, if the hamster stumbled, it would be spun around by the wheel. Now, Zhang Yang had reached this critical point, just waiting for that unknown stone to trip him up at any moment. Chapter 48. We're leaving now, seeking subscription. This chapter has a lot of copy content. You can skip the first half after reading it. Although Zhang Yang's soul power was about to operate autonomously, detached from his control, on the surface, he still maintained a calm demeanor. Seeing Zhang Yang perform so well under the pressure of level 40 soul power, Meng Xinji couldn't help but admire him. The talent of the mutated beast martial soul was indeed remarkable. With this in mind, Meng Xinji decided to increase the pressure on Zhang Yang. Level 41. Zhang Yang's eyebrows twitched slightly, as if he was beginning to feel the pressure. Level 42. The corner of Zhang Yang's mouth twitched, seemingly enduring the effects of this pressure. Level 43. Zhang Yang began to tremble all over, the shaking noticeable to the naked eye. Meng Xinji and the other two soul Douluo showed satisfied expressions. It was gratifying to have such a resilient-willed and talented student enter the Tiando Royal Academy. Finally, when the soul power pressure reached level 44, a stone finally appeared under Zhang Yang's feet. Unable to resist the pressure from Meng Xinji, Zhang Yang had to decide to let his martial soul take over to enhance his ability to withstand the pressure. However, this decision to directly channel his soul power into his martial soul was akin to tripping over the very stone that had impeded him. At this moment, the soul power was operating at high speed, and Zhang Yang had a vague sense of losing control. Trying to do another task with the rapidly spinning energy was like adding more force to a spinning hamster wheel. As a result, Zhang Yang fell. The operation of his soul power instantly slipped from his control. The martial soul he intended to summon was released, and the tall yellow ape appeared behind him, still wearing its characteristic crooked mouth. However, from the moment it appeared, the pressure Meng Xinji had placed on Zhang Yang was significantly alleviated. With the pressure reduced, the uncontrolled soul power rebounded instantly, expanding in volume and quickly widening the soul power cultivation circuit within Zhang Yang. Ugh! The sudden widening of the soul power cultivation circuit caught Zhang Yang off guard, and he could only let out a pained groan before collapsing to the ground. This scene stunned everyone present. Zhang Yang. The master quickly jumped up from his chair and rushed toward Zhang Yang. What happened? The three soul Douluo were also alarmed and quickly released their spiritual power to check Zhang Yang's condition. Other powerful soul masters at the Soul Emperor and Soul Saint levels also began to use their soul power to investigate Zhang Yang's situation. This investigation left the anxious crowd frozen, and soon everyone wore expressions of helpless amusement. The strongest soul power user present, Meng Xinji, couldn't help but sit back down with a wry smile. I thought my control over soul power was not refined enough and had hurt the child, but it turns out he broke through under pressure. Thank you, Soul Douluo Meng Xinji, the master concluded, smiling as he stood and bowed to Jilin. With the storm settled, both sides resumed their conversation, and the atmosphere in the room became much warmer. This test brought Zhang Yang several gains. First, his soul power broke through to level 34. Second, his soul power cultivation circuit was somewhat widened. A widened soul power cultivation circuit was like changing a 6-lane road to an 8-lane road. Although the number of vehicles remained the same, the speed could increase slightly due to the wider road. Estimating, before reaching level 36, Zhang Yang's soul power operation speed would maintain at the original one. 5 times speed. This was greatly beneficial for Zhang Yang, both in training and combat. Zhang Yang was aware of the occasion he was in, so he quickly finished his cultivation, got up, and bowed to Meng Xinji. Thank you, Soul Douluo Meng Xinji, for helping the student break through to level 34. Meng Xinji nodded in satisfaction and smiled. This is the result of your own hard work. Your willpower is incredibly resilient, and your physical quality far exceeds that of soul masters of the same level. Such talent has truly opened my eyes. After testing Zhang Yang, Meng Xinji looked very pleased, while Jilin, the soul Douluo beside him, was about to test Tang San as well, when suddenly 2 people's footsteps were heard from outside. Is Chief Meng Xinji here? The voice came before the people arrived. Meng Xinji was taken aback, thinking, how did he come? He hurried out to greet them, with the other 2 committee members following closely behind. their expressions slightly changing. Soon, the three soul welcomed three people from outside, one of whom was the second ring soul master Avalanche, whom the Shrek Academy members had seen yesterday when Dai Mubai had dealt with him. After introductions by Meng Shinji, everyone learned that this person was Prince Xueshing of the Tiando Empire, who was in charge of the academy. Prince Xueshing didn't even glance at Shrek Academy's people and sneered. Shrek Academy? Never heard of it. It should be an insignificant academy. Chief Meng Shinji, how can you allow these unknown people into our academy? Upon hearing this, the members of Shrek Academy were furious, and Zhao Wujin, standing next to Flander, was about to erupt, but Flander forcibly held him back. Meng Shinji's expression changed. Your Highness, that's not the case. Shrek Academy has cultivated countless outstanding soul masters. For example, our academy's teacher chain came from Shrek Academy. Dean Flander and the other Shrek Academy teachers were also rare talents. Their willingness to teach at our academy is a great boon for us. Hearing that teacher Qin also came from Shrek Academy, Prince Xueshing's expression softened a bit. After all, Qin Ming was one of the few geniuses on the continent, breaking through to the Soul Emperor level at 34 and likely to reach the title Douluo level before 60. The appearance of a title Douluo is significant not only for a single academy, but even for the entire Tiando Empire. Thus, even Prince Xueshing had to treat Qin Ming with caution. However, Prince Xueshing was clearly here to cause trouble, and wouldn't change his mind just because of Qin Ming. He continued to cultivate teacher Qin indeed proved Shrek Academy's teaching level, but as he spoke, Prince Xueshing looked at Meng Shinji. I heard from Avalanche that these esteemed guests just arrived at the academy yesterday and beat him up. As the pillar of the empire, Tiando Royal Academy can not only consider teaching standards. The moral standards of the teachers are also crucial. I absolutely do not want the academy to hire arrogant and domineering individuals. Avalanche, beside him, showed a hint of satisfaction at this remark. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room finally understood Prince Xueshing's intention. All the previous talk was nonsense. He was clearly here to back Avalanche up. The three soul sighed inwardly. The academy could not cultivate more outstanding talents because of so many foolish nobles. Flanders said calmly, Then, Your Highness, how do you wish to resolve this matter? Prince Xueshing snorted coldly. I have always treated talents well. Since you all seek cooperation with our Tiando Royal Academy, and Avalanche was at fault first yesterday, let's consider this matter resolved. However, at this point, his gaze swept over Flander and the teachers of Shrek Academy. You must prove to me that you are indeed talents. Flander suppressed his anger. All right, then how does your Highness wish for us to prove it? Prince Xueshing smiled nonchalantly. It's very simple. If you can withstand 5 minutes in front of Mr. Douluo, I will recognize you as talents and provide favorable treatment. Otherwise, please return for where you came. Your Highness, do not go too far, Meng Shinji said angrily. Prince Xueshing said indifferently, Chief Dream Machine, if you think I've gone too far, you can report to His Majesty. However, before that, as the direct administrator of the Academy, everything that happens within the Academy is decided by me. Dream Machine was so furious that his hair stood on end. Unable to speak, standing beside Prince Xueshing, Xuebong wore a smug expression. Seeing Dream Machine rendered speechless, Prince Xueshing proudly glanced at Flander and the others, then respectfully addressed the green-haired elder behind him. Mr. Douluo, I beg you. The elder, referred to as Mr. Douluo, nodded and arrogantly looked at Flander and the others. You can all come at once. As he spoke, a strong green light suddenly radiated from his body, followed by a series of halos rising one after another from beneath his feet. Yet his own body showed no change. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. A total of 9 soul rings spiraled upwards, their dazzling light making the entire Education Committee Hall dazzling. The expressions of everyone in the room changed. No one expected that this unkempt, green-haired elder was actually one of the continent's top supreme powerhouses, a title Douluo with soul power above level 90. Your Excellency, with the surname Douluo and a strong scent about you, if I guess correctly, you should be the title Douluo known as Poison Douluo. The master stepped forward, blocking the enraged teachers of Shrek Academy, and spoke to the green-haired elder. Ha! The green-haired elder laughed strangely, surprised that someone actually remembered him. That's right. I am Douluo. Since you know my name, why don't you all leave? The master's expression remained calm as he nodded seriously. All right, we will leave. After saying this, the master turned to the three sole Douluos of the education committee. I apologize, three seniors. We will end today's events here. However, we will never forget the warm hospitality you extended to us. Until we meet again. Wait. Dream Machine's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he stared at the nine-ringed poison Douluo. Let us three old fellows experience your poison. The Heavenly Star Furnace Soul Douluo by Baoshan and the Heavenly Blue Vine Soul Douluo Jeline quickly stepped behind Dream Machine. The three of them simultaneously released their powerful aura and their respective martial souls. 3 8-ring soul Douluos against 1 9-ring title Douluo. The atmosphere in the arena suddenly became tense. But at that moment, Flander, the person in charge of Shrek Academy, moved. Flander stepped forward and slightly bowed to the three soul Douluos. I didn't expect that this visit would bring such trouble to the three seniors. I am ashamed. Since Prince Xuexing does not wish to keep us, how can we ask for it? Even if we miss today, we probably won't find peace. Thank you to the three seniors for your care for us juniors. We'll take our leave now. Flander will visit again another day. The unruly 78th level agility attack type Battle Soul Saint, Four-Eyed Cat Hawk Flander, softened for the sake of his old friends and these children. Dean Flander. Dream Machine called out anxiously. Flander did not turn back, leading the Shrek group to stride towards the exit. The faces of the three soul Douluos turned red and pale in turn, clearly furious to the extreme, but what could they do at this moment? After all, the Tiendo Royal Academy belonged to the Tiendo Empire's royal family. Just then, a delicate young girl rushed in from outside and brushed past the Shrek group. Grandpa! Upon entering, she flew into the embrace of the nine-ring Douluo. Douluo reached out to hold the girl in his arms, completely ignoring his earlier cold demeanor, laughing heartily. Yin Yin. Yes, your strength has improved again. As she brushed past the Shrek group, Douluo naturally saw them, her expression changing noticeably. She hugged Douluo's neck and whispered a few words in his ear. Hearing this, Douluo suddenly raised his head, his gaze shifting back and forth on Zhang Yang and Tang San's figures. Chapter 49. No Action. No Life. Seeking Subscription. The academic exchange between Shrek Academy and the Tiendo Royal Academy was disrupted by Prince Xuexing, and the teachers were sent away. Qin Ming was filled with anger and sadness in his heart, and immediately submitted his resignation to the three soul Douluos. Meng Xinji hurriedly stopped Qin Ming, saying, Teacher Qin, how can you do this? Don't worry, this matter today will not just end like this. We will definitely report to His Majesty and ask him to uphold justice. Qin Ming shook his head, his tone resolute. Since Dean Flanders has decided to leave, there is no reason to return. Qin Ming was from Shrek Academy, and since the royal family did not welcome them, he naturally would not stay with a thick face. Prince Xuexing frowned upon hearing this. If Qin Ming left, it would be a huge loss for the Tiendo Royal Academy and even for the Tiendo Empire. However, he did not have the habit of slapping himself in the face, so he could only hold back and say nothing. When Qin Ming arrived, he was alone, and now he was leaving still alone. Take care. The kindness shown by the three committee members over the years will always be remembered. I will repay it in the future. After saying that, Qin Ming urged his soul power, and his figure flashed as he rushed out to catch up with the Shrek group. With Shrek leaving, the people in the committee naturally dispersed unhappily. Meng Xinji and the others prepared to report to the emperor, while Xuexing left stiffly with Xueben and Douluo. On the way out, Xuexing, seeing no one around, gritted his teeth and scolded Xueben. Xueben, this time you cause a lot of trouble for your uncle. I'm afraid those three old guys won't let it go easily. Xueben laughed and replied, Uncle, the news of Shrek defeating Yu Tianheng has already spread in the academy. If I don't drive them away, wouldn't that send a bunch of geniuses to my brother? Prince Xuexing nodded. Yes, the three committee members are all your brother's people. If they really stay, they will eventually be recruited by your brother. It's just a pity that Teacher Qin Ming has also left. Sigh. After leaving the committee, Flanders led the group down the mountain, while the fast Zhang Yang hurried back to the mountain villa to pick up Xiao Wu. Xiao was very dispirited. Just thinking about the presence of more than 3 soul Douluos in the academy made her lose her spirit. Studying at the Tiando Royal Academy felt like dancing on the edge of a knife. At that moment, Zhang Yang pushed open the door and immediately said, "Xiao Wu, pack your things, we need to leave." Xiao Wu was stunned. Leave? Where to? Where to is not determined yet. But we can't stay at the Tiando Royal Academy any longer. Zhang Yang spread his hands helplessly. The exchange with the academy has fallen through. Xiao Wu was surprised. How could it fall through? I'll explain it to you on the way. Zhang Yang went around everyone's rooms, collected their belongings into the storage soul guide, and then carried Xiao Wu to catch up with Flanders and the others. After leaving the Tiando Royal Academy, everyone stood at the foot of the mountain, feeling very lost. Where should we go next? Flanders thought for a moment and said, "Let's go to Tiando City to rest first. As for our next action, we'll discuss it after." At the outskirts of Tiando City, the city walls were over 100 meters high, and the city gates were 10 meters wide and high, enough for 6 riders to pass side by side. The 2 side gates were also 5 meters high and wide, imposing in appearance. As the group approached the city gate, they suddenly saw a large and eye-catching announcement on the bulletin board. Now hiring, Lamba Advanced Soul Master Academy, due to its own expansion, is now hiring the following personnel. 10 soul masters of level 40 or above. Those with higher soul power will be given priority. Once hired, the treatment will be excellent. Seeing this notice, Flanders was surprised. The recruitment notice has even reached here? The background must be significant. Qin Ming, do you know about this Lamba Academy? Qin Ming quickly stepped forward. I know a little. Lamba Academy is located in Tiando City and is about 1/3 the size of the Royal Academy. It only admits commoners and rejects all nobles. To establish such a large academy in the city and dare to refuse all nobles, its background must be considerable. Very good. Flanders smiled and nodded. I've decided we will go to this Lamba Academy. I want to overturn them right under the nose of the Tiando Academy. The gate of Lamba Academy was also 10 meters high. The gatehouse, made of white jade, while not luxurious, was quite imposing. With 8 gilded characters on the gate, Lamba Advanced Soul Master Academy. Qin Ming approached the recruitment registration office next to the gate, explained their intentions and the situation of the 8 boys behind him, and immediately a teacher responsible for reception came over to lead them for testing. Lamba Academy was situated in the largest area of vegetation in Tiando City, with patches of woods visible both inside and outside the campus. Many buildings with different functions surrounded the academy's large playground. Before long, the reception teacher brought the Shrek group to the testing area and handed them over to the 3 Soul Kings responsible for the assessment. The testing process for teachers at Lamba Academy was, first, reveal their martial souls to confirm they met the hiring conditions. Then, conduct a practical test by choosing one Soul King to spar, and if they could withstand for 10 minutes under his hand, they would be considered qualified. Flanders laughed at a glance. What is there to test? Come on, brothers, unleash your martial souls and show your soul rings. In an instant, 3 soul emperors, 3 soul saints, and a total of 39 soul rings appear before the teachers responsible for assessment at Lamba Academy. The 3 soul kings were left speechless. If it weren't for these big shots deliberately suppressing their soul power fluctuations, they would have long been unable to stand. Please retract your martial souls, seniors. The 3 became noticeably respectful. How could the 3 soul kings be qualified to evaluate these soul emperors and soul saints? They didn't dare to act on their own and quickly led the group to the principal's office. The group left the testing area and followed a small path towards the back of the academy. Soon, they entered the forest on the outskirts of the main campus area. The master asked in confusion, "Doesn't your principal live in the campus area?" One of the soul kings explained, "The principal prefers quietness, so he lives alone in the forest. The daily affairs of the academy are handled by the teachers, and only major matters require consulting the principal." I see. The master didn't ask further, but for some reason, he always felt a sense of unease in his heart. Then things started to spiral out of control. Under the gaze of 3 soul kings, 3 soul emperors, 3 soul saints, and the 8 Shrek students, the over 50 master was suddenly knocked down by a beautiful woman who looked to be only 30. This beautiful woman, dressed in a simple blue skirt, had exquisite and captivating features, and her brows were like paintings. Moreover, she was extremely fierce. Such a beautiful woman actually disregarded the gazes of others and directly knocked the master to the ground, causing the surrounding crowd to exclaim in surprise. After some chaos, everyone finally realized who this beautiful woman was. She was a longtime friend of the master in Flanders, known as the killing element of the Golden Iron Triangle, Liu Erlong. Liu Erlong had a violent temper. Upon hearing that the Tiando Royal Academy had driven out her brother Flanders and her beloved Yu Xiaojing, she immediately declared, "To hell with the Tiando Royal Academy." Then, Liu Erlong announced on the spot that Lamba Academy would be renamed Shrek Academy, with Flanders as the principal and herself as the vice principal, and that a meeting of all faculty and students would be held the next day to announce this matter. In the blink of an eye, Shrek Academy, which had once only been able to operate in a small village outside Soto City, had now settled in Tiando City. That evening, Liu Erlong hosted a grand banquet to warmly welcome the Shrek group. Under Liu Erlong's fiery gaze, the master felt very uncomfortable during dinner. As soon as the meal ended, he hurriedly took Zhang Yang and Tang San and fled. In the silent forest, the master recounted the events between him and Liu Erlong to his two disciples. Tang San listened intently and related it to his own feelings for Xiao Wu, making his emotions extremely complex. Zhang Yang appeared to be in deep despair, but in reality, he didn't take it seriously at all. So much talk. Wasn't it just about incest? Wasn't it what Yuan Jikong and Oremo were about? Moreover, they were siblings by blood, while the master and Liu Erlong were only cousins. Besides, had the master and Liu Erlong really done anything substantial? They kissed, but that was about it. If that's the case, why worry? Furthermore, the reason incest is prohibited is entirely because it affects the health of future generations and harms the ethnic group. If the two of them don't engage in it and don't have children, isn't that good? They could just live like a normal couple, being sweet and loving when needed. If someone asks, they could just retort, "Our sibling relationship is good. What is it to you?" When Liu Erlong's maternal instincts overflow, they could simply adopt a child, and everything would be fine. Thus, unable to bear seeing the master so tangled up, Zhang Yang decided to enlighten him. "Master, what do you plan to do in the future? You've lived so peacefully these years because the matriarch couldn't find you. Now that we've run into this situation, can you still escape?" The master's sad expression suddenly froze. What matriarch? Zhang Yang, don't misuse titles. Behind a tree not far from them, a tear-streaked figure trembled slightly. "Master, you just said that Dean Flander officiated the wedding, and you and Vice Dean Liu Erlong got married under his witness. Since you've already tied the knot, isn't Vice Dean Liu Erlong the matriarch?" The master's tone was stiff. Sibling unions are not accepted by the world and are rejected by gods and men alike. Even if they are married, it is still invalid. Can cousins who haven't seen each other for 30 years be considered siblings? Moreover, who besides a few people knows about your relationship with the matriarch? If no outsiders know, don't you know? How can siblings be husband and wife? The master retorted. Then do you know why the world disapproves of sibling unions? Zhang Yang countered the master, his tone very firm. The master replied fluently, because offspring from sibling unions often suffer from stillbirth, mental retardation, and deformities. Thus, in terms of feelings and propriety, siblings should not unite. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang stepped forward, speaking every word clearly. Then isn't it better for you and the matriarch not to have children? Hearing Zhang Yang's words, the master and Liu Erlong, hidden in the shadows, were struck dumb. Not have children. Not have children. They were still chewing on these words when Zhang Yang continued. As long as there are no descendants, you and a matriarch can live like normal couples. After all, even if your uncle is close, he can't interfere with the bond between siblings, right? The master stared blankly at Tang San, his lips moving, but he was already at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Liu Erlong, hidden in the shadows, slowly approached from not far away. Seeing that the two had no other concerns in their eyes, Zhang Yang and Tang San quietly withdrew. In the forest, Tang San pondered his relationship with Xiao Wu, reflecting on Zhang Yang's earlier words, while Zhang Yang felt a sense of satisfaction as if he had done a good deed. Just then, the air around them suddenly turned cold, and a figure entirely in green appeared in front of Zhang Yang and Tang San. Green hair, green eyes, green nails. and a cold, malevolent gaze like that of a poisonous snake. It was Douluo, whom they had just seen during the day. Chapter 50. Vegetables 7,000 collections for extra updates. Seeking subscription. Zhang Yang and Tang San just instinctively wanted to release their martial spirits when they saw Douluo's figure suddenly appear in front of them, as if he had teleported. Upon reaching them, Douluo swiftly kicked Zhang Yang in the abdomen. Bang! Zhang Yang, who hadn't even had time to release his martial spirit, instantly fainted and his body flew backward like a cannonball, crashing into two trees that were as thick as a person's embrace before coming to a stop. Who is it? Lu Erlong's eyes shone with brilliance, and she suddenly straightened up from Master S' embrace, looking in the direction for which the soul power fluctuations came. She could clearly sense the terrifying aura contained within that not very strong soul power fluctuation. In a flash, she had already positioned herself in front of Master. Master was momentarily stunned. Then his expression changed dramatically. This is bad. Something might have happened to Xiao San and Zhang Yang. We need to check it out quickly. Lu Erlong headed towards the location of the soul power fluctuations while Master followed the sounds and found Zhang Yang, who was spitting blood and had 7 or 8 broken ribs along with completely shattered leg bones. Zhang Yang, seeing Zhang Yang in such a miserable state, Master S' eyes instantly filled with tears. The next moment, Lu Erlong, who had found nothing, arrived at Master's side. When she saw Zhang Yang's tragic appearance, her expression also changed. As the mediator who helped her reconcile with Master, Zhang Yang held a much higher position in Lu Erlong's heart compared to Tang San. Erlong, let us quickly take Zhang Yang back and find a healing system soul master. Master decisively said, this cold aura feels somewhat familiar. If it's that person, it might be difficult to handle. This cold aura immediately reminded him of Douluo, whom he met during the day, and later, the phosphorescent snake's soul master, Douluo. Zhang Yang was carried back to the academy by Lu Erlong, preparing to find a healing system soul master for treatment. This commotion had attracted all the teachers in the academy. Upon learning that it might be Douluo who attacked Zhang Yang and Tang San, everyone couldn't help but feel anxious. The name and reputation of Douluo, the title Douluo, along with his terrifying poison skills, made everyone extremely wary. However, since Tang San had already been taken away by him, they had to save him regardless of their fears. Thus, Flinder, Lu Erlong, and Master, led by Qin Ming, immediately headed to the Tiando Royal Academy to inquire about Douluo with the 3 soul Douluos of the Education Committee. After learning that Douluo resided on a mountain in the Sunset Forest, the Golden Iron Triangle immediately set off towards the Sunset Forest, while Qin Ming went to the student dormitory to find the healing system soul master, Yi Lingling, to ask for help in treating Zhang Yang. Qin Ming was once a Tiando-level teacher at the academy, and Yi Lingling had always studied under him. Even though Yi Lingling had past grievances with Zhang Yang, she agreed to help due to Qin Ming's face. At Blue Tyrant Academy, there was a healing system soul master named Jiang Zhu, who was a level 35 soul venerable with a healing scepter as her martial spirit. By the time Yi Lingling arrived, Zhang Yang had already received treatment from Jiang Zhu. However, Jiang Zhu's healing scepter was still far inferior to Yi Lingling's 9-heart sea pine. Under Jiang Zhu's treatment, Zhang Yang's severe internal injuries were alleviated, but the dozens of broken bones remained unchanged. However, as soon as Yi Lingling took action, Zhang Yang's condition visibly improved at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. The broken bones realigned, and the internal injuries were instantly healed. Yet, despite appearing to have fully healed on the surface, Zhang Yang remained unconscious. In this situation, Yi Lingling could only state that they had to wait for Zhang Yang to wake up on his own. Everyone expressed their gratitude to Yi Lingling, who was willing to set aside past grievances and extend a helping hand. In response to everyone's sincere thanks, Yi Lingling merely nodded slightly and was escorted back to the Tiando Royal Academy by Qin Ming. Yi Lingling did not know that Zhang Yang had been injured in such a manner entirely due to Douluo being instigated by his granddaughter, Douluo. On that day in the Great Soul Arena, Zhang Yang had eliminated Yi Lingling with a kick, causing Yu Qianheng on the soul fighting platform to be unable to receive treatment in time, nearly dying on the platform. Therefore, Douluo instructed Douluo to replicate the action, kicking Zhang Yang in the abdomen, sending him flying dozens of meters and breaking the leg he used to kick Yilingling. However, since Douluo did not know which leg Zhang Yang had used to kick Yilingling, she simply ordered Douluo to break both of Zhang Yang's legs. With Zhang Yang severely injured and unconscious and Tang San missing, such a large event could not be kept under wraps. Before dawn, Dai Mubai and the others rushed into Zhang Yang's dormitory. The student dormitory at Blue Tyrant Academy was very spacious, and even with all of Shrek's members present, it felt empty. Seeing Zhang Yang lying on the bed unconscious, everyone was extremely anxious. Ning Rongrong was especially leaning over the bed, crying uncontrollably. Although Xiao Wu was worried about Zhang Yang's injuries, she was even more anxious about the whereabouts of Tang San. Knowing that crying Wu Ti solved the problem, Ning Rongrong stood up with tears in her eyes and gritted her teeth, saying, "I will go find my father and have the sect send someone to treat Zhang Yang. I will also go find Grandpa Jian to take action. I want Douluo to pay the price." After saying this, Ning Rongrong pushed past the people by the bed and ran out like the wind. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who were pushed aside by Ning Rongrong, exchanged glances. By the time Ning Rongrong brought reinforcement from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School back to Blue Tyrant Academy, Master and the others had already returned from Douluo. Although Douluo and Tang San had a unified story that Douluo was pleased with the hunt and that Tang San wanted to follow Douluo for a while, it was clear from Zhang Yang's injuries that this was definitely not Douluo's true intention. However, since Tang San had said so, the Golden Iron Triangle had no reason to continue pursuing the matter and could only return home first. They sent people to search for Tang Hao while praying that Douluo and Tang San's words were true. The healing system Soul Master brought by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was named Yuming, whose martial spirit was the Twin Lotus. He was a level 67 healing system Soul Emperor, and his third soul skill had remarkable effects on patients who had fallen into a coma for unknown reasons. Calm of mind. Yuming's third soul ring lit up, and a wave of azure light rapidly spread from the Twin Lotus martial spirit, stabilizing the emotions of everyone in the room considerably. The agitated Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu also calmed down a lot. Under the illumination of the azure light, Zhang Yang on the bed felt his eyelids tremble, and soon after, he opened his eyes. Although he had been unconscious for most of the day, for Zhang Yang, it felt like just a brief moment had passed. After being kicked by Douluo, he quickly lost consciousness, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself in the present. "Wu, Zhang Yang, you finally woke up." Seeing Zhang Yang awake, Ning Rongrong was the first to rush over, crying out loud again. Embracing Ning Rongrong, Zhang Yang comforted her, saying, "Rongrong, it's okay. Look, I'm fine, right?" Saying this, Zhang Yang also raised his head and addressed the people around him. "All right, everyone. I'm fine now. By the way, where is Xiao San? How is he?" Upon hearing this, Master, with his typically stiff expression, forced a smile. "Xiao San is currently learning to use poison from Douluo and is safe, so don't worry." "Oh." Zhang Yang then felt relieved and nodded. "I see." Seeing Zhang Yang conscious and relieved, Ma Hongjun leaned over curiously and asked, "Zhang Yang, what exactly happened yesterday? Do you remember how you were injured by Douluo? You're asking me?" Zhang Yang shrugged. "After I separated from the teacher last night, Xiao San and I were about to return to the dormitory when we suddenly noticed a person appear in front of us." "Douluo?" Ma Hongjun answered quickly. "Zhang Yang no dead, yes. Actually, my first instinct was to sense a cold soul power, and only then did I see Douluo. But by that time, it was already too late. Douluo was only 3 meters away from us. And then? You were knocked out? Didn't you use your first soul skill? Is a title Douluo that fast?" Ma Hongjun's rapid-fire questions left Zhang Yang speechless. Before Zhang Yang could respond, Ning Rongrong in his arms angrily retorted, "Fatty, where did you get so many questions? How about I let Grandpa Jian come over so you can experience firsthand whether a title Douluo's attack can be so fast that you can't even activate your trash chicken martial soul." Seeing Ning Rongrong getting angry, Ma Hongjun didn't dare to provoke her further, and he awkwardly retreated to the back of everyone, muttering softly, "My martial soul is the evil fire phoenix. It's not a trash chicken." The master nodded. Even if Zhang Yang's first soul skill is strong, He needs to activate his martial soul to use it. With the strength of a titled Douluo, killing a 30th level soul master in an instant is as easy as pie. Yeah, Zhang Yang nodded. I didn't even have time to activate my martial soul before I was kicked unconscious. When I opened my eyes again, it was already now. I don't know anything about what happened afterwards. Do you know how serious your injuries are? Dai Mubai said helplessly, 8 ribs and 2 shins. If it weren't for classmate Jiang Zhu stabilizing your internal injuries, and Yi Lingling using 9 heart begonia to reattach your broken bones, you might have been crippled. Is it that serious? Zhang Yang felt a bit scared upon hearing this, but also had some doubts. Yi Lingling? 9 heart begonia? Isn't she a healing soul master from the royal fighting team? I remember we had some conflicts with her, so how did she come to treat me? Ma Hongjun said, isn't it thanks to our senior Qinming? Senior Qinming brought her from the Tiando Royal Academy to the Lamba Academy overnight. Really? Zhang Yang quickly looked at the inconspicuous Qinming in the crowd. Senior, thank you so much. Don't mention it. Qinming waved his hand. It was Yi Lingling who treated you. I just called her over. Zhang Yang shook his head. If it weren't for your seniority, how would she come? The healing ability of 9 heart begonia is well known. Zhang Yang, your injuries are almost healed now. Eat an Oscar recovery sausage, and you should rest well in the morning. At 2 in the afternoon, everyone will gather, and I'll take you to find a suitable environment for simulated training. All right, teacher, Zhang Yang nodded. The others also responded in unison, yes, master. Before long, the room that had just been bustling with people was left with only Zhang Yang. Sigh, I'm still too weak. Zhang Yang sighed, ate the Oscar recovery sausage, crossed his legs, and slowly entered a state of cultivation. Chapter 51, 10,000 Years Fourth Ring Plan, Subscription Needed. The simulated training environment at Lamba Academy is quite abundant, basically covering all types of martial souls. With the guidance of the master, everyone has found a suitable place to practice. Seeing that everyone was settled and practicing, the master took Zhang Yang to the first floor of the Lamba Academy office building. Zhang Yang mentioned that he needed an office, so the master prepared a spacious office for him. The office was over 100 square meters, very spacious, equipped with an impressive brown solid wood desk, coffee table, and sofa, with a few potted plants in the corners to decorate the empty room. Upon seeing the office, Zhang Yang nodded in satisfaction. The decoration was excellent. With just some newspapers, teacups, a teapot, an ashtray, and a vague symbol of justice hanging behind him, he could start his training. This space is now designated for you as a simulated training environment. Feel free to decorate it as you wish. You can train here from now on, the master said, patting Zhang Yang on the shoulder. Be mindful, as there are people working in the surrounding offices while you practice. Yes, master, Zhang Yang replied, nodding. After sending the master away, he immediately began arranging the room and eagerly entered a meditative state. Finally, after leaving Suodo City for more than a week, Zhang Yang experienced the wonderful feeling of a 8 times training speed again. Moreover, due to the expansion of his soul power training circuit, his training speed before reaching level 36 would increase by about 30, resulting in a total multiplier of 34 times. However, human nature is inherently greedy. Soon, Zhang Yang became somewhat dissatisfied with the 8 times boost from the simulated training environment. Since he could achieve 8 times, why not put in more effort and increase the training speed a bit more? Thus, Zhang Yang began to brainstorm about how to adjust this office. First, he went to a furniture store in Tiando City, provided them with the room's structure and dimensions, and had them create a set of Japanese-style sliding doors and partitions, along with a tatami mat of sufficient size. Zhang Yang didn't know how a real tatami mat was made, but that didn't stop him from creating something that resembled it. Covering hardwood boards with straw mats was essentially a tatami mat, right? After Zhang Yang's time-consuming modifications, the office had transformed into a style similar to a Japanese room. At first glance, it looked quite authentic. Testing the effect, he found it somewhat effective. Additionally, Zhang Yang threw some wanted posters from the Tiando Empire onto the desk to try training with them, discovering that they were somewhat effective, although the effect was very limited. Indeed, Huang Yuan was not very proactive in capturing wanted criminals, preferring to drink tea and read newspapers. Huang Yuan, you truly live up to your reputation. Thus, under the 1x boost from the simulated training environment, and an additional 30 increase for levels below 36. Zhang Yang's soul power was rapidly advancing. Recently, the master and Lu Erlong had been living quite comfortably. Zhang Yang's words had completely opened their hearts. After all, if they didn't act, nothing would happen. And who could say anything about it? Moreover, even if they did something, what could it change? It was just a broken leg after all. With the joy of reconciliation with the master, Lu Erlong, a woman with blood on her hands and a preference for wielding a butcher's knife, surprisingly took to cooking. This left the master and Zhang Yang in a bit of a predicament. The master was the first victim, while Zhang Yang, being the master's favorite disciple, became the second victim. Fortunately, Lu Erlong's culinary skills improved rapidly. Within just a month, her cooking had already left Zhang Yang craving for more. Master, what delicious dish have you made today? It smells so good. After class, Zhang Yang was drawn in by the aroma and immediately saw Lu Erlong in an apron busily working at the stove, with another pot beside her bubbling with a milky white soup. Fish soup, Lu Erlong said cheerfully, smoothly slicing the ingredients. This is the freshest sea fish from the market. I've had enough of river fish. I plan to change the flavor for you too. Sea fish. Hearing this, Zhang Yang's mouth watered. Coming from Tianmen, he had no resistance to sea fish. Borrowing money to eat seafood is not considered bad living. This saying perfectly illustrated the Tianmen people's love for seafood. Although this fish soup was not Zhang Yang's favorite type, he was not picky. As long as there was fish, he was fine with it. After savoring the aroma of the fish soup, Zhang Yang became curious about the other pot and asked, Master, what are you steaming in that pot? Oh, that's papaya. Lu Erlong replied casually. Papaya? Zhang Yang was taken aback. Are you kidding? You're so old, and you're still eating papaya? This reminded him of Ning Rongrong's budding beauty, and he turned to Lu Erlong, saying, Master, save me a couple of pieces of papaya to take with me. Lu Erlong understood Zhang Yang's meaning and smiled. All right. You little rascal, I really don't know where you learned so much. Zhang Yang smiled shyly. I heard it from someone. Before long, the master returned from class, and Zhang Yang and Lu Erlong quickly prepared for dinner. With delicious dishes, a loving spouse, and a disciple to accompany him, the master was very happy, and the atmosphere at the dining table was harmonious. After eating and drinking to their fill and tidying the table, the family sat in the living room drinking tea. The master casually began to assess Zhang Yang's studies. After a round of evaluation, the master nodded in satisfaction, saying, Your studies haven't fallen behind. That's great. For a soul master, having a good mind is more important than just leveling up 1 or 2 levels of soul power. Yes, master, Zhang Yang nodded. The master took a sip of tea and continued. Additionally, you must solidify your foundation. Your recent training speed is quite fast. So fast that I'm a bit worried for you. Lu Erlong beside him nodded. You only used 3 months to increase your soul power by 2 levels. This speed is somewhat frightening. Zhang Yang smiled. Master, mistress, this is due to specific circumstances. If it weren't for the soul power pressure from the dream god machine soul Douluo that expanded my training circuit, my training speed wouldn't be this fast. You see, my training speed has returned to normal over the past month, right? Indeed, the pressure from 4 months ago did bring you considerable benefits. It's understandable that your training speed is a bit faster, the master nodded. I've been thinking about whether it's correct to let you follow a strong attack route. With your speed, you could completely develop in a sensitive attack direction. But master, given my attack power, developing along the strong attack route shouldn't be inappropriate, right? Zhang Yang said with a smile. The master nodded. That's true. However, considering your sensitivity to battlefield situations and your combat style of never taking enemy attacks head-on, it would be more suitable for you to pursue a sensitive attack route. Zhang Yang helplessly replied, Master, if I can dodge those attacks, why should I take them head-on? That would hurt a lot. Besides, dodging the enemy's attacks is the wisest choice, right? Who knows if the enemy's move is hiding some tricks? What if I choose to take it head-on and fall into a trap? Lu Erlong chuckled. Zhang Yang is just interpreting his opponent from another angle. It's simply a different emphasis in combat thinking. Moreover, I must say the way Zhang Yang's combat style has developed is partly your responsibility, Xiao Gang. Zhang Yang's soul skills are so useful, yet you always require him to keep them in reserve. tying his hands in battle, fearing he won't know how to deal with enemies that counter him. If it weren't for you, how would Zhang Yang be so cautious when facing enemy attacks? Hearing Lu Erlong say this, the master shook his head. Erlong, your thinking is incorrect. I'm doing this for Zhang Yang's benefit, okay? Zhang Yang secretly gave the master a thumbs up in his heart for daring to say that his wife's words were wrong. What a real man. Feeling that he might lose in this topic, the master wisely changed the subject. By the way, with the help of several teachers from the school today, I conducted a comprehensive physical fitness test for Soul Masters at the Soul King level. Comparing it with the physical data I obtained from you a few days ago, I arrived at a very interesting conclusion. What conclusion? Zhang Yang asked curiously, while Lu Erlong beside him gently nudged the master, feeling quite dissatisfied with his change of topic. The master smiled. Overall, although your physical fitness at this moment can't compare to those Soul Kings, it's not far off from some 47th or 48th level Soul Masters. You should know that it's perfectly normal for Zhang Yang's physical fitness to be inferior to that of a Soul King. After all, Soul Kings have the advantage of 2 additional soul rings, one of which is a 10,000-year soul ring. I suspect that those Soul Kings who can absorb a 10,000-year soul ring might not have better physical fitness than you before reaching level 50 and absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring. Lu Erlong was curious. So? The master smiled. I think we could try to let Zhang Yang attempt to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring when he absorbs his 4th soul ring. Zhang Yang was overjoyed. Really? Teacher? However, Lu Erlong had some concerns. Isn't that a bit too risky? The master nodded. It's definitely a risk, but shouldn't be that dangerous. If my plan is correct, Zhang Yang should be absolutely safe. Lu Erlong asked, what plan? The master smiled mysteriously and blurted out 4 words. Conquer soul beasts, persuade soul beasts. Lu Erlong. Zhang Yang was also taken aback, thinking, conquer soul beasts, seduce soul beasts? Unbeknownst to what Zhang Yang was thinking, the master continued. If Zhang Yang's strength can make a 10,000-year soul beast willingly submit, feeling that losing to Zhang Yang is not unfair at all, then Zhang Yang will be able to kill this soul beast and absorb its soul ring very smoothly, without any danger. Moreover, the drop rate for soul bones is also very high. Zhang Yang suddenly understood. So that's how it is. But teacher, isn't this plan hard to implement? 10,000-year soul beasts already possess intelligence comparable to that of humans. How could they willingly submit to the humans who kill them and willingly give up their lives for their murderers? Exactly. The master nodded. Normal soul beasts think this way, but there are exceptions. For example, the martial ape is one such soul beast. Martial ape? Another ape-type soul beast? Zhang Yang was somewhat speechless, thinking, teacher, can't you choose some other type of soul beast for me? Why do you keep picking on ape-type soul beasts? Lu Erlong slapped Zhang Yang on the back. What does it matter what type of soul beast it is? As long as it suits you, that's enough. The master nodded. As long as the soul ring is useful, what does it matter if it's an ape-type soul beast? Then teacher, why would this martial ape willingly submit to me? Zhang Yang asked curiously. The key lies in the 2 words martial husband. The master smiled. Martial husband, as the name suggests, means straightforward character and valuing martial arts above all else. The martial ape is such a soul beast. Chapter 52. Jade Ginger Apricot Banana, Seeking Subscription. Although soul beasts possess intelligence, their combat skills are quite rudimentary, relying more on physical fitness and instincts. Clever soul beasts may employ a few tricks, but they cannot escape this limitation. However, the martial ape soul beast is different. They have unique martial arts techniques specific to their species and even possess basic power exertion skills. This is extremely rare among other soul beasts. It is precisely because of this that their strength becomes formidable. After all, soul beasts inherently have stronger physical capabilities than humans. And with martial arts techniques and power exertion skills, they become difficult opponents for soul masters of the same level. However, Zhang Yang, your 3rd soul ring ability effectively compensates for the attack power gap between humans and soul beasts, while your 1st soul ring ability ensures your absolute safety. Therefore, I am very confident that you can defeat a 10,000-year martial ape. Martial apes admire the strong. As long as you dare to fight it alone, you will earn its respect. If you can defeat it, you will gain its recognition. If this is a close-quarters combat where every punch counts, then defeating it will earn you its submission. The martial ape is also known as a soul beast with a martial spirit. Zhang Yang was puzzled. How come such a mindless soul beast hasn't been exterminated by humans? The master chuckled. Although martial apes have strange personalities, they're not truly foolish. They know when to flee when faced with an obviously stronger opponent. However, no matter how you look at it, such soul beasts should be quite rare, right? Zhang Yang asked curiously. Do you know where there are 10,000-year martial apes, master? Of course. The master nodded. Half a year ago, when I, your master, and Flinder went to the Sunset Forest to negotiate with Douluo, we encountered a martial ape that was 5 meters tall. Lu Erlong looked at the master in surprise. Huh? Did we encounter any ape-type soul beasts back then? Ape-type soul beasts usually crouch, but the martial ape is an exception. Due to their martial training, they are more accustomed to walking upright. It is also because of this upright posture that they can hide more easily in the woods. I had the time and energy to observe my surroundings because I was sandwiched between Flinder. While you may not have seen it due to being in a hurry or having a different perspective. The master then turned to Zhang Yang and said, you should spar more with Zhao Wujia next, practicing close combat. Zhao Wujia has a soul power level of 76. And after activating his martial soul true body, he is significantly stronger than a 10,000-year martial ape. Such battles will greatly help your close combat skills. Understand. Zhang Yang nodded. Since there is a new task, he did not linger any longer, went to the kitchen to grab 2 pieces of papaya, and then took his leave. For the next half-month, under the Master S arrangement, Zhang Yang requested leave from his teachers and began to focus on his own third-stage training. Every morning, Zhang Yang practiced for an hour with Zhao Wujia using the flash body technique and releasing their martial souls, and every week, Zhao Wujia would activate his martial soul true body, allowing Zhang Yang to experience hardships he hadn't faced in the previous 6 days. In the afternoons, Zhang Yang underwent rigorous training from the master, which included various types of weighted exercises and strange gymnastics poses. The master explained that gymnastics would help train his flexibility, fascia strength, and overall body agility. In the evenings, after recovering his senses in the medicinal bath, Zhang Yang would return to the office with a gentle breeze to cultivate his soul power. Although this behavior was clearly a special arrangement, Dai Mubai and the others had no objections. After all, who would be foolish enough to volunteer for another round of the Master S rigorous training? Thus, during these days of pain and happiness, Zhang Yang's physical fitness steadily improved until the day Tang San returned to the academy. It was a rest day, with no sparring, no weights, and no gymnastics, allowing Zhang Yang to devote the entire day to cultivating his soul power. Just as Zhang Yang was immersed in his training, he was suddenly interrupted by Oscar, who burst through the door. Oscar had a complicated expression. Zhang Yang, Xiao San is back. Oh, Zhang Yang's eyes lit up. Douluo finally decided to let him go? Not only that, Douluo has also joined our academy as an advisor. Oscar said with a frown, I wonder what the dean and Douluo are thinking. He injured you severely and kidnapped Xiao San for half a year. Yet he still became an advisor for our academy. What could the dean do? With Douluo's title Douluo strength, he can do as he pleases. Zhang Yang sighed. With Douluo here, I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Zhang Yang had never forgotten what the sword Douluo had told him. 10,000-year soul beasts have no way to hide in front of a title Douluo. Oscar nodded. All right, let us not talk about that for now. Let us go. Xiaosan has brought back good things for us. If we go late, we'll only be left with what others didn't want. Nodding, Zhang Yang quickly tidied up and followed Oscar. Zhang Yang's simulated training environment was in the office building, somewhat distant from others, so he and Oscar were the last to arrive, even behind Dai Mubai, who was currently in seclusion to break through level 40. After not seeing each other for half a year, Zhang Yang couldn't help but give Tang San a big hug, exclaiming, You're back, that's great. This was a sentiment unique to Zhang Yang. After all, the others hadn't faced Douluo directly and didn't feel the death threat he brought. Tang San smiled and hugged Zhang Yang. If he hadn't grasped Douluo's weakness and used it to threaten him, Tang San would have long since been dead. So as Zhang Yang said, being able to come back is truly wonderful. The others watching this scene couldn't help but feel emotional as well. Once everyone had gathered, the master led them to the thatched house that Lu ere long had abandoned, which was very remote and wouldn't be disturbed. After entering the thatched house and closing the door to block external views, Tang Sen finally took out several immortal gray herbs from his treasure bag that could contain living things and distributed them to everyone. Dai Mubai received the miraculous mushroom of heaven. Oscar received the 8-handled immortal orchid, and Ma Hongjun received the coxcomb phoenix sunflower. It was Zhang Yang's turn. Tang Sen took out a red immortal herb connected to a stone by its root. Zhang Yang. This immortal herb is called Heartbreak Red, a divine treasure among immortal herbs. Consuming this herb can grant you the ability of immortality along with heaven and earth, and it can also comprehensively transform your body. Additionally, it can greatly increase your soul power. Considering your current soul power of 37, it can at least elevate you to level 44 or 45. This way, the first assessment, the sword Douluo, gave you 1 TB a problem. Really? Xiao-san, thank you so much, Zhang Yang said with great joy, reaching out to take the Heartbreak Red. However, Tang Sen shook his head and didn't hand over the herb, instead saying, but to consume this immortal herb, you must first gain its recognition. An immortal herb can choose its consumer? That's really strange, Zhang Yang murmured and then asked. Then, how can I gain its recognition? I'll tell you a story, and you'll understand, Tang Sen said, beginning to share the legend behind Heartbreak Red, followed by a detailed explanation of how to gain the recognition of the immortal herb. When harvesting, you must think of your beloved sincerely. Spit out a mouthful of blood onto the petals. If you have even the slightest hesitation, even if you spit blood to death, you want to be able to pick the flower. Spitting blood. Zhang Yang hesitated a bit. He was somewhat afraid of pain. Zhang Yang hesitated, and Ning Rongrong beside him couldn't take it anymore. She slapped Zhang Yang and complained, "You won't even dare to spit blood? Zhang Yang, are you secretly in love with someone else?" Zhang Yang never expected that his moment of hesitation would lead to such an unwarranted disaster. He quickly protested, "I'm really just afraid of pain, Rongrong. You're the only one in my heart. The heavens can witness this." Seeing the teasing looks from those around, Ning Rongrong pouted and said discontentedly, "Then think of me and spit blood on that flower. Prove it to me with actions." Of course, it was also to prove it to others. Zhang Yang helplessly took the Xiangxi Duanshanghong flower, looked at Ning Rongrong, summoned his soul power to activate his blood energy, and then spat a mouthful of fresh blood onto the flower. At the moment Zhang Yang spat blood, his eyes were filled with Ning Rongrong's figure. Suddenly stopping at her chest for a moment, a sense of regret arose, and his thoughts couldn't help but drift. As the blood fell on the petals, the Xiangxi Duanshanghong trembled gently, and the eyes of Zhang Yang, Ning Rongrong, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and the master all fell on this flower, quietly waiting. However, everyone soon became disappointed as the trembling of the Xiangxi Duanshanghong gradually stopped, showing no signs of falling. Upon seeing this result, Ning Rongrong immediately exploded in anger. "Good. Zhang Yang, you truly aren't devoted to me. Tell me, who else are you thinking about? Is it someone from our grade? Or someone outside the school?" Zhang Yang could only helplessly beg for mercy, then leaned close to Ning Rongrong's ear and expressed his regrets. After hearing Zhang Yang's explanation, Ning Rongrong's anger naturally subsided a lot. She kicked Zhang Yang, scolded him as a lecher, and then let him go. Ning Rongrong secretly glanced at Zhu Zhuqing and felt a strong desire for knowledge rise in her heart, but then a sense of shyness also emerged. Seeing that Zhang Yang failed to gain the recognition of the Xiangxi Duanshanghong, Tang San could only helplessly take out the second fairy herb and handed it to Zhang Yang, saying, "This fairy fruit is called Yujing Xing Banjiao, a type of fairy herb that loves sunlight. It has a fragrant and sweet taste. Peel it and eat it, and it will make you unafraid of cold and heat, transforming your body." Oh, that's more like it. Fairy herbs should be simple, unlike that Xiangxi Duanshanghong just now, which deliberately stirred up conflicts at home. Its conscience is truly bad. Zhang Yang complained about the nearby Xiangxi Duanshanghong a few times, then took the Yujing Xing Banjiao and walked aside to start consuming it. The Yujing Xing Banjiao is a round fruit with a yellow skin. Looking no different from an ordinary apricot, except its skin is very thick like a banana. Inside, the yellow pulp glows with a translucent jade-like luster, resembling jelly. The pulp is small, and Zhang Yang swallowed it in one bite, chewed, and then began to absorb the medicinal effects while sitting cross-legged. Just as he closed his eyes, Zhang Yang didn't feel anything at first, but 3 seconds later, he suddenly felt a surge of heat flowing from his esophagus into his limbs and bones. When Zhang Yang felt warm all over, as if soaking in a hot spring, the medicinal effect of the Yujing Xing Banjiao finally kicked in. Zhang Yang finally understood what it was like to drink a bottle of life water in the dead of winter. Davidis, Vodka, da. Chapter 53. The White Tiger Howls at the Moon. Seeking subscription, the Jade Ginger Apricot Banana has the miraculous effect of transforming the consumer. So the onset of its medicinal effect cannot be gentle like jade. If it doesn't torture the consumer to death, how can it lead to a transformation? It feels as if one is drinking magma. Zhang Yang can only feel his limbs and bones suffering from the burning flames, while the soul power within him flows like a clear stream, bringing a sense of coolness. However, when the soul power flows away, the originally cool sensation is replaced by a burning feeling, alternating between cold and hot, making the pain even more distinct and profound, like the waves of the sea crashing one after another. To outsiders, at this moment, Zhang Yang is slowly radiating a faint yellow light from his heart. Gradually, the color of the light deepens, becoming increasingly dazzling. Before long, Zhang Yang is entirely enveloped in golden light. The golden light does not dissipate around Zhang Yang, but gradually transforms from points to lines, forming strands of golden threads that swirl around him. As the light increases, Zhang Yang's figure becomes increasingly blurred. 3 hours later, countless golden threads wrap Zhang Yang tightly, resembling a golden cocoon, rhythmically pulsating with his breathing. As the sun rises and sets, it is now evening, and it has been 7 hours since Zhang Yang consumed the Jade Ginger Apricot Banana. Everyone else has already awakened, while Zhang Yang remains in that golden cocoon. All have absorbed the immortal herbs and woken up, chatting while waiting for Zhang Yang. At this moment, Zhang Yang's absorption is reaching its end. Suddenly, everyone feels a burst of yellow light, and upon looking again, the golden cocoon has vanished without a trace, and Zhang Yang has opened his eyes. At this time, Zhang Yang, having been reshaped by the medicinal effects of the immortal herb, has healed the hidden injuries left by Douluo's severe wounds, and his previously dull complexion has brightened. Upon closer inspection, it even has a kind of yellow, jade-like smoothness. Zhang Yang stands up with a beaming smile, clenching his fists and feeling the explosive power within him, a sense of satisfaction welling up. Feeling satisfied, Zhang Yang stretches comfortably, and when he looks up, he is stunned. How come I didn't know this roof has a skylight? It turns out that the originally intact thatched roof has been burned through by someone, leaving a perfectly round big hole with charred edges. Hearing this, everyone turns to look at Ma Hongjun, who awkwardly smiles. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Zhang Yanglong speak less, seeing that Zhang Yang was just beaming with joy. The now slimmer Ma Hongjun curiously asks, Zhang Yang, how many levels has your soul power increased? Zhang Yang can't stop smiling, a hint of pride in his voice. Level 4, and I feel that once I absorb the soul ring, my soul power can advance further. So that's level 5? My goodness, this medicinal effect is incredible, Ma Hongjun exclaims in surprise. Fatty, how many levels did you increase? Zhang Yang asks curiously. Also level 5, but I only moved from level 31 to 36, which is not on the same level as your 5 levels, Ma Hongjun sighs. Tang Xin smiles and says, but Fatty, your physique has improved, and your evil fire problem has been completely resolved. Your martial soul's flames are now purer, finally becoming a true fire phoenix. Zhang Yang responds with surprise. Really? Brother, congratulations. Your gains are much greater than mine. Ma Hongjun waves his hand with a proud look. Keep it low-key, low-key. As long as we know, it will be a hassle if it leaks out. At this immortal herb tasting conference, aside from Xiao Wu, who received recognition for the heartbreaking red but did not consume it, everyone else gained something. With Ning Rongrong's gain from transforming from 7 treasures to 9 treasures being the greatest. being able to cultivate soul power to level 20, absorb 2 more soul rings, and gain 2 auxiliary soul skills from the 7 treasures glazed tower, including an 8-ring and a 9-ring soul skill, significantly enhances the team's strength. After all, a level 7 Ning Fengji can perform the abilities of 2 title Douluos. How much more powerful would a 9-ring Ning Rongrong be? After dinner, Zhang Yang, Tang San, and the master, who had adjusted their states after not seeing each other for half a year, found a secluded spot to chat privately. Zhang Yang first listened as Tang San briefly recounted his experiences over the past 6 months. After half an hour, he curiously asked, "How did Douluo come to be a consultant at our academy?" I asked him to come. Didn't he agree to 3 conditions? The first 2 conditions were that he wouldn't harm anyone from our academy and that I could take these immortal herbs. The third condition was to serve as our academy's consultant, Tang San explained seriously. Our academy's teaching staff is relatively weak. The top combat power is only Dean Flender, Teacher Zhao, and Teacher Lu Erlong, which is far behind other academies. Zhang Yang frowned. So you just rushed to bring him to our academy? You didn't even discuss it with the dean and the others. You made the decision on your own? Tang San was taken aback by Zhang Yang's words. Is there anything wrong with that? Zhang Yang stood up from the bench, giving him a cold look. Half a year ago, because of Douluo's appearance, our Shrek Academy was embarrassingly expelled from the Heaven-Do Royal Academy. If it weren't for the Lan Ba Academy recruiting, we would have had to leave and shame back to Soto City. That night, Douluo listened to Douluo and infiltrated our academy, severely injuring me and knocking me unconscious, while you were also captured by him. Our academy lacks high-level healing soul masters, and if it weren't for Yi Lingling putting aside past grievances and coming that night to treat me, I might have lost my legs. If Rongrong hadn't run back to the 7 Treasures Glazed sect for help, I don't know when I would have woken up. That day, Dean Flender and the teacher risked their lives to go into the Sunset Forest to find you. If you had arrived just a bit later, those 3 would have died at Douluo's hands. You, on the other hand, have been getting along well with him for the past 6 months and have completely forgotten all this, bringing him to the school. What do you think the teachers and Dean Flender would think? What do you want me to think? Tang San was a bit anxious, but Zhang Yang waved his hand. But I have benefited from him. Considering this jade ginger apricot banana, I will let Douluo go. Xiao San, a gentleman's revenge is not too late. 8 ribs and 2 legs. I will return it doubled on Douluo. After saying this, Zhang Yang stood up to leave, but thought for a moment and dropped one last sentence. Don't let Douluo and Xiao Wu meet, otherwise you will regret it. Zhang Yang turned and left, leaving Tang San alone in a daze. A week later, the master, Zhang Yang, and Dai Mubai, having adjusted their states, set off for the Sunset Forest to hunt soul beasts under the guidance of Lu Erlong, Flender, and Zhao Wujing. The Sunset Forest is shrouded in Douluo's poison formation in one area, so everyone is particularly cautious as they advance. On the way to the center of the Sunset Forest, they help the master kill a 1,000-year soul beast, successfully helping him advance to level 31 soul master. After decades of being unable to break through, he has now become a soul master of the 3rd ring, fulfilling his long-cherished wish. And even someone as strong as the master cannot help but shed tears. Seeing the master in tears, everyone around him can't help but feel emotional. After the master absorbs the soul ring, it is already late, so everyone finds a place near a cliff to rest for the night. At night, the master and Lu Erlong are closely embracing in the tent, whispering sweet nothings, when suddenly they faintly hear the sound of a tiger's roar. Then, Flender's hoarse voice rings out from outside. The white tiger howls at the moon. It seems good fortune is coming. Xiaojiang, come out and take a look. Master, holding the beautiful woman and Lu Erlong in his arms, were momentarily stunned, then quickly stood up, adjusted their clothes, and walked out briskly. Outside, Flander and Zhao Wujis were standing by the bonfire, looking up at something, and Zhang Yang and Dai Mubai, who were resting in another tent, also ran out. Seeing the master come out, Flander smiled and pointed up, saying, Xiaogang, come look, what kind of soul beast is that? The master walked over to Flander and looked in the direction he was pointing. At the edge of a cliff dozens of meters high, a white tiger with golden stripes, 3 meters long and 2 meters long in tail, was howling at the moon. The master took a glance and smiled. The only tiger-type soul beast I know that howls at the moon is the howling moon golden-striped tiger. It has good strength, speed, and explosive power. Flander, go check its height and length. Huh. Flander's lips curled slightly, and with a flash, he activated his cat-eagle martial soul, then flapped his wings and shot straight up the cliff. The howling moon golden-striped tiger, standing at the cliff's edge and howling, suddenly saw a human soul master appear above it with a fierce gaze. Roar. As the king of beasts, the howling moon golden-striped tiger roared angrily at the human soul master, unleashing a powerful roar filled with soul power. However, the human soul master merely expanded his soul power slightly, rendering the tiger's roar ineffective against him. At the same time, the human soul master shouted down the cliff, 3 meters long, 2 meters tail, 1.5 meters tall. Shout, gang, should I catch it? Then, as if hearing a response, the human soul master spread his wings and coldly approached. Roar. Feeling the immense pressure of soul power from the human, the howling moon golden-striped tiger flinched, its roar trembling slightly, and it began to back away. Seeing the tiger retreat, Flander, wearing glasses, smiled, flapped his wings, and in a flash appeared behind the howling moon golden-striped tiger, kicking it away. The howling moon golden-striped tiger, being a tiger-type soul beast, naturally had a bad temper and was enraged by the pain in its thigh. After being kicked into the air by the human soul master, the howling moon golden-striped tiger swung its tail, stabilizing its position as it prepared to counterattack once it landed. But at that moment, the howling moon golden-striped tiger suddenly realized that it had just been standing at the cliff's edge howling, displaying its kingly aura. So, after being kicked forward by the human soul master, where would it land now? The howling moon golden-striped tiger thought to itself, only to see the human coldly shout, "Zhao Wuji's, catch it!" Then, the tiger felt an overwhelming wave of soul power erupting from below. Ha ha ha, this is good. Below, Zhao Wuji's saw the howling moon golden-striped tiger being kicked down by Flander, laughed heartily, and instantly activated his martial soul, growing to 2 meters and 7 centimeters tall, with 7 soul rings moving rhythmically around him. Fixing his gaze on the howling moon golden-striped tiger, Zhao Wuji's activated 2 or 3 soul rings simultaneously. The howling moon golden-striped tiger in midair felt an immense pressure of soul power bearing down on it, causing its descent to accelerate, while below, a powerful soul master covered in brown fur raised a pair of golden hands and struck at it fiercely. Bang! The howling moon golden-striped tiger was slapped away by Zhao Wuji's. The slapped howling moon golden-striped tiger crashed heavily against the cliff wall, quickly adjusted its posture, and landed on all fours, seemingly unharmed. After all, the howling moon golden-striped tiger was a 5,000-year level tiger-type soul beast with a robust body, not easily injured by Zhao Wuji's second soul skill. Additionally, I didn't expect everyone's reaction to Zhang Yang being severely injured by Douluo to be so strong. However, logically speaking, with Zhang Yang jumping around so much on the soul fighting stage, Douluo's temperament would definitely lead Douluo to retaliate. I think writing it this way is fine. Chapter 54, High and Low. Life and Death decided. Subscription needed. The falling Xiaoya golden-striped tiger immediately roared in anger as its soul power surged, forming hundreds of light spheres in front of it that locked onto Zhao Wuji's figure and flew towards him fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. Countless light spheres exploded around Zhao Wuji. The dazzling explosion, light instantly engulfing his figure. Wow, is this the attack of a 5,000-year-old tiger-type soul beast? It's really terrifying. Zhang Yang couldn't help but exclaim. Seeing this move from the Xiaoya golden-striped tiger, Zhang Yang suddenly thought of the 8-span Qiongouyu of the yellow ape. Both launch light spheres as attacks, but the Xiaoya golden-striped tiger only has hundreds of them, and the power is just so. However, the yellow ape's 8-span Qiongouyu can emit countless light bombs, covering an area of over 1,000 meters wide. That being said, the Xiaoya golden-striped tiger's attack seems to be just that. While Zhang Yang was lost in thought, a purple soul ring suddenly flew out from Zhao Wuji's body, enveloping the Xiaoya golden-striped tiger. Then, Zhao Wuji tore through the barrage and instantly appeared in front of the Xiaoya golden striped tiger. Standing in front of the Xiaoya golden striped tiger, Zhao Wujia's 2 or 3 soul rings lit up again. The Xiaoya golden striped tiger felt as if it was being pressured and couldn't move, and then a series of golden pawed strikes landed heavily on its head. Not long after, the Xiaoya golden striped tiger's tail went limp, losing all strength. Relaxed, Zhao Wujia withdrew his hand, let out a long breath, and turned to Dai Mubai. Mubai, come over. It's yours now. Yes, teacher Zhao. Dai Mubai nodded, took a dagger from his soul guide, walked to the Xiaoya golden striped tiger, and struck down cleanly, ending its life. Subsequently, a purple soul ring rose from the Xiaoya golden striped tiger, and Dai Mubai sat cross-legged, waving his hand to summon the soul ring and began to absorb it for advancement. Dai Mubai's soul ring absorption went very smoothly. Although the Xiaoya golden striped tiger was a relatively powerful soul beast, Dai Mubai's white tiger martial soul was not an ordinary martial soul. Moreover, Dai Mubai had taken the miraculous Qitong Tianju mushroom a week ago, making his physical quality incomparable to an ordinary level 40 soul master. However, after absorbing the Xiaoya golden striped tiger's soul ring, Dai Mubai suddenly felt that his soul power had actually reached level 43. Of course, all of this was thanks to the Qitong Tianju mushroom that helped Dai Mubai break through. Dai Mubai's fourth soul ring skill was White Tiger Meteor Shower, originating from the move the Xiaoya golden striped tiger used against Zhao Wujia. After activating the fourth soul ring skill, hundreds of fist-sized light spheres appeared around Dai Mubai, each containing 1/10 of his soul power, demonstrating the terrifying amplification effect of this soul skill on his soul power. With such a powerful soul skill obtained, everyone was happy for Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai had also achieved his goal, leaving only Zhang Yang. Everyone unanimously decided to rest immediately and set off early the next morning to find the rare soul beast, the Wufu monkey, for Zhang Yang. Since Master had an impression of the location where the Wufu monkey was previously discovered, Zhao Wujia would protect Dai Mubai, Flanders would protect Zhang Yang, and Lu Erlong would protect Master. Everyone quickly passed through the 1,000-year soul beast habitat area of the setting sun forest and arrived at the edge of the 10,000-year soul beast habitat area. According to Master's careful observation and detailed comparison with his memories, he finally pinpointed the location where he had seen the Wufu monkey. Then they began to search outward from this point bit by bit. Based on Master's plan, they would use this point as the center and start searching for 3 hours. If they couldn't find anything, they would return to the starting point and explore in another direction. Master's idea was sound. There is a clear territorial division among soul beasts. Although it is unknown how large the territory of the Wufu monkey is, with the exploration speed of a soul sage, they should be able to reach the end in 3 hours. If they couldn't find anything in 3 hours, it would indicate that this direction was wrong, and they could continue searching in a different direction without any issues. Thus, they began searching in 4 consecutive directions according to Master's requirements, and finally discovered the figure of the Wufu monkey directly ahead in the direction they had come from. This 10,000-year Wufu monkey stood over 5 meters tall, its long arms even reaching down to its knees, with large, thick knuckles. Its body was covered in black fur, muscles robust and flowing in lines, belonging to a type that was both powerful and highly agile. Its tail was also very distinctive. Not the typical limp tail of other apes, but more like a kangaroo's tail, supporting its body, maintaining balance, and even being used as a leg to attack enemies. Master spotted the Wufu monkey from a distance, confirming its species through its distinctive behaviors compared to other apes, and signaled Zhang Yang to act according to his plan. Zhang Yang nodded, placing his hands in front of his chest to adopt a fighting stance, slowly approaching the Wufu monkey. Behind Zhang Yang, Master, Dai Mubai, Lu Erlong, Flanders, and Zhao Wujia were all nervously observing everything. This was a 10,000-year level soul beast. If the information Master provided about the Wufu monkey was incorrect, and if the Wufu monkey did not accept Zhang Yang's defeat willingly, then absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring could be very dangerous. However, Zhang Yang had no time to think so much at this moment. The Wufu monkey, seeing him adopt such a stance, boldly revealed itself from its hiding place and walked toward Zhang Yang. The Wufu monkey stood before Zhang Yang, letting out a distinctive roar, as if asking if Zhang Yang wanted to spar with it. Although the Wufu monkey's sudden call was quite intimidating, Zhang Yang noticed that there were no fluctuations in soul power around it, nor any signs of an impending attack, so he wasn't worried. Looking up at the Wufu monkey, Zhang Yang said loudly, "I'm here to be your opponent today. If I win, you must willingly offer your 10,000-year soul ring for me to absorb. And you must also give me a soul bone, for soul beasts over 10,000 years old. The probability of dropping a soul bone after being willingly killed by a soul master is nearly 100%. Therefore, Zhang Yang's challenge to the Wufu monkey was not only to obtain its soul ring that could be perfectly absorbed, but also to seek a soul bone. Roar. Okay, let's separate high and low and decide life and death. The Wufu monkey could understand human language, but Zhang Yang couldn't understand beast language. So he needed a clear signal from it. Zhang Yang slowly extended his fists towards the Wufu monkey, shaking his fists, which did not use any soul power. If you understand what I'm saying and agree, respond with a fist bump. Fist bump? Roar. The Wufu monkey looked at Zhang Yang's fists, then at its own palms, finding the action quite interesting. It extended its fists according to Zhang Yang's suggestion and bumped them against his fists. One human and one ape performed a modern boxing fist bump ceremony in the Douluo continent. This scene looked quite impressive. After the fist bump, Zhang Yang took a slow step back to a distance of 10 meters from the Wufu monkey, then activated his martial soul. In an instant, the sturdy Zhang Yang grew to 6 meters tall, and soul power fluctuations surrounded him. Then, all three of Zhang Yang's soul rings opened, and he took a very standard fighting stance, aimed at the Wufu monkey. The spectators of the battle, including Master and the others, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The battle had begun. Seeing Zhang Yang activate his martial soul, the 5-meter-tall Wufu monkey recognized this as the signal to start a life-or-death fight. It let out a loud roar, surrounded by black soul power, adopting a strange fighting posture, and quickly charged toward Zhang Yang, its fist the size of a pressure cooker, smashing down towards him. Roar. Your soul power is so weak. How dare you challenge me? Arrogant. Seeing the Wufu monkey throw a punch, Zhang Yang was also unwilling to back down. His entire arm was instantly enveloped in yellow light, and he retaliated with a punch. The soul beast Wufu Yuan, with 1/3 of its strength, delivers a punch, versus a punch at the speed of light. Bang! The two fists, vastly different in size, collide rapidly, and then Zhang Yang's entire arm transforms into countless light spots scattering apart, only to reassemble into an arm the next moment. In the midst of this scattering and gathering, the impact force from Wufu Yuan's punch is dissipated. However, Wufu Yuan can only endure the impact force brought by Zhang Yang's punch. Nevertheless, Wufu Yuan's combat experience is indeed rich. Wufu Yuan's right fist quickly swings back in the direction of the impact to dissipate the force, while its tail steps back at an angle, using the strength of its arm and tail to rotate swiftly around its left foot as the axis, simultaneously tightening its tail, which sweeps toward Zhang Yang like a stick. Moreover, Wufu Yuan's right arm is already straightened and clenched into a fist. After describing a beautiful arc, it follows the tail to strike at Zhang Yang. Tail, fist, coming one after another. However, Zhang Yang has not been idly playing with Zhao Wujia for the past 2 months. Although Zhao Wujia does not have a tail to attack with, he has used similar techniques, so Zhang Yang is completely unflustered. Zhang Yang's right leg glows with yellow light. Then he raises his knee and kicks out towards Wufu Yuan's tail. Bang! Zhang Yang's right leg hits Wufu Yuan's tail, dispersing the impact force once again. But Zhang Yang did not expect that Wufu Yuan's tail would instantly become soft after being kicked, whipping towards Zhang Yang's thigh like a whip. Buzz! Behind Wufu Yuan, which is out of sight, the tail makes a whooshing sound as it penetrates Zhang Yang's thigh, wrapping around in a half circle and then slapping back onto itself. Zhang Yang's first soul ring ability, elementalization. If it weren't for the hard-hitting, close-quarters combat, which is easier to gain Wufu Yuan's favor, Zhang Yang wouldn't have needed to spend 2 months practicing close combat with Zhao Wujia. In one breath, Zhang Yang and Wufu Yuan exchanged 2 rounds without a clear victor. The man and the ape re-establish their stances and engage in battle once more. It was just Wu Fu Yuan's attack, and now it's Zhang Yang's turn. Zhang Yang's whole body transforms into yellow light, and in the next moment, he appears in front of Wu Fu Yuan, his left fist glowing, delivering a powerful punch directly to Wu Fu Yuan's chest. Bang! Wu Fu Yuan's chest is hit, stepping back with its left leg, its tail firmly planted to stabilize its stance, while its right hand swipes at Zhang Yang in the air like swatting a fly. However, Zhang Yang's reaction speed is also quick. He steps into the air with his right foot, suddenly rising half a meter, while his right arm is wrapped in light, delivering an instant rising dragon fist to Wu Fu Yuan's jaw. Wu Fu Yuan's jaw is struck, causing its head to involuntarily tilt back, and its body to rise into the air. The hand that was swatting at Zhang Yang helplessly changes its trajectory, merely grazing Zhang Yang's chest, and with Zhang Yang's elementalization, this attack is rendered ineffective. Wu Fu Yuan's body is airborne, arched, its chest defenselessly exposed to Zhang Yang. Naturally, Zhang Yang will not miss this opportunity. He clasps his hands into fists, his arms enveloped in light, and swiftly pounds into Wu Fu Yuan's chest. Bang! The 5-meter-tall Wu Fu Yuan crashes to the ground. Chapter 55. Look at the fourth ring. It's both dark and bright. Seeking subscription, Zhang Yang fell back to the ground, gasping for breath and feeling a hint of fatigue. In a single breath, he had completed 3 rounds of combat, requiring absolute concentration to constantly pay attention to his opponent's movements. However, Zhang Yang's physical fitness was truly terrifying. With a large influx of oxygen, all his cells rapidly became excited, and his body's self-repair functions temporarily increased, quickly alleviating his fatigue. At this moment, the martial ape had already climbed back up from the ground. After 5 rounds of fighting, the martial ape realized that he would not be able to defeat this human soul master and knew he had to use his ultimate skills. With determination, the martial ape quickly urged his soul power to operate at high speed, causing his originally streamlined muscles to bulge instantly, resembling small hills. In an instant, this martial ape transformed from a normal state into a powerful soul beast. Zhang Yang was taken aback. Power form? Rob Lucci? Digga? Seeing that Zhang Yang was merely astonished and did not make any attacking moves, the martial ape couldn't help but feel a bit of respect for him. Not taking the opportunity to attack was your biggest blunder in this battle, but I see your sincere heart of a martial artist. Roar! The martial ape suddenly threw a powerful punch. Bang! This time, when Zhang Yang absorbed the impact, not only his arms but also his shoulder blades and a small part of his torso were involved in the dispersing and gathering of force. The power of this form of the martial ape was indeed overwhelming. But because of this, Zhang Yang became even more excited. He wanted to have a good fight with the martial ape. With each punch exchanged, the feeling of being evenly matched allowed both combatants to quickly enter an excited state. In the master's plan, satisfying the martial ape's desire for battle was essential. Fighting had to be about hitting flesh, and if all attacks were dodged. Without the thrill of hitting the opponent, how could one make the opponent truly convinced? Ora, 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 ora. Roar. Bang, 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 bang. Like a comic book fight, within 10 breaths, Zhang Yang and the martial ape exchanged hundreds of punches. The exhilarating feeling of each punch landing had both Zhang Yang and the martial ape unable to contain their excitement. Zhang Yang deliberately adjusted the force of his light-speed straight punches to ensure they could exchange blows with the martial ape. The two charged their punches and collided, unleashing a powerful wave of black energy that rapidly expanded outward. Zhang Yang's body remained in an elemental state, making the martial ape's attack ineffective, but to outsiders. This punch exchange was truly spectacular. One man, one ape, with hundreds of attacks and interceptions combined, the collisions of fists, especially the last surge of energy, were simply breathtaking. The man and the ape quickly separated, each panting heavily at a distance of 10 meters. Indeed, the power type suits me better. How can the agility type provide such a thrilling battle? Roar. Human, come again. Accompanied by the roar of the martial ape, the two clashed again. After fully indulging in the punch exchange, this time, neither side held back, both using their fists to strike at each other's bodies. They were completely intent on trading injuries for lives, crazily attacking each other's vital points. Zhang Yang was not tall enough for the martial ape to strike his head, but Zhang Yang could attack its abdomen. However, the martial ape's punches to Zhang Yang's head could not inflict any damage, while every punch Zhang Yang landed on its abdomen caused real harm. If the martial ape's tail hadn't been bracing its body, it would have been knocked away by Zhang Yang's rapid punches long ago. After countless punches, the martial ape was covered in blood, and its movements unconsciously slowed down. Zhang Yang, having fought Zhao Wujie for 2 months, knew what this meant. Seizing the moment, he caught the martial ape in a brief opening, delivering a powerful rising dragon fist to its jaw. Boom! With its abdomen already heavily injured from countless strikes. The additional blow to its jaw caused the martial ape's body to collapse once again. Returning to the ground, Zhang Yang slowly walked to the martial ape, panting heavily, and did not continue to attack. This time, the martial ape was clearly injured badly, lying on the ground for a long time before recovering. This was normal. The jaw is connected to the trigeminal nerve, which connects to the cerebellum that controls the body's balance. An attack to the jaw transmits force through the bones, causing cerebrospinal fluid to bounce against the skull, leading to changes in intracranial pressure, vascular dysfunction, or deformation of the brainstem. For the martial ape to still be conscious after Zhang Yang's attack was already a testament to its physical prowess. The martial ape slowly opened its eyes, glanced at Zhang Yang, who had been standing in front of it for a long time, and gradually got up. Zhang Yang's expression was emotionless. "I won." "Roar. You lose. You must admit defeat." After saying this, the martial ape simply closed its eyes, and its entire body was instantly engulfed in a black-red blood flame. This special flame was fueled by the martial ape's blood, life, and millennia of cultivation. Zhang Yang's body was immobilized by the soul beast's sacrificial action, unable to move, forced to stand in front of it, watching helplessly as the martial ape's figure gradually faded. At this moment, seeing everything come to an end, the master and others quickly rushed to Zhang Yang's side, nervously observing everything in front of them. "Zhang Yang, how do you feel?" Dai Mubai asked anxiously. Zhang Yang smiled. "I'm fine, Boss Dai. I feel great. The martial ape voluntarily sacrificed its soul ring to me, and I don't even need to meditate to cultivate. But for some reason, I can't move my body right now. It might be because of the sacrifice. Is that so?" Everyone nodded, relieved to know that Zhang Yang was indeed safe. The blood flame burned deeper in color, eventually transforming into an almost entirely black presence, while the martial ape's body began to resemble a piece of obsidian. Ultimately, the martial ape's body faded away, and a complete golden-yellow chest bone rose from it, which was the treasure of the soul master world, the soul bone. Seeing this soul bone, even someone as strong-minded as the master couldn't help but feel his heart tremble. The soul bone is something countless soul masters dream of, a treasure that can change a soul master's constitution and greatly enhance their strength. Moreover, this is an extremely precious trunk bone. It's truly incredible that a 10,000-year-old beast could drop a trunk bone. However, everyone present is a close associate of Zhang Yang, and although they're envious of this soul bone, no one has any ulterior motives. Without any surprises, the complete trunk bone slowly flew to Zhang Yang's right arm, and then gently attached itself to his chest. A faint humming sound emerged, and Zhang Yang's body trembled slightly. Immediately afterward, a heavy aura quietly seeped into his body from all directions. The golden soul bone disappeared silently, transforming into countless streams of golden energy that spread around his chest. Without any hindrance, the soul bone of the martial ape was smoothly absorbed by Zhang Yang, who closed his eyes to quietly enjoy the physical transformation brought by the soul bone. Immersed in the heavy fluctuations of the soul power from the soul bone, Zhang Yang felt his body trembling slowly under its pull. With each fluctuation, his strength increased a bit. From an outsider's perspective, it appeared as if worms were crawling beneath Zhang Yang's skin, and his bones cracked and popped like exploding beans. After 6 hours, Zhang Yang slowly awakened. By now, the sacrifice of the martial ape was finally complete. Stretching his body, Zhang Yang took off his black outfit and directly activated his martial spirit, instantly transforming into a towering figure of 2 meters and 6, with 4 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black rhythmically moving up and down. Then, Zhang Yang's second soul ring lit up, and immediately, the fourth soul ring emitted a pitch-black glow. Everyone immediately focused their attention on Zhang Yang, eager to see what powerful soul skill this first-ever 10,000-year fourth ring would bestow upon him. They saw Zhang Yang extend a finger towards the distance, and then a beam of yellow light shot out from his fingertip, flying towards a nearby open space. The yellow light traveled at an incredible speed, covering the 30-meter distance in the blink of an eye, and then, boom! Everyone heard a thunderous explosion, with the yellow light erupting, flames shooting skyward from the center of the explosion, and a shockwave rapidly spreading outward, sending countless debris flying. However, the explosive effect was quick to come and quick to go. Within 3 to 5 seconds, the flames had disappeared. Everyone hurriedly looked towards the explosion's center, where a crater with a diameter of at least 5 meters had appeared, testament to the explosion's power. The master raised an eyebrow, thinking, it seems Zhang Yang's martial spirit has indeed modified the soul skill. After testing the fourth soul skill, Zhang Yang released his martial spirit and smiled at everyone. The 10,000-year soul ring is indeed powerful. So what do you think, teachers and Brother Dai? Give me your evaluation. Zhao Wujia, straightforward as always, was the first to speak. Damn, he's really a little monster. Dai Mubai, although smiling, had a stubbornness in his eyes that revealed his inner turmoil. Coming from a noble background and possessing outstanding talent, he was already quite proud. However, since Zhang Yang arrived at Shrek Academy, his pride had been repeatedly challenged. Although he never spoke of it, he became increasingly diligent in his training. Otherwise, how could he face being the captain of a Shrek team? The master then asked, please specifically introduce your fourth soul skill and your soul bone skill. Sure, teacher. Zhang Yang replied with a smile, my 10,000-year soul skill is called laser. As everyone has seen, it is indeed very powerful, but it can only be used when the second soul ring skill is activated. This yellow light has both penetrating and explosive properties, making it a ranged attack method. Depending on the amount of soul power input, the power of the laser varies. As for the firing position, there are no restrictions. I can fire it from my finger, from my mouth, from my eyes, or even from the soles of my feet without any problem. As for my trunk bone skill, it is a state-type skill called Golden Buddha. This skill allows my body to grow larger, significantly increasing my strength and defense. Chapter 56 coming for you, subscription request. Oh? Status-type skills? The master nodded upon hearing this. I remember that the martial ape just used a status-type skill as well. It seems the soul bone has retained this skill for the martial ape. Zhang Yang, give a try and see the effect. All right. As soon as Zhang Yang finished speaking, his entire body, along with his clothes and pants, instantly transformed into a golden texture. Then the golden-bodied Zhang Yang rapidly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, he became a 10-meter-tall golden giant. Observing the world from this perspective for the first time, Zhang Yang was initially taken aback, looking down at the people on the ground and involuntarily chuckling, seeing Zhang Yang still in the mood to joke around. Everyone couldn't help but show a few black lines on their foreheads to test the attack power in the Buddhist state. Zhang Yang lifted his right leg and then very plainly stomped down on the empty ground, like a mountain pressing down. Everyone saw a golden giant foot suddenly stomp on the ground, and they quickly heard a thunderous boom, with countless fragments of stone flying into the air. Subsequently, when Zhang Yang moved his right leg away, a shoe-shaped pit, a meter deep, appeared before everyone's eyes. Seeing the power of this stomp was impressive. The master smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. Just the physical strength is already terrifying. If you use the light speed body technique in this state, the power will surely be even greater. After testing Zhang Yang's soul bone skill, everyone quickly returned, hurrying back to Shrek Academy. They had only been out for 2 days, but Shrek Academy was bustling, especially at the entrance, where a 10-meter-wide pit had been smashed out by someone. Flinder's face turned green with anger. How much will it cost to repair such a big pit? Which bastard did this? Thus, under the vivid description of Mr. Ma Hongjun, who was in the know, Flinder finally understood the whole story. The Strength clan has always protected their own. It is normal for them to retaliate when their juniors are attacked. At this point, Flinder suddenly remembered the man who swore loyalty to the Strength clan, who had beaten Zhao Wujia black and blue in the small forest outside the school. Wasn't that also protecting their own? Flinder suddenly realized that he seemed to have found the source of the Strength clan's protective behavior. Hearing that the Strength King, Taino, was willing to cover the repair costs of the big pit, Flinder finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. It saves money. Nodding, Flinder said, since that's the case, let's leave it at that. Your evil fire problem has been resolved. Go back and cultivate diligently to raise your soul power level. After all, they all have top-tier mutated beast martial souls, and Zhang Yang is already at level 42. You can't fall too far behind. To this, Ma Hongjun helplessly replied, Teacher, it's not that the student isn't working hard, but he's using cheat codes. After joking, Ma Hongjun leaned in curiously and asked, Teacher, what is Zhang Yang's fourth soul skill? It's a ranged attack skill with both penetrating and explosive attributes. Flinder repeated what Zhang Yang had said to Ma Hongjun and then urged him to go back. Flinder didn't tell Ma Hongjun about the soul bone matter. After all, soul bones can greatly stir people's hearts, and the fewer people who know, the less likely it is to leak out. The next day, Zhang Yang was in a remote corner of the school, diligently depleting his soul power. According to the master's idea, their recent rapid growth in soul power was not a good thing and required more tempering. Depleting soul power a few times could enhance a soul master's control over their soul power. Depleting soul power is easy. Using the light speed kick at full power can allow Zhang Yang to unleash an attack power comparable to a Soul King level strength type soul master while quickly consuming his soul power. Just as Zhang Yang was depleting his soul power and planning to return to his office to cultivate, a younger student, panting heavily, found Zhang Yang and said the dean wanted him to hurry to the academy's reception room. The reception room? Zhang Yang was taken aback upon hearing this. Is there some distinguished guest visiting the school? Thinking this, Zhang Yang didn't dare to delay and quickly headed towards the reception room. Before going to the reception room, Zhang Yang first looked for Flinder to understand what had happened. It turned out that while Zhang Yang was focused on depleting his soul power, several heavyweight guests had arrived at the academy. There was the Strength Titan coming to support his descendants, as well as Ning Fengji and Douluo coming to thank Tang San. The distinguished guests who wanted to meet Zhang Yang were Ning Fengji and Douluo. After obtaining the master's consent, Flinder had already informed Ning Fengji of Zhang Yang's gains in the Sunset Forest. Ning Fengji has a good reputation in the Soul Master world, and his character is guaranteed. Moreover, the Master and Flinder doing this may not be without plans to find a backing for Zhang Yang. Currently, Zhang Yang's only background is the Master. Though the Master holds the Pope's order given by Tang Hao, his status is equivalent to the honorary elder of the Spirit Hall. Outsiders don't know that. The honorary elder's identity has no real difference. However, if the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School agrees to protect Zhang Yang and stands behind him, then Zhang Yang's soul bone will truly be secure. Before coming to Shrek Academy, Ning Fengji had already learned from Ning Rongrong that Zhang Yang had reached level 40 and that the Master had set a goal for Zhang Yang's level 40 soul ring to be a 10,000-year soul beast. This news shocked Ning Fengji. If Zhang Yang could really succeed, his value would be immeasurable, and the time to absorb him into the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School would have to be moved up. Ning Fengji shared this conclusion with Douluo, and they both agreed, for if Zhang Yang could really absorb a 10,000-year soul ring, he would surely attract the attention and competition of various forces in the upcoming elite competition. Thanks to Ning Rongrong, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was already a few steps ahead of these forces. As long as Ning Fengji loosened the reins a bit, Zhang Yang would undoubtedly belong to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Moreover, from Ning Rongrong's mouth, Ning Fengji learned another important piece of information about Zhang Yang. He likes money. Likes money? Ning Fengji was somewhat surprised by this, but upon recalling Zhang Yang's background, it seemed reasonable. Zhang Yang came from a commoner background. His parents ran a tavern in a village. Their family assets were not poor, but they were definitely not wealthy. It is quite normal for a talent from such a background to love money. Flinder is a vivid example of this. Thinking of this, Ning Fengji smiled. Loving money is great. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School lacks everything but money. As long as you can be loyal to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, the sect will certainly not treat you poorly. Moreover, Ning Rongrong, who has already been promoted to the Nine Treasures Glazed Pagoda, will definitely be the next sect master. If Zhang Yang can get together with Ning Rongrong, will he still lack money? With this in mind, Ning Fengji and Douluo, led by Ning Rongrong, arrived at Shrek Academy and ran into a betting match between Strength Titan Taino and Tang San. In the betting match with Strength Titan, although Tang San exposed his twin martial souls and the secret of his external soul bone, he also benefited from the misfortune. Tang San's external soul bone, the 8 spider lances, fully integrated with him under Titan's pressure, becoming a part of Tang San's body and unable to fall off. The pulse in Tang San's 8 extraordinary meridians was also opened, which would greatly benefit his future cultivation. Additionally, Tang San gained the loyalty of the Strength Clan and learned about his father's identity from Ning Fengji. Furthermore, in this transaction with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School involving hidden weapons, Tang San earned 5 million gold soul coins. This amount of money was enough for Tang San to establish the Tang sect in this alternate world and support its expenses for a while. After Tang San left, Ning Fengji, Douluo, and Ning Rongrong waited for a while until they saw Zhang Yang, who was depleted of soul power. Seeing Zhang Yang walk in, Ning Rongrong, who was beside Ning Fengji, secretly stuck out her tongue at him with a smile in her eyes. Hello, Ning, bonnet Douluo. I was just cultivating in a remote part of the academy, and it took me some time to find my way here. Thank you for waiting. Ning Fengji is Ning Rongrong's father, so it's no problem for Zhang Yang to call him uncle based on their classmate relationship. It's okay. The elegant Ning Fengji smiled lightly. It's only morning, and you've already exhausted your soul power. It seems like a tough training session. Zhang Yang chuklet. It's not really that tough. My teacher is worried that my soul power is increasing too quickly during this period, and that my foundation is unstable. So he instructed me to exhaust my soul power a few times to solidify my foundation. Ning Fengji nodded. Since it's the master's arrangement, it must be correct. In terms of theoretical knowledge about martial souls, the master is an absolute authority on the entire continent. Zhang Yang smilet. I'm sure Uncle Ning's affirmation will make my teacher very happy. As they were talking, Douluo suddenly seized the opportunity to interject. Kid, I heard you've already obtained a 10,000-year soul ring. Release it so I could take a look. Upon hearing Douluo's words, both Ning Rongrong and Ning Fengji displayed expressions of anticipation. Zhang Yang nodded and immediately released his yellow ape martial soul. Although Ning Rongrong had described Zhang Yang's crooked-mouthed human martial soul before, when Ning Fengji and Douluo actually saw it, their brows couldn't help but twitch. Then, when they saw the pitch-black fourth soul ring under Zhang Yang's feet, they couldn't help but feel a storm of emotions inside. Ning Rongrong, being young, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise upon seeing Zhang Yang's 10,000-year soul ring, while Ning Fengji and Douluo remained silent, watching Ning Rongrong excitedly talk to Zhang Yang, their thoughts racing. After a long while, Ning Fengji, filled with emotions, finally let out a sigh and said, a 10,000-year fourth ring. Zhang Yang, you've truly surprised me. Zhang Yang replied calmly, I was just lucky to gain the recognition of the 10,000-year martial ape. Without my teacher's planning for several months, I would have been able to obtain this 10,000-year soul ring. Hearing Zhang Yang say this, Ning Fengji sincerely sighed, truly worthy of being the master's disciple. After expressing his feelings, Ning Fengji finally decided to speak frankly with Zhang Yang. Gesturing for Zhang Yang to sit down and chat, Ning Fengji began, Zhang Yang. There are 2 things for which Douluo and I have accompanied Rongrong to Shrek Academy this time. The first is because of Tang San. Tang San's gift of the Chilua tulip to Rongrong transformed her 7-treasure glazed tile into a 9-treasure glazed tile. For this alone, I must personally thank Tang San. Additionally, the 7-treasure glazed sect really needs Tang San's hidden weapons, so I came to discuss the hidden weapon trade with him. Zhang Yang nodded, knowing about the hidden weapon trade. This trade would be beneficial for both Tang San and the 7-treasure glazed sect. The only ones who might not see it as a good thing would likely be the enemies planning to target the 7-treasure glazed tile soul masters in the future. The second reason is because of you. Please speak plainly, Uncle Ning. You initially came to our attention because you were dating Rong. My attitude at that time was very clear. It's better to be open than to block. As long as Rong can protect herself, there is nothing wrong with her dating. We truly began to pay attention to you when we learned from Rong that you were a peerless genius who broke level 30 at the age of 12 and that your combat power far exceeded that of other soul masters of the same rank. At that time, we thought that if you were really to be with Rong in the future, it would be a win-win situation. Internally, Rong's future safety would be ensured. Externally, the strength and deterrence of the Seven Treasure Glaze sect would also be further enhanced. Douluo Xingye traveled swiftly to Suatua City to conduct a test on you. The test results were very gratifying, so we are even more eager to see what kind of performance you will show in the future. And today, you brought us such a huge surprise. In just half a year, you have raised your soul power to level 40 and possess the rare 10,000-year fourth ring. Not to mention that you have already obtained a trunk bone. It can be said that you have excellently passed the test set by Douluo. Therefore, whether I am speaking as the sect master of the Seven Treasure Glaze sect or as Rong's father, I hope you can join the Seven Treasure Glaze sect. For a genius like you, the sect's generosity will definitely exceed your imagination. Moreover, at that time, the Seven Treasure Glaze sect will also escort you on your future path. As he spoke, the three of them in the room showed expressions of anticipation, their gazes fixed on Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, what do you think? Chapter 57. Meteor Volcano, Seeking Subscription. Long before Ning Fengji mentioned that Zhang Yang was worthy of Ning Rong's lifelong trust. Ning Rong had already shyly hidden in the arms of Douluo, too embarrassed to face anyone. However, when Ning Fengji finished speaking and awaited Zhang Yang's response, Ning Rong anxiously looked at Zhang Yang again. At that moment, she really wanted to rush up and agree for Zhang Yang. The meaning of Ning Fengji's words was already very clear. As long as Zhang Yang joined the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School, there would be money and soul bones available. Moreover, if Zhang Yang were to be with Ning Rong, everything in the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School would belong to the two of them as a couple. What was there to hesitate about? Uncle Ning values me so highly. I naturally have no reason to refuse. Zhang Yang smiled. Of course, this is also the master's intention. Long before Douluo had given Zhang Yang 3 trials, the master's intention had already been very clear. Unlike Tang San, who came from a common background, Zhang Yang had no resources from any sect and could only rely on himself to fight alone, which was really disadvantageous. If he had the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School as a backing, his future development would definitely be smoother. Hearing Zhang Yang say this, Ning Fengji and Douluo were naturally overjoyed, while Ning Rong shyly dared not look at Zhang Yang. After everyone was happy, Ning Fengji smiled and said to Zhang Yang, "Since you have agreed to join the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School, the sect will naturally prepare a welcome gift for you." Saying this, Ning Fengji stirred his soul power and took out an item from his soul guide, tossing it to Zhang Yang. After receiving the item thrown by Ning Fengji, Zhang Yang examined it and exclaimed in surprise, "Soul bone?" The welcome gift from Ning Fengji was actually a soul bone, and it was a complete right-arm soul bone of immeasurable value. This soul bone comes from a 20,000-year-old explosive giant ape. The explosive giant ape is a powerful fire attribute ape-type soul beast. I heard Rong say that your second and third soul rings are from ape-type soul beasts. This soul bone should suit you very well. Uncle Ning, is this appropriate? Zhang Yang was somewhat at a loss with such a heavy welcome gift. Of course it is appropriate, as long as you proceed step by step. Becoming a titled Douluo is just around the corner. The Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School is never stingy with titled Douluo who joined the sect. Moreover, Ning Fengji didn't finish his sentence, but everyone in the room knew what he meant. For the sake of the sect's safety, the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School has always had a policy of high salaries and integrity for titled Douluo who joined the sect. A right-arm soul bone is just that. Douluo and Douluo already have 6 soul bones, some of which are from the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School. Moreover, to digress, neither Douluo nor Douluo has offspring. After they pass away in 100 years, aside from the soul bones invested by the sect that need to be reclaimed, the remaining soul bones will undoubtedly fall into the hands of the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School. Calculating this way, the 7-treasure glazed tile school will profit from 7 or 8 soul bones. Sordo definitely doesn't have any, and Douluo is uncertain. But most likely also doesn't. Zhang Yang's situation was similar. The soul bone was only temporarily lent to him. After 100 years, the 7-treasure glazed tile school would still reclaim this soul bone. And if Zhang Yang could marry Ning Rongrong and spend their lives together, then the entire wealth of the 7-treasure glazed tile school would be theirs. So what's a soul bone worth? Zhang Yang then asked, but I'm still decades away from becoming a titled Douluo. Who knows what will happen in the future? Ning. Aren't you afraid I might run away with this soul bone? Upon hearing Zhang Yang say this, Ning Fengji and Douluo were first taken aback. Then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Generally speaking, when someone gets a soul bone, they would absorb it on the spot, but would have the leisure to chat with Ning Fengji and the others. Instead, Zhang Yang not only resisted the temptation of the soul bone, but also started to consider their feelings. Ning Fengji was very assured of Zhang Yang's character. After all, if anyone were to run away with a soul bone, it wouldn't be the soul bones of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Isn't Xiao Wu's 100,000-year soul bone more tempting than this 20,000-year right arm bone? Seeing his father and Douluo laughing heartily, Ning Rongrong anxiously jumped out of Douluo's arms, ran to Zhang Yang's side, and snatched the soul bone, trying to press it to his right arm. Ning Rongrong's action startled Zhang Yang, who immediately put the soul bone into his soul guide. After putting away the soul bone, Zhang Yang helplessly said to Ning Rongrong, Rongrong, you're too anxious. I'm not in a good state right now. It's not suitable to absorb the soul bone. Seeing Ning Rongrong's actions, Ning Fengji felt very emotional. This girl was quite outgoing, and it was evident now. Having put the soul bone away in the soul guide, Zhang Yang didn't act coy anymore and cupped his hands to Ning Fengji, saying, then I will respectfully obey and thank Uncle Ning for your kindness. Ning Fengji nodded in satisfaction. Regarding the soul bone, do not mention it to outsiders to prevent any improper thoughts. Also, the sooner you absorb the soul bone, the sooner you'll have a safety net. Douluo also added, Zhang Yang, remember this. No matter how good your talent is, dying means everything is over. I've seen too many talented individuals who died young. Douluo is right. Hearing Douluo say this, Zhang Yang's expression became serious as he nodded earnestly. Then Uncle Ning, I will go back now to adjust my state and strive to absorb the soul bone as soon as possible. Ning Fengji noted it. Having discussed everything necessary, he let Zhang Yang and Ning Rongrong return together. Zhang Yang and Ning Rongrong left the meeting room, and only Ning Fengji and Douluo remained in the room. Fengji, what do you think of Zhang Yang and Tang San, these two kids? Now that Ning Rongrong had left, Douluo could discuss topics not suitable for her to hear with Ning Fengji. Both Tang San and Zhang Yang are disciples of the master, with the master's abilities, as well as the character and talents of these two children. I have high hopes for their future. It's best if Rongrong can be with Zhang Yang. If not, Zhang Yang can still protect the sect for 50 years. At this point, Douluo couldn't help but sigh. Tang San, Zhang Yang, it's incredible that the master could take in two such talented young people. This luck. Ning Fengji shook his head. Uncle Bone, you're mistaken. There's no shortage of exceptionally talented young people in this world. What's lacking are teachers like the master who can cultivate geniuses. The master is the key to all of this. After leaving the meeting room, Zhang Yang excused himself to adjust his state to absorb the soul bone, sent Ning Rongrong back to her dormitory, and then turned to go to the master's room. In the master's room, Zhang Yang took out the soul bone in front of the master and Lu Erlong, placing it on the table, and recounted what Ning Fengji had just told him. Ning Fengji said that the matter of the soul bone must not be disclosed to outsiders, but obviously to Zhang Yang. The master was not an outsider. Seeing Zhang Yang obtain another soul bone, the master and Lu Erlong exchanged glances, both showing astonishment in their eyes. How did you get another soul bone? Both of them were amazed at Ning Fengji's generosity and were happy for Zhang Yang. The master smiled and said, this soul bone comes from a power-type soul beast. It's perfect for you. Adjust your state during the day, and at night, go to your teacher's thatch cottage. I and your teacher will protect you while you absorb this soul bone. Zhang Yang nodded, put away the soul bone, and then left the master's place. That night, after adjusting his state, Zhang Yang arrived at the thatched cottage, where the master and Lu Erlong had been waiting for a long time. "Let us begin," the master said. "Yes, teacher." Zhang Yang nodded, took the soul bone from his soul guide, and without further ado, directly pressed it against the position of his right arm. Like the soul bone from the martial ape, this fire attribute soul bone from the explosive giant ape instantly disappeared, transforming into countless fiery red streams that spread around Zhang Yang's right arm. At the same time, a heavy aura quietly merged into Zhang Yang's right arm as the soul bone vanished. The soul bone has the effect of altering a soul master's physique, and the soul bone of the explosive giant ape is specifically a power-type soul bone, making its enhancement of a soul master's strength even more pronounced. As Zhang Yang quietly lay down on the ground, spreading his body in a large letter, the veins on his body twisted, and a series of crisp bone cracking sounds echoed like popping beans. 3 hours later, Zhang Yang woke up, got up from the ground, and happily looked at the master in the room. "You're awake." The master smiled at Zhang Yang with satisfaction, then shouted outside, "Erlong, come in." "Zhang Yang is awake." Before the master's words fell, his wife, Lu Erlong, pushed the door and entered, smiling as she approached Zhang Yang. "Child, you're awake. Cool. Tell us about your soul bone skill." "Okay, master." Zhang Yang nodded and smiled as he said, "My soul bone skill is Meteor Volcano, which is a continuous area attack soul skill. After activating Meteor Volcano, my arms turn into huge magma fists, which can then be continuously launched into the air. Dozens of magma fists fall from the sky, landing in the designated attack area, causing burns to the enemies and also serving to divide the battlefield." Hearing this, Lu Erlong looked at Zhang Yang with surprise and said, "Magma attack? It must be very powerful. Come on, let's go outside and try it out." Lu Erlong's martial soul is a fire dragon, so she is naturally very curious about fire attribute soul bone skills. Seeing Lu Erlong so eager, the master quickly smiled wryly and stopped her. "Erlong, calm down a bit. There are a lot of trees in the academy. How can we experiment with such a destructive fire attribute area attack here? Besides, it's already quite late. Let us talk about the trial tomorrow, under the master's comfort." Lu Erlong calmed down and nodded. "Then let us try it tomorrow morning. Outside of Heaven-Do City, there are plenty of desolate open spaces. We won't have to worry about making a ruckus there." The master nodded. "Zhang Yang, remember, never mention the soul bone to outsiders. Such treasures are too tempting for outside soul masters, and your soul power level is still very low. There might be soul masters who would dare to take risks against you." Zhang Yang nodded. "Yes, master." Go back and continue your training. No matter how good the soul bone is, you need enough strength to protect it." Zhang Yang got up and returned to the simulated training environment, leaving the master and Lu Erlong in the thatched house to do things that they couldn't do in front of their disciple, such as whispering. Chapter 58, just a little bit short, seeking subscription. In preparation for the new elite competition, everyone stopped attending classes at the academy for the next 6 months and focused on cultivating their soul power. During this time, the master did not give the 8 of them special training, but provided tactical guidance every 10 days or so, teaching them how to connect and cooperate their soul skills. In these 6 months, except for Xiao Wu, who did not consume any celestial herbs, everyone else's soul power had already reached level 40, allowing them to hunt soul beasts and obtain soul rings. Moreover, due to the high-intensity training and high-standard diet during this period, everyone, except for Zhang Yang, experienced significant changes in their physique, especially Ning Rongrong, whose height had reached 175 meters, making her the tallest among the 3 girls. Additionally, with the contribution of papayas from Lu Erlong, Ning Rongrong's dining hall had also been expanded. Although it was not as tall as Zhu Zhuqing's 5-story building, it had reached the scale of a 3-story villa. Zhang Yang, who did good deeds without seeking recognition, smiled happily at such fruitful results. In the sunset forest, Ma Hongjun, who had grown 1 centimeter taller, patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder and laughed. "Zhang Yang, have you measured your height again? How about it? Did the Earth King's soul ring make you taller?" Zhang Yang scoffed. "Well, it seems I've grown a centimeter, but I'm still not 175 meters tall. Come on, At least you need to be as tall as Rong Rong. Damn, you brat. Being taller is amazing, huh? Ma Hongjun flipped Zhang Yang the bird and sneered, just wait. I'll grow to 2 meters and show you. Really ambitious, huh? Keep it up, ambitious chicken spirit man. Zhang Yang Dea said, I am a fire phoenix. Ma Hongjun roared. While Zhang Yang and the fatty were playing around, Tang San and the others ahead were watching the fun. The reason why the old Shrek students all appeared in the Sunset Forest was to help Zhu Zhuqing and the others obtain their 4th soul rings. This hunting mission in the Sunset Forest would not see the teachers intervene until the appearance of a 10,000-year soul beast. And the 4th soul ring that Ma Hongjun absorbed last night was captured by Zhang Yang and Tang San working together. The specific process was as follows. Zhang Yang, who was on night watch, patrolled near the camp and discovered a fire-attribute scorpion-type soul beast, the Earth King, with a cultivation of around 500 years. The Earth King was bloodthirsty and attacked Zhang Yang the moment it spotted him. Therefore, Zhang Yang instantly transformed into a golden Buddha, engaging in close combat with the Earth King using his physical strength. Hearing the commotion, everyone rushed over, and with Tang San's blue silvergrass, they managed to bind the Earth King, drawing out its strongest skill, the Magma Crack Earth Strike, which only destroyed the binding of the blue silvergrass. The Earth King, having wasted its ultimate move, turned to escape but was immediately caught by Zhang Yang, who grabbed its scorpion tail and forcefully broke off the poisonous stinger. Without the stinger and its ultimate move, the Earth King could only allow Zhang Yang's golden hand to systematically dismantle its pincers and legs, leaving only its head and body. Finally, the Earth King, who was stomped underfoot and could only roar in despair, had its humiliating life ended by Ma Hongjun with a dagger. As if to thank Ma Hongjun for freeing it, the Earth King's soul ring was absorbed by Ma Hongjun in just half an hour, and the process went as smoothly as Zhang Yang absorbing the soul ring from the martial ape. Unfortunately, even though the fatty was so merciful as to grant the Earth King relief, he still did not receive a soul bone, proving that the rarity of soul bones is not without reason. After absorbing the 4th soul ring, Ma Hongjun, perhaps elated by the good fortune or simply because it was morning, unexpectedly grew 1 centimeter taller. This led to the incident where Ma Hongjun mocked Zhang Yang, whose height had stalled for a long time. However, not growing taller was not a regret for Zhang Yang. He was already tall enough, and if he grew any taller, Ning Rongrong might have objections. Ning Rongrong, who was striving to reach 175 meters, felt good about her height and did not wish to increase the height difference between them. But was Ma Hongjun overly fixated on his height? He didn't even bring a measuring tape. How did he notice that 1 centimeter? You little brats, can't you give this old man some face? Zhao Wujin said helplessly, as his height was still less than Ma Hongjun's. Sorry, Teacher Zhao. Zhang Yang and Ma Hongjun both shivered and quickly apologized to Zhao Wujin. The morning temperature in the Sunset Forest was a bit low, and the air was quite humid, creating a hazy morning fog. The light mist was cold and damp, swirling with a light breeze. At this moment, the sun had not fully risen, and the fog was at its thickest. Just as everyone was braving the fog to continue their journey, a gentle breeze blew through, and the thick white mist suddenly turned pink. Everyone's noses twitched as they caught a whiff of sweetness in the air. Everyone be careful. There's poison in the fog, Flander shouted, and together with Lu Erlong, they clapped their hands to dissipate the toxic mist with their profound soul power. However, Flander and Lu Erlong's actions did not fundamentally change the situation. The thick pink mist surged back after a few breaths, and it came back even more fiercely. Seeing the peculiar toxic mist, Oscar immediately began preparing detoxifying sausages, while Tang San activated his purple extreme magic eye to look into the distance. Through the heavy mist, Tang San spotted hundreds of scorpion-type soul beasts of varying sizes, most with a cultivation of around 100 years, emitting toxic mist. Teacher, it's the pink lady, and there are at least hundreds, no, at least over 1,000. Tang San promptly reported his findings to the master. Meanwhile, Tang San took out the fragrant Chua immortal product from his Rui treasure bag, stepping forward to the center of the group. The fragrant Chilua immortal product has the effect of neutralizing all poisons within a radius of 5 meters. The potency of this immortal product was so strong that it made Douluo feel heartbroken, and Douluo shed tears upon hearing about it. In this 10-meter diameter circle, everyone listened to the master analyze the characteristics of the Pink Lady while considering how to escape. With such dense toxic mist, there must be a Pink Lady among them. And after consuming Oscar's flying sausages, they would completely have the ability to quickly break free from this mist. If they attempted to escape, the Pink Lady, who intended to avenge her companions, would likely be unable to resist striking back. At that point, I would send her to reunite with the Earth King again. Zhang Yang said decisively. However, the master shook his head. First, see the age of the Pink Lady before taking action. If its age is below 5,000 years, then we must let it live. Why? Zhao Wujin asked in confusion. The master confidently explained. A Pink Lady of such a suitable age is extremely rare. If we can obtain its soul ring for Oscar, then his fourth soul ring is likely to have the exhilarating effect of the Pink Lady's toxic mist. Is everyone clear? Understood. Everyone nodded, and Ma Hongjun patted his chest, saying, Little Ao's soul ring is all on me. Watch me give it a big gift with my fourth soul skill. Exhausted of his soul power, Oscar produced 12 flying sausages, just enough for the 12 of them, with Flander being able to fly himself. So he took 2 sausages, which was simply perfect. Afterward, everyone who consumed the mushroom sausages flew into the sky, flapping their wings and rapidly advancing forward. Oscar's mushroom sausages provided a fast flying speed, and after flying for about half a minute, they suddenly burst out of the range of the pink mist. Everyone looked down and immediately spotted the figure of the Pink Lady. Among the hundreds of Pink Ladies below, the Pink Lady was the most conspicuous, its size comparable to that of the Earth King, with a cultivation age between 3,500 and 4,000 years. Its overall appearance resembled a sculpture made of pink crystal with an additional layer of fine pink scales. The age is just right. Tang-san, you guys go. With the Master-S command, Ma Hongjun and Tang-san rushed out first. Phoenix wings soaring. Ma Hongjun shouted, and the Oscar flying wings on his back were replaced by his fiery, feathered wings. With a powerful flap, Ma Hongjun's figure quickly rushed towards the Pink Lady. The Fire Phoenix martial soul of the Fat Man was a top-tier beast martial soul, and the pure Phoenix flames, free of impurities, were the nemesis of poisonous soul beasts like the Pink Lady, causing it to be in a state of chaos due to the pressure of their aura. Meanwhile, Tang-san waved his hand and threw a green energy ball towards the Pink Lady. The speed of the energy ball was fast, although Ma Hongjun set off first. The energy ball arrived at the Pink Lady's face before him. The green light instantly expanded. The huge web did not give the Pink Lady a chance to evade. With a thud, the Pink Lady's massive body was bound by the web. Bound by the web, the Pink Lady's emotions immediately shifted from fear to extreme panic. The aura of the human soul master's web contained the scent of its nemesis, the human-faced demon spider, and upon sensing this, the Pink Lady's 6 claws trembled slightly, as if it was about to collapse to the ground at any moment. The human-faced demon spider was the nemesis of all scorpion-type soul beasts, and the Pink Lady, which had a lack of offensive methods, harbored a fear engraved in its soul towards such soul beasts. Then, bound by the web and frightened to the point of weakness, the Pink Lady missed its last opportunity to escape. Ma Hongjun dove down, and a distorted light shield with a diameter of 5 meters enveloped both him and the Pink Lady, instantly rendering the Pink Lady immobile. Fourth soul skill, Phoenix Cry Sky Strike. Boom! The powerful Phoenix flames erupted instantly, and a resounding cry of the Phoenix pierced through the clouds, resonating like the sound of metal. A strong flame in the shape of a phoenix erupted from the ground, and with it, Ma Hongjun's body soared into the air. The area previously covered by the distorted air was now completely engulfed in flames. The Firebird Phoenix ascended into the sky over 10 meters high, and its wings spread out in the air, resembling a phoenix descending from the heavens. Looking at the Pink Lady, this 4,000-year-old soul beast was now left with only a breath. Before obtaining the Earth King's soul ring, the Fat Man's flames, although domineering, could only spit fire, and his attack methods were very singular. Although the second and third soul rings enhanced the power of his flames, they couldn't make up for his awkward position as a powerful attack type. But now, With the powerful attack skill from the fourth soul ring, combined with the enhancements from the second and third soul skills. The power of this move ranked second in the whole team, second only to Zhang Yang, who had obtained the laser ability. Such high power, it's really frightening. Too bad I'm still a bit short, Zhang Yang muttered with a crooked smile.